Chapter 1. Transcendence to Another World. It was an extraordinarily ordinary midnight, devoid of clamor or disturbance, with only a serene atmosphere enveloping the entire room. Moonlight streamed through the partially open window, casting a silvery halo upon the wooden floor, as if draping the tranquil night in a veil of mystery. The room was simply yet warmly adorned, consisting of a comfortable bed, a tidy desk, and a soft chair. Forming the entirety of this little haven, a warm desk lamp illuminated the surroundings with a gentle glow, highlighting everything within its reach. Neatly arranged on the bookshelf were various tomes, among which the particularly striking Douluo continent seemed to beckon, as if narrating its unique allure. Lin Yu was immersed in the world of his beloved Douluo continent, unable to extricate himself. Seated at the desk, book in hand, his eyes were fixated on the captivating words, as if he had wholly merged into the fantastical and resplendent realm of Douluo continent. At times, awe graced his countenance, while at others, a look of rapture emerged, completely absorbed in the unfolding narrative. As time progressed, Lin Yu's emotions fluctuated with the story's developments. He was deeply moved by the protagonist Tang San's unwavering resilience in the face of formidable foes. His blood surged with fervor at the sight of Tang San and his comrades, standing united in battle. Each turn of the page drew him deeper into this enchanting world, allowing him to experience its joys, sorrows, and all that lay in between. In this quiet midnight hour, Lin Yu forgot all worries and pressures, leaving only his love and longing for Douluo continent. He yearned to embody Tang San's courage in pursuing dreams and achieving growth. Unbeknownst to him, he had become profoundly entrenched in this realm of fantasy, relishing the endless pleasures that reading bestowed. Suddenly, without any forewarning, an overwhelming wave of dizziness crashed over Lin Yu like a surging tide. He felt his vision begin to warp, the surroundings spiraling as if drawn into a colossal vortex. His head felt inexplicably heavy, as though burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, nearly unbearable. Lin Yu struggled to break free from this peculiar sensation, attempting to regain control over his body, yet he found his limbs ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. His consciousness began to blur, the world before him dimming into obscurity, until he was enveloped in complete darkness. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, everything became indistinct, as if plunged into a state of chaos. Uncertain of how much time had passed, when Lin Yu regained consciousness, he found himself in a warm and unfamiliar place. The air around him was imbued with a gentle essence that instilled a profound sense of comfort. He struggled to open his eyes, but found his vision exceedingly blurred, allowing only vague silhouettes to emerge. These figures appeared to be shrouded in a thin veil, rendering them indistinct. He attempted to move, only to realize that his body felt diminutive and fragile, as if transformed into that of an infant. This unfamiliar sensation filled his heart with astonishment and confusion. He could not comprehend what had transpired. In this unfamiliar environment, Lin Yu endeavored to comprehend the situation. That moment, a pair of extraordinary individuals appeared before him. Their figures gradually became distinct. The man was tall and imposing, his magnificent robe accentuating his dignity and nobility. His countenance was handsome and resolute, with sharp brows and bright eyes that exuded a sense of calm and confidence. The woman, gentle and beautiful, donned a delicate blue gown, her cascading hair flowing like a waterfall over her shoulders, her gaze imbued with warmth and affection. They looked at the swaddled Lin Yu, their eyes brimming with surprise and tenderness. "My dear, look, our child has finally awakened." The woman spoke softly, her voice as melodious as the tinkling of silver bells. She stepped closer, extending her slender fingers to gently caress Lin Yu's cheek, her eyes radiating the glow of maternal love. The man also approached, his gaze fixed upon Lin Yu, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Indeed, he appears to be quite healthy," the man remarked, his voice deep and resonant. He tenderly lifted Lin Yu into his arms, his movements careful and gentle, as if fearful of causing him any discomfort. "This truly is a precious gift from the heavens," the woman said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with happiness. The couple stood in a spacious and well-lit room, adorned with opulent and elegant decorations. Exquisite paintings adorned the walls, and a soft carpet covered the floor. In one corner rested a beautifully crafted crib, accompanied by an array of infant supplies. The windows were wide open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, carrying with it the freshness of the air and a hint of floral fragrance. Lin Yu felt somewhat bewildered, Yet he gradually began to grasp his identity from their words and expressions. It dawned on him that he had indeed traversed realms and become the offspring of high-ranking officials within the Spirit Hall. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him: surprise, confusion, but predominantly in anticipation and curiosity about the future. In the days that followed, Lin Yu, as an infant, strived to acclimatize to this new world. He spent most of his time asleep, as though attempting to recuperate the sleep he had missed in his past life. However, during his rare moments of wakefulness, he would curiously observe everything around him. He discovered that this world was replete with peculiar phenomena, starkly contrasting his previous existence. The architectural styles were unique, imbued with fantastical hues. The streets bustled with passers-by. Their attire varied, some emanated a formidable aura, as if possessing extraordinary powers. As Lin Yu gradually matured, he began to babble and take his first tentative steps. He exhibited an intellect far surpassing that of his peers. Mastering speech and walking at an early age, he began to unravel the mysteries of martial spirits and gradually embraced his new identity. He understood that within this enchanting realm of Douluo continent lay countless unknown challenges and opportunities awaiting him. He silently vowed to carve out his own path in this world and embark on a legendary journey. One day, Lin Yu sat in his crib, wiggling his tiny hands and feet, eager to explore this wondrous world. His parents sat by the bedside, smiling affectionately as they watched him. "Darling, what kind of person do you think our child will become in the future?" the woman softly inquired. "I firmly believe he will become an extraordinary individual. After all, he is our child," the man replied with confidence. "Haha, that is certainly true. However, we must nurture him well, ensuring he grows to be responsible and accountable," the woman said with a smile. "Indeed, we will," the man nodded in agreement. Listening to his parents' conversation, Lin Yu felt a profound warmth and emotion enveloping him. He understood that he was not alone in this world. With the love and care of his parents, he would undoubtedly thrive. As time passed, Lin Yu's understanding of this world deepened. He learned about the diverse categories of martial souls, including assault type, agility type, and support type. He also became aware of the many powerful soul masters who could harness the strength of their martial souls, displaying astonishing prowess. Lin Yu was filled with yearning and aspiration, desiring to become a formidable soul master himself and explore this enchanting realm. Every night, Lin Yu would lie in bed, contemplating how to enhance his abilities. He began to meditate for an hour each day. Although his progress was slow, he remained undeterred. Simultaneously, he actively engaged in physical training to strengthen his physique. After a period of diligent effort, Lin Yu noticed his body becoming sturdier, and his meditation practice showed signs of improvement. Chapter 2: Awakening of the Martial Soul. Time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yu had resided in the Douluo continent for 6 years. Throughout this time, he gradually adapted to and immersed himself in this fantastical world. Now, at the pivotal age of 6, he was on the verge of a moment that would determine the course of his life: the awakening of his martial soul. On this day, the atmosphere within the Martial Soul Hall was particularly solemn and reverent, as if heralding the extraordinary events about to unfold. The interior of the hall was adorned with opulence, with walls embedded with precious gemstones and metals, and the ground carpeted with soft fabric, imparting a sacred and dignified ambience. In the center stood a grand circular platform, intricately engraved with complex runes and patterns. This was the Martial Soul Awakening platform. Surrounding it were 12 golden statues, each representing the guardian beasts of the 12 zodiac signs. These statues appeared lifelike, emanating a powerful aura that conveyed the mystery and majesty of martial souls. Lin Yu entered the Martial Soul Hall alongside other children of his age, all hailing from the orphanage established by the hall. Today marked their inaugural participation in the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. Dressed in tidy attire, their faces radiated excitement and anticipation. Lin Yu lingered at the back, his eyes betraying a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. After all, his knowledge of martial souls was limited, yet he understood that the quality of one's martial soul would influence their cultivation's speed and strength. He hoped to awaken an exceptional martial soul, enabling him to elevate his abilities more swiftly and achieve his ambitions. Upon their entrance to the Spirit Hall, a middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe emerged from within. He appeared to be in his 40s, possessing a handsome visage and an elegant demeanor. An aura of formidable power radiated from him, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any casual approach. He was Lin Yi, the mentor responsible for the forthcoming Spirit Awakening ceremony, a friend of Lin Ye's father, but he introduced the children to the fundamental concepts of spirit cultivation, elucidating the procedures and precautions associated with the awakening process. Subsequently, he guided the children to ascend the awakening platform, where preparations for the ceremony commenced. The runes and patterns upon the awakening platform shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, coalescing into a brilliant beam of light that soared into the heavens. Standing before the platform, Lin Yi formed intricate hand seals while softly reciting incantations. As his incantation reached its conclusion, the runes and patterns blazed with intensified brilliance, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Lin Yi bellowed, "Spirit awakening." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the spirit hall. The runes and patterns upon the platform began to whirl, manifesting a series of peculiar symbols. With practiced ease, Lin Yi wielded the soul power essential for the awakening ceremony, his robust energy surging forth like an unstoppable tide, infusing the entire ritual with tremendous strength. A child cautiously approached, his eyes brimming with trepidation and unease, fixated upon Lin Yi. Observing the child's nervousness, Lin Yi offered a gentle smile and reassuringly said, "Do not be anxious, relax." Upon hearing these words, the child took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. Gradually, he closed his eyes, bracing himself for the awakening. In a flash of light, a hoe materialized in the child's hand. Lin Yi nodded slightly and remarked, "You possess a farming spirit. A hoe, while it may not be the mightiest, it embodies a form of strength. Your potential is commendable. With diligent effort and practice, you may achieve great things in the future." Although a flicker of disappointment crossed the child's face, he resolutely nodded, accepting the reality of his awakening. Soon after, another child bravely stepped forward, prompting Lin Yi to initiate the awakening ceremony once more. In a swift moment, a spectral wolf materialized behind the child. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Splendid! This is a beast spirit, the wolf spirit. With innate soul power at level 7. Your talent is remarkable, and your spirit possesses a degree of aggression. If you commit to your studies and training, you are destined for greatness." The child's face lit up with uncontainable joy upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Thus, one by one, the children approached to undergo their awakenings. Some manifested ordinary farming spirits, such as sickles, to which Lin Yi offered objective assessments and encouragement. Others were more fortunate, awakening superior spirits, like leopards, prompting Lin Yi to affirm their innate talent and potential. Next, Su Yao, Lin Yi's steady voice resonated. A young girl clad in a delicate blue dress gracefully stepped forward, resembling a fresh and exquisite flower, standing out in the crowd. Su Yao possessed long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall, each strand seemingly radiating its own brilliance. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled like two resplendent jewels, captivating the gaze of those around her. Su Yao obediently stood within the awakening array, and as the attendant infused her with soul power, a radiant glow instantaneously enveloped her. The light was akin to a dreamlike veil, gently wrapping her in its embrace. Soon, a crystal-clear magic wand gradually materialized in her hand, its tip shimmering with a soft and warm luminescence, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. An elemental martial soul, the ice magic wand, with innate soul power reaching level 8. Truly remarkable talent. Lin Yi nodded slightly, a hint of admiration gracing his features as he spoke. Su Yao shyly smiled, her expression radiant like flowers blooming in the spring, before she returned to her place in the line with a light-hearted stride. At last, it was Lin Yi's turn. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, and slowly approached the awakening array, standing resolutely within it. Lin Yi began to channel soul power, a robust force surging into Lin Yi's body like an overwhelming tide. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a peculiar power stirring within him, as if it possessed its own consciousness, coursing through his meridians. He sensed something striving to break free from his grasp. The intensity of that force escalated, causing his hand to tremble. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot upward like a comet, so dazzling that all present instinctively squinted against its brilliance. Within that radiance, a long sword, imbued with an aura of mystery, gradually appeared in Lin Yi's hand. The sword was entirely translucent, as if stars were swirling along its blade, casting an ethereal glow over the entire weapon. Embedded in the hilt was a magnificent gem, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to contain boundless power. The onlookers were awestruck, having never witnessed such a unique and potent martial soul. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and exhilaration, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is the sword of time and space, an exceedingly rare and formidable weapon." Lin Yu, Quickly assess your innate soul power, Lin Yi urged, hastily presenting the crystal ball for testing. Lin Yu lightly touched the sphere, which erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Lin Yi exclaimed with fervor, innate full soul power. Wow, Lin Yu, your martial soul is incredible, and your talent is extraordinary. Su Yao could not help but exclaim, her expressive eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Lin Yu smiled and nodded at her, responding, thank you, your martial soul is impressive as well. The ice magic wand is quite special, that Su Yao joyfully remarked. Your time-space sword must be incredibly powerful. You're bound to become exceptionally formidable in the future. Lin Yu, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, haha, I hope so, but I will strive diligently in my training. The news swiftly spread throughout the spirit hall, prompting the higher-ups to rush over for a glimpse. Their eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration as they beheld the spirit Lin Yu held. His parents, overwhelmed with emotion, were brought to tears, embracing each other tightly, filled with immense pride for their child's extraordinary spirit. From that moment forth, Lin Yu became the center of attention at the spirit hall. He understood that he had embarked on a path unlike any other. With a firm resolve, he vowed to harness the full potential of his spirit and carve out his own brilliance on the Douluo continent. He began to train with even greater fervor, delving into the mysteries of his spirit, anticipating the day when he could change the world through his own strength. The spirit hall, too, brimmed with renewed hope and expectation for the future, inspired by Lin Yi's emergence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Su Yao forged a close friendship, pledging to train together and face the challenges ahead, determined to leave a legendary tale of their own on this Douluo continent that in the days to come, they would walk hand in hand, pursuing boundless possibilities and glory together. Chapter 3. The initial steps into cultivation. In the days following his awakening of the martial soul, Lin Yu found himself enveloped in an atmosphere brimming with hope and anticipation. It was as if a fantastical path unfurled before him, leading into the wondrous realm of martial soul cultivation. Within the solemn and sacred halls of the Martial Soul Temple, the immensely experienced Mentor Amelia stood like a beacon, ready to illuminate Lin Yu's journey and guide him into this enchanting domain. As he entered the spacious and radiant training room, sunlight cascaded through the pristine windows, resembling golden drapery that spilled onto the floor, casting a tapestry of dappled and exquisite shadows. Lin Yu stood respectfully before Mentor Amelia, his eyes betraying an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as if he were grasping at the most precious treasures of his life. Observing the young man before her, Mentor Amelia felt a surge of satisfaction within her heart. She recognized him as a child filled with potential and determination, one who, with the right guidance and encouragement, could undoubtedly blossom into an exceptional martial soul master. With a warm smile, Mentor Amelia nodded gently, signaling to Lin Yu that he could begin to ask his questions. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm the excitement within him, and then cautiously inquired, Mentor, I wish to understand how I can make my martial soul more formidable. Amelia smiled gently and replied, to enhance your martial soul, it is imperative to engage in relentless practice and elevate your own capabilities. Firstly, you must familiarize yourself with and master the characteristics and skills of your martial soul, improving your proficiency through diligent repetition. Secondly, it is essential to focus on physical training and the cultivation of inner strength, as the quality of your physique and inner power will directly influence the manifestation of your martial soul. Furthermore, you should continuously explore and learn new techniques and strategies to adapt to various situations. Lin Yu listened intently, occasionally nodding to signify his understanding. He then posed another question. Are there any particular methods or techniques that can expedite the growth of a martial spirit? After a moment of contemplation, Amelia replied, there exist certain unique cultivation methods and techniques. However, they often require specific conditions and fortuitous opportunities. For instance, some martial spirits necessitate a particular environment or energy to awaken their latent potential, while others rely on extraordinary treasures or elixirs to enhance their power. Nonetheless, these methods are not easily attainable. They demand persistent effort and exploration on your part. A glimmer of resolute determination flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as he resolved to diligently seek methods to enhance the prowess of his martial soul. Subsequently, he continued to consult his mentor on numerous inquiries regarding the cultivation of martial souls, to which the mentor responded patiently and thoroughly. Unbeknownst to him, a day had swiftly elapsed, and Lin Yu had garnered substantial insights, deepening his understanding and knowledge of martial soul cultivation. Amelia's countenance bore an unusually grave and earnest expression, and his deep, resonant voice reverberated like a mighty bell as he spoke. Lin Yu, Your time-space sword martial soul is an exceedingly rare and immensely powerful entity in this world. However, to truly unleash its formidable potential, you must be prepared to invest boundless effort and possess the unwavering determination and perseverance to cultivate it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded solemnly and resolutely. He silently vowed to himself that he would spare no effort and would never betray this rare martial soul. He was determined to carve out a realm of his own on the path of cultivation. As Mentor Amelia began to expound in detail on the characteristics of the time-space sword martial soul, Lin Yu's gaze became focused and bright, akin to a star ignited in flames. His ears stood erect, lest he miss a single word or phrase uttered by the mentor. He listened intently to her words, resembling a parched sponge eagerly absorbing the nourishing rain of knowledge. Lin Yu understood that this opportunity was a rare and fortuitous one for him. He must cherish this chance and absorb as much knowledge as possible regarding the soul of the time-space sword. Only in doing so could he better harness this power and transform himself into a true champion. Thus, he dared not indulge in a moment of negligence. His attention was wholly devoted to his mentor, ensuring he missed not a single nuance. Gradually, he came to realize that the time-space sword harbored enigmatic temporal and spatial forces, capable of governing the subtle shifts of time and space, endowed with extraordinary and unimaginable abilities. It was akin to a key that could unlock the doors to uncharted realms, awaiting his exploration and discovery. As Mentor Amelia delved deeper into her explanations, Lin Yu felt as though he beheld a brand new world unfurling before his eyes. A realm brimming with the boundless mysteries of the soul, each aspect igniting within him a sense of exhilaration and curiosity. In this world, time could be distorted, and space could be folded. Every transformation contained infinite secrets and power. Is this the essence of the soul's strength? Lin Yu mused inwardly, utterly astounded by its magnificence. However, mastering such power was no simple endeavor. Amelia cautioned him that while the time-space sword was formidable, it necessitated continuous cultivation and enhancement to unleash its true potential. Subsequently, Amelia began imparting fundamental cultivation methods to Lin Yu. She emphasized that to become an exemplary soul master, one must first possess a solid foundation. Therefore, each morning, Lin Yu rose early to engage in meditation practices, aimed at enhancing his mental fortitude and control over the soul. Concurrently, he undertook basic physical exercises to bolster his physical resilience and reaction speed. Beyond these foundational practices, his mentor also taught him some specialized techniques and methods, such as how to manipulate the forces of time and space to accelerate or decelerate the flow of time, as well as how to utilize spatial distortion for instantaneous movement. Though these techniques appeared straightforward, they demanded an exceptional level of skill and precision to master. According to Amelia's guidance, Lin Yu gently crossed his legs and gradually settled down. He closed his eyes tightly, directing his attention inward, endeavoring to sense the faint yet potent soul energy within him. With unwavering focus, he ardently sought to channel and mobilize this force, aspiring for it to flow slowly through his being. Yet, at the outset, this energy appeared akin to a mischievous sprite, eluding his grasp whenever he attempted to seize it. However, Lin Yu did not succumb to despair. Rather, he persevered time and again, continuously adjusting his approach and mindset. Each failure transformed into a catalyst for his growth, and every setback fortified his resolve to advance further. Gradually, his efforts bore fruit. The soul energy finally began to respond to his summons, no longer as elusive as before. It commenced a gentle flow within him, akin to a warm brook nourishing his entire form. As time elapsed, the movement of the soul energy became increasingly smooth and powerful. Lin Yu felt his body brimming with vitality, an unprecedented confidence swelling within him. He understood that as long as he maintained this state, he would undoubtedly master this enigmatic power and realize his aspirations. Meanwhile, in another training chamber, Suyu was fervently cultivating her ice magic wand martial soul. She was wholly absorbed, immersing herself in the realm of training, pouring all her energy into enhancing her strength. Her graceful figure danced lightly in the training room, the ice magic wand shimmering with a chilling radiance in her hands, resembling a brilliant pearl that exuded captivating charm. Each swing of the wand unleashed a formidable force from within her, as if composing a melody of her personal cultivation journey. During occasional breaks, Lin Yu would seek out Su Yao, and the two would excitedly exchange insights about their respective trainings. Lin Yu, I feel my mastery over the ice magic wand is becoming increasingly adept, Su Yao exclaimed with a radiant smile, confidence flickering in her eyes. That's wonderful, Su Yao. I am also striving to harness the power of the time-space sword. Though the journey is somewhat arduous, I firmly believe I can achieve it. Lin Yu responded with unwavering determination, a confident smile illuminating his face. As time gradually passed, Lin Yu began to enter the realm of martial soul cultivation. He became more adept at wielding the soul energy, skillfully controlling the mysterious force. His movements grew more fluid and natural, each technique imbued with formidable strength. Simultaneously, he developed a deeper comprehension of the time-space sword martial soul. He understood that this was merely a beginning, countless challenges and obstacles awaited his conquest. Yet, he remained undaunted. For within his heart resided an unshakable conviction and boundless aspirations for the future. These experiences would serve as the wellspring of his relentless drive. Throughout his cultivation journey, Lin Yu encountered numerous challenges and setbacks. At times, he felt a pang of anxiety and frustration due to the sluggish progress of his training, as though the path ahead were shrouded in a dense fog, obscuring his vision of the future. Occasionally, he found himself engulfed in confusion and disarray, akin to being trapped in a labyrinth without an exit, unable to discern the way forward. Nevertheless, whenever he recalled the teachings of his mentor, Emilia, her words illuminated his path like a beacon, instilling him with courage and strength. Moreover, the memory of Su Yao's encouragement, her gentle smile and resolute gaze, provided solace to his spirit, reinforcing Lin Yu's belief that perseverance would eventually lead him to triumph over adversity. Most importantly, when Lin Yu reflected upon the convictions and aspirations residing in his heart, the fervent desire and pursuit of power propelled him onward, rendering him incapable of halting his progress. These beliefs and aspirations burned like an unquenchable flame, urging Lin Yu to continually advance and surpass his own limits. Thus, he would gather his resolve and immerse himself once more in the arduous practice of cultivation. Lin Yu dedicated himself to delving deeper into the mysteries of the time-space sword martial spirit, immersing himself in an ocean of boundless knowledge, relentlessly exploring the potential and possibilities of his martial spirit. He consistently experimented with new cultivation methods and techniques, seeking opportunities for breakthrough. Lin Yu would sometimes remain in the training room for an entire day, completely immersed in the realm of cultivation, to the extent that he would forget to eat and rest. Time quietly slipped away in the midst of Lin Yu's concentration. He became oblivious to all external distractions, focusing solely on his inner growth and progress. His sweat soaked through his garments, fatigue washed over him like a tide, yet his gaze remained steadfast and resolute. Lin Yu understood that only through relentless effort and perseverance could he realize his dreams and become a truly formidable soul master. Through his unwavering dedication, his strength continuously ascended, and his soul power steadily solidified. Each advancement bestowed upon Lin Yu an unprecedented sense of joy and fulfillment, simultaneously igniting within him a fiercer resolve and determination. He was acutely aware that this was merely a small step towards success, with countless more challenges awaiting his conquest. Yet, he remained undaunted, forging ahead with courage. Meanwhile, Su Yao's ice magic staff spirit shimmered with a chilling luminescence in her hands. She diligently honed and refined her martial spirit, rendering it ever more formidable and enigmatic. Her ice abilities, as austere as a glacier and as piercing as a frigid gale, delivered a bone-chilling essence with each strike. Like a goddess of frost, she wielded her icy powers to safeguard her convictions. Much like Lin Yu, Su Yao tirelessly strived to fulfill her dreams. She yearned to become a top-tier soul master, to protect all that she held dear. To achieve this, she was willing to pay any price, including sweat, tears, and even blood. As time progressed, the renown of Lin Yu and Su Yao within the Spirit Hall gradually spread across the continent. Their remarkable performances attracted the gaze of countless admirers, and expectations for them soared. They were heralded as the future stars of the Spirit Hall, a beacon of hope in the eyes of many. However, despite the accolades and accomplishments they amassed, Lin Yu and Su Yao remained humble and unpretentious. They understood that a long journey lay ahead, fraught with further challenges. With unwavering humility and diligence, they continuously sought to enhance their prowess. For only through such dedication could they truly become elite soul masters and fulfill their aspirations. In the days to come, Lin Yu and Su Yao would continue to walk hand in hand, etching their own legendary tales in this fantastical and challenging world of martial spirits. Their friendship would shine like eternal starlight, illuminating their path. Their convictions would blaze like a fervent flame, bestowing upon them boundless strength. They would pursue their rightful glory and splendor through their relentless efforts and sweat. Chapter 5. The Trials of Cultivation in the World of Douluo Continent. Sunlight bathed the land, and all things revived. in this realm brimming with enchanting colors. Lin Yu embarked on his journey of cultivation. As he delved deeper into his training, he increasingly realized that this path was far from the ease he had initially envisioned. Why must it be so arduous? Lin Yu murmured to himself in the solitude of the training room. Sitting upon the meditation mat, he furrowed his brow. His gaze fixed upon the time-space sword martial spirit that emanated a peculiar glow in his grasp. He recognized that, despite possessing the enviable time-space sword spirit, he encountered one formidable obstacle after another in the practicalities of cultivation. On one occasion during his training, Lin Yu's brow was tightly knit, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He gripped the time-space sword with determination, striving to concentrate his soul power upon the blade. However, no matter how hard he tried, the soul force was akin to a mischievous child, utterly refusing to heed his commands. "Gather for me," Lin Yu silently implored. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pressure surging from all directions, as if it sought to crush him. He clenched his teeth, struggling against this formidable force. "No, I cannot give up," Lin Yu silently reassured himself. He took a deep breath, recalibrating the flow of soul force within him, and once more endeavored to channel it into the sword of time and space. After a grueling effort, Lin Yu finally sensed a wisp of soul force successfully coalescing upon the sword of time and space. However, just as he prepared to intensify the soul force, an unexpected occurrence transpired. That fleeting essence of soul force suddenly vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. What is happening? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sword of time and space in his hand. Why is it that I can never gather it precisely as I wish? It is either too dispersed or dissipates midway. What am I to do? He murmured softly, feeling a weight settle heavily upon his heart. At that moment, his friend Li Ming entered, and upon seeing Lin Yu's troubled expression, he inquired with concern, "Lin Yu, what is troubling you?" Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "I simply cannot gather my soul power. It is utterly frustrating." Li Ming offered words of comfort, saying, "Do not be anxious. Cultivation is not something that can be rushed. Take your time." Lin Yu nodded slightly, yet a trace of sorrow lingered on his face. "Alas, I am well aware of that, but I simply cannot find a way." In another attempt, Lin Yu endeavored to unleash a simple soul skill. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and concentrated on gathering his soul power. It must succeed. He silently prayed within himself. However, as he attempted to manifest the skill, he found that his soul power dispersed once more, akin to a flock of startled birds scattering in all directions. "Oh dear, yet another failure," Lin Yu lamented. "What's wrong?" Li Ming inquired from the side. Lin Yu expressed his frustration, stating, "I consistently encounter issues when executing my skills. Either the skill fails to be fully unleashed, or there are deviations that prevent me from achieving the desired effect." Li Ming gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder and, with a tone of earnest encouragement, replied, "Do not lose heart. Everyone faces such challenges. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly make progress." Lin Yu nodded in understanding, yet a lingering sense of disappointment remained within him. He quietly lamented, "My control over soul power is far too immature." He found it exceedingly difficult to precisely regulate the intensity and rhythm of his soul power when employing the sword of time and space. At times, his excessive force would leave him utterly exhausted. At other moments, insufficient power would hinder him from unleashing the sword's full potential. This inconsistency left him feeling profoundly despondent. As night fell, Lin Yu lay in bed, his mind swirling with thoughts, tossing and turning as sleep eluded him. He pondered endlessly on how to transcend his current predicament and enhance his mastery over soul power. However, the deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more perplexed and helpless he felt. Observing Lin Yu's distress, Li Ming softly reassured him, "Lin Yu, do not overthink it. Rest well and continue your efforts tomorrow." Lin Yu sighed and replied gratefully, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Li Ming." Nevertheless, deep within, he remained filled with anxiety and unease. Lin Yu understood profoundly that he could not surrender so easily, regardless of the hardships he faced. Overcoming obstacles was an indispensable journey towards becoming a formidable soul master. Thus, he resolved to discover a solution to his challenges. He dedicated himself to an even more rigorous study of the characteristics of his martial soul and the methods of cultivation, persistently experimenting with various techniques and strategies. Often, he would spend entire days in the training room, diligently practicing those intricate movements and skills, his clothes drenched in sweat. Yet he showed no sign of fatigue. "Hey, Lin Yu, what do you think of my method?" One day, Li Ming approached him with excitement, eager to share his insights. Lin Yu listened attentively, nodding thoughtfully as he replied, perhaps we can give it a try. The two engaged in a lively discussion about different approaches, encouraging and supporting one another. Simultaneously, Lin Yu did not neglect to seek guidance from the mentors at the martial soul hall. The mentors patiently addressed his queries, cautioning, Lin Yu, you must pay attention to the subtle control of your soul power. Do not rush. Lin Yu listened respectfully, silently committing the mentor's advice to memory, vowing to strive for improvement. Through a period of diligent effort, Lin Yu ultimately discovered a cultivation method that suited him. His strength gradually increased, and his progress was remarkable. During a martial soul assessment, he successfully merged his martial soul into its optimal state, demonstrating astonishing power. The mentors praised his performance, recognizing him as a soul master of great potential. Lin Yu gazed at his mentors with heartfelt gratitude, fully aware that his efforts had been acknowledged. He silently resolved to persist in his endeavors, determined not to disappoint their expectations. In the days to come, he would embrace this unwavering conviction, ready to face greater challenges and strive towards loftier aspirations. The mentor continued, emphasizing the importance of focus during skill execution, urging him to attune himself to the flow of soul power. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, mentor. I shall strive diligently. The mentor smiled warmly, affirming, Indeed, keep up the hard work. You possess great potential. They imparted numerous invaluable suggestions and guidance. With their support, Lin Yu gradually discovered various strategies to tackle his difficulties. Nevertheless, challenges continued to emerge in rapid succession. During a sparring session with fellow Spirit Hall students, Lin Yu believed he had made significant progress. However, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the ferocity of his opponent's onslaught. Alas, Lin Yu exclaimed as his maneuvers were effortlessly countered, narrowly escaping injury. After the match, Li Ming rushed over, inquiring, Are you all right, Lin Yu? Shaking his head, Lin Yu replied, I am fine, but I feel I am still too weak. Li Ming reassured him, Do not say that. You have worked very hard. This defeat was merely an accident. Lin Yu offered a wry smile, responding, No, this is not an accident. I have come to a profound realization that I have a long journey ahead and numerous shortcomings to address. Yet, Lin Yu was not daunted by these hardships and challenges. On the contrary, he regarded these setbacks as essential trials for his growth. He quietly vowed to overcome these obstacles, continuously enhance his abilities, and truly become worthy of the formidable time-space sword spirit. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu dedicated himself to rigorous training, persistently pushing his limits. I can certainly do this, he encouraged himself internally. Li Ming remained steadfastly by his side, facing difficulties together. Come on, Lin Yu. Li Ming cheered him on from the sidelines. Lin Yu smiled, affirming, Yes, I will. He continued to concentrate on his training, each advancement filling him with immense excitement. As time flowed by, Lin Yu persevered along his path of cultivation, undeterred by the numerous challenges he encountered. He understood that only through weathering the storms could he progress further and more steadily on this journey of cultivation. I will undoubtedly become a powerful soul master, Lin Yu firmly believed. His friend Li Ming also stood resolutely alongside him, collectively pursuing their dreams. The road ahead was long, yet Lin Yu was prepared to embrace every challenge and realize his aspirations. Chapter 6. Special training on a particularly radiant morning, with a gentle breeze bringing a refreshing coolness. Lin Yu approached the enigmatic training grounds of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by his mentor, filled with both trepidation and anticipation. Upon entering this arena, Lin Yu's gaze was immediately captivated by the diverse training apparatuses and the array of formidable obstacles that lay before him. These facilities encompass various heights of walls, balance beams, ropes, and a myriad of obstacles that appear both peculiar and perilous. Surrounding the arena, numerous traps are meticulously arranged, instilling a sense of trepidation. The instructor's expression was grave, his gaze exuding authority as he intently regarded Lin Yu, solemnly declaring, Lin Yu, from this day forth, you shall commence your specialized training here. These exercises are no trivial matter. They will profoundly test your strength, endurance, and adaptability. Be prepared mentally for what lies ahead. Lin Yu took a deep breath and nodded, signifying his readiness. He understood that this journey would be fraught with challenges and hardships, yet it also presented a vital opportunity for his growth and enhancement of strength. The mentor continued, stating that each training exercise here serves a specific purpose and set of requirements, demanding his utmost effort to accomplish. Simultaneously, he assured Lin Yu that he would consistently monitor his progress and provide the necessary guidance and counsel. Remember, true improvement in one's abilities can only be attained through relentless effort and practice. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu gazed steadfastly at his mentor, nodding earnestly as he proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "Mentor, I am ready. I shall strive to enhance my abilities through rigorous training." His voice resonated with confidence and determination, greatly satisfying his mentor. The mentor nodded slightly, a hint of a reassuring smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Well, it is this determination that matters. Let us begin." With that, he turned and walked towards the center of the training ground, which was already equipped with various training apparatuses. The first exercise was the exceedingly complex obstacle course. The track was adorned with an array of obstacles of varying heights, with hidden traps lurking within, while torrents of water surged past. Lin Yu took a deep breath. As if summoning courage, and without hesitation, he dashed into the course. "Be careful, Lin Yu," the mentor anxiously cautioned from the sidelines. "I understand, mentor," Lin Yu responded loudly, his voice firm and resolute. His gaze was intense and filled with fighting spirit. He moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, gripping the obstacles tightly as he sought the next foothold, striving to ascend. Throughout this arduous endeavor, his body occasionally stumbled over concealed traps or was destabilized by the roaring waters, yet he never ceased in his forward momentum. Suddenly, Lin Yu let out a startled exclamation. "Ouch!" He had inadvertently tripped over a protruding rock, his knee crashing against the ground, instantly scraping his skin. Observing this, the mentor immediately called out with concern, "Lin Yu, are you all right?" Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu quickly rose to his feet, resolutely replying, "I am fine, mentor, let's continue." With that, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and re-engaged in the grueling training, pressing onward with unwavering resolve. At that moment, he held only one belief in his heart, to conquer himself and transcend his limits. Next, Lin Yu faced strength training. Before him lay massive stones and heavy barbells, each requiring immense effort. He inhaled deeply, adjusted his stance, then clenched his teeth, gripping the barbell tightly as he exerted all his strength to lift it. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his shirt, yet he remained undeterred. "Come on, Lin Yu, put in a bit more effort," the mentor encouraged from the side. Lin Yu summoned every ounce of energy, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, finally managing to lift the barbell slowly. Each exertion sent waves of soreness through his muscles, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, continually challenging his limits. Sweat drenched his clothing, cascading down his cheeks. "Well done, Lin Yu, keep it up." The mentor nodded approvingly. Lin Yu clenched his jaw, once more channeling all his strength to hoist the barbell above his head. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, forming small puddles on the ground. During the agility training, an array of small balls sped towards him from all directions, and Lin Yu had to react swiftly to evade them. He focused intently on the rapidly moving spheres, his body darting through them with the swiftness of lightning. Every movement was executed with such precision and swiftness, as if he had become one with his surroundings. As time progressed, Lin Yu's speed intensified. His figure flickered among the small orbs, dazzling the onlookers. His breath quickened, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. "Pay close attention, Lin Yu," the mentor urged. "Understood, mentor," Lin Yu replied, fully focused on the small orbs. Initially, he was often struck, but as time elapsed, his reaction time improved, enabling him to deftly evade these assaults. "Haha, I did it, mentor," Lin Yu exclaimed with exhilaration. They then commenced the training for soul power control. Lin Yu was required to wield his soul power with precision in various intricate environments, such as executing martial spirit skills on a swaying platform or maintaining a stable output of soul power amidst fierce winds. This demanded an exceptionally high level of mastery over his soul power. "Concentrate, Lin Yu, and feel the flow of your soul power," the mentor instructed. Lin Yu closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to the surging energy within, and gradually endeavored to harness it within this unique environment. Although the initial attempts proved challenging, through persistent practice, he gradually mastered the art. In addition to this, he engaged in a rigorous regimen of endurance running, meditation training, and various other high-intensity activities. Lin Yu immersed himself wholeheartedly in each training session, losing track of time and fatigue, with but a singular thought in his mind, the aspiration to elevate himself. Each dawn, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the training ground, Lin Yu had already embarked on his daily regimen. He jogged along the periphery of the field, inhaling the refreshing air and basking in the warmth of the sun, allowing his body to gradually acclimate to the state of physical exertion. Subsequently, he would proceed to the strength training area, utilizing an array of equipment to enhance his muscular strength from dumbbells to barbells, from push-ups to sit-ups. Every movement posed a challenge to his physical endurance. Upon the conclusion of the morning classes, Lin Yu did not succumb to rest, but instead made his way directly to the meditation room. Here, he needed to concentrate his mind, entering a profound meditative state to elevate his soul power. This exercise was an immense test of willpower, demanding sustained focus for extended periods. Any lapse in concentration could negate his efforts. Nevertheless, bolstered by his indomitable resolve, Lin Yu overcame obstacles time and again, successfully completing his meditation training. The afternoon sessions typically consisted of practical combat exercises, where Lin Yu engaged in simulated battles with fellow trainees to assess his mastery of skills through real-world application. He would engage in fierce confrontations with opponents, employing the soul techniques he had learned, striving to identify their weaknesses and deliver decisive blows. Throughout this process, he continuously reflected on his experiences, refining his tactical strategies. At the end of each day's training, Lin Yu would collapse onto the ground in exhaustion. Yet his heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. He could feel his strength gradually increasing, drawing ever closer to his formidable aspirations. "Mentor, I feel that I have progressed once again today," Lin Yu said, fatigued yet joyful. The mentor smiled and replied, "Indeed, Lin Yu, I have witnessed your hard work. Continue persevering, and you shall undoubtedly become the finest soul master." Lin Yu nodded resolutely and declared, "I will certainly not disappoint you, mentor." Throughout this unique training process, both his body and spirit underwent unprecedented trials as he gradually transformed and ascended toward a higher realm. "Persevere, Lin Yu, the road ahead is long, and together we shall strive," the mentor encouraged. "Indeed, mentor, let us work together." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with hope and anticipation for the future. Chapter 7. Joint cultivation. During that intense and fulfilling period of cultivation, the bond between Lin Yu and Su Yao blossomed like a tenacious vine, intertwining ever more deeply. Each morning, as the first warm rays of sunlight gently bathed the expansive courtyard of the martial soul hall, Lin Yu would arrive early at their designated meeting spot, quietly awaiting Su Yao's arrival. Before long, Su Yao's graceful figure would appear, her face radiant with a smile as bright as the sun, her eyes brimming with excitement and hope for the day's training. "Hey, Lin Yu, good morning." Su Yao greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Su Yao. Today promises to be yet another challenging day," Lin Yu replied. "Indeed, let us strive together." Su Yao's gaze radiated unwavering determination. They walked side by side toward the training room, engaging in cheerful conversation along the way. "I broke through another level yesterday. I feel myself growing stronger," Su Yao exclaimed excitedly. "That's wonderful. I too have gained some new insights," Lin Yu shared. They encouraged one another, exchanging thoughts and progressing together. Throughout this journey, their relationship grew increasingly intimate, as if they had become integral parts of each other's lives. "Lin Yu, do you think we will discover something new in our training today?" Su Yao inquired, her sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. "Well, I'm not certain, but I believe that as long as we put in the effort, we shall undoubtedly reap the rewards," Lin Yu replied earnestly. Upon reaching the training room, they each found a quiet spot and immersed themselves in focused cultivation. Lin Yu was wholly engrossed in wielding the soul of the time-space sword, his hands dancing swiftly through the air, conjuring brilliant rays of light that flickered around him as he continually endeavored to explore new techniques and applications. Occasionally, he murmured to himself, "This seems to condense the power of time and space even further." Meanwhile, Su Yao stood quietly, holding her ice magic wand. Her eyes closed as she attentively contemplated the mysteries of the ice element. She softly whispered, "How can I better master the power of ice?" During their training intervals, they would come together to share insights and experiences. Lin Yuxing excitedly said to Su Yao, "I have just discovered a new method for harnessing the power of time and space, which can enhance the potency of our attacks." Su Yu responded with a smile. "That's wonderful. I want to give it a try too." She began to softly share with Lin Yu her insights and discoveries during her cultivation of the ice magic wand spirit. Her sparkling eyes shimmered with enthusiasm, as if she had uncovered a precious treasure, eagerly longing to share it with Lin Yu. "I have found that when I concentrate my soul power more intensely into the ice magic wand, the power of the ice spikes increases significantly. Moreover, if I can condense the ice elemental force more tightly, the speed of the ice spikes will also be enhanced," Su Yao exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with confidence. Lin Yu listened attentively, nodding in agreement from time to time, and then shared his own experiences. I believe that the Sword of Time and Space requires exceptionally precise control over soul power when executing the teleportation skill. Even a slight deviation could lead to failure. Thus, I have been diligently working to enhance my mastery over soul power to make my teleportation more accurate. Wow, I see. I will pay attention to controlling my soul power next time. Xiao nodded thoughtfully, seemingly beginning to contemplate improvements to her own techniques in her mind. Haha. As we learn from one another, we will surely progress more rapidly, Lin Yu said with a smile. His eyes filled with admiration and encouragement as he looked at Su Yao. At times, they would face various difficulties and challenges together. On one occasion, the Spirit Hall arranged a cooperative trial task for pairs, requiring them to confront numerous dangers and obstacles. This presented a remarkable opportunity for growth. Yet it also posed a tremendous test. Before the task commenced, they encouraged each other. Su Yao, we can do this, Lin Yu declared. His gaze resolute as he held the Sword of Time and Space, which shimmered with a mysterious light. Su Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with a desire for victory. During the execution of the task, they worked closely together, with Lin Yu utilizing the teleportation ability of the Sword of Time and Space to swiftly maneuver across the battlefield, creating excellent opportunities for Su Yao to launch her attacks. Su Yu, I'm ready. You can strike at any time, Lin Yu whispered. However, they encountered formidable foes and faced some setbacks. Yet Su Yao remained undeterred, encouraging Lin Yu. Don't lose heart, Lin Yu. We will surely overcome this challenge. Upon hearing Su Yao's encouragement, Lin Yu felt a surge of strength within him. Taking a deep breath, he charged once more toward the enemy. All right, here I come. Su Yu wielded her ice wand, sending a sharp ice spear hurtling toward the enemy. Simultaneously, she skillfully employed her ice abilities to provide Lin Yu with solid cover and potent support. Lin Yu, watch out on the left. Su Yao, with her keen eyes, spotted an enemy ambush and quickly alerted him. Lin Yu adeptly teleported to evade the attack. Throughout the intense battle, they continually encouraged and trusted one another. With every obstacle they faced, they firmly believed in their ability to prevail together. Eventually, after a strenuous effort, they successfully completed the task. Fantastic! We did it! Lin Yu exclaimed in excitement. Su Yao displayed a contented smile, and they embraced tightly, celebrating this hard-earned victory. As time passed, their strength significantly increased. Lin Yu's mastery of the Sword of Time and Space became increasingly proficient, allowing him to react swiftly in battle and unleash formidable power. Su Yao, look! My Sword of Time and Space is even more powerful now, he said excitedly. That's amazing, Lin Yu, Su Yao praised with a smile. With the passage of time, Su Yao's ice wand also became more intuitive in her hands, enabling her to effortlessly unleash various dazzling and powerful ice abilities at will. Whenever she brandished her ice magic wand, a chilling aura emanated from it, sending shivers down one's spine. Haha, I have made progress too. Su Yu joyfully showcased her newly acquired skills to Lin Yu, her face radiant with confidence and satisfaction. Meanwhile, their friendship flourished like a robust sapling, growing ever more resilient and profound. In both training and daily life, they consistently supported and encouraged one another. On a tranquil night, Lin Yu and Su Yao sat quietly atop the Spirit Hall, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky. The heavens sparkled with countless stars, resembling a multitude of gems embedded within, casting a faint yet warm glow. Lin Yu softly remarked, Su Yao, how fortunate I am to be able to cultivate alongside you in this Spirit Hall. Your companionship makes everything so much more beautiful. His voice was gentle and sincere, imbued with a barely perceptible emotion. Su Yao smiled in response. Indeed, Lin Yu, we must always be there for one another, progressing together. Her gaze sparkled like the stars, brimming with anticipation for the future. No matter the challenges we may encounter, we shall face them together, Lin Yu declared resolutely, his tone revealing a sense of determination and courage. He understood well that only by standing shoulder to shoulder could they overcome the formidable obstacles ahead. Very well. It is a promise, Su Yu said, extending her pinky finger, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Observing this, Lin Yu also extended his pinky to entwine with hers. And together they recited, Pinky swear, 100 years without change. They laughed as they completed this small vow, as if, in that moment, their hearts intertwined even more closely. Their figures appeared particularly warm under the moonlight, and they knew the road ahead was long, yet as long as they walked hand in hand, nothing could hinder their progress. They envisioned the future, eager to continually ascend the peaks of their cultivation journey, collaboratively penning their legendary tale. Within this Spirit Hall, their story continued. and their friendship and growth would blossom into cherished memories, forever etched in each other's hearts. Chapter 8. The First Soul Ring in the Vast River of Time. Moments flowed silently like water, yet each second bore new hopes and possibilities. At last, the pivotal moment arrived. Lin Yu was on the brink of taking a significant step in acquiring his first soul ring. On this day, the sky was as blue as an immaculate sapphire, clear and profound. The sunlight cascaded gently, like a golden veil softly draping over the earth, bringing warmth and light to the entire world. Lin Yu and Su Yu walked side by side, their figures exuding a harmonious aura. Following closely behind were several mentors from the Spirit Hall, serving as a robust support system, bestowing upon the two an abundance of encouragement and protection. With resolute steps, the group ventured into the vast, enigmatic Douluo forest. The Douluo forest is one of the three major gathering points for soul beasts in the Douluo continent. It is said that at the heart of the forest reside soul beasts of 100,000 years, but Lin Yu knew this was not mere legend. He had gleaned from the Douluo continent novel that at least 200,000-year soul beasts, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, dwelled there. This place felt like an entirely foreign realm, brimming with ceaseless unknowns and latent perils. Each towering tree reached toward the heavens, its dense foliage weaving a verdant canopy that evoked a profound sense of insignificance. Lin Yu and Su Yao tread carefully, their gazes imbued with both vigilance and curiosity. A mysterious aura enveloped the forest, as if it concealed countless untold secrets. They sensed the subtle shifts in their surroundings. The wind whispered softly, and the leaves rustled gently, as though narrating stories meant only for them. Everyone must exercise utmost caution and maintain a heightened sense of alertness. The leading mentor intoned gravely, his countenance serious. His piercing gaze swept across each face, seemingly capable of unearthing the fears and anxieties buried deep within their hearts. Understood, mentor, Lin Yu and Su Yu replied in unison. They exchanged a glance, and within each other's eyes, they discerned an unmistakable resolve and courage. It was a brave pursuit of the unknown, an intrepid quest for the future. They inhaled deeply, firmly clutching their martial souls, steeling themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Upon entering the forest, each step forward felt laden with a profound sense of caution. Towering, dense trees loomed around them, their branches intertwining and leaves weaving together to form a verdant canopy above. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled shadows that danced upon the ground like enigmatic symbols. A thick carpet of fallen leaves blanketed the earth, each step eliciting a soft rustle, as if the very ground were whispering secrets. Occasionally, faint sounds drifted from afar, perhaps the chirping of birds or the howling of the wind as it swept through the trees, but more often than not, a profound silence enveloped them, stifling and palpable. This tranquility served as a constant reminder to remain vigilant, for any lapse in attention could prove perilous. Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of trees ahead, Su Yao felt a flicker of uncertainty stir within her. She softly inquired of Lin Yu, "Do you truly believe that aimlessly searching for soul beasts will lead us to one that suits us?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze deepening as he fell into a moment of contemplation. After a brief silence, he answered slowly, "Indeed, it is not an easy task. But if we observe and feel with sincerity, we are bound to make discoveries. Do you recall what our mentor once told us? Every soul beast possesses its unique habitat and habits. If we follow these characteristics, we will surely reap rewards." With that, Lin Yu resumed his forward journey, his eyes focused and resolute. The two of them traversed the narrow path through the woods, meticulously observing their surroundings, keen not to overlook any subtle signs that might indicate the presence of a soul beast. From time to time, Lin Yu would halt, crouching down to examine footprints or disturbances on the ground, striving to uncover traces of soul beast activity. He was wholly absorbed in this endeavor, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, driven solely by the desire to find the soul beast that belonged to him. "Look, over there. The grass seems to have been trampled." Lin Yu pointed towards a nearby thicket. The group immediately gathered around, and after a careful examination, the mentor remarked, "This must be the mark left by a small soul beast passing through. It is not the target we seek." As they continued their journey, they stumbled upon several similar traces, yet none matched their fervent hopes. With each ticking moment, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and anxious. "Do not fret, be patient. We will surely find it," Lin Yu reassured his companions. At that moment, Lin Yu caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. Following the aroma, he gazed into the distance and noticed something stirring beneath a large tree. "There seems to be something over there," he whispered, his focus sharpening on a particular direction. Sensing an anomaly, the group halted at his words, cautiously edging closer to the source. They moved stealthily, wary of disturbing any potential danger. As they approached, they discovered a soul beast, roughly the size of a small rabbit, nibbling on a plant. It emanated a faint aura of soul power, appearing rather unremarkable. "This is merely an ordinary soul beast, not what we are seeking," the mentor observed after a moment, prompting a sense of disappointment among the group, yet they pressed on. Having searched the forest for an extended period without any sign of their target soul beast, the weight of despondency began to settle in. Suddenly a low, menacing roar resounded through the woods, as if a formidable creature was drawing near. The group's expression shifted to alarm, and they instinctively scanned their surroundings. However, the roar soon faded, leaving the forest enveloped in silence. "What was that just now?" someone whispered. "I don't know, but it sounded like a powerful soul beast," another replied. The group exchanged glances, an ominous premonition swelling within their hearts. As they continued their journey, they grew increasingly cautious, fearful of unforeseen dangers. After a prolonged and arduous search, they finally stumbled upon some unusual signs in a secluded valley. A subtle yet palpable pressure enveloped the area, revealing enormous claw marks on the ground, while the surrounding flora bore the scars of trampling and destruction. It was evident that a formidable spirit beast roamed this place. A flicker of excitement gleamed in the mentor's eyes. He realized that they had at last uncovered a lead. The group, buoyed by exhilaration, quickened their pace, following the direction of the claw prints. At that moment, a deep, resonant growl echoed from the depths of the valley. Their expressions shifted instantly, and Linyu gripped his sword tightly, bracing himself for battle. Suddenly, a colossal silhouette emerged from the shadows of the valley. It was a nether wolf, its size comparable to that of a young calf, its pitch-black fur shimmering with a chilling luminescence in the sunlight. Its razor-sharp fangs instilled a sense of dread, and its eyes glimmered with a fierce malevolence. "It is a nether wolf," the mentor murmured, noting its aura. "It must be a century-old spirit beast, perfectly suited for Linyu." Taking a deep breath, Linyu's gaze hardened with determination. He understood that this was the challenge he was destined to confront. The nether wolf advanced, each step radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression that instilled fear. Linyu tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes fixed intently on the approaching beast. The nether wolf, sensing their presence, let out a low growl before lunging fiercely toward them. Linyu's figure flickered as he evaded the onslaught of the spectral wolf. He brandished his sword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that sliced towards the beast. The spectral wolf deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Yet the air was rent as the energy left a profound scar upon the ground. The wolf lunged once more, its maw agape as it expelled a torrent of black flames. Linyu swiftly retreated while wielding his sword to disperse the inky inferno. However, the spectral wolf was astonishingly swift. In an instant, it pounced before Linyu, bearing its razor-sharp fangs, poised to strike. Linyu was taken aback, swiftly raising his sword to deflect the attack from the spectral wolf. The creature's immense strength jolted through his arm, leaving it tingling. Yet, Linyu did not falter. He summoned all his might to shove the spectral wolf aside. In a flash, he darted around to the beast's rear and thrust his sword into its back. The spectral wolf howled in pain, turning to retaliate, but Linyu had already seized the opportunity to withdraw. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, locked in a relentless struggle. Chapter 9. The first soul ring. 2. Linyu unhesitatingly unleashed the skill of the Sword of Time and Space, his figure flickering instantaneously. His speed was remarkable, akin to a lightning bolt as he surged towards the phantom wolf. Observing this, the phantom wolf bared its fangs, attempting to sink its teeth into Linyu, yet he effortlessly evaded its onslaught, thanks to his agile physique and that extraordinary ability of instantaneous movement. "What astonishing speed!" Suyao exclaimed in awe from the sidelines. She had believed she possessed a sufficient understanding of Linyu's prowess, yet at that very moment, witnessing his astonishing velocity and reflexes left her utterly astounded. With its initial strike thwarted, the phantom wolf grew increasingly enraged. It unleashed a series of roars, lunging at Linyu time and again. However, Linyu's figure perpetually vanished at critical moments, rendering the phantom wolf's attacks futile. As Linyu evaded, he simultaneously sought opportunities to strike. He darted around the shadowy wolf, at times weaving beside it and at other moments suddenly appearing behind it, rendering the creature unable to capture him. "Be careful, Linyu," Suyao exclaimed anxiously, her heart racing with worry for his safety. Do not fret, I am unscathed, Lin Yu replied, his voice imbued with confidence, providing Su Yao with a modicum of reassurance. Lin Yu understood that this battle could not be prolonged, lest he find himself in peril. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. As he engaged in a dance of combat with the Nether Wolf, his body leaned slightly backward. His long sword firmly gripped in hand, his gaze focused and calm. He persistently shifted his footing, seeking the optimal moment to strike. With the passage of time, he became increasingly attuned to the Nether Wolf's attack patterns and rhythm. He discerned that while the creature possessed formidable strength, its movements were relatively sluggish, presenting him with an opportunity. Therefore, he began to deliberately provoke the Nether Wolf into making reckless maneuvers, seizing the chance to counterattack. On one occasion, the Nether Wolf lunged at Lin Yu once more, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs glinting ominously. Lin Yu, seizing the moment, swiftly evaded and instantaneously positioned himself beside the creature, delivering a powerful slash aimed at its flank. The Nether Wolf let out a pained howl, but did not retreat. Rather, it became even more frenzied in its assault. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Yu's brow as he continued to battle the beast, sustaining several injuries in the process. Yet, he showed no signs of yielding, steadfast in his conviction and indomitable spirit. Lin Yu, you can do it, Xiao cried anxiously from the sidelines, her fist clenched tightly, her heart brimming with concern. The mentors watched the clash with tense anticipation, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. They recognized that Lin Yu had exerted himself to the utmost, and if the struggle persisted, it could result in dire consequences. Nevertheless, they hoped to witness Lin Yu overcoming adversity through his own efforts and achieving growth. After a fierce exchange, Lin Yu finally discerned an opportune moment. Following a failed pounce from the Nether Wolf, there was a fleeting pause. Lin Yu seized this chance, channeling the power of the time-space sword with all his might, his form flickering like a specter as he struck decisively at the creature's vital point. The Nether Wolf let out a final, anguished cry before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Above the carcass of the Nether Wolf, a soul ring of violet and gold began to rise slowly, emanating a gentle glow as if beckoning Lin Yu. Observing this spectacle, one of the mentors could not help but speak. Lin Yu, judging by the color of this soul ring, it appears to be over 700 years old. Are you truly certain you wish to absorb it? I would advise against taking such a risk, as the higher the age of the soul ring, the more difficult it is to assimilate, and it may inflict severe harm on your body. However, Lin Yu remained undeterred by the mentor's words. He resolutely replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I have made my decision. I believe in my ability to absorb this soul ring and trust that it will bestow upon me greater strength." With that, Lin Yu settled into a meditative posture, his gaze fixed intently upon the gently floating soul ring. He took a deep breath, summoning the soul power within him, preparing to embrace the process of absorption. The moment Lin Yu's soul power made contact with the soul ring, a torrent of immense energy surged into his body, crashing through his meridians and bones, bringing with it an excruciating pain. Yet Lin Yu gritted his teeth, steadfastly refusing to let his will crumble. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming roar in his mind, as if a torrent of information were surging in wildly. He clenched his jaw tightly, striving to maintain his consciousness, daring not to relax even for a moment. He could sense that force rampaging through his meridians, the pain akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Yet he understood that this was an inevitable path for the transcendent absorption of the soul ring, a journey from which he could not easily retreat. As time ticked by, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the onslaught of that power. He endeavored to guide it, allowing it to gradually merge with his own soul energy. In this process, Lin Yu felt as though he had been transported to a fantastical realm. Countless shimmering lights and lines danced before him, as if the mysteries of the universe were unfolding in his sight. He exerted every effort to comprehend these wondrous visions, seeking to discover the power that belonged to him within them. Lin Yu, hold on, you can certainly achieve this. The voice of his mentor suddenly echoed in his ears, like a powerful source of motivation ceaselessly infusing his being. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, as if burdened by immense pressure, yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute, shimmering with a luminous brilliance. Sweat cascaded from his forehead like a fountain, saturating his garments, but he remained unfazed, wholly absorbed in harnessing the power of the soul ring. Each passing second felt interminably long. Nevertheless, Lin Yu steadfastly upheld his unwavering belief, continuously drawing energy from the soul ring. His body gradually acclimated to this formidable force. Muscles taut, and bones emitting a crisp sound. At long last, after a protracted wait, Lin Yu successfully absorbed the soul ring. He slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with excitement and joy. That radiance resembled the most resplendent star in the night sky, illuminating the entire space. "I have succeeded," Lin Yu exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable exhilaration. Upon hearing his cry, those around him hurriedly gathered, their faces alight with joyous smiles. Su Yao eagerly rushed to Lin Yu's side. Enveloping him in a tight embrace, her eyes filled with concern and blessings. The mentors also displayed expressions of satisfaction, fully aware of the effort and perseverance Lin Yu had invested in this training. In that moment, they beheld a young and promising warrior blossoming before them, their hearts swelling with anticipation. Lin Yu felt a surge of newfound power coursing through his veins, and a profound sense of gratitude welled up within him. He understood that his remarkable achievement was inseparable from the unwavering support and guardianship of Su Yao and his mentors. It was their companionship and encouragement that enabled him to overcome numerous obstacles and realize his aspirations. "Thank you all. Without you, I could never have succeeded in obtaining the soul ring," Lin Yu expressed earnestly, his voice imbued with sincerity and emotion. His gaze swept across each individual present, filling his heart with warmth. In that moment, he deeply felt the strength of camaraderie and the invaluable nature of friendship. This gratitude would forever be etched in his heart, motivating him to persist on his path of cultivation in the future. Chapter 10. Su Yao's first soul ring. No need for thanks. "This is the result of your own hard work," his mentor remarked with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Yu began to sense and explore the newly acquired soul skill. He discovered that this skill was named Ethereal Passage. When he unleashed this ability, his form could traverse the void like a spectral wolf, moving swiftly and silently, making it exceedingly difficult for adversaries to perceive his presence. This not only significantly enhanced his agility, but also offered him a myriad of strategic options in combat. "This soul skill is incredible," Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. "Haha, with this skill, you will navigate future battles with greater ease," his mentor assured him. "Indeed, Lin Yu. You must make the best use of this soul skill," Su Yao encouraged. Lin Yu nodded vigorously, silently vowing to diligently cultivate his skills in order to live up to everyone's expectations. At the same time, he recognized that he still had a long journey ahead, requiring continuous enhancement of his abilities to confront future challenges. "All right, Lin Yu. After absorbing the soul ring, what is your current soul power level?" the mentor inquired with a smile. "Mentor, I have absorbed this soul ring, which is over 700 years old. My soul power should now be at level 15. Though I will need to conduct a test back home to determine the precise level," Lin Yu responded excitedly. The mentor nodded in approval. "Very well. That is indeed a significant advancement. Let us take a brief respite. Once you have regained some strength, we shall continue our journey." With that, the mentor found a spot to sit and began to meditate quietly. Lin Yu stood by, observing his surroundings while savoring the newfound power that coursed through him. He silently rejoiced at the fortuitous acquisition of the soul ring and felt a surge of anticipation for the future. After a brief interval, the mentor opened his eyes and gazed at Lin Yu, saying, "Lin Yu, I am pleasantly surprised that we could secure your soul ring so early. The day is still young. How have you fared in your rest? Shall we proceed to assist Su Yao in acquiring her first soul ring? What are your thoughts?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "No problem, mentor. In that case, let us rest for half an hour before we set out to procure a soul ring for Su Yao." The mentor nodded, rising to his feet and brushing the dust from his garments. Lin Yu followed suit, stretching his body in preparation for the journey ahead. At that moment, a low, ominous hiss suddenly echoed through the air. The mentor and Lin Yu exchanged a wary glance, both displaying signs of vigilance. They turned their gaze toward the source of the sound and beheld a colossal python slowly slithering from the depths of the distant forest. This magnificent serpent was adorned with translucent, ice-blue scales that shimmered with a chilling radiance. Its massive and robust form loomed like a small mountain before them. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wow, what a colossal ice-armored python." Standing steadfastly beside him, Su Yao replied with unwavering resolve, "Humph. I have no fear of it." With that, she boldly brandished her ice magic wand and strode forward to confront the enormous ice python. In an instant, Su Yao deftly swung her wand, chanting incantations as a flurry of sharp ice spikes erupted forth. Countless pointed icicles hurtled towards the ice python like a torrential downpour. However, the python exhibited remarkable agility, expertly twisting its massive form to effortlessly evade the lethal barrage of ice spikes. Without warning, the ice python opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a chilling, bone-piercing mist of ice. In response to this sudden onslaught, Siyu swiftly conjured an ice shield, striving to withstand the formidable force. The icy mist collided fiercely with the shield, producing a sizzling sound, as though it sought to freeze everything in its vicinity. Suyu, be careful, Lin Yu shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Rest assured, I can handle this, she replied confidently, with a light tap of her toes against the ground. She soared gracefully into the air like a bird, skillfully executing the ice explosion technique. A series of energy-laden ice orbs cascaded down towards the ice python like shooting stars. Sensing the imminent threat, the ice python let out a deep growl, swinging its immensely tough tail with great force, creating a fierce gust of wind as it collided violently with the ice orbs, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light and immense shockwaves. Lin Yu observed anxiously from the sidelines, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword, ever ready to lend assistance. He recognized that this battle was a trial for Suyu, yet he held unwavering faith in her strength and courage. Amidst the fierce clash, Suyu, with her keen insight, seized an opportune moment during the ice-armored python's turn. A flicker of resolve illuminated her eyes as her hands moved in a flurry, swiftly executing a formidable ice-based original soul technique, Absolute Ice Seal. As she chanted, a beam of frigid light shot forth from her hands, enveloping the massive form of the ice-armored python. In the blink of an eye, the creature was immobilized, transformed into a crystalline ice sculpture. Before long, a yellow soul ring began to coalesce upon the frozen sculpture, igniting excitement among the onlookers, for such a sight was a rare occurrence. Suyu promptly seated herself, adjusting her posture to commence the absorption of the ice-armored python's soul ring. She closed her eyes, centering her thoughts, as she felt the surge of potent energy gradually infiltrating her being. Lin Yu and the mentors stood vigil beside her, safeguarding her as they understood that Suyu required tranquility during this critical moment, free from disturbances. Suyu, hold on, the mentor whispered encouragingly. He was acutely aware that absorbing a soul ring was no trivial endeavor. It demanded immense determination and stamina. Clenching her teeth, beads of sweat began to form on Suyu's forehead as she labored to assimilate the energy. Gradually, the soul ring of the ice-armored python started to integrate into her body, her breath evolving from chaotic to steadily controlled, ultimately culminating in a robust surge as if she were undergoing a metamorphosis. As time elapsed, Suyu finally completed the absorption of her first soul rings, significantly enhancing her ice abilities. With exhilaration, she opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, I did it! Eager to experiment with her newly acquired soul skill, Ice-Armored Shield. She willed forth a layer of chilling blue light that swiftly manifested into a transparent shield. This shield appeared remarkably sturdy, emanating an aura of coldness. Curiously, Suyu extended her finger to gently touch the shield, feeling a piercing chill. She realized that this barrier not only could withstand enemy assaults but also bore the potential to inflict frostbite upon any adversaries who dared approach her. A sense of joy welled within her. With this powerful defensive skill, she felt more secure when confronting foes. Determined, she resolved to practice diligently in order to master this ability and unleash its full power in battle. Chapter 11. Training after a prolonged and arduous period of relentless training. Lin Yu and his companions finally reaped the rewards of their remarkable progress. Lin Yu stood resolutely in the training ground, gripping the sword of time and space with unwavering determination in his gaze. He inhaled deeply, beginning to channel the soul power within him. The sword of time and space shimmered with radiant light as he softly uttered, "Time and space slash." In an instant, a fierce sword aura surged forth, accompanied by the twisting force of time and space, leaving a profound mark upon the ground. Lin Yu gazed upon his accomplishments, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he mused, I have become increasingly adept at wielding the soul of the sword of time and space. Beside him, Sophie expressed her envy, remarking, Lin Yu, your self-created soul skill with the sword of time and space is truly remarkable. When will I ever possess a self-created soul skill like yours? Lin Yu smiled at Su Ming and said, Su Ming, your fire leopard martial soul is truly formidable. You must understand that as long as you persistently strive in your cultivation, you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable progress in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with determination and resolve, responding, Yes, Lin Yu, I will certainly put in the effort. I believe I can become stronger. With that, Su Ming began to unleash his fire leopard martial soul. In an instant, his body was enveloped by searing flames, forming a fiery barrier around him. He shouted, Fire Leopard's first soul skill, Flame Impact. Immediately, an enormous fireball launched forth from in front of him, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, soaring into the distance before erupting in a tremendous explosion of power. The intense heat radiated as if it could incinerate everything in its vicinity. Witnessing Su Ming's formidable flame attack, Lin Yu could not help but nod in approval, thinking to himself that Su Ming's strength had indeed increased significantly. Meanwhile, the other companions diligently exerted themselves within their respective martial soul domains, showcasing their unique talents. Some excelled in defense, standing firm as they conjured a thick soul power shield in front of them, resembling an impregnable fortress. Others specialized in support, continuously emitting radiant light to bestow various enhancement effects upon their comrades. Everyone was striving to improve themselves while learning from one another, progressing together. As the comprehensive assessment from the Martial Soul Hall approached, Lin Yu and his companions appeared particularly excited yet anxious. Looking at everyone, Lin Yu spoke earnestly, "Friends, this assessment is a crucial moment to evaluate the fruits of our training. It holds great significance for each of us, so we must give it our all." One companion replied, "Lin Yu, rest assured, we are all aware of the importance of this assessment and will exert ourselves to the utmost." Another echoed, "Indeed. We will not disappoint anyone, nor let our efforts go to waste." Su Ming added, "Yes. We must prove our strength in this assessment and let everyone witness our growth and progress." Encouragingly, they exchanged words of motivation, their eyes filled with anticipation and confidence for the upcoming evaluation. "All right, let us strive together and work hard for our goals." Lin Yu inspired them. "No problem." Everyone responded in unison, their voices resonating through the air, proclaiming their determination and courage. As the time for the assessment drew closer, they became increasingly focused on their final preparations, eager to deliver outstanding performances. During the soul power test, the students lined up, ascending the testing platform one by one. Each person awaited the results with a mix of tension and anticipation. When it was Lin Yu's turn, he took a deep breath and unleashed his soul power to the fullest. As he exerted himself, the values on the testing instrument began to rise steadily, the numbers flashing rapidly as if racing against time. Ultimately, the values stabilized at an astonishing height of level 20. The participants present gasped in astonishment, while the mentors displayed expressions of surprise. They had initially perceived Lin Yu as merely an ordinary student, but now they were taken aback to discover the remarkable elevation of his soul power level. "Wow, Lin Yu, your soul power level is astonishingly high. You appear to be only 8 years old, yet your soul power has reached an impressive level 20. One student exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. Lin Yu smiled faintly as he descended from the testing platform. He was acutely aware that such a remarkable achievement was not easily attained. However, he remained free from arrogance or complacency. He understood that only through relentless effort could he truly harness his potential. Subsequently, his companions also performed exceptionally well, their soul power levels far surpassing those of their peers, showcasing immense potential and innate talent. Such outstanding results instilled in their mentors heightened expectations. During the practical assessments, the students were divided into small groups, each tasked with completing a series of challenges that included combat, puzzles, and cooperation. Lin Yu led his group into the simulated battlefield, where they would confront various trials and tribulations. "Everyone, be cautious and stay vigilant," Lin Yu cautioned. "Understood," his companions replied in unison. Shortly after entering the battlefield, they encountered a formidable group of soul beasts in a simulated attack. "Prepare for battle," Lin Yu shouted, charging forward. Employing the sword of time and space, he swiftly traversed into the midst of the soul beasts, unleashing a fierce assault. Su Ming, not to be outdone, commanded his flame leopard spirit, releasing a torrent of flames that engulfed the soul beasts. The other companions coordinated closely, each utilizing their skills to combat the threat. "Lin Yu, a powerful soul beast is charging towards us," one companion called out. "I will handle it," Lin Yu replied, using his temporal powers to appear before the creature and swiftly dispatch it with a single strike. Throughout the battle, they continuously communicated and collaborated. "Su Ming, watch out for the soul beast on the left." "Got it, I see it." After an intense confrontation, they successfully repelled all the simulated soul beast attacks. Next, they faced various tactical dilemmas, some requiring the formulation of offensive strategies, while others needed defensive arrangements. Lin Yu fully exhibited his leadership skills, guiding his companions with composure. "Let us split into 2 groups. One will execute a frontal assault while the other will flank from the side," Lin Yu directed. "No problem," his companions eagerly responded. Through their collective efforts, one tactical challenge after another was adeptly resolved. Their remarkable performance captured the keen interest of the higher-ups at the Spirit Hall. The elders and mentors observed from the viewing platform, nodding in approval at their display. This group of students possesses significant potential, one elder remarked. Especially that Linyu. His sort of time and space is indeed a rare find, another elder concurred. The Spirit Hall decided to provide them with additional resources and opportunities. When this news reached Linyu and his peers, they were filled with exhilaration. Wonderful! We have more resources and opportunities now, one companion exclaimed. Linyu calmly remarked. This is the fruit of our labor. However, we must not succumb to pride and complacency. We must continue to strive and progress further along our path of cultivation. Indeed, we cannot disappoint the expectations of the Spirit Hall, Su Ming asserted resolutely. From that moment onward, Linyu and his companions fortified their convictions. They diligently practiced every day, persistently enhancing their prowess. We shall achieve even greater accomplishments in our future cultivation endeavors, striving for the glory of the Spirit Hall, Linyu silently vowed within his heart. In addition to their training, they frequently exchanged insights and experiences related to their cultivation. I believe we must place greater emphasis on our synergy during battles, Linyu expressed. Absolutely, we could engage in more practical exercises to improve our teamwork, Su Ming proposed. A splendid idea. Let us commence from tomorrow, Linyu replied with a smile. Thus, they encouraged and supported one another, continuously advancing on their path of cultivation, aspiring towards loftier goals. Their future brimmed with boundless possibilities, and they would inscribe their illustrious chapters through their diligence and perseverance. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Soul Master during this period. The cultivation courses at the Spirit Hall concluded for the time being. Linyu felt the need for some respite, prompting him to depart from the Spirit Hall and explore the outside world. He yearned to discover new opportunities and insights, while also alleviating the tension that had accumulated within him. Thus, he ventured alone into the bustling and vibrant town. Upon entering the town, he was greeted by a rich atmosphere of festivity. The streets were teeming with people, the cacophony of voices and shouts creating a lively ambience that invigorated the spirit. A myriad of individuals traversed the thoroughfare, each face radiating joy and warmth. Linyu strolled leisurely down the street, his spirits buoyant. He sensed an atmosphere of life that was entirely distinct from that of the Spirit Hall. Here, there was no palpable tension of rigorous training, only the relaxed and carefree state of the townsfolk. He curiously observed everything around him, as if he had stepped into an enchanting new world. Excuse me, coming through. Suddenly, a vendor hurriedly pushed a cart brimming with goods past Linyu. He quickly stepped aside, watching the vendor's retreating figure, and couldn't help but chuckle. This quaint town was indeed teeming with vitality. As he continued forward, Linyu noticed a fruit stall surrounded by eager customers. The proprietor warmly called out, "Hey there, young man, come take a look at my fresh fruits." Approaching the stall, Linyu was delighted to see an array of vibrantly colored fruits that tantalized the appetite. Unable to resist, he purchased a few and savored their sweetness as he walked along. As he meandered, he found himself near a bustling square in the heart of the town, where a crowd had gathered, fervently engaged in animated discussions. Linyu, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer and perked up his ears to listen intently. "Have you heard?" A middle-aged man, clad in simple attire, spoke vividly. "Recently, a particularly mysterious and formidable young soul master has emerged." Upon hearing this, Linyu felt a stir in his heart. Who could this enigmatic young soul master be? Could it be someone he knows, or merely a topic of idle gossip among the masses? With a sense of curiosity and wonder, Linyu listened intently. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. "I reckon he is just a charlatan. Such extraordinary individuals simply do not exist," scoffed a young man adorned in opulent garments. "Exactly. Perhaps he is merely a swindler, preying on those unacquainted with the world," another person chimed in. Nevertheless, a greater number of individuals remained filled with anticipation and intrigue regarding the legendary young soul master. They speculated about his identity, origins, and future endeavors. Linyu stood quietly to the side, contemplating the discussions unfolding around him. He understood that in this realm, rumors and hearsay often possess a more compelling allure than reality. Yet they may also conceal truths unknown. Just then, a bright voice rang out. "Oh, come now, let us not bicker. Perhaps this young soul master is indeed formidable." The speaker was a lively and charming girl, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. The crowd turned to her as she continued with a smile. "Maybe he is that legendary genius soul master, diligently honing his skills, poised to astonish us all." Lin Yu could not help but chuckle. The girl's thoughts were indeed innocent and amusing. Nevertheless, he understood that in this world, anything was possible. Perhaps this enigmatic young soul master truly existed, diligently progressing on the path to becoming a formidable soul master. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu resolved to seek out this legendary young soul master, eager to uncover the depths of his mystery and prowess. At that moment, a kindly old man interjected, Indeed, I too have heard tales concerning that young soul master. It is said that his combat style is remarkably unique and elusive. He consistently manifests astonishing power at critical moments, leaving all in awe. Another individual nearby chimed in, Yes. I have also heard that he seems to possess a rather extraordinary martial soul. The specifics remain unclear, but it is certainly not an ordinary martial soul. Listening to the murmurs around him, Lin Yu's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. The rumors surrounding this enigmatic young soul master enveloped his mind like a mysterious fog, compelling him to unravel the truth concealed within. Hey, my good sir, just how formidable is this young soul master? Lin Yu finally could no longer restrain his inquisitiveness and inquired of the middle-aged man. The man glanced at him, a slight smile gracing his lips, and replied, Well, young lad, that's rather difficult to articulate. Suffice it to say, he is extraordinarily powerful. Dissatisfied with such vague remarks, Lin Yu pressed on. Is there a more specific example? Perhaps instances where he triumphed over formidable adversaries? The middle-aged man stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. It seems there was an occasion when he faced a particularly strong soul master, one with formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, he was able to discern his opponent's weaknesses and ultimately emerged victorious. On another occasion, despite being besieged by a group of foes, he adeptly navigated the situation and successfully escaped. In summary, his prowess is unfathomable, leaving others unable to predict his capabilities. Lin Yu listened with great interest, silently marveling at the extraordinary prowess and combat skills of the enigmatic young soul master. However, the true identity and background of this individual remained shrouded in mystery. The elder pondered for a moment before stating, I have heard that during a certain competition, he faced a formidable opponent and was on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, he unleashed a peculiar soul technique that dramatically turned the tide of battle, leaving his adversary in utter disarray. Wow, that's truly impressive, Lin Yu exclaimed. Indeed. That is why everyone is so curious about him, the middle-aged man remarked. Lin Yu began to conjure an image of the young soul master in his mind, pondering the extent of his abilities and the distinctive qualities that set him apart. The enigmatic rumors acted as a hook, ensnaring Lin Yu's heart and igniting an insatiable curiosity to uncover more about this young soul master. Do you know where he is now? Lin Yu inquired once more. The crowd shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance, for he was elusive and enigmatic. Lin Yu found himself engulfed in contemplation, pondering the potential truths concealed behind these rumors, as well as the implications this enigmatic young soul master might hold for himself and the spirit hall. At that moment, voices within the crowd began to murmur again. It is said he has recently been spotted in the Douluo forest. Is it true? I only heard it from others, and I am not entirely certain of the details. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. Perhaps he could venture into the Douluo forest to seek out this enigmatic young spirit master, potentially unraveling the mysteries surrounding him. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to return home to make preparations before embarking on his journey to the Douluo forest. Do you think he might visit our town? It is quite possible. He may have already arrived. Oh, how wonderful it would be to encounter him and witness whether he truly possesses such remarkable prowess. Listening to their conversation, Lin Yu was suddenly filled with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. He found himself curious about the identity of this enigmatic young spirit master and the reasons behind the considerable attention and discussion surrounding him. At that moment, the middle-aged man abruptly turned to Lin Yu and asked, Hey, young man, are you also a spirit master? Lin Yu nodded and replied, Yes. I am from the spirit hall. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Oh, the spirit hall. That is indeed a sanctuary for spirit masters. I never imagined that a young man like you would hail from there. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, those around them cast envious glances. The Spirit Hall, recognized as one of the most formidable organizations for spirit masters in the Douluo continent, holds an undeniable status and influence. To be a member of the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly a mark of honor. Chapter 13. The mysterious spirit master. To Lin Yu chuckled shyly, modestly replying, It's nothing much. However, deep down, he felt a sense of pride. After all, the identity of being a member of the Spirit Hall had indeed bestowed upon him numerous advantages. At that moment, the elder curiously leaned in and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this enigmatic young soul master?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow, ensnared in contemplation. He pondered inwardly, who exactly is this enigmatic young soul master? Is his prowess and talent truly as remarkable as the accolades suggest? Although the world sings his praises, Lin Yu feels compelled to witness for himself whether he truly possesses such formidable abilities. Resolving to uncover the truth, he decided to seek an opportunity to delve into the reality of this young soul master's capabilities. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and remarked, given his considerable fame, there must be remarkable qualities that set him apart. However, to truly grasp the extent of his prowess, one must witness it firsthand. At that moment, those around him nodded in agreement, expressing, "Indeed, we have also heard tales of his exploits, yet to truly comprehend his capabilities, personal experience is essential." An air of anticipation enveloped the crowd. Subsequently, Lin Yu lingered in the square for a while longer before turning to depart. He continued to meander through the town streets. Yet the enigma surrounding the mysterious young soul master lingered in his mind. Just then, a sudden gasp shattered the tranquility. Lin Yu swiftly turned his head and discovered a small girl recklessly dashing towards a galloping horse-drawn carriage, perilously close to danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his soul power and raced towards the child like a flash of lightning. He firmly embraced the girl, successfully steering her away from the carriage and averting a potential tragedy. Wow, that was close. The bystanders collectively exhaled in relief, the tense atmosphere finally dissipating. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl, her face pale with fright, trembled slightly as she clung to Lin Yu, as if she had found a sanctuary. Her eyes brimmed with gratitude and dependence, viewing Lin Yu as her savior. "You're welcome, but please be careful and don't run off like that again." Lin Yu gently reassured her, patting her back softly to instill a sense of security. At that moment, the girl's mother rushed over, her face etched with worry and anxiety. Upon seeing her daughter unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief and enveloped the girl in her arms, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Lin Yu. "Thank you, kind sir, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. "Not at all. Just make sure to keep an eye on your child in the future," he said kindly. After bidding farewell to the mother and daughter, Lin Yu continued his leisurely stroll through the town, feeling lighthearted and reveling in the rare tranquility of the moment. As he walked, he came upon an inn. "I might as well step inside and see if I can glean any further information about that young soul master," he mused to himself. With that thought, he entered the inn. Inside, the atmosphere was lively and bustling, filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation as patrons enjoyed food and drink. Lin Yu found an empty seat and ordered some refreshments, quietly listening to the chatter around him, hoping to extract some valuable tidbits of information. "Hey, have you heard? The mysterious young soul master has reappeared." A nearby table whispered excitedly, their voices tinged with curiosity and enthusiasm, capturing Lin Yu's attention. Lin Yu perked up his ears, listening intently. "Is it true? Where did it occur?" a person asked with eager anticipation. "It seems to be in the neighboring town. They say another splendid victory has been achieved," another person excitedly replied. "Wow, that's quite impressive. I am so eager to witness it," the third person couldn't help but exclaim. As Lin Yu savored his food and drink, he quietly absorbed the discussions around him, his curiosity about the enigmatic young soul master deepening. He yearned to uncover the identity of this individual and the reason behind the considerable stir they had created. Thus, he resolved to continue his exploration of the town, hoping to unearth some clues. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Yu exited the tavern and resumed his quest through the town. As night fell, the lights within the town illuminated the streets, casting a warm glow. He strolled through the vibrant town, enveloped in its liveliness and splendor. Unconsciously, the darkness of night gradually enveloped the surroundings. Observing the resplendent town, Lin Yu was filled with a myriad of reflections. This town radiated vitality and exuberance, where people lived in considerable comfort. The rumors surrounding the mysterious young soul master added an intriguing layer of mystique to the atmosphere. Perhaps I should seek out this young soul master and engage in a friendly contest, Lin Yu pondered to himself. He felt as though it had been ages since he had encountered a worthy rival, and the prospect of testing his skills against this young soul master promised to be exhilarating. With this thought, Lin Yu's gaze grew resolute. He decided to set forth the following day in search of the elusive young soul master. At dawn the next day, Lin Yu promptly packed his belongings and departed the town, embarking on his journey to find the mysterious young soul master. He shouldered a heavy backpack filled with provisions, water, and essential items. Clad in light attire and comfortable boots, he marched forward with unwavering determination and vigor. Along the way, Lin Yu encountered a myriad of individuals. Some shared tales and legends about the enigmatic young soul master, further fueling his curiosity. Others advised him to abandon his quest, deeming it an impossible endeavor. Yet, Lin Yu remained undeterred by their words, firmly believing in his ability to locate the mysterious young soul master and learn profound soul techniques from him. As time passed, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the rigors of his journey. He learned to navigate inclement weather and harsh conditions, as well as how to communicate with strangers to glean valuable information. Throughout his travels, he persistently inquired about the mysterious young soul master, gradually piecing together a more intricate understanding of this individual. It was said that this enigmatic young soul master hailed from distant lands, possessing formidable soul techniques and exceptional combat prowess. He had previously showcased astonishing strength in a fierce battle, leaving many in awe. However, little was known about his lineage and background. It was only understood that he wandered in search of stronger adversaries and more advanced soul techniques. Lin Yu secretly vowed to find this enigmatic young soul master, to learn profound soul techniques from him and enhance his own prowess. Regardless of the daunting obstacles that lay ahead, he would not waver. He firmly believed that with perseverance, he would undoubtedly achieve his aspirations. Chapter 14. Unveiling the veil of the mysterious soul master in the lengthy and arduous journey of pursuing clues, Lin Yu found himself ensnared in a vast enigma. Each step taken with meticulous caution yet unwavering determination. He resembled a tireless explorer, weaving through the intricate labyrinth of clues, striving to inch closer to the truth. I must uncover the answer. I must unveil the true identity of this mysterious soul master, Lin Yu resolutely told himself, his eyes gleaming with fervent dedication, day and night. He tirelessly sifted through the seemingly chaotic clues, leaving no minute detail overlooked in his quest to identify the pivotal connection within the tangled strands. As time passed, Lin Yu's eyes became bloodshot, yet his spirit soared ever higher. Finally, after extensive contemplation and reasoning, he unearthed some faint traces. Though these clues were insignificant, they provided him with fresh insights and directions. One day, while once again engrossed in his research, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated Lin Yu's mind. He murmured softly, his gaze fixated on several threads of clues in his hand. He began to meticulously analyze the interconnections among these clues, seeking to discern the concealed patterns. As time progressed, Lin Yu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and a hint of joy emerged upon his visage. To his astonishment, this mysterious soul master possessed the blue-silver grass martial soul. A martial soul widely regarded as a useless one within the soul master community. Yet this individual could cultivate the blue-silver grass martial soul to attain such formidable strength. What a miracle! Lin Yu marveled, his face alight with astonishment. He could hardly fathom how a martial soul deemed ineffectual could unleash such immense power in the hands of this enigmatic soul master. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. According to the existing clues, this mysterious soul master also wielded a unique method enabling him to engage in battles beyond his level. This implied that even when confronted by adversaries of superior rank, he could effortlessly cope with and even triumph over them. Such an ability was undeniably unparalleled in the realm of soul masters. Lin Yu silently recited these critical pieces of information as indistinct images began to materialize in his mind. The deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more he sensed an inexplicable familiarity washing over him. It felt as though this sensation was hinting that the identity of this mysterious soul master was not entirely foreign. Yet it eluded his precise recollection. Why do I feel this way? Where have I encountered this person before? Lin Yu pondered deeply, his brow furrowed in concentration. His mind raced like a swiftly operating machine, scouring every nook and cranny of his memories in hopes of discovering something that corresponded with this sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a bold conjecture surged within Lin Yu's heart. Could it be him? Once this thought emerged, it proliferated like wild grass, consuming his entire mind. At that moment, his companion Su Yao approached. Noticing Lin Yu's intense focus, she could not help but inquire, Lin Yu, what occupies your thoughts so deeply? Lin Yu regained his composure, diverting his gaze from the clues to Su Yao, and remarked, Su Yao, these clues and the characteristics of this enigmatic soul master remind me of someone. Oh, who might that be? Su Yao inquired eagerly. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Tang San. Tang San. Who is he? Is he formidable? Su Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression filled with confusion. Lin Yu nodded slightly, a glimmer of reverence passing through his eyes as he continued, "Indeed. The more I examine these clues, the more I perceive a striking resemblance to him. He is an exceptionally powerful soul master, endowed with a unique martial spirit and astonishing prowess." Su Yao furrowed her brows and remarked, "However, this seems rather coincidental, doesn't it? Could it be that you are overthinking this?" Lin Yu shook his head, his gaze unwavering and resolute, and declared with determination, "No, my intuition tells me. It cannot be wrong." His eyes betrayed an unwavering conviction and confidence, as if he possessed absolute certainty in his judgment. Concurrently, within the depths of Lin Yu's mind, fragments of memories from his past life began to shimmer like countless stars in the night sky. They flickered dimly in the darkness, each representing a forgotten chapter of his history. Among these hazy images, a figure seemed to gradually align with the persona he was piecing together in the present. It must be him. Lin Yu silently shouted within, overwhelmed with emotion. He felt a surge of powerful energy rising within him, compelling him to pursue those long-lost memories. He firmly believed that this figure was a significant individual from his past life, crucial to his existence. I must seize these memories. Lin Yu tightly closed his eyes, exerting every ounce of effort to capture those remnants of his previous existence. His thoughts raced like a wild stallion, galloping through the ocean of memory. He struggled desperately, attempting to grasp that elusive thread of insight, to reassemble all the fragmented memories. Almost there, Lin Yu repeated to himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His breathing quickened, his heart raced, as he fully immersed himself in this pursuit of recollection. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning cleaving the darkened sky, a name surged clearly through his mind, Tang San. Those two syllables acted as a key, unlocking the portals of his past life's memories. Waves of imagery cascaded forth, engulfing him, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face, his eyes widened in shock. It truly was him. He sat there, dazed, as the recent visions echoed incessantly in his mind, the turmoil within him akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. How was this possible? Lin Yu murmured, his gaze vacant, as if he had lost focus, realizing that he was destined to intersect with such a personage. He recalled every fragment associated with Tang San from his previous life. Those once vague memories now surged forth like a tide, becoming strikingly clear. He remembered Tang San's unparalleled strength, his indomitable will, and his unique charisma, a deep-seated reverence swelling within him. He was destined to be the pinnacle of Douluo continent, possessing boundless potential and talent. While I am merely an inexperienced novice, faced with such a formidable adversary, could I truly rise to the occasion? Lin Yu pondered inwardly, a mix of excitement and anxiety coursing through him. Yet, he was not vanquished by fear. Rather, it ignited the fighting spirit deep within him. He understood that encountering a powerhouse like Tang San represented both a challenge and an opportunity. Only through confrontation with the mighty could he continuously elevate himself and transcend his limits. I will not retreat, nor can I retreat. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve shining in his eyes, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead with unwavering determination. Lin Yu's heart began to grapple with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he yearned to encounter formidable individuals like Tang San, desiring to elevate himself through challenges. On the other hand, he harbored concerns regarding his ability to confront the trials that Tang San might present. No, I cannot falter. Lin Yu clenched his teeth, rallying his spirit within. I must face this with courage, regardless of what the future holds. I shall give it my all. Lin Yu took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to gradually settle. He understood that this was neither the time for hesitation nor fear. He must prepare himself to confront the formidable adversary from the memories of his past life. Su Yao. We must exert ourselves even more, Lin Yu declared, his gaze fixed on Su Yao, filled with unwavering determination. Su Yao nodded vigorously, affirming, rest assured, Lin Yu. I will always be by your side. We shall face this together. Her voice conveyed a sense of resolve and courage, enveloping Lin Yu in an overwhelming warmth. Lin Yu cast a grateful glance at Su Yao, before plunging once more into contemplation of the future. He was acutely aware that the path ahead would inevitably be fraught with challenges and obstacles. Yet, he held steadfast in his belief that with unwavering perseverance, he could surmount any adversity. In the days that followed, Lin Yu devoted himself to rigorous training, relentlessly enhancing his capabilities. He meticulously scrutinized every clue, seeking further information regarding Tang San. Together with Su Yao, he engaged in discussions about strategies, thoroughly preparing for the impending challenges they might face. They understood that this confrontation was not merely a test of strength, but rather an examination of intellect and courage. In Lin Yu's heart resided a singular conviction: to locate Tang San and unravel the enigma. No matter the magnitude of the difficulties encountered, he vowed never to surrender, for he bore the hopes of the entire world upon his shoulders. Regardless of what the future might hold, he would have no regrets. Lin Yu silently pledged to courageously press forward in pursuit of the truth and glory that belonged to him. Chapter 15. Embarking on a new journey upon discerning the enigmatic soul master's identity as Tang San. Lin Yu felt as though a colossal stone had been cast into his heart, sending ripples of turmoil through his soul that refused to settle. He stood quietly in a secluded corner of the spirit hall, with the world around him seemingly partitioned away. Rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, cascading down in delicate streams, casting dappled shadows and brilliant light upon him, reminiscent of a mystical tapestry. Lin Yu's profound gaze grew increasingly distant, as if striving to transcend the barriers of time and space in pursuit of all that pertained to Tang San. Tang San, it truly is him. Lin Yu murmured to himself, his thoughts surging like a tide. He recalled the memories of Tang San from his past life, that powerful and legendary figure, now intricately woven into the fabric of his own fate. Lin Yu gradually closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve deeper into the recesses of his past life memories. Those fragments of memory, long slumbering, unfurled in his mind like an ancient scroll obscured by the dust of time. He beheld Tang San from his previous existence, exhibiting unparalleled grace amidst a myriad of scenes. In the throes of fierce combat, Tang San wielded his blue-silver, grass martial spirit. His form lithe and agile as a leopard, every movement encapsulated boundless strength and exquisite skill. His gaze radiated an unwavering and fearless conviction, as if nothing in the world could impede his forward momentum. The ferocity he displayed in battle was truly awe-inspiring. Making it no surprise that he became such an extraordinary figure, Lin Yu couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Moreover, Tang San's resolute demeanor in the face of adversity left a profound impression on Lin Yu. His brow furrowed slightly, eyes shimmering with an indomitable light, even in dire straits. He would never concede defeat. This tenacity was immensely admirable, stirring a deep reverence within Lin Yu. He also witnessed the profound camaraderie shared among Tang San and his companions, as they supported one another, advancing and retreating together, confronting countless challenges and hardships side by side. Lin Yu felt a sense of sentimentality. Such sincere camaraderie is indeed a rarity. He meticulously sifted through these memories, leaving no detail overlooked. It seemed that his blue-silver grass martial soul harbored numerous extraordinary abilities. What might they encompass? As he pondered, he endeavored to recall. With the passage of time, some hazy images began to sharpen into clarity. He envisioned Tang San's unwavering focus during his training, his calm demeanor when confronted with formidable foes, and his decisive actions at crucial moments. It turned out he had such a rich past. Lin Yu gleaned some of Tang San's lesser-known experiences, which had forged his indomitable character. It was no wonder he possessed such strength. It was all the result of his relentless efforts. Lin Yu's respect for Tang San deepened further. Lin Yu continued to immerse himself in his memories, diligently excavating further information about Tang San. He discovered that Tang San not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also embodied noble virtues and unwavering beliefs. Tang San steadfastly adhered to his principles, remaining unshaken by external influences. His sincerity towards friends and mercilessness towards foes rendered him an admirable figure. Furthermore, Lin Yu observed Tang San's attitude towards spirit beasts. He recognized that spirit beasts are living beings, not mere tools or resources. Tang San respected the life of each spirit beast, refraining from inflicting harm upon them. This approach towards spirit beasts reflected the inherent kindness and compassion within Tang San. As Lin Yu delved deeper into Tang San's memories, he gained a more profound understanding of this formidable adversary. He realized that overcoming Tang San required not only the enhancement of his own abilities, but also the assimilation of Tang San's commendable traits. Only through continual self-improvement could he truly ascend to the pinnacle of power. With this invaluable information, Lin Yu developed a more comprehensive and nuanced perspective of Tang San. He acknowledged the immense strength and potential Tang San possessed, understanding that a lack of caution could pose a significant threat to himself. However, he also recognized that mere knowledge of his opponent was insufficient. He needed to devise effective strategies and plans to gain an advantage in the competition against Tang San. Thus, Lin Yu began to meticulously analyze Tang San's personality traits and behavioral patterns, striving to identify his weaknesses and predict his subsequent actions. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to leverage his own strengths and utilize the resources around him to augment his power. After much reflection, Lin Yu finally formulated a detailed action plan. He resolved to first enhance his own abilities through relentless practice and learning, thereby improving his soul power and combat skills. Additionally, he aimed to strengthen cooperation with his teammates to collectively counter Tang San. I must be thoroughly prepared and act with caution, Lin Yu silently affirmed to himself. At that moment, Su Yao approached him. Noticing Lin Yu's contemplative demeanor, she curiously inquired, "Lin Yu, what are you thinking so intently about?" Snapping back to reality, Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just pondering some matters." Su Yao's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, really? You don't seem to be contemplating ordinary issues. Are you thinking about Tang San?" Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, I am considering Tang San. After all, he is our future rival, and I must understand his situation to better prepare for him." Su Yao furrowed her brow, expressing concern, "But is Tang San truly that powerful? Can we defeat him?" Lin Yu gently patted Su Yao's shoulder and reassured her, "Do not worry. As long as we stand united and strive to enhance our abilities, we shall undoubtedly triumph over him. Furthermore, I have already devised a comprehensive action plan, and I am confident we will succeed." Hearing Lin Yu's words brimming with assurance, Su Yao felt her spirits lift slightly. She smiled and said, "All right, I shall place my trust in you this once. However, do not let me down." Lin Yu chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, I will not disappoint anyone." Curiosity piqued, Su Yu scratched her head and inquired, "What have you thought of?" A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as he slowly articulated, "I have considered his formidable strength, that awe-inspiring power, his unique martial soul and skills, seemingly bestowed by the heavens, and his character and experiences, which conceal countless untold stories." Admiration lit up Su Yao's face as she exclaimed, "Wow, you have thought of so much. What do you plan to do next?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow and answered with unwavering determination, "I intend to train even harder, continuously enhancing my strength. Only in this way can I hope to confront him." Su Yao nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, I support you. However, do not be overly anxious. Together we shall strive, and I believe we can overcome any adversity." Lin Yu gazed at Su Yao with gratitude and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Su Yao. With you by my side, I feel much more at ease." In preparation to face the myriad challenges that may arise in the future, Lin Yu dedicated himself to rigorous training. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in the study of martial arts, tirelessly practicing day and night, resulting in a significant enhancement of his soul power. As night fell and most had succumbed to slumber, Lin Yu remained steadfast in the training room. His clothes drenched in sweat, yet he exhibited no sign of fatigue. Deep within his heart, a singular conviction resided: to become stronger. He knew he must transcend his limits to stand a chance against Tang San. Lin Yu quietly motivated himself. Concurrently, he actively sought to engage with other skilled practitioners, soliciting their guidance in hopes of acquiring invaluable experience and wisdom. During a sparring session with a seasoned soul master, Lin Yu focused intently on countering each of his opponent's attacks. Suddenly, the soul master unleashed a ferocious onslaught, prompting Lin Yu to swiftly evade, all while rapidly devising a countermeasure in his mind. "Here it comes." Lin Yu seized the moment, calling out as he executed a newly learned technique. This move was an evolution of a martial arts skill from his past life. Though not yet mastered, it possessed considerable power. His opponent, caught off guard by Lin Yu's unexpected maneuver, displayed a fleeting expression of surprise. Yet, being an experienced soul master, he quickly regained his composure and responded adeptly. Thus commenced an intense duel, with both parties engaging fervently, neither yielding ground. In the end, Lin Yu was slightly outmatched, as his opponent discovered a flaw and emerged victorious. After the sparring session concluded, Lin Yu respectfully inquired of his senior, "Esteemed mentor, what shortcomings do you perceive in my performance?" The seasoned soul master replied with a smile, "Your reflexes are quite agile, and your grasp of that technique is commendable. However, your application of the moves could benefit from greater flexibility. Do not confine yourself too rigidly to the techniques themselves, but rather learn to adapt and respond to the ever-changing circumstances." Lin Yu nodded humbly and expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. I shall remember it well." Throughout the preparation process, He maintained a heightened sense of vigilance and acute insight. He continually analyzed the information gleaned from his past life memories, striving to anticipate Tang San's potential courses of action. What would I do if I were Tang San in this situation? Lin Yu often pondered. By adopting this perspective, he gradually comprehended Tang San's thought processes and decision-making habits, thereby equipping himself to better face the impending challenges. At last, after thorough preparation, Lin Yu felt ready to embark on a new journey. He packed all the essential items into his satchel, slung it over his shoulder, and, with unwavering conviction and dreams of the future, resolutely departed from the spirit hall. Before his departure, Su Yao came to see him off. Her eyes shimmered with concern and reluctance as she softly urged, "Lin Yu, please take care. I will be here waiting for your return." Lin Yu halted, turned to her, and with a gentle smile, patted her shoulder in reassurance, saying, "Do not worry, Su Yao. I will look after myself. When I return, we shall continue our adventure together." With that, he turned and walked away, not casting a glance back. His strides were firm and powerful, imbued with a sense of determination and purpose. He understood that this journey would pose formidable challenges. Yet he firmly believed that only through such trials could he truly grow and become even stronger. Lin Yu embarked on a new journey, fully aware that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Yet, he remained undaunted. For he believed that with the knowledge gleaned from his past life's memories and his continuously evolving strength, he would undoubtedly carve out his own path amidst the intertwined fates with Tang San, ultimately realizing his aspirations. His steps were resolute and powerful, each stride seemingly infused with anticipation for the future and unwavering determination. Within his heart burned a flame, a fervent desire for exploration of the unknown and an unrelenting pursuit of dreams. Chapter 16, The Nodding Scheme. After leaving the spirit hall, Lin Yu, guided by the memories of his past life, made his way to the city of Nodding in the Barak Kingdom, where Tang San would attend school. Upon his arrival, the scene before him evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth. At that moment, Lin Yu stood amidst the bustling streets of Nodding, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. He understood that while this city appeared unremarkable, it was, in fact, the inception of his grand ambitions. In this world brimming with uncertainty and challenges, the connections he forged would be the key to unlocking the doors of success. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his attire and resolutely ventured towards the social venues teeming with unknown possibilities and opportunities. Lin Yu began to make frequent appearances at various noble banquets. There, the resplendent palaces, dazzling lights, and melodious music collectively create a unique ambience. This exceptional stage has become the ideal venue for him to showcase his personal charm. Lin Yu donned an exquisitely crafted and impeccably tailored gown, his strides exuding both steadiness and poise. Each movement appeared as if meticulously sculpted, perfectly showcasing an aura of elegance. The moment he entered the banquet hall, countless gazes swiftly converged upon him. "Wow, he has arrived." Someone gasped softly. "Look how radiant he is today." A noblewoman could not help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Yu wore a gentle smile, gracefully nodding to those around him, his composed demeanor eliciting a sense of warmth. He elegantly navigated through the crowd, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with this nobleman or exchanging polite pleasantries with that lady, his conduct both gracious and appropriate, with every detail impeccably attended to. "Your gown is truly exquisite today," Lin Yu remarked to a lady with a radiant smile. "Oh, thank you. You certainly know how to compliment," she replied joyfully. Lin Yu could not help but feel a sense of quiet pride within himself, though he refrained from allowing such sentiments to manifest on his face. Instead, he maintained a polite and humble smile, as if it had become second nature to him. His steps were light and graceful as he navigated through the crowd, standing in stark contrast to those around him. He seemed to possess a unique charm that effortlessly drew others to him. Each movement appeared so natural and fluid, evoking the impression that he had emerged from a noble lineage. His gaze was keen and penetrating, always capable of swiftly identifying influential figures with whom he would engage. His voice was deep and gentle, imbued with an irresistible warmth. "Good day, esteemed sir. It is a pleasure to encounter you here." Lin Yu greeted a dignitary with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of excitement and anticipation, as though the individual represented the very connection he had long sought. "Oh, and who might you be?" The nobleman's expression betrayed a hint of confusion, his eyes fixed intently upon Lin Yu. Unfazed, Lin Yu maintained his composure, fully aware of the need to leave a lasting impression. Thus, he introduced himself with utmost clarity. "I am Lin Yu, having recently arrived here, and I sincerely hope for your future guidance." His tone was earnest and heartfelt, his eyes reflecting respect and gratitude towards the nobleman. Following this statement, Lin Yu continued to wear his polite smile, his gaze filled with reverence. He understood the significance of showing respect in such a setting, as it was essential to garner favor and trust. The nobleman nodded slightly, a flicker of subtle appreciation passing through his eyes, seemingly satisfied with Lin Yu's demeanor. Observing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. He knew that earning the nobleman's recognition signified that he had successfully etched a mark in the minds of these influential individuals, a crucial step for his future endeavors. Continuing to glide gracefully through the banquet hall, he keenly sought out the next significant person with whom to forge a connection. Each step exuded a sense of poise, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Throughout his conversations with these esteemed figures, Lin Yu consistently maintained a humble attitude, engaging sincerely, striving to understand their needs and perspectives. "Sir, what do you perceive to be the current developmental trends of Notting City?" Lin Yu inquired softly, his tone revealing both respect and curiosity towards the nobleman. The nobleman furrowed his brow slightly, taking a moment to ponder before responding. Notting City indeed harbors substantial potential for growth. However, as he spoke, he hesitated, a shadow of concern crossing his features. Lin Yu hurriedly nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he echoed, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. I have always held great optimism for the future of Nottingham." His countenance was imbued with earnestness, as if he genuinely anticipated the city's development. Subsequently, he continued to engage with the nobleman on various topics concerning Nottingham, attentively listening to every word while occasionally imparting his own insights. With a gentle yet resolute tone, he expressed his affection and confidence in the city, hoping to garner the nobleman's acknowledgement and support. The nobleman regarded Lin Yu with a smile and a nod of approval, beginning to share his own understanding and aspirations for Nottingham, emphasizing the city's potential and opportunities. Lin Yu listened intently, nodding in agreement while also presenting some of his perspectives and suggestions. Through this exchange, Lin Yu gained a deeper understanding of the nobleman's views and expectations for Nottingham, providing him with a clearer vision and direction for his future endeavors in the city. He realized that maintaining a positive relationship with these influential figures was essential for establishing and advancing his position in Nottingham. As the conversation deepened, Lin Yu increasingly felt that his decision to proactively engage with the nobleman was indeed the right one. They discussed ways to enhance Nottingham's economic strength, improve infrastructure, and attract more talent, exchanging opinions and ideas. Lin Yu discovered that despite their high status, these nobles were remarkably approachable, willing to listen to others' opinions and suggestions. In the end, Lin Yu expressed his gratitude to the nobleman, assuring him of his active participation in the construction of Nottingham. The nobleman smiled encouragingly, confident that Lin Yu would undoubtedly succeed in this city. Chapter 17. The layout of Nottingham 2 for those exceptionally powerful soul masters. Lin Yu approached them with a humble attitude, eager to learn from their expertise. He recognized that these individuals were seasoned veterans with extraordinary abilities, and their guidance could significantly accelerate his growth. Thus, he always engaged with these formidable beings with reverence, gleaning valuable knowledge and skills from them. During a particular banquet, Lin Yu encountered an extraordinary soul master named Carlos, renowned as the Star Minter. His presence enlivened the entire gathering, prompting many to approach him with greetings. Lin Yu, too, was not an exception. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly approached Carlos, respectfully bowing and declaring, "Esteemed Minter, you are indeed the illustrious Star Minter Carlos? I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It is an immense honor for me to meet you today." The Star Minter Carlos gazed at the young soul master before him, smiling slightly and nodding as he replied, "Ah, young one, how did you recognize me? What questions do you have?" Lin Yu hastily responded, "Esteemed Minter Xingqian, I find myself grappling with certain confusions in my soul technique cultivation. I wonder if you might offer me some guidance." Upon hearing this, Minter Carlos of Xingqian revealed a faint smile and replied, "Certainly, do share your concerns." Lin Yu meticulously articulated the challenges he faced, while Minter Carlos listened intently, occasionally nodding in understanding or furrowing his brow in contemplation. Once Lin Yu concluded, Minter Carlos pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, "I see. I comprehend your predicament. The issues you face are not overly complex, yet they do require a degree of skill and experience to navigate. Firstly, you must pay attention to the control of your own aura. Secondly, when confronting adversaries, avoid rigidity. Rather, employ a variety of tactics and skills with flexibility. Lastly, your mindset is paramount. Maintain your composure and confidence, believing in your ability to overcome challenges. Lin Yu listened with rapt attention, frequently nodding in agreement, secretly marveling at the profound knowledge and unique insights of the Stellar Minter. Once the Stellar Minter had concluded his discourse, Lin Yu rose respectfully and bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I have truly gained invaluable insights." His face radiated sincerity and appreciation, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The Stellar Minter, Carlos, smiled and gestured for Lin Yu to take a seat, speaking earnestly, "No need for such formality, young man. I see great potential in you. With diligent effort, you are destined to achieve remarkable heights. It brings me joy to assist you on this fortuitous occasion." Lin Yu nodded repeatedly, affirming that he would forever cherish the elder's teachings and endeavor to cultivate his skills with renewed vigor. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the rare opportunity presented by the guidance of the extraordinary Star Minter. He resolved within himself to seize this chance to enhance his own abilities. Observing Lin Yu's earnest and studious demeanor, the Star Minter felt a surge of admiration for him. He recognized that a young individual like Lin Yu, brimming with potential and diligence, was destined for an illustrious future. Perhaps, in time, he might even find himself seeking Lin Yu's assistance. As for the influential figures, Lin Yu adeptly tailored his approach to cater to their preferences. On one occasion, he learned that a certain dignitary harbored a particular fondness for a rare artwork. Consequently, he set about inquiring extensively, hoping to uncover a similar piece. After considerable effort, he finally discovered the whereabouts of the coveted artwork, only to find that it had already been purchased by another individual. Nevertheless, Lin Yu refused to relent. He navigated various channels and ultimately established contact with the buyer, persuading him to transfer the artwork to his possession. In this manner, Lin Yu exerted himself to procure an exceptionally similar piece. When he met with the dignitary, Lin Yu greeted him with a smile and said, "Esteemed sir, I have chanced upon a small artifact that I believe perfectly complements your esteemed taste, and I have brought it here as a gift for you." With that, he gently opened the box to reveal the artwork within. Upon seeing the piece, the dignitary's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Oh my, what a delightful surprise. Your thoughtfulness truly knows no bounds." Lin Yu smiled modestly and replied, "Your Excellency, you flatter me. It is my greatest honor to bring you joy." He then added, "In truth, I am merely fulfilling a request from a friend to present this gift to you. However, since you cherish it so much, I consider my task accomplished." The nobleman chuckled and nodded in approval, saying, "Indeed, your friend is quite remarkable. I must insist on being introduced to him at the earliest opportunity. That said, this piece of art truly aligns with my tastes, and I find it exceedingly delightful." Lin Yu promptly responded, "I am glad to hear you like it. I will certainly convey your appreciation to my friend." The two continued to engage in a pleasant discussion about art, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the end, the nobleman invited Lin Yu to dinner, expressing his desire to extend his gratitude. Thus, Lin Yu established a favorable rapport with these influential figures, winning their esteem through his attentiveness and diligence, thereby laying a more solid foundation for his development within this circle. Lin Yu was acutely aware that to establish himself in this realm, he must cultivate amiable relations with the influential elite. Thus, he spared no effort in catering to their whims, aspiring to earn their acknowledgement and support. For these powerful individuals, Lin Yu represented a valuable asset. Not only did he possess remarkable talent and capability, but he also excelled in the art of interpersonal relations, rendering him a figure of considerable popularity. As time progressed, Lin Yu's standing among the elite grew increasingly secure. He began to attract greater attention and admiration, simultaneously acquiring more opportunities and resources. He deftly leveraged these connections to enhance his own strength and influence, advancing steadily toward his aspirations. Throughout this journey, Lin Yu encountered various challenges and adversities. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief that perseverance would enable him to surmount all obstacles and realize his dreams. Ultimately, through his diligence and innate talent, he emerged as a prominent figure within this circle. Chapter 18, The Nottingham Arrangement 3. On a splendidly sunny day, Lin Yu wandered the streets of Nottingham, basking in the warmth of the sun and the gentle caress of the breeze. It was during this leisurely stroll that he fortuitously encountered a person adorned in resplendent attire, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this individual was none other than the influential merchant, Ma Hu, known widely across Nottingham. The moment Lin Yu laid eyes on Ma Hu, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. This was undoubtedly the esteemed merchant, and indeed, seeing him in person was far more impressive than mere hearsay had suggested. Lin Yu mused silently to himself. Without hesitation, he approached with a sincere smile illuminating his face. Extending a courteous greeting, "Greetings, esteemed merchant Mahu. I have long been acquainted with your illustrious name, and it is truly an honor to meet you today." The merchant regarded Lin Yu with keen interest, surveying him from head to toe with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes, and replied with a smile, "Oh, who might you be? How is it that you know of me?" Lin Yu promptly replied with a smile, "I am Lin Yu. I have always held profound admiration for your remarkable achievements in the realm of business. I believe your successful experiences are a priceless treasure for our younger generation. Therefore, it is truly a stroke of fortune to meet you here today." Through numerous in-depth conversations with affluent merchants, Lin Yu gleaned some of their unique philosophies and invaluable experiences in commerce. These insights greatly benefited him, and he could not help but exclaim, "Sir, your decisions in business are remarkably sagacious. I am deeply impressed by your wisdom and insight. As a junior, I hold you in the highest esteem." Upon hearing this, the wealthy merchant burst into hearty laughter and waved his hand, saying, "Ha, you flatter me. It is merely a sharing of experiences. Young people, as long as you are willing to learn and put forth effort, you will naturally reap the rewards." Lin Yu promptly nodded in agreement and seized the opportunity to inquire about various business-related matters from the affluent merchant. Observing Lin Yu's eagerness to learn, the merchant generously imparted his extensive experience accumulated over the years. He elucidated every aspect, from market trend analysis to product positioning and marketing strategies, providing thorough explanations. Lin Yu listened with rapt attention, occasionally posing questions or suggestions, engaging in fervent discussions with the merchant. As time gradually elapsed, Lin Yu, through relentless learning and practical application, gradually acquired a wealth of business knowledge and skills. Simultaneously, through his sincerity and talent, he successfully earned the trust and friendship of the merchant. The merchant not only extended considerable assistance and support to Lin Yu in business, but also introduced him to numerous other vital connections. Lin Yu cherished this hard-won friendship and the resources it afforded him, striving even harder to learn and improve himself. Aspiring to achieve greater accomplishments in the business realm and not to betray the merchant's trust and support. Throughout this process, Lin Yu discovered that his perspective had broadened significantly, and his thought processes had undergone a profound transformation. He began to view the business world from an entirely new angle, no longer confined to immediate gains but focusing on long-term development and strategic planning. This metamorphosis allowed Lin Yu to thrive in the business sector, with his career flourishing. All of this was made possible through the guidance and teachings of the merchant. Moreover, Lin Yu proactively sought to engage with certain hidden forces operating in the shadows. Though these forces were not widely recognized, they possessed formidable influence. Lin Yu was acutely aware that dealings with them necessitated extraordinary caution and vigilance, as any misstep could lead to unforeseen troubles. When meeting with a representative of a mysterious faction, Lin Yu's heart brimmed with wariness. He understood the significance of this meeting, but also recognized the inherent risks. The background and intentions of this enigmatic force remained undisclosed, and collaborating with them undoubtedly posed a gamble. Nevertheless, Lin Yu regarded this as a rare opportunity if he could successfully establish a positive rapport. It might unlock new avenues for his future. "What business do you seek with us?" the other party inquired in a low, resonant voice, reminiscent of an echo from the abyss, instilling a chill within. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He gazed into the representative's profound and piercing eyes, responding resolutely, "I wish to collaborate with you. I firmly believe we can mutually benefit one another, achieving a win-win outcome." The other party fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Lin Yu's words. Then, he finally spoke, "State your terms." This statement struck Lin Yu like a dagger, piercing deep into his consciousness. He was acutely aware that every subsequent word would dictate the trajectory of this dialogue. Lin Yu articulated his thoughts and plans in detail, encompassing his vision for the future and the potential for mutual growth. He underscored his strengths and resources, expressing a willingness to share these invaluable assets with his counterpart. Concurrently, he presented several reasonable requests, hoping for corresponding support and cooperation from the other party. After listening intently, the counterpart fell into deep contemplation, refraining from an immediate response. As time ticked away, an air of tension enveloped the room. Lin Yu's heart raced, uncertain whether he had successfully persuaded the other party, or whether they genuinely cared about his words. At that moment, the counterparts suddenly lifted their gaze, a fleeting glimmer of understanding evident in their eyes. "This matter requires careful consideration," they stated earnestly, looking directly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. After all, they were about to embark on a journey through a world teeming with uncertainties, where every step necessitated meticulous caution. As he departed, Lin Yu silently prayed for the seamless execution of their collaboration, fully aware that only through its success could he effectively fulfill the forthcoming tasks. As time progressed, Lin Yu's network of connections steadily expanded. Often, in the stillness of the night, he found himself reflecting on his experiences and the accomplishments he had achieved. At last, the groundwork of my network began to bear fruit, laying a robust foundation for my exploration in Nottingham. Lin Yu mused contentedly within himself. Yet, he also recognized that this was merely the beginning. A multitude of challenges and opportunities awaited him on the horizon. He would persist in his endeavors, continually broadening his connections and enhancing his capabilities to confront the various adversities that lay ahead. In this enigmatic world, Lin Yu would forge ahead, utilizing his intellect and courage to carve out a realm uniquely his own. These invaluable connections would undoubtedly serve as a significant ally on his path forward. Chapter 19. The Nottingham Strategy. For Lin Yu was acutely aware that in order to successfully navigate the forthcoming landscape replete with challenges and opportunities, ample resource preparation was of paramount importance. Thus, he resolutely immersed himself in the demanding and bustling preparatory work. "Hey, my friend. I see you have been quite busy in this materials market lately," a fellow shopper remarked to Lin Yu one day. Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Indeed. In pursuit of future aspirations, one must diligently prepare." His keen gaze was precisely directed towards the bustling and vibrant markets of rare materials in Notting City. Each day, he tirelessly navigated through the throngs of people and the myriad of stalls, his eyes reflecting determination and focus as he meticulously sought out those unique materials that could play a pivotal role in his grand plans. For the past few days, Lin Yu had frequented this market, earnestly searching for the materials he required. As he wandered, he examined the various items displayed at the stalls, occasionally picking up a few to inspect, though more often than not, he would shake his head and move on. On this particular day, Lin Yu finally discovered the material he had been seeking, a mineral known as amethyst chalcedony. This stone could be refined into a substance called amethyst essence, which possesses extraordinary energy, suitable for crafting advanced soul-guiding devices and elixirs. However, this mineral is exceedingly rare, found only in specific locations. After some haggling, Lin Yu ultimately acquired the amethyst chalcedony at a relatively reasonable price. He carefully stored it away and continued his quest for other necessary materials within the market. In addition to the amethyst chalcedony, Lin Yu also gathered numerous other precious materials, such as millennium spirit wood and 10,000-year cold iron. While these materials may not be as rare as the amethyst chalcedony, they are nonetheless essential for crafting elite soul-guiding devices and elixirs. Throughout his dealings with the merchants, Lin Yu demonstrated exceptional wit and eloquence. He understood that these traders were seasoned negotiators, and securing a bargain from them was no easy feat. Yet he had his own strategies. "Sir, don't you think this price is rather steep?" Lin Yu inquired with a smile, engaging in negotiation with one of the merchants, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. "I genuinely wish to purchase, but your price puts me in quite a predicament." The merchant furrowed his brow, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Ah, this price is already quite reasonable. It cannot be lowered further." Lin Yu quietly chuckled to himself. Indeed, these merchants were quite formidable, yet he remained undeterred. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Sir, I implore you to reconsider. I shall frequent your establishment often, and we could establish a long-term partnership." The merchant hesitated for a moment, clearly intrigued by Lin Yu's proposition. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu continued, "Furthermore, I can introduce more friends to purchase your goods. Would that not enhance your business?" Finally, the merchant relented. "Very well, then please state your price." Lin Yu felt a surge of joy within, yet his countenance remained composed. He quoted a price significantly lower than before, causing the merchant's eyes to widen in astonishment. "Impossible. This price is far too low. I cannot possibly turn a profit," the merchant exclaimed in anger. Lin Yu remained unfazed, fully aware that this was merely a tactic employed by the merchant during negotiations. He replied calmly, "My dear sir, there is no need for haste. We can engage in a measured discourse." After a spirited exchange of words, Lin Yu ultimately leveraged his astute intellect to procure a substantial quantity of high-quality metals at a relatively reasonable price. These metals shimmered under the sun, casting a captivating glow as if heralding their impending significance in the future. Subsequently, he tirelessly embarked on a quest for rare herbs, These herbs emitted a distinctive and enigmatic aura, seemingly harboring boundless power and secrets. Lin Yu was filled with anticipation, aware that these herbs might serve as invaluable aids on his journey of cultivation. In addition to the extraordinary herbs, Lin Yu also stumbled upon several rare crystals. Each crystal sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, each one as precious as a radiant star. He gingerly gathered them, savoring the warmth and strength they bestowed upon him. These crystals could potentially play a pivotal role in critical moments, providing Lin Yu with formidable energy support. Lin Yu profoundly comprehended that knowledge held a paramount significance in all of this. It was an intangible yet immensely vital resource. Thus, he frequently traversed the solemn and grand library of Notting City and various other venues steeped in scholarly ambience. Each time he entered the library, he felt as though he was submerged in an ocean of knowledge, ravenously perusing a multitude of texts and documents related to soul master cultivation and the mysteries of martial souls. He devoted himself to reading every line, as if he sought to extract the essence contained within. Upon encountering valuable information, he would promptly seize pen and paper, meticulously recording his findings, his focused demeanor reflecting a reverence akin to that of cherishing the world's most precious treasures. Throughout this process, he not only amassed a wealth of knowledge concerning martial souls, but also gained a deeper understanding of the methods for acquiring soul rings. He recognized that only by hunting soul beasts could one obtain soul rings, and that the effects of soul rings varied significantly with their age. Furthermore, he learned about some unique cultivation techniques that could aid him in enhancing his strength. This knowledge proved to be immensely beneficial, laying a solid foundation for his future development. As time passed, Lin Yu's repository of knowledge continuously expanded, resembling a treasure trove that was ever-growing. The wisdom within this trove not only guided him along his cultivation journey, preventing unnecessary detours, but also equipped him with an array of solutions when faced with challenges. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware that the acquisition of knowledge was not an instantaneous endeavor, but rather one that required sustained accumulation and effort over time. Consequently, he resolved to maintain this fervor for learning, continually enriching his reservoir of knowledge in pursuit of his ambition to become a formidable soul master. "Hey, why do you spend every day here? Don't you ever feel tired?" inquired a curious reader seated nearby, observing Lin Yu. Lin Yu lifted his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Haha, I am not fatigued at all. The knowledge within is like a treasure, captivating my very being." Simultaneously, Lin Yu did not overlook the whispers of hidden treasure troves and ancient relics nestled within the city of Notting. He understood profoundly that these locales might harbor forgotten precious artifacts and formidable soul cultivation techniques, both of which would be indispensable to his future endeavors. To obtain such invaluable information, Lin Yu was prepared to pay a hefty price, even willing to invest considerable time and energy in befriending those who might possess insider knowledge. At an unanticipated gathering, Lin Yu's attention was drawn to a rather enigmatic elder. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he approached the old man without hesitation, initiating a conversation. "Old gentleman, you appear to be well-versed in many matters," Lin Yu remarked with a smile. The elder cast a glance in his direction, responding with a knowing smile but remaining silent. Undeterred, Lin Yu continued to engage the elder in conversation, transitioning from mundane topics to the legends of Notting City. Gradually, the elder's demeanor softened towards Lin Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu subtly probed for information regarding the secret treasure troves and ancient ruins. Under the influence of Lin Yu's sincerity and tenacity, the elder eventually divulged a few cryptic words. "Youth, some matters are not for you to know. However, I can tell you that Notting City indeed conceals some unknown secrets, though those are relics of the past, rarely spoken of in the present." The elder spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart and continued to inquire, "Are these secrets related to treasures, or perhaps some powerful artifacts?" The elder gently shook his head and replied, "I cannot ascertain whether they are connected to treasures, but many tales have unfolded in those places. It is possible that some precious items lie buried there." A flicker of excitement danced in Lin Yu's eyes, for he understood that he had finally uncovered a vital clue. He continued his conversation with the elder, yearning for more information. Through their exchange, Lin Yu learned of a potential location that might conceal a secret treasury. Guided by the elder's hints, he embarked on a quest to locate this enigmatic site. After a rigorous exploration, he ultimately stumbled upon an ancient ruin hidden deep within the mountains. This place was imbued with the echoes of history, its walls etched with the poignant marks of time's passage. Lin Yu cautiously stepped into the ruins, meticulously searching for traces of treasure. In a hidden chamber, He stumbled upon a colossal chest brimming with golden soul coins and an array of exquisite artifacts. This discovery filled him with overwhelming joy, for he realized that his adventurous pursuits had finally borne fruit. Additionally, Lin Yu diligently gathered various intelligence resources in secrecy. Through a myriad of covert channels, he endeavored to comprehend the distribution of power and the movements of key figures within Nodding City. Rumors suggested that a certain family was poised for significant action, with whispers of an influential individual making an appearance. Each fragment of intelligence was meticulously collected by the protagonist. As time passed, Lin Yu's network of information expanded, deepening his understanding of Nodding City. Simultaneously, he continually enhanced his own abilities to better confront the challenges that lay ahead. One day, a thrilling piece of news arrived through his intelligence network. A grand auction was set to take place in Nodding City 3 days hence, featuring a remarkably unique storage soul guide. Lin Yu's awareness of this crucial information was entirely attributable to the considerable effort and energy he had invested in establishing his formidable intelligence network. This soul guide bore a melodious name, the Heart of the Stars. Its origins were said to be extraordinary, having been crafted with the utmost devotion by a legendary master who poured a lifetime of wisdom and skill into its creation. The Heart of the Stars was resplendent in appearance, emanating a mysterious deep blue hue that seemed to encapsulate the infinite secrets of the cosmos. Its surface was adorned with intricate and delicate star patterns, each twinkling with a subtle luminescence, as if the brilliance of the night sky had been ensnared within. Not only was the Heart of the Stars aesthetically pleasing, but it also possessed a vast internal space of 100 cubic meters, capable of accommodating a substantial quantity of items. Even more astonishing were its special functionalities, such as the ability to automatically categorize and organize belongings and preserve food. For one who frequently ventured into the unknown, such capabilities were undoubtedly invaluable. Moreover, the Heart of the Stars possessed a unique feature. It could transform its shape at the user's whim. Whether envisioned as a ring, necklace, or earrings, the Heart of the Stars could instantly morph into the desired ornament for the wearer. This design rendered it both beautiful and convenient to carry, making it a coveted treasure among many powerful individuals. However, acquiring such a precious soul guide was no simple feat due to its rarity and practicality. Numerous factions cast envious glances, resulting in fierce competition. Thus, successfully securing this coveted item would require a considerable price. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was well prepared. He had already begun to amass funds and formulated a series of strategies to ensure he could triumphantly claim the Heart of the Stars. On the day of the auction, Lin Yu arrived at the venue early, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. The atmosphere was electric, teeming with a multitude of buyers from various regions, all gathered to witness this grand event. As the exhibition and bidding of rare artifacts progressed, the auction gradually reached its zenith. At last, the enigmatic soul guide device, the Heart of the Stars, was presented upon the stage. Once the bidding commenced, the price surged upwards like a rocket, swiftly surpassing the significant threshold of 50,000 gold soul coins. 50,000 gold soul coins, exclaimed one buyer. Lin Yu tightly grasped the bidding paddle in his hand, his fingers turning pale from the pressure, his palm dampened by sweat. His gaze was fixed intently on the auction stage, revealing a sense of determination and resolve. His demeanor tense yet focused. 60,000 gold soul coins, Lin Yu declared through clenched teeth, a tremor evident in his voice. The other bidders, refusing to be outdone, began to raise their offers. 70,000 gold soul coins. Came another bid. 80,000 gold soul coins. A slight sheen of perspiration formed on Lin Yu's forehead. Yet he unwaveringly raised his paddle once more. At that moment, another buyer, seemingly equally determined, shouted 90,000 gold soul coins. The entire venue fell into a profound silence, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the next round of bidding. The atmosphere had reached a fever pitch, each individual's nerves taut, hearts racing, as if a thrilling battle were unfolding before them. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to quell his inner tension, yet the resolve in his eyes remained unmistakable. He turned to his assistant beside him and whispered, "It appears we are facing formidable competition this time." The assistant nodded in silent agreement, responding, "However, this soul-guiding artifact is indeed exceedingly rare, sir. If possible, it is worth a try." Lin Yu's gaze flickered, a glimmer of determination shining through. He clenched his fist and stated resolutely, "Indeed, no matter what, I must acquire it." He then raised his bidding paddle once more, exclaiming, 100,000 gold soul coins. This proclamation resonated like thunder throughout the auction hall. The attendees gasped in astonishment at this price, plunging the room into an immediate hush. However, after a brief silence, the venue erupted into murmurs of admiration, the crowd abuzz with astonishment at Lin Yu's audacity. The competitor, who had been vying with Lin Yu, appeared somewhat hesitant, clearly taken aback by such a lofty bid. After a moment of silence, he ultimately chose to withdraw from further bidding. The auctioneer, witnessing this, exclaimed with a tremor of excitement in his voice, 100,000 gold soul coins once, 100,000 gold soul coins twice, 100,000 gold soul coins thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully securing the heart of the stars. As the final gavel struck, thunderous applause erupted throughout the auction hall. Cheers and congratulations echoing to the heavens. When the host announced the sale, a cacophony of applause and jubilant shouts filled the air. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Yu's face as he slowly ascended the stage to personally receive the heart of the stars from the host. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, as if the entire world belonged to him. Returning to his seat, Lin Yu eagerly placed the heart of the stars in his palm, examining it closely. The gem was crystalline and translucent, seemingly filled with countless twinkling starlights, resembling a brilliant pearl from the cosmos. Its exterior was lavish and exquisite, exuding an intoxicating aura that captivated all who beheld it. Lin Yu gently caressed the surface of the heart of the stars, sensing the immense power it harbored within. This force flowed into him like a warm current, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort and joy. He understood that this heart of the stars was not merely a precious treasure, but a crucial companion for his future adventures. This heart of the stars shall be my vital ally in the journeys that lie ahead, Lin Yu murmured, his eyes shimmering with steadfast determination. He was acutely aware that with this artifact, his strength would be significantly augmented, better equipping him to face myriad challenges. He believed that through diligent cultivation and relentless exploration, he could unleash the heart of the star's fullest potential and emerge as a true powerhouse. Chapter 21. The initial layout within the seemingly tranquil city of Notting. Lin Yu quietly commenced his meticulously crafted plans regarding Shrek Academy. On this day, he found himself alone in his exceedingly secretive chamber, its walls adorned with detailed maps of Shrek Academy and its surroundings. In addition, a plethora of information pertinent to Tang San and Shrek Academy filled the space. This wealth of data was meticulously gathered through various channels, thoroughly filtered and organized to present such a comprehensive and intricate picture. At this moment, Lin Yu sat at the table, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. His gaze was sharp and focused, akin to that of a keen-eyed hawk. As he delved into profound contemplation, his fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, producing a crisp sound that echoed his inner deliberations and decisions. In his mind, numerous plans surged and intertwined, as he sought to uncover the most exquisite solution from the complex tapestry of clues before him. This solution needed to account for Shrek Academy's current state and future trajectory while maximizing the resources and advantages at his disposal. Simultaneously, he had to ensure that this plan would not attract undue attention or suspicion, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. As seconds ticked by, Lin Yu maintained an unwavering focus and composure. He recognized the critical importance of this layout. Its success could lay a solid foundation for his future. Conversely, failure could plunge him into unprecedented dilemmas and challenges. Therefore, he had to proceed with utmost caution, ensuring that every step was meticulously calculated. Finally, after prolonged contemplation, Lin Yu conceived a preliminary plan. He began with an intricate analysis of Tang San's character traits, his habitual behaviors, and the likely patterns of action he might adopt. Lin Yu understood that to defeat such a formidable adversary, he must delve into the depths of Tang San's psyche, identifying his vulnerabilities and flaws. Tang San was an astute and resilient individual, whose intelligence and perseverance had enabled him to transcend his limits on the path of cultivation, ultimately becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Lin Yu understood that luring Tang San into the trap he had meticulously devised was no trivial endeavor. It required an exhaustive consideration of every minute detail. He repeatedly simulated the various potential courses of action Tang San might take in his mind, from his activities within the academy to the routes he might choose for his excursions, leaving no possible variable unexamined. He even contemplated the myriad unforeseen circumstances Tang San could encounter, making ample preparations for each scenario. After extensive contemplation and analysis, Lin Yu finally formulated a flawless plan. This strategy not only took into account Tang San's personal characteristics, but also integrated the surrounding environment and prevailing circumstances. He was confident that by adhering to this plan, he could successfully ensnare Tang San in his trap. However, Lin Yu did not allow himself to grow complacent. He recognized that Tang San was an exceptionally cautious individual, and even the slightest oversight could spell disaster for his meticulously crafted scheme. Subsequently, Lin Yu immersed himself in a thorough study of the terrain surrounding Shrek Academy. He scrutinized every street and corner, his pen incessantly marking the map. He annotated every location that could potentially conceal traps, leaving no detail overlooked. He pondered how to exploit the terrain to execute his plan, envisioning the establishment of disorienting mazes at critical points to ensnare Tang San without his awareness. He imagined deploying trigger-based attack mechanisms in narrow passages to catch Tang San off guard. Moreover, he considered the possibility of Tang San retaliating with hidden weapons, and thus deliberately avoided positions vulnerable to such attacks in his layout. He also contemplated how to counter Tang San's other skills and abilities to ensure the smooth implementation of his strategy. After much deliberation, Lin Yu completed his study of the surrounding terrain and devised a comprehensive layout plan. He was convinced that executing this scheme would undoubtedly lead to Tang San's capture. Simultaneously, Lin Yu racked his brain, contemplating how to influence Tang San's decisions through the manipulation of public opinion. He understood that to successfully alter Tang San's mindset, he must first engage with the discourse. Thus, he began to meticulously plot, fabricating seemingly plausible rumors and false information, which he discreetly disseminated around Shrek Academy. Hoping to entice Tang San into making decisions aligned with his expectations, Lin Yu conceived a myriad of potential scenarios and settings, pondering how to incite Tang San's curiosity in certain areas, thus leading him into the meticulously crafted traps he had set. He meticulously examined Tang San's personality traits and psychological state, seeking the most effective method to steer him. Ultimately, Lin Yu resolved to exploit Tang San's concern for Tang Hao as a focal point, fabricating a rumor regarding Tang Hao to capture Tang San's attention. In this rumor, Lin Yu claimed that Tang Hao had been abducted by a mysterious force and imprisoned in a distant and perilous location. This enigmatic force seemingly bore some connection to Tang San, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. This rumor not only piqued Tang San's curiosity, but also instilled in him a sense of anxiety, as Tang Hao was a pivotal figure in his life. Furthermore, Lin Yu meticulously crafted certain details to enhance the rumor's credibility. Subsequently, Lin Yu began strategizing how to disseminate this rumor. He sought out reliable channels to relay the rumor to the students of Shrek Academy. These students swiftly propagated the rumor throughout the entire academy, eventually reaching Tang San's ears. As time passed, Tang San grew increasingly engrossed in this rumor, embarking on a quest for information to uncover more about his father, Tang Hao. Observing Tang San's reaction unfold precisely as he had anticipated, Lin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. He recognized that, with continued pressure, Tang San was likely to act in accordance with his plans. However, Lin Yu also understood that completely altering Tang San's decisions would not be an easy feat. He needed to continuously adjust his strategies and remain vigilant. Throughout this protracted process, Lin Yu found himself ensnared in an endless vortex of thought, perpetually overturning his previous assumptions while incessantly generating new ideas and strategies. At times, he would leisurely pace the room, as if in search of inspiration. At other moments, he would abruptly halt, fixating intently on a large map, seemingly seeking hidden clues, and at times, he would plunge into deep contemplation, motionless like a statue. As time slipped away, a plethora of ideas flooded Lin Yu's mind, each brimming with boundless possibilities. He incessantly pondered, analyzed, and compared, striving to discover the most impeccable solution. Occasionally, a sudden flash of inspiration would exhilarate him, yet he would soon find himself ensnared by the allure of an even superior option. Thus, after extensive deliberation and meticulous design, Lin Yu finally sketched a comprehensive and coherent layout plan for Shrek Academy within his mind. This plan not only accounted for the Academy's safety, functionality, and aesthetic appeal, but also incorporated numerous innovative elements that dazzled the eye. Yet, Lin Yu was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Countless details awaited his further refinement and practical implementation. Only through such diligence could he truly transform this plan into reality, guiding Tang San step by step into his carefully laid trap. Chapter 22. On-site arrangement as night fell. The moon concealed by darkness, the world lay in hushed silence. With unwavering determination and a meticulously crafted layout in hand, Lin Yu silently and stealthily entered the vicinity of Shrek Academy, much like a ghost merging with the shadows. His figure flickered in the darkness, blending seamlessly with the night, evading the notice of any onlookers. He moved like an ethereal specter, each motion imbued with lightness and extreme caution. First, he arrived at a secluded and tranquil alleyway, seldom traversed by others, yet a potential path that Tang Sen might take. Lin Yu carefully extracted specially prepared materials from his pocket and began to intricately set up a soul-confounding array at the entrance of the alley. He meticulously buried crystals that shimmered with an otherworldly glow in specific positions, then drew nearly invisible threads that intertwined to form a complex network. Each step was executed with utmost precision, ensuring that the array would function flawlessly, enveloping Tang San in an endless fog of confusion upon his entry. Once the soul-confounding array was set, Lin Yu swiftly exited the alley, continuing his search for the next suitable ambush location. His gaze was sharp and vigilant, leaving no corner that could conceal danger overlooked. Next, he found himself at the edge of an unremarkable forest. Lin Yu scrutinized his surroundings with meticulous attention, leaving no detail unexamined. After identifying several key positions, he began to install his offensive mechanisms. He securely embedded cleverly modified concealed weapons into the tree trunks, their placement so cunning that they would be nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. Additionally, he meticulously set up triggering devices, ready to unleash lethal force at the slightest contact from Tang San. In addition to the concealed weapons, Lin Yu laid hidden traps on the ground, their surfaces camouflaged by fallen leaves and dust, making them nearly imperceptible. However, should anyone step upon them, they would instantly activate, releasing immense energy and inflicting severe harm upon the enemy. At some critical junctures, Lin Yu carefully placed herbs that emitted a unique aroma. These enchanting and fragrant herbs, procured at a high price from a herbalist, exuded a scent that was faint yet potent enough to disrupt one's mental perception and judgment, also possessing a certain confounding effect on the soul's essence. Lin Yu mused to himself that the aroma must be subtle and elusive, allowing it to influence Tang San's senses and decisions without detection. With this thought, a sly smile crept upon his lips. Subsequently, Lin Yu approached some walls, his expression focused and earnest as he etched deeply concealed symbols with great care. As he meticulously engraved the symbols, he murmured to himself, "These characters must be sufficiently obscure, only to reveal themselves under specific lighting conditions. This will allow me to convey misleading information to Tang San, leading him step by step into the trap I have meticulously set." Once all the symbols were inscribed, Lin Yu carefully inspected them several times, ensuring that everything was flawlessly executed. Lin Yu devoted himself entirely to the task at hand, exhibiting an extraordinary level of patience and meticulousness in every arrangement and detail. He meticulously scrutinized each aspect repeatedly, leaving no potential issue unchecked, and diligently fine-tuned every element to ensure flawless operation. In his mind, he silently resolved, there must not be the slightest error. He was acutely aware of the significance of this mission. Even a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, it was imperative that these mechanisms and traps functioned without flaw, eluding the keen perception of Tang San. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain, potentially placing himself in jeopardy. With this determination, he immersed himself completely in the task, repeatedly verifying every minute detail. He meticulously checked the sensitivity of the triggering devices, the concealment of the traps, and the solidity of the connections. He could not afford the slightest negligence in any step. As time ticked away, fine beads of sweat began to form on Lin Yu's forehead, yet he remained intensely focused, undistracted in the slightest. He understood that only through such unwavering concentration could he ensure the successful execution of the plan, maximizing its impact at the critical moment. Lin Yu tirelessly traversed between various locations with remarkable speed, diligently immersed in his tasks. In his heart, he quietly murmured, to meticulously orchestrate this intricate layout, no amount of time or effort expended is too great. He firmly believed that by ensnaring Tang San within this trap, akin to a celestial net, he would allow him to truly experience the consequences of his prowess. Thus, through his unwavering diligence and intelligence, he adeptly integrated every corner surrounding the Shrek Academy into his design, rendering them indispensable components of the whole. Once all the practical arrangements were successfully completed, Lin Yu stood elated atop a vantage point, passionately gazing down upon his magnificent creation, a profound sense of accomplishment welling up within him. He mused to himself, Tang San, This time I shall see what means you possess to escape from my grasp. A powerful sense of anticipation and confidence surged within Lin Yu. As if he could vividly envision Tang Sen struggling in agony within the trap he had meticulously crafted. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward, revealing a smile brimming with satisfaction, as though victory was already assured, merely awaiting Tang San's entrance into the snare. At that moment, he would be able to leisurely delight in the sight of Tang San's utter humiliation. Lin Yu was acutely aware that his efforts were far from futile. This meticulously crafted trap would undoubtedly serve as a crucial instrument in achieving his objectives. He firmly believed that this time he would certainly emerge triumphant. In his heart, he resolutely told himself, "Just wait and see, Tang San. It won't be long before you fully comprehend my prowess." He was confident that once Tang San fell into this snare, he would possess ample means to ensnare him further, rendering him incapable of escape. Consequently, he would secure victory and realize his ambitions. As he pondered this, Lin Yu's spirit soared, eagerly anticipating the moment when Tang Sen would writhe in despair within the confines of the trap. Chapter 23. The guidance of public opinion. Lin Yu was acutely aware that merely relying on on-site arrangements was far from sufficient, for the influence of public opinion was immense and could not be underestimated. Therefore, he resolutely embarked on a meticulously planned campaign for guiding public sentiment. At this moment, he silently vowed to himself that everything must unfold flawlessly according to the preordained blueprint. "Tang San, I am eager to witness how you will escape from my grasp." His eyes shimmered with a confident gleam, as if he could already envision Tang Sen struggling in agony under his control. He meticulously contemplated every detail, carefully orchestrating each step to ensure that this endeavor of shaping public opinion would yield maximum impact, gradually ensnaring Tang San in the intricate trap he had woven. He was steadfast in his belief that this operation would undoubtedly succeed, compelling Tang San to deeply comprehend his formidable prowess and methods. Lin Yu repeatedly reminded himself, "Patience, Tang San. Soon, you shall unwittingly fall into my trap, and then you will comprehend the extent of my prowess." This was an exhilarating moment, for Lin Yu was orchestrating a cunning scheme against Tang San. Lin Yu began to actively seek out the villagers surrounding Shrek Academy, who had always excelled in the art of disseminating information. These villagers were typically brimming with enthusiasm for various rumors and tidbits, always eager to engage. Employing subtle tactics and promising them substantial rewards, Lin Yu successfully enlisted them as the purveyors of his carefully crafted narrative. In a dimly lit corner, Lin Yu held a clandestine meeting with these villagers, lowering his voice and cautiously sharing the meticulously fabricated tales he had devised. Though a sense of unease lingered in his heart, it was overshadowed by a profound anticipation for the future. Lin Yu endeavored to lower his voice, ensuring it remained audible yet imbued with an air of mystery. He spoke softly, saying, "If you wish to proceed in this manner, let it be known that within an abandoned courtyard near the academy lies a particularly enigmatic treasure. It is said that this treasure has the potential to significantly enhance a soul master's prowess. Should you disseminate this information, each of you shall receive 10 gold soul coins as a reward." As Lin Yu spoke, he simultaneously remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any potential eavesdroppers, ensuring that their conversation remained confidential and shielded from prying ears. Lin Yu spoke with such vividness that the students listened with rapt attention, their eyes beginning to sparkle, and expressions of excitement and anticipation gracing their faces. Lin Yu observed the excited expressions of his students, and an involuntary sense of delight surged within him, as if he could already envision the scene that would unfold once Tang Sen took the bait. Lin Yu contemplated that as long as the villagers disseminated this news, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar within the academy. At that point, Tang Sen would certainly be drawn into the fray, bringing him one step closer to the fruition of his plan. With this thought, a faint smile of satisfaction graced Lin Yu's lips. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he felt, brimming with confidence in his orchestrated campaign of public opinion, convinced that he could successfully lure Tang San into the trap he had meticulously set. The villagers, captivated by his words, exhibited gleams of excitement in their eyes. They appeared utterly enthralled by the tale, eager to propagate it far and wide. Observing their expressions, Lin Yu felt a surge of private triumph. All that remained was to await the rumor's propagation. Soon, Tang San would find himself ensnared, while Lin Yu would reap the rewards of his cunning. The villagers quickly grasped Lin Yu's intent, each one displaying an eager smile. They understood this would be an intriguing adventure, prompting them to spring into action. They began to spread the rumor throughout every nook and cranny of the academy. Whether during breaks, Mealtime in the cafeteria, or casual chats in the dormitories, they would casually mention the so-called mysterious treasure described in almost mythical terms. I have heard that this treasure is extraordinarily powerful. Securing it would catapult one to great heights, one villager proclaimed with feigned mystique. Indeed, it is said to be an ancient legacy, possessing boundless strength and wisdom. Another villager chimed in. Various versions of the rumor surged through the academy like a tidal wave. Some claimed the treasure was hidden in a secret corner of the library. Others asserted it lay ensconced within the safe of the principal's office. Still others insisted it was buried deep beneath the campus garden. Each rendition was steeped in mystery and allure, prompting imaginations to run wild with speculation. As the rumors continued to spread, the students developed a keen interest in this enigmatic treasure. They eagerly speculated about its true location and sought clues. Some intrepid students would approach the villagers disseminating the rumors for further details, but they were invariably met with vague responses, only deepening the intrigue surrounding the entire affair. Lin Yu observed all of this, and a heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. He secretly rejoiced at the success of his initial plan, while also eagerly anticipating Tang San's swift reaction to the rumors regarding the mysterious treasures. He could almost envision the excitement on Tang San's face upon receiving this news. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. Lin Yu was acutely aware of Tang San's fervent desire for the enhancement of his abilities. He believed that the moment Tang San learned of a treasure capable of significantly augmenting a Soul Master's power, he would undoubtedly be irresistibly drawn to it. Such a treasure held immense allure for any Soul Master, particularly for someone like Tang San, who relentlessly pursued ultimate strength. With this thought, a subtle smile graced the corners of Lin Yu's lips. However, he also recognized that ensnaring Tang San would not be a simple task. Although he had meticulously set the trap, he needed to await the opportune moment to ensnare his target. During this interim, he must remain vigilant, ensuring that no one becomes privy to his scheme. Otherwise, not only could his efforts be rendered futile, but he might also invite unforeseen complications upon himself. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He reminded himself that this was not the time for relaxation. There remained numerous tasks awaiting his attention. He must continue to refine his strategy, ensuring that every detail was meticulously accounted for. Only in this manner could he hope to successfully capture Tang San. In the days that followed, Lin Yu closely monitored Tang San's movements, while simultaneously adjusting and enhancing his own plans. He understood that a thrilling confrontation was imminent, and he needed to exert himself fully to emerge victorious in this battle. Chapter 24, Covert Surveillance. Lin Yu, like a specter concealed within the boundless abyss of darkness, silently lurks in the most secretive corners surrounding Shrek Academy. Draped in a cloak that seamlessly melds with the environment, he remains nearly undetectable, embodying the shadows themselves. He lies in wait, perfectly harmonized with the obscurity, emitting not a whisper nor revealing a trace, patiently biding his time, ever prepared to spring into action. A glimmer of sharpness occasionally flickers in his eyes, as if plotting something or scrutinizing the subtle movements around him, missing not a single nuance. In this shroud of darkness, he transforms into an enigmatic and elusive entity, leaving others unable to fathom his intentions. Perched atop a towering rooftop, Lin Yu wields a specially crafted telescope. Resembling a vigilant hawk with his piercing gaze intently fixed on Tang San's every move below in the academy. His eyes, akin to arrows, exude a chilling sharpness and concentration, ensuring that not even the faintest change in Tang San's expressions or gestures escapes his scrutiny. Whenever Tang San engages in conversation, Lin Yu immediately sharpens his focus, straining to capture the essence of their dialogue, eager to glean critical information pertinent to his meticulously orchestrated plans. With unwavering attention, he observes every detail, as if executing a mission of paramount importance. His demeanor is serious and taut, fearful of missing any vital clues. He grips the telescope with utmost care, as if cradling a rare treasure, terrified of damaging it with a careless move. His gaze remains fixed on Tang San, his focus as intense as a hunter tracking its prey, determined to imprint every nuance of Tang San's actions into his memory. As Tang San converses with others, Lin Yu's tension escalates, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he remains oblivious to this physical manifestation of his anxiety. At this moment, he immerses himself completely in the dialogue. Even his breathing becomes cautious, fearful of producing any sound that might disrupt his auditory vigilance. He listens intently, missing not a single word, diligently attempting to decipher their lip movements, seeking advantageous clues. Such insights may assist him in gaining a deeper understanding of Tang San. thereby crafting a more refined strategy to facilitate the seamless execution of his plans. As Tang San steps out of the academy, gradually approaching the direction Lin Yu has meticulously arranged, his focus sharpens even further, his entire being taut like a string poised to snap. He watches Tang San's every advance with heightened urgency, silently calculating the distance between Tang San and the various traps he has set. Should there be even the slightest deviation in Tang San's course of action, Lin Yu would swiftly employ a unique method of communication to decisively issue commands to his subordinates, strategically positioned nearby, urging them to create seemingly insignificant disturbances. This would artfully steer Tang San back onto the predetermined path. His gaze was fixed intently upon Tang San, unwavering, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, betraying the extreme tension and concentration within him. As time ticked away, and Tang San drew nearer to the first trap, Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened in tandem. He could almost hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heart, and his palms began to perspire. He understood that if this plan succeeded, it would spell significant trouble for Tang San, yet it might also expose him. Nevertheless, for Lin Yu, all of this was worthwhile. He had endured enough of Tang San's indifference and neglect. He sought to demonstrate his strength and worth. Just as Tang San was about to step into the trap, a sudden wave of intense unease washed over Lin Yu. He realized he had seemingly overlooked a crucial detail: Tang San's concealed weapons. These weapons could effortlessly dismantle his meticulously arranged traps, jeopardizing the entire scheme. Lin Yu's eyes widened, silently lamenting his blunder. How could he have made such a fundamental mistake? What was he to do now? If Tang San discovered the trap, he would undoubtedly become vigilant, making it all the more challenging to deal with him in the future. Lin Yu's expression darkened, his jaw clenched tightly as he desperately pondered a countermeasure. Lin Yu's hand was clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale as if he were on the verge of crushing something. His taut demeanor resembled a bow drawn to its fullest, poised to unleash a lethal arrow at any moment. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, exuding a sense of resolution and decisiveness, as if he were determined to penetrate the very essence of the person before him. Lin Yu's mind raced with unparalleled speed, operating like a finely tuned machine, relentlessly calculating the myriad scenarios that might arise and the corresponding strategies to counter them, without a hint of negligence or complacency. He understood all too well that this was a contest of life and death. Even the slightest misstep could render all efforts futile. He meticulously scrutinized every subtle movement of Tang San, his gaze as keen as that of a leopard, missing no slight rustle or shift in the atmosphere. His breathing remained steady and profound, as if he were silently attuned to the shifts of the surroundings, fearful of overlooking any opportunity to guide Tang San. The moment he detected any deviation from the predetermined course, he would issue commands to his subordinates without hesitation, his voice low yet resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. His followers sprang into action, employing minor disturbances to steer Tang San's trajectory, ensuring everything adhered to his meticulously crafted plan. In that shadowy corner, Lin Yu kept a close watch on Tang San, his eyes glinting with sharp intensity. He noticed that Tang San seemed intrigued by a particular rumor, even pausing momentarily, hesitating just a fraction. This subtle gesture illuminated Lin Yu's thoughts. He immediately recognized it as a rare opportunity. His mind raced as he pondered whether to amplify the rumor's influence or to strategically introduce new leads to captivate Tang San's attention. Weighing the pros and cons internally, he eventually resolved to act decisively, issuing new commands to his subordinates without a moment's pause. His gaze revealed a cunning and resolute demeanor, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. In that dimly lit corner, he quietly observed Tang San's every move, all the while devising his subsequent action plan in his mind. He was acutely aware that this opportunity was one of a lifetime. Should he let it slip, there would be no second chance. Thus, he was compelled to exert every effort, leaving no room for error. He meticulously considered each detail, repeatedly contemplating how to render his plan impeccable, ensuring Tang San would develop precisely as he envisioned. After thorough reflection, he firmly concluded that this was the wisest course of action. Consequently, he communicated his thoughts and directives to his subordinates in a unique manner, commanding them to adhere strictly to his requirements. As Tang San ventured deeper into the territory he had meticulously orchestrated, Lin Yu felt a mix of tension and exhilaration in the shadows, inwardly contemplating. Ah, Tang San, you have finally stepped into the trap I have so carefully laid. His heartbeat quickened slightly, beads of sweat forming on his palms, as he fixated on Tang San's every movement, continuously making subtle adjustments based on Tang San's real-time responses. When Tang San became ensnared in the illusionary maze, Lin Yu could not suppress a chuckle, thinking, "Ha! Now you shall experience the true power of this mesmerizing trap. Let us see how easily you can escape." He observed Tang San stumbling within the maze, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. However, contrary to Lin Yu's expectations, Tang San remained calm, meticulously surveying his surroundings in search of an exit. Lin Yu could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. But he quickly donned a look of disdain and remarked, "Humph, even if you manage to find an escape, there are far more traps awaiting you ahead." Subsequently, Tang San uncovered a concealed offensive mechanism, prompting Lin Yu to swiftly alter the conditions for triggering this device. With a sense of triumph, he mused, "I shall see how you contend with this unexpected turn of events." Indeed, Tang San was caught off guard by the suddenly activated offensive mechanism. However, he promptly reacted and evaded the attack. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu was momentarily engulfed by a sense of defeat. However, he quickly regained his composure, continuing to observe Tang San's movements and preparing to make adjustments at a moment's notice. As Tang San stepped into this area, an inexplicable sense of vigilance surged within him. He acutely sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him, as if hidden eyes were watching from the shadows. His brow furrowed slightly, and his footsteps became increasingly cautious as he warily scrutinized his surroundings. Just as he perceived the effects of the mesmerizing formation intensifying, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. This enchantment seemed far more formidable than those he had encountered previously, necessitating heightened caution. As time progressed, he found the mesmerizing formation increasingly troublesome, requiring meticulous attention. Suddenly, he noticed a subtle shift in the aura of a particular spot. As if some kind of trap was on the verge of being triggered, his gaze sharpened instantly, and his mind raced, contemplating strategies for response. Simultaneously, his body instinctively adopted a defensive stance, bracing for the impending danger. Lin Yu observed Tang San with great interest, noting the latter's cautious demeanor, as if he were facing a formidable adversary, which struck him as exceedingly amusing. It was as if he himself had transformed into a master capable of commanding all. This sensation filled him with increasing pride, prompting him to invest greater energy and thought into every detail, striving to refine the entire arrangement to perfection, achieving an impeccable state devoid of any flaws. Lin Yu observed Tang San's every move with unwavering focus. The moment Tang San exhibited even the slightest change, he was poised to respond swiftly and make the necessary adjustments. At times, he would enhance the effects of the illusionary formation, making it increasingly difficult for Tang San to discern his direction. At other times, he would skillfully alter the triggering conditions of the traps, ensnaring Tang San in peril without him realizing it. His meticulousness and attentiveness were astonishing, verging on the pedantic, as he overlooked no minute detail that might affect the efficacy of his stratagem. He resembled a master craftsman, diligently refining every facet in pursuit of creating a flawless masterpiece. He aimed to render his entire setup impeccable, ensuring that no matter how hard Tang San tried, he would remain ensnared within his grasp. His eyes radiated confidence and resolve, firmly believing that his intricate design would ultimately succeed in ensnaring Tang San. Throughout this entire process, Lin Yu maintained an extraordinary level of vigilance and an almost superhuman composure. He was acutely aware that even the slightest misstep could render all his prior efforts futile, leading to total defeat. Thus, he resolutely refused to allow even a hint of slackness or negligence to manifest. As Tang San stepped steadily and resolutely into the core of the layout, he appeared calm and composed, his expression as serene as still water, yet his gaze betrayed a sharp vigilance, as though he could perceive all lurking dangers. He cautiously advanced with his left foot, gently placing it on the ground as if testing for any irregularities. His movements were light and deliberate, as if the ground beneath concealed countless traps. Following suit, his right foot moved slowly yet with a determined strength, revealing the courage and resolve that resided deep within him. His right hand gripped his weapon tightly, holding it horizontally before him, always ready to confront any impending threat. The weapon gleamed with a chilling light, exuding an unsettling aura that seemed to proclaim its formidable power to any adversary. His left hand was slightly raised, adopting a defensive posture, prepared to fend off attacks from all directions. Leaning slightly forward, he turned his head ever so slightly, his gaze sweeping across every detail in his surroundings like that of a hawk, leaving no trace overlooked. With each small advance, he paused momentarily to listen intently to the ambient sounds, assessing whether any potential threats lay in wait. His ears were as sharp as those of a cheetah, capable of detecting the faintest changes in sound. Upon sensing any anomaly, he would react instantly, addressing the crisis with utmost speed. In that moment, Tang San epitomized the essence of a top-tier Tang sect assassin, calm, decisive, and resolute, instilling a sense of awe in observers. Meanwhile, Lin Yu concealed himself in the shadows, quietly observing all that transpired. His heartbeat quickened, as if it might leap from his chest. A complex blend of tension and anticipation surged within him, akin to a tumultuous tide sweeping through his soul. Lin Yu's palms were drenched with perspiration, his teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes fixated on Tang San, fearing the miss of any subtle detail. His heart was a tumult of contradictions and turmoil. On one hand, he yearned for Tang San to unwittingly step into the trap he had meticulously laid, while on the other, he was plagued by the anxiety that Tang San might sense the anomaly and evade capture, causing him immense anguish and torment. Nevertheless, despite this inner turmoil, he could not suppress the fervent fantasies and desires for success that resided deep within him. Each vivid imagination filled him with exhilaration, urging him to observe Tang San's every move with heightened intensity. In a highly concealed vantage point, Lin Yu leaned slightly forward, his expression grave and tense. His fists clenched so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand stood out prominently. His piercing gaze resembled twin torches, fervent and unwavering, locked intently on the slowly advancing figure of Tang San. His breathing quickened, and the sound of his heartbeat resonated distinctly in the silence of his surroundings. At this moment, Tang San, whose brow was typically relaxed, now bore a slight frown, as though he were contemplating something profound or had sensed an unusual presence. His steps were exceedingly cautious, moving forward with the deliberate slowness of a snail, each footfall taken with utmost care, as if wary of stepping upon some unseen peril. His right hand gripped his martial soul, blue-silver grass, with the tenacity of a vice, the grass seeming to merge seamlessly with his palm, imparting an aura of indomitable strength. His vigilant gaze swept meticulously across his surroundings, leaving no corner unexamined, his expression replete with caution and suspicion. Tang San's movements were remarkably slow, each action imbued with a sense of meticulousness. His eyes sparkled with alertness, maintaining a heightened sensitivity to the environment around him. His ears perked slightly, attuned to the slightest sounds, even the faintest noise capable of drawing his attention. His steps were light, yet steady, as if he were perpetually poised to confront any impending threat. Lin Yu quietly observed all that transpired, a wave of admiration swelling within him. He was astonished by Tang San's caution and vigilance, which made him acutely aware of the vast expanse of knowledge he still needed to acquire in the face of peril. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions and continued to focus on Tang San's every movement. As Lin Yu had anticipated, Tang San was profoundly influenced by the orchestrated public opinion and the meticulous arrangements of the surroundings. He resembled a puppet, guided by invisible strings, inching ever closer to the concealed traps and mechanisms. Lin Yu's heart raced with a mixture of impending triumph and trepidation, silently repeating to himself, "Soon, soon, he is about to fall into the snare." With each passing second, Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened, his breath grew somewhat labored, and his eyes remained fixed on Tang San, as if he sought to engrave every nuance of Tang San's actions into his memory. In his mind, he envisioned the various scenarios that would unfold once Tang San fell into the trap, an involuntary smirk gracing his lips. He could almost see Tang San's flustered state within the snare, hear his startled exclamations. And when that moment arrived, he would emerge as the victor of this game. As Tang San stepped into the realm of the illusionary maze, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth, a secret delight brewing within him. Upon entering, Tang San's steps faltered momentarily. He sensed an unusual presence, though uncertainty clouded his judgment. Suddenly, he found himself enveloped in a surreal world, the scenery around him growing hazy and distorted. Confusion flickered in his gaze as he began to wander in place, disoriented. The once clear sense of direction evaporated like smoke, and he furrowed his brow, striving to discern the correct path forward. Tentatively, he took a small step to the left, laden with hesitation, as if an unknown danger awaited him ahead. Then cautiously, he stepped right, each movement imbued with trepidation, as though a trap lurked there. Thus, Tang San spiraled in place. Seconds ticking away, beads of sweat forming on his brow, trickling down his cheeks and dampening his attire. His lips quivered slightly from anxiety, hands clenched tightly into fists, nails biting into his palms, leaving deep imprints. His heartbeat quickened, breaths grew frantic, as though enveloped by an aura of fear. Yet, despite this turmoil, Tang San did not surrender. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, recalling the knowledge and experiences of formations he had studied. He urged himself to trust his judgment and abilities, refusing to be deceived by the illusions before him. Resolutely, he attempted to take a step forward once more. After making that initial stride, he suddenly seemed to grasp something. Halting abruptly, his eyes filled with contemplation and doubt. He gently shook his head, questioning the decision he had just made. Subsequently, he swung his weapon to the right, the motion imbued with a sense of caution and unease, as if he were striving to uncover a path to breakthrough. Yet, each attempt only deepened his confusion. A profound bewilderment gradually manifested upon his visage, resembling a gathering storm cloud, increasingly overshadowing his face. His eyes darted incessantly, seeking a thread of insight amidst the chaotic tableau. However, no matter how fervently he endeavored, he could not grasp any useful information. His breathing quickened, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, rendering him somewhat flustered and helpless. Internally, he felt a mounting sense of urgency, acutely aware that this impasse could not persist. Yet, the predicament before him loomed like an immense enigma, leaving him at a loss. He could not help but ponder his next course of action, contemplating how he might shatter this stalemate. Through the peculiar apparatus, Lin Yu meticulously observed every subtle nuance of Tang San's expression, even the flicker of confusion and doubt etched upon his face. He recognized that this was the opportune moment to ensnare his quarry, a chance he could not afford to squander. Lin Yu's gaze ignited with fervor, and a tide of elation surged within him, rendering his excitement nearly uncontrollable. He fixated intently on Tang San, his hands trembling ever so slightly, as if victory was already beckoning him. In an instant, Tang San stepped forward, and with a faint crack, the ground yielded beneath him, triggering a hidden mechanism. Suddenly, a series of sharp whistling sounds pierced the air as a flurry of concealed projectiles hurtled towards him with alarming speed. True to his reputation as a master, Tang San reacted with astonishing swiftness. The moment the weapons were unleashed, his body executed a swift roll to the side. His movements were fluid, reminiscent of a leaping cheetah, and the blue-silver grass in his hands began to dance vigorously, forming an impenetrable shield before him. With unwavering focus, his eyes locked onto the oncoming projectiles. His expression grave and intent, he immersed himself in the perilous act of evasion. Yet, the onslaught of projectiles showed no signs of abating, arcing through the air and relentlessly targeting Tang San. His body twisted and rolled, the blue-silver grass in his grasp continuing to fend off the darting threats. Each strike cut through the air with a fierce whoosh, as if to rend the very fabric of the atmosphere. As time elapsed, Tang San's stamina and spirit power began to wane, yet he persisted, refusing to yield even a fraction of his resolve. The consequences of a hit were unthinkable. Gritting his teeth, he silently prayed for the mechanism to conclude swiftly. Otherwise, he feared he might falter. Despite Tang San's utmost efforts, the barrage of projectiles remained relentless, akin to a tempest, leaving him no sanctuary. Ultimately, one projectile grazed his sleeve, leaving a faint incision. A flicker of surprise and anger crossed his countenance, but it quickly transformed into heightened vigilance and calmness. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, concealed in the shadows, could not suppress a surge of exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with pride and anticipation. Clenching his teeth and balling his fists, he reveled in his triumph, acutely aware that Tang San had unwittingly fallen into the trap he had meticulously devised, all unfolding according to his design. At that moment, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within Lin Yu. He could almost perceive the dawn of victory approaching. Suppressing his excitement, he focused intently on Tang San's every move, eagerly anticipating the next turn of events. He firmly believed that as long as he maintained this rhythm, he could gradually lead Tang San into his trap, ultimately achieving his goal. As Tang San struggled painfully within the snare, a smug smile crept across Lin Yu's face, and he thought to himself, You have finally fallen into my trap. Let us see how you escape." The corners of his mouth curled upward, his eyes shimmering with cunning light. He then proceeded to activate further measures. Suddenly, a soft rustle was heard, and several exceedingly concealed ropes shot up with remarkable speed, catching one off guard. These ropes intertwined like a vast net, seeking to ensnare Tang San's movements. They were akin to hidden serpents lying in wait, launching a surprise attack without granting Tang San a moment to react. Simultaneously, some cleverly disguised sections of the ground gave way, revealing hidden pits difficult to detect. The once solid ground became treacherous. When Tang Sen stepped down, he nearly stumbled. This abrupt change caused his balance to falter, plunging him into a dire predicament. At this moment, Tang San resembled a bird struggling to survive amidst a tempest, confronting an unprecedented crisis. His figure flickered amidst the onslaught, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning cutting through the sky. At times, he soared high, like a nimble swallow, attempting to evade the troublesome ropes. At other moments, he crouched low, his movements agile and swift, showcasing his extraordinary skill and remarkable reflexes. However, despite his utmost efforts, he could not avert unforeseen calamities. Suddenly, a rope coiled around his ankle like a sly serpent, severely restricting his movements. He tugged desperately at the rope, urgency etched on his face, exerting all his strength to break free, yet the rope clung to him as if imbued with life, ensnaring him in a perilous situation. In that moment, Tang Sen found himself entirely mired in confusion and adversity, unable to extricate himself from the quagmire. Danger and obstacles surrounded him, making each step arduous. His eyes reflected a hint of panic and bewilderment, yet predominantly revealed determination and resilience, as he tirelessly sought a way to escape, valiantly battling against his plight. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood a short distance away, quietly observing the unfolding scene, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He knew that the trap he had set had successfully ensnared Tang San. Now, he merely needed to bide his time until he could completely subdue him. The protagonist felt a surge of inner triumph, sensing that the outcome of this contest seemed already decided, and he eagerly anticipated witnessing Tang San's defeat. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that it was his own arrogance and underestimation that had rendered the situation so convoluted. Tang Sen pressed on through this chaotic realm, his heart brimming with doubt and unease. Confronted by the surrounding challenges, he continuously pondered and explored, striving to uncover a path forward. Despite the overwhelming obstacles, he steadfastly clung to hope, firmly believing that persistence would ultimately lead him to a solution. At this moment, Tang Sen exhibited an indomitable will and an unwavering spirit, which have always been the foundation of his beliefs. In this pivotal instant, he suddenly discerned a subtle clue. He keenly sensed the anomalies in his surroundings and commenced a meticulous observation. After an in-depth investigation, he ultimately unearthed the key to overcoming his predicament. Tang Sen seized this opportunity with fervor, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to unraveling the mystery while employing the knowledge and skills he had acquired to confront various challenges. Although the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, he firmly believed in his ability to surmount any obstacle. Lin Yu fixed his gaze intently upon Tang San, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. He observed as Tang Sen struggled desperately within the intricately woven net of his design, a wave of indescribable pleasure surging within him. Every detail unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, with Tang San progressively ensnared in the trap, unable to escape. The corners of his mouth subtly curved upwards, revealing a barely perceptible smile. This expression was not born of arrogance or mockery, but rather a profound sense of satisfaction. He was acutely aware that victory in this battle was now tantalizingly close. Lin Yu silently sighed within himself. I have awaited this moment for far too long. He recalled the countless days and nights of scheming and preparation, the innumerable times spent in contemplation and refinement. Every step had been meticulously planned, every detail painstakingly scrutinized. Now, everything was unfolding according to his expectations, filling him with immense pride. Tang San's struggles grew increasingly fervent, yet Lin Yu understood that it was all in vain. Tang San was destined to become his quarry, to be vanquished by him. Lin Yu was filled with anticipation, longing to witness the ultimate outcome. He believed that this battle would thrust him into the spotlight, showcasing his strength and intellect. At this moment, Lin Yu felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. He understood that his plans would ultimately succeed, and all his efforts would bear fruit. This sense of accomplishment was akin to a victor standing atop a lofty peak, surveying the world below, or a fisherman returning home laden with a bountiful catch, reveling in the joy of harvest. Tang Sen struggled desperately within the net, yet he could not free himself from its confines. His strength gradually waned, while Lin Yu grew ever more resolute. As time passed, Lin Yu's excitement intensified. The moment he had long awaited was drawing near, and his plan was on the verge of a flawless execution. However, despite being brimming with joy and a sense of achievement, Lin Yu remained vigilant, aware that the critical moment demanded utmost caution and diligence. He knew that any lapse could lead to ruin. Thus, he remained fully focused, closely monitoring the evolving situation. His eyes unblinking as they fixated on Tang San and everything around him, leaving no subtle movement or change unnoticed. He continuously reminded himself, one must exercise caution above all. He recognized that even the slightest misstep could nullify all his efforts. His nerves were taut, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, maintaining a heightened state of alertness to preempt any unforeseen disruptions to his plans. In this tense atmosphere, time passed slowly, each moment steeped in uncertainty. Yet Lin Yu steadfastly believed in his judgment. He was convinced that perseverance would ultimately lead them to victory. Finally, after an interminable wait, the opportunity arrived. Tang San began to act in accordance with his plan, and Lin Yu seized the moment, perfectly synchronized with him. In that instant, he felt that all his endeavors had been worthwhile. He silently vowed to himself, this perfect conclusion must become a reality. Taking a deep breath, he committed himself fully, ready to face the final challenge. Chapter 28. Salvation. Amidst the chaotic and disordered scene, Tang San felt as if his mind was shrouded in thick fog. His thoughts growing increasingly muddled. He struggled to clarify his thoughts, but each attempt plunged him deeper into confusion. Just then, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, revealing a shocking realization. Had he unwittingly fallen into an immense conspiracy? This thought sent a shiver through him, causing him to gasp in disbelief. Tang San lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, where he was met with a myriad of treacherous traps and mechanisms, as well as obstacles that hindered his every step. These barriers were like invisible shackles, binding his movements and preventing him from acting freely. As time wore on, a profound sense of unease welled up within him. At that moment, he recognized that he was deeply ensnared, unable to extricate himself. Like an insect trapped in a vast spider's web, the more he struggled, the tighter the bonds became. Lin Yu stood quietly to the side, observing Tang San with an intense gaze. He noticed the gradually emerging expression of despair in Tang San's eyes and could not help but emit a derisive chuckle. His own gaze was filled with pride and disdain, as if mocking Tang San's folly and ineptitude. He was acutely aware that this contest was nearing its conclusion, with himself poised to emerge as the ultimate victor. Everything unfolded precisely as he desired, progressing steadily according to his meticulously devised plan. Tang San, in his intricate design, would become nothing more than a prey. Akin to a powerless lamb, firmly grasped in his palm, manipulated at will. He could almost envision Tang San trembling beneath his oppressive presence, utterly defenseless, which filled him with a sense of exhilaration. He was well aware that his strength and cunning far surpassed those of his opponent, rendering this battle a mere one-sided domination. Lin Yu envisioned the scene of triumph, and the joy within him grew ever more intense. He could easily picture himself standing atop the pinnacle, surveying the defeated opponents beneath him, basking in boundless glory and power. This sensation entranced him, rendering him unable to extricate himself from its allure. He fixated intently on Tang San, eagerly anticipating the decisive moment when he could utterly subdue him. With each passing second, his excitement mounted, for victory was drawing ever closer, and his resolve and confidence solidified. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze caressed the air, and the Shrek Academy was enveloped in tranquility. The teachers busied themselves with their respective tasks, some preparing lessons, others grading assignments, and a few engaging with students. However, when a teacher named Zhao Wujie concluded his lecture, he habitually glanced across the classroom, his brow furrowing slightly. Tang San was nowhere to be found. Tang San had always been a model student, rarely absent without cause. Thus, Zhao Wujie found himself beset by doubt. What could have caused this sudden absence? He turned to Dai Mubai, his eyes reflecting his concern, and inquired, "Mubai, have you seen Tang San today?" Dai Mubai shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the matter. "Oh?" Zhao Wujie's brow knitted further, a hint of worry creeping in. As he then asked Ning Rongrong, "Have you seen Tang San today?" Ning Rongrong, equally perplexed, replied, "I haven't seen Sanga today." His frown deepened, and his anxiety grew. At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly recalled something and suggested, "But Teacher Zhao, you could ask Zhao Wu. She and Tang San are the closest. She should know." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie swiftly turned his gaze toward Xiao Wu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiao Wu blinked and softly responded, "There have been some rumors in the village lately, and Sanga said he was going to investigate their origins. He mentioned he would return shortly." A growing sense of unease enveloped Zhao Wujie, prompting him to seek out Tang San personally. He scoured the campus, traversing the playground, cafeteria, library, and even the dormitories, yet found no trace of him. As he walked, he muttered, "Where could that fellow have gone? Could something have happened?" The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss, hastily gathering several other teachers to inform them of Tang San's disappearance and requesting their assistance in the search. Upon learning of the situation, the teachers immediately set aside their duties and joined the effort to locate Tang San. They combed through the campus, leaving no corner unsearched. However, as time ticked away, their efforts yielded no sign of him. The teachers grew increasingly anxious, fearing for his safety. Ultimately, they resolved to broaden the search to include the surrounding forest and rivers. As the sun slowly dipped below the horizon and nightfall enveloped the academy, lights flickered to life throughout Shrek Academy. The teachers, consumed by worry, called out Tang San's name repeatedly, hoping for a response. Yet, the campus remained silent, save for the echoes of their desperate voices. Their spirits grew increasingly heavy, uncertain of what had transpired with Tang San. Just as the teachers were consumed by anxiety, a perceptive instructor suddenly noticed some peculiarities on the ground. He bent down for a closer inspection and discovered faint scratches and unusual marks, which appeared to be remnants of something or someone being dragged. A thought struck him. Could these traces be linked to Tang San's disappearance? Without hesitation, he informed the other teachers of his discovery and proposed that they follow these signs in search of clues. The others readily agreed, and thus they cautiously proceeded along the trail. Throughout their journey, the educators remained vigilant, attuned to the sounds around them. After a rigorous pursuit, they arrived at a seemingly ordinary, yet somewhat eerie location. This was near the place where Tang San was ensnared, and they could sense a mysterious and formidable aura enveloping the area. Exchanging glances filled with tension and concern, they heard sounds emanating from within, accompanied by Tang San's cries. Instantly comprehending his predicament, without a moment's hesitation, the teachers unleashed their formidable soul abilities, swiftly dismantling several intricate mechanisms. Those once daunting contraptions faltered in the face of their power. With their strength, the teachers forged a path to freedom for Tang San, battling the mechanisms with all their might while calling out to him, guiding him towards safety. Upon hearing their voices, a surge of hope welled within Tang San. With their assistance, he began to extricate himself from the depths of his entrapment. Though he was utterly exhausted from his ordeal, he persevered, inching closer to the sound of his rescuers. At long last, he successfully escaped that terrifying place. In that moment, he felt as though he had been reborn. Although his body remained weak, his spirit brimmed with strength. He inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing air fill his lungs, an intoxicating sensation. Yet, as he looked down and saw his body marred with scrapes and dust, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He realized that he must appear quite disheveled. But he brushed off his concerns, understanding that in the face of life, such matters were trivial. He gazed gratefully at his teachers, his eyes brimming with emotion. They had not only saved his life but had also imparted the significance of teamwork. Without their unwavering support and assistance, he might have perished in that dire situation. Thus, he resolved to cherish this bond and repay their kindness through his actions. This experience profoundly instilled in him the value of collaboration, filling him with respect for his mentors. He recognized that only through unity could they overcome challenges and achieve success. Therefore, he silently vowed to confront any future trials with courage and to never surrender. Simultaneously, he must strive to enhance his abilities in order to better safeguard himself and others. Chapter 29, Reflection. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a portrait of disbelief as he stared blankly at the unfolding events, struggling to accept the reality before him. In an instant, his expression darkened. His brows furrowed deeply, and his gaze betrayed an abyss of regret and fury. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his palms, drawing forth rivulets of blood. Yet, in that moment, he paid no heed to the pain radiating from his hands. Instead, his heart was overwhelmed with self-loathing and a sense of helplessness regarding his predicament. He could never have anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. What had once been a flawless plan now lay in ruins. The teacher's sudden appearance loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm, rendering all his efforts futile. His gaze was fixated on the direction in which Tang San had departed, his eyes ablaze with a fierce rage, wishing nothing more than to rend him asunder. However, reality was merciless. He could do nothing but stand helplessly, watching as Tang San was led away by the teacher, his meticulously crafted trap crumbling to dust before his very eyes. Lin Yu was engulfed in profound anguish and despondency, his heart laden with guilt and remorse. He had once believed himself to be infallible in his meticulously crafted plans, yet an unforeseen variable had emerged, shattering his expectations. Now, not only had he lost the opportunity for vengeance, but he also faced the prospect of further complications. He was acutely aware that this failure would wield a significant impact on his life, potentially altering the trajectory of his destiny. His mood was as heavy as a mountain, as though the weight of the entire world rested upon his shoulders. He understood that, regardless of the circumstances, he must confront this harsh reality. Though his heart brimmed with resentment, he realized that there was no turning back. He had no alternative but to silently accept the situation and seek ways to rectify his losses, to rediscover opportunities. However, Lin Yu was far from willing to surrender easily. Concealed in the shadows, his gaze was dark yet resolute, akin to a wounded wolf poised to strike. He fixated on the retreating figures of Tang San and the teachers, his eyes flickering with sparks of defiance and indignation. His teeth clenched tightly against his lip, nearly drawing blood, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. A tumult of dissatisfaction surged within him, an unquenchable flame that rendered him restless. "Why?" he murmured softly, his voice laced with endless sorrow and frustration. He recalled the sacrifices he had made to become a soul master, the countless days and nights of arduous training, the sweat and tears that had now dissolved into nothingness. He felt as though his efforts had been overlooked and his worth diminished, plunging him into a chasm of despair. Yet, he refused to be consumed by such emotions. He understood that only through relentless effort could he alter his circumstances and affirm his value. Thus, he inhaled deeply, rising slowly to his feet, his gaze regaining its steadfastness. He resolved that no matter the challenges and setbacks he might encounter, he would not relent. He would persevere, proving his worth through strength, ensuring that all would witness his brilliance. For he believed that, one day, he would emerge as a formidable soul master and realize his aspirations. Upon returning to his clandestine hideout, Lin Yu's countenance was ominously dark, as if shadows could drip from his visage. He clenched his jaw, his eyes alight with fury. With a sudden, forceful motion, he brought his fist crashing down onto the table before him, producing a resounding thud. He stood there, breath quickened and labored, his chest heaving with intensity. After a moment, he gradually took a seat, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous spirit. He recognized that this was not the time for anger, but rather a moment to reflect and discern the root of the problem, seeking solutions. He began to collect his thoughts, meticulously retracing the events of the day. In his mind, he replayed each detail and every step repeatedly. He came to the realization that he had underestimated the vigilance and responsiveness of the Shrek Academy instructors. He had presumed that they would not detect the anomaly swiftly. Yet he was astonished at how rapidly they had arrived on the scene. This prompted him to exclaim in admiration that these teachers truly live up to their titles of Soul Emperor and Soul Saint, as their strength and experience far exceeded his imagination. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of regret, lamenting the vulnerabilities inherent in his meticulously crafted plan. He chastised himself for not having contemplated every facet more thoroughly, for failing to anticipate that the instructors from Shrek Academy would pose an obstruction. He reproached himself for his excessive confidence and lack of adequate preparation. However, regret could not alter the reality of what had transpired. He must learn from this experience to avert similar missteps in the future. His heart was heavy with self-reproach and remorse, yet simultaneously, he vowed quietly that next time, he would strive for perfection, ensuring his plans were flawless and never again succumbing to the same mistakes. He was determined to demonstrate to all that he possessed the capability to achieve his aspirations, regardless of the magnitude of the obstacles and challenges he might face. Lin Yu sat by the window, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze profound and piercing, as if capable of penetrating all facades. After a prolonged period of deep contemplation, he resolved with unwavering determination to devise a more meticulous and impeccable plan. In pursuit of this objective, Lin Yu commenced a vigorous course of action. He traversed various locales, tirelessly collecting formidable contraptions and tools. Whether through purchase or exchange, he spared no effort in acquiring items that would aid in the realization of his ambitions. Each artifact was meticulously selected, as they would become pivotal components in his new strategy. Simultaneously, Lin Yu did not neglect his own preparations. He continually refined his arrangements, meticulously considering every detail. He understood that only by achieving absolute precision could he ensure success. To this end, he diligently scrutinized each facet, ensuring that no oversight escaped his notice. However, Lin Yu's efforts extended beyond his solitary endeavors. He remained acutely attuned to the happenings within the academy, leaving no whisper or rustle unnoticed. He silently observed the behavior of those around him, seeking to uncover opportunities that could be exploited. This keen perceptiveness allowed him to discern a wealth of concealed information beneath the seemingly tranquil surface. As time progressed, Lin Yu increasingly felt himself well prepared. He resembled an experienced hunter, patiently awaiting the moment his quarry would reveal a vulnerability. Once the opportune moment arrived, he would not hesitate to strike, delivering a decisive blow to his adversaries. In this silent struggle, Lin Yu displayed extraordinary wisdom and courage, evoking admiration from those who bore witness. In the days that followed, Lin Yu immersed himself in the preparations for his new plan, laboring unceasingly, day and night. He appeared tireless, consumed entirely by the intricate details of his strategy. In his heart, he vowed that next time, he would ensure that Tang Sen fell utterly and helplessly into the trap he had meticulously crafted, resolutely refusing to allow any unforeseen circumstances to undermine his efforts. He sought to employ his intellect and strength to ensnare Tang San, redeeming his prior failures. During this period, Lin Yu seemed to grow increasingly enigmatic. His actions became shrouded in mystery, leaving others perplexed. No one knew precisely what he was undertaking, as if he were enveloped in a fog of secrecy. Yet, from the confidence radiating in his eyes, one could distinctly sense a formidable force brewing within him. This confidence was not blind, but stemmed from his grasp of the future and his meticulously laid plans. Clearly, he was orchestrating a monumental event, a tempest destined to shake the very foundations of the world. However, it is only when the tempest truly arrives that it will leave everyone in utter astonishment. At last, an exceptionally rare and splendid opportunity has silently presented itself before Lin Yu. It turns out that Lin Yu had long since embedded his own informants within Shrek Academy. These informants are the villagers who typically prepare meals for Tang San and his companions. They feign nonchalance, appearing no different from any other time, yet in reality, they are perpetually vigilant, discreetly monitoring the myriad developments and news within the academy. These informants continuously relay the intelligence they gather to Lin Yu, providing him with invaluable support. Naturally, they are compensated handsomely for their efforts by Lin Yu. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the adage that knowing oneself and one's adversary guarantees victory in every encounter. Hence, he meticulously orchestrated everything in advance, enabling him to promptly monitor his opponent's movements and devise appropriate countermeasures. The spies embedded within Shrek Academy served as Lin Yu's invaluable aides, quietly observing and recording vital information, which they subsequently relayed to him. Consequently, Lin Yu was able to gain a deeper understanding of the circumstances at Shrek Academy and formulate more effective strategies targeting its vulnerabilities. Furthermore, these informants provided him with profound insights into the Academy's layout and strength, which held paramount significance for his future endeavors. On this particular day, under the radiant sun, the informants strolled through the campus as usual. Suddenly, they overheard some teachers discussing the organization of outdoor trials for the students and the quest for Oscar's third spirit ring. Curiosity piqued, they leaned in to listen, only to discover that Tang San was unexpectedly among the list of participants. Their heart raced with excitement, realizing this could be an exceptional opportunity. Hastily departing from the scene, the informant sought a secluded corner and swiftly conveyed this critical intelligence to Lin Yu. Upon receiving the news, a triumphant smile graced Lin Yu's face. He understood that this was precisely the moment he had long awaited. His senses heightened. He felt a surge of exhilaration and anticipation coursing through him. Lin Yu silently rejoiced, feeling that he had finally awaited his opportunity. He was eager to act immediately. Yet reason urged him to remain composed and devise a thorough plan. He began to contemplate meticulously how to exploit this wilderness trial to secure a third soul ring for Oscar while placing Tang San in a precarious predicament. He envisioned the scene of Tang San struggling within the intricately crafted trap he had designed, and an exhilarating sense of satisfaction surged within him. Lin Yu was immersed in his thoughts, his eyes shimmering with a resolute light. He firmly believed that with careful deliberation, success was within his grasp, having meticulously prepared everything. He awaited the moment when Tang San would unwittingly fall into the trap he had expertly set. In this instant, Lin Yu's determination was as unyielding as steel. He was convinced that victory lay just ahead. With eager anticipation, he readied himself for the challenge, intent on transforming this opportunity into the pivotal juncture that would lead to Tang San's ultimate defeat. He was determined to make it known to all that he was the true victor. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the significance of obtaining the third soul ring. For he distinctly recalled from the narrative of his previous life that Tang San and his companions would pause at a quaint town on the outskirts of the Douluo forest to rest and dine. However, their mentor, Zhao Wujin, who was responsible for escorting them, would not partake in their meal. Furthermore, when Tang San would venture into the depths of the Douluo forest alone, having consumed the mushroom sausage crafted by Oscar to rescue Xiao Wu from the clutches of the Titan giant ape, he would encounter numerous perils, including the formidable faceless spider, ultimately exhausting his strength in battle and acquiring a precious external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, from it. These intricate details provided Lin Yu with valuable insights, leading him to believe that several opportunities existed to act against Tang San. Thus, Lin Yu promptly commanded his subordinates to investigate the various towns surrounding the Douluo forest, seeking out potential resting places for Tang San and his companions. Once he discerned where they intended to stay, Lin Yu could meticulously recalibrate his plans. He aspired to intercept the rare external soul bone Tang San would obtain from the faceless spider and contemplated the possibility of eliminating Tang San in advance, whether within the town or the Douluo forest, to eradicate the future threat posed by the Spirit Hall. After all, preemptively removing Tang San would undoubtedly benefit the Spirit Hall in their quest to unify the Douluo continent. "My lord, what troubles you?" Lin Yu's brow furrowed in contemplation as he inquired. "My lord, we have uncovered the hotel where Tang San and his companions are likely to rest," one subordinate cautiously replied. "What shall we do now, my lord?" Upon hearing this news, a sly smile crept across Lin Yu's face as the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. He gently clapped his hands, summoning his subordinate closer. Then, he retrieved several packets from the heart of the stars and handed them to the man before him. "Since you have discovered the hotel where Tang San and his companions may reside, this simplifies matters," Lin Yu said in a low tone. "You may first bribe the hotel staff, instructing them to subtly introduce this powder into the food ordered by Tang San and his companions during their meal. Remember, it must be done with utmost secrecy. No one must detect our interference." With that, Lin Yu placed the packets into the hands of the man before him. The subordinate, curious, asked, "My lord, what is this?" Lin Yu's gaze turned icy, and he coldly replied, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Knowing too much may prove detrimental to your well-being." The man was taken aback, hastily lowering his head in contrition. "My lord, I apologize. It was my indiscretion." Observing the abject demeanor of the man before him, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and gestured for him to withdraw. Once the man departed, a smug smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips as he mused to himself, "Tang San, oh Tang San, I have once again taken action. I wonder if you will possess such fortune to evade this calamity once more." Chapter 31. A second move after Lin Yu had conveyed his instructions to his subordinates. He rose and made his way towards the Spirit Hall in the city of Notting. Lin Yu pondered quietly within himself. This time, the Shrek Academy is to have Oscar acquire his 3rd spirit ring, and it is to be led personally by the formidable unmoved king, Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie had previously harbored grievances against the Spirit Hall, which had sought to punish him, yet he remarkably escaped from the siege of 16 bishops. Ultimately, this incident faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Spirit Hall are, at the very least, formidable soul emperors, each possessing a level of 60 or higher. Back then, Zhao Wujie was likely only in his 60s as well. Now, he has ascended to the rank of soul sage, his strength vastly transformed compared to before. Meanwhile, the strongest among my subordinates barely exceeds the 40s in rank. To contend against Tang San and his team, led by the unmoved king, with such meager power is akin to hurling eggs against a stone. To effectively deal with them, one would need the prowess of a soul Douluo. It seems I must enlist some assistance from my parents. I had initially hoped to resolve matters with my own strength, but it appears I must rely on my family after all. With this thought, Lin Yu could not help but let out a sigh. Not long after, Lin Yu arrived at the Spirit Hall in Notting City. The area was bustling with activity, with people coming and going. Occasionally, individuals entered the Spirit Hall, only to emerge shortly thereafter, their faces reflecting either joy or disappointment. Curiously, Lin Yu inquired of a nearby individual, "Why are there so many people at the Spirit Hall? Constantly entering and exiting? Is it not solely responsible for awakening spirits and suppressing evil spirit masters?" The man beside Lin Yu turned to him, scrutinizing him from head to toe before replying with a smile, "Given your splendid attire, I assume you have yet to collect your soul master subsidies from the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for you to be unaware of such matters." Lin Yu nodded slightly, a hint of bashfulness evident as he scratched his head. Indeed. That is why I harbor these inquiries, and I kindly ask this esteemed gentleman for clarification. The man laughed heartily, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. The Spirit Hall is not merely tasked with awakening martial spirits and suppressing evil soul masters. It also provides subsidies for soul masters beneath the rank of soul sect. Those who come and go within the Spirit Hall are here to receive these subsidies. Although the amounts may not be substantial, they are sufficient for these individuals. The existence of these subsidies significantly diminishes the likelihood of those receiving them turning to the path of evil soul masters. After all, such assistance alleviates the burden of daily life, thereby reducing the temptation for soul masters to resort to crime in pursuit of livelihood and cultivation resources. It is crucial to understand that even a mere rank 10 soul master is not someone an ordinary person can contend with. Thus, the distribution of subsidies to lower-ranked soul masters is indeed a commendable endeavor. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding. He secretly marveled at the fact that the Spirit Hall possessed such a facet. Previously, he was only aware that the Spirit Hall was a formidable organization, tasked with upholding the order and security of the Douluo continent, yet he had little insight into its specific operations and policies. Now, having listened to the man's elucidation, he gained a deeper comprehension of the Spirit Hall. Lin Yu could not help but reflect on his own circumstances. Had his parents not been high-ranking officials within the Spirit Hall, and had he not been a second-generation member of the Spirit Hall but rather an ordinary soul master, he might have found himself among those soul masters waiting at the gates of the Spirit Hall for subsidies, reliant on its support to sustain his livelihood. This thought deepened his gratitude towards the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, Lin Yu recognized that becoming a soul master is no simple feat. It requires not only innate talent but also considerable effort and time dedicated to training. The subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall serve as a vital support system for novice soul masters, enabling them to better cultivate their abilities and develop their strength. Lin Yu resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he would make full use of the resources and prospects offered by the Spirit Hall to enhance his prowess, thereby laying a solid foundation for his future growth. He firmly believed that with relentless effort, he would one day become a formidable spirit master, capable of contributing his strength to protect his family and friends. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and resolutely stepped into the Spirit Hall. Although the branch of the Spirit Hall in Notting City was not as grand as the main hall, it still retained the dignity and solemnity befitting the institution. As Lin Yu entered, his gaze swept over the attendants of the Spirit Hall who were taking a respite, and he calmly declared, "Please summon your bishop to meet me." Upon hearing these words, one of the attendants lifted his head, scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe, and replied brusquely, "Who are you?" "The bishop is not someone you can simply request to see." Lin Yu was not angry. He merely smiled faintly and retrieved the token bestowed upon him by his father from the heart of the stars, presenting it to the attendant. "Is it now possible for the bishop to meet with me?" The attendant glanced at the token in Lin Yu's hand, his face betraying a look of astonishment. He immediately recognized it as the Elder Token of the Spirit Hall, a token typically reserved for those of title Douluo rank, as well as the leaders of the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects. The attendant respectfully bowed to Lin Yu and said, "My lord, I shall summon the bishop at once." With that, he hurriedly made his way to the bishop's resting quarters. Upon reaching the entrance to the bishop's chamber, the attendant gently knocked on the door. After a brief moment, a voice from within called, "Come in." The attendant cautiously opened the door and stepped inside with purpose. Approaching Bishop Skiki, who was reclining on the bed, he respectfully announced, "Lord Skiki, a young man holding the Elder Token has arrived outside and wishes to see you." Upon hearing this news, Bishop Skiki was taken aback and quickly rose from his bed, hastily adjusting his attire and hair before striding towards the door, curiosity and intrigue swirling in his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was leisurely wandering within the Spirit Hall, admiring the surrounding architecture and decor. Before long, he spotted the attendant approaching him, accompanied by another individual. Lin Yu came to a halt, quietly awaiting their arrival. As Bishop Skitch approached, Lin Yu smiled and inquired, "I presume you are the Bishop Skitch of Nottingham, am I correct?" Bishop Skitch promptly replied, "Indeed, my lord, I am the Bishop of Nottingham. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our Spirit Hall branch?" As he spoke, he discreetly scrutinized the enigmatic youth before him, who bore the Elder's Token, silently pondering his identity and intentions. Chapter 32, Arrival. Lin Yu, without further ado, I have come to request the use of the information transmission channel of the Notting City Spirit Hall to convey some messages to my parents. Bishop Skiki, may I inquire about the identities of your esteemed parents? Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? Lin Yu, it seems that Archbishop Scatch harbors doubts about me, which is understandable. Were I in his position, I too would be skeptical. With this thought, Lin Yu addressed Archbishop Scatch. My father, Lin Chen, known by the title Time and Space, is a revered elder within the Spirit Hall. This is the inherited martial soul of my father, the sword of time and space. As he spoke, Lin Yu summoned his martial soul, a sword radiating a golden brilliance that exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Surely, Archbishop Scatch must have dispelled his doubts by now. Archbishop Scatch's eyes widened as he gazed at the martial soul in Lin Yu's hand, exclaiming with excitement, "So you are the son of Lord Lin Chun. My deepest apologies." He finally comprehended why Lin Yu could so effortlessly possess an elder's token. It was evident that he was the descendant of the legendary title Douluo. Presumably, the token he held was bestowed upon him by Lord Lin Chen. With profound respect, Archbishop Scatch bowed his head and earnestly inquired, "Lord Lin Yu, may I ask what message you wish to convey? Do you require expedited delivery?" Lin Yu retracted his martial soul and replied with a smile, "There is no need for urgency. I simply wish to inform them of my current situation and assure them not to worry about me. Additionally, please deliver this letter to my parents." Bishop Sky promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "Certainly, Lord Lin Yu. Rest assured, I will convey your message to your parents without delay." He silently rejoiced at having avoided offending this significant figure, for the repercussions would have been dire. Simultaneously, he resolved to cultivate a cordial relationship with this future powerhouse, as one could never predict the potential for receiving his protection in times to come. After concluding these matters, Lin Yu turned to Bishop Sky and instructed, "Should anyone seek me, direct them to room XX at the XX Hotel in Notting City. I shall be residing there for the next few days." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Bishop Sky with a knowing smile, as if he had grasped an unspoken understanding. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Yu pondered carefully over the contents of the letter. The primary request was for his father to dispatch a formidable soul Douluo, one with a rank exceeding level 80, to assist him and aid in acquiring his second soul ring. While this demand posed no challenge for Lin Yu's father, locating a suitable candidate would require some time. Meanwhile, upon receiving the letter, Lin Yu's father cautiously opened it and began to read. After finishing, he fell into deep contemplation. Subsequently, he summoned a soul Douluo named Luo Mei, who held a rank of 85. Luo Mei's martial soul was the Meteor Bao, and she was a vital member of the Lin family. Father Lin addressed Luo Mei. "Luo Mei, I must entrust you with a matter of utmost importance. Are you willing to undertake this task?" With utmost respect, Luo Mei replied, "Please, my lord, instruct me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill the mission." Father Lin continued, "I wish for you to journey to Notting City, to safeguard Lin Yu and assist him in obtaining his second soul ring. This matter is crucial and must not falter." Upon hearing this request, cherished memories of her childhood with Lin Yu flooded Luo Mei's mind. Back then, Lin Yu was but a small child, yet he possessed an irresistible charm and innocence. He would always cling to Luo Mei, trailing behind her like a little shadow. Every time she beheld his tender visage, she couldn't help but smile. Now, that once adorable young boy had matured into an exceptional soul master. Though time had elapsed, those beautiful recollections remained indelibly etched in Luo Mei's heart. With this in mind, Luo Mei readily agreed. "I willingly accept this task and shall depart for Notting City at once." She understood that this was not merely an important mission, but also a gesture of support and trust in Lin Yu. She aspired to contribute to his dreams and aid him in becoming a more formidable soul master. Thus, Luo Mei swiftly gathered her belongings, preparing the necessary items and equipment. Clad in lightweight attire and armed with a sharp sword, she embarked on her journey to Notting City. Along the way, she was filled with confidence and anticipation, convinced of her ability to accomplish this task and reunite with Lin Yu. With profound longing for Lin Yu in her heart, Luo Mei stepped into the Spirit Hall of Notting City with resolute strides. A hint of urgency and expectation graced her exquisite features as her gaze fell upon Bishop Scatch. "Lin Yu, has he mentioned where he can be found?" she inquired softly, her voice laden with concern and yearning. Bishop Scatch felt the formidable aura emanating from Luo Mei, and his heart tightened. The woman before him radiated the formidable presence of 8 optimal soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, instilling a sense of awe within him. Bishop Lin Yu stated that if anyone sought him, they could find him at room XXX in the XXX Hotel in Notting City. Bishop Scatch promptly replied with reverence. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile finally graced Luo Mei's face. She gradually retracted her released soul power, no longer imposing pressure on Bishop Sketch. With that, she turned and departed the spirit hall, heading towards the address provided by Bishop Sketch. After Luo Mei's departure, Bishop Sketch let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting inwardly, such formidable strength. She must possess around level 85 soul power. Truly, Lin Yu is the most cherished child of the time and space Douluo, to have such a powerful individual dispatched for his protection. Upon returning to his hotel room after a meal, Lin Yu found himself enveloped in sudden darkness as he closed the door behind him, as if something had been draped over him, just as he was about to retrieve an item from the heart of stars to defend himself. A familiar voice whispered in his ear, "Guess who I am?" Recognizing this voice, Lin Yu hastily withdrew his hand from the heart of stars and instead began to remove the obstruction from his eyes, exclaiming, "It must be you, Sister Luo Mei." The moment I heard that familiar voice and those well-known words, I knew it was you. Indeed, as he pulled away the delicate hand that had covered his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a flawless, enchanting face and a figure clad in the distinctive attire of the Lin family that could not conceal her alluring curves. At that moment, Luo Mei gazed at Lin Yu with a playful and inquisitive glint in her eyes. She tilted her head slightly and softly inquired, "Really? How did you guess it was me so quickly?" Lin Yu smiled gently, gazing at Luo Mei's beautiful visage, and replied tenderly, "It is because your voice is so distinctive, and such playful banter is uniquely yours." His eyes lingered upon Luo Mei, captivated by the enchanting aura she exuded. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, a satisfied smile graced Luo Mei's face. She nodded lightly and remarked, "You are quite clever. However, my visit this time is not solely for jest." Chapter 33, The Herbal Compendium. Lin Yu, filled with perplexity, inquired, "By the way, Sister Luo Mei, how is it that my father has entrusted you with the task of assisting me? I distinctly recall requesting that the spirit master sent to aid me be at least a spirit Douluo in strength. Yet I believe your prowess should only be at the level of a spirit sage, correct?" Luo Mei smiled and replied, "Indeed, that was the case. However, I am no longer merely a spirit sage. After over a year of dedicated cultivation, I have successfully transcended to become an 85-level assault-type spirit Douluo. Therefore, I am now wholly qualified to assist you." Lin Yu gazed at her in astonishment and inquired, "Sister Luo Mei, how have you elevated your prowess so swiftly? In merely a little over a year, you have ascended from Soul Sage to Soul Douluo and remarkably increased your soul power by 6 levels. Surely, such rapid advancement could adversely affect your foundation?" Luo Mei chuckled softly and elucidated, "In truth, all of this is connected to you." Lin Yu blinked in confusion and asked, "Because of me?" "Sister Luo Mei, I haven't done anything particularly special." Luo Mei reminisced about the past and slowly replied, "Do you remember when you initially decided to venture out for some training? Witnessing your unwavering pursuit of growth deeply inspired me. I thought, if you could bravely explore the outside world, why couldn't I? At that time, my soul power had already reached level 80, allowing me to acquire my 8th soul ring. Thus, I sought permission from Lord Linchin to embark on my own journey, and he readily agreed, granting me the opportunity to train outside. I then made my way towards the Douluo forest, gradually honing my skills along the way. During this process, I elevated my state of mind. On one occasion, deep within the Douluo forest, I stumbled upon a ghostly magic wolf with an ancient cultivation of 80,000 years and a soul-devouring bird nearing 90,000 years. Locked in a fierce battle over a plant, both suffering heavy injuries, I cautiously approached, concealing myself behind the shrubs, quietly observing their movements. They were both battered and breathless, yet continued to glare at each other, unwilling to concede. A surge of excitement filled my heart. I recognized this as a splendid opportunity. Gripping my weapon tightly, I awaited the perfect moment. When they finally collapsed from their grievous wounds, I dashed forward with lightning speed, aiming a decisive strike at the ghostly magic wolf's vital point. Extinguishing its life, the soul-devouring bird attempted to rise and resist, but I swiftly unleashed several strikes, accurately hitting it and ultimately slaying it as well. Thus, I successfully seized the chance to defeat both the soul-devouring bird and the ghostly magic wolf, absorbing the black and red 1,000-year soul ring that emerged from the bird. To my astonishment, this absorption granted my 8th soul skill the power to attack souls. After absorbing this soul ring, my soul power smoothly broke through to level 81. Lin Yu expressed his confusion, saying, "That cannot be right, Sister Luo Mei. even if the soul ring absorbed from the soul-devouring bird is nearly 90,000 years old. It shouldn't enable you to break through to level 85 in less than 6 months. Luome's lips curled into a charming smile as she softly replied, "Have you forgotten the mysterious plant I mentioned to you, which was fiercely contested by the 80,000-year phantom demon wolf and the nearly 90,000-year soul-devouring bird?" Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet it carried a hint of a playful smile. Linyu suddenly slapped his forehead, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Ah, could it be, Sister Luome, that you actually consumed that plant?" His gaze was filled with incredulity and curiosity. Luome smiled faintly, gently nodding her head, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. Linyu became instantly animated, eagerly inquiring, "Then, what exactly is that plant? Does it possess any miraculous effects? Sister Luome, could you enlighten me?" His tone was imbued with anticipation and longing. Observing the eager expression on Linyu's face, Luome couldn't help but chuckle. She patiently explained, "You see, without having perused the compendium of herbs that Lord Linshan borrowed from the chrysanthemum Douluo, you naturally cannot discern a plant's capabilities merely from its appearance. This time, aside from requesting my assistance in hunting for your second soul ring, Lord Linshan specifically tasked me with delivering this compendium to you, so that you might learn well, lest you encounter precious medicinal herbs in the future and remain utterly ignorant. You must understand, the rarity of these herbs often exceeds our wildest imaginations. Now, Linyu, I entrust this compendium to you. Take great care of it, and ensure it remains undamaged, as I must return it to Lord Linshan for him to return it to the chrysanthemum Douluo." With that, Luome delicately retrieved the compendium from the storage soul guide at her waist and gently handed it to Linyu. Linyu solemnly accepted the herbal compendium, his heart brimming with gratitude and curiosity. As he opened the compendium, he was greeted by a dense array of information and illustrations pertaining to various herbs, a sight that left him utterly mesmerized. He meticulously leafed through the pages, his fascination growing for each herb he encountered. Some appeared rather ordinary, yet possessed remarkable properties, while others exhibited bizarre forms yet were exceedingly rare treasures. The deeper he delved, the more captivated he became, as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. Before long, Linyu had perused the entire herbal compendium. He then closed the book and handed it to Luome, saying, "Sister Luome, I have finished reading and memorizing it." With a smile, Luome responded, "Then I shall have to test your knowledge." Linyu replied confidently, "Bring it on." Sister Luome. After a moment's contemplation, Luome inquired, "Let me challenge you. Please describe the appearance and properties of the fragrant ethereal celestial herb." Linyu swiftly recalled in his mind, then confidently proclaimed, "Its appearance resembles a large flower of pale pink hue, devoid of leaves, with a stem extending 3 feet long. The blossom itself is remarkably grand, boasting a diameter exceeding a foot. Each petal glistens with a crystalline clarity, akin to purest water. The heart of the pale pink flower is of a delicate lavender shade, resembling clusters of purple diamonds embedded within, creating a particularly enchanting sight. Its fragrance, though capable of wafting over great distances, is subtle and refined, reminiscent of the gentle allure of a maiden's natural scent. The fragrant enchantment of ethereal beauty serves as a formidable antidote to all poisons, possessing the remarkable ability to neutralize toxins. While it does not possess inherent detoxifying properties, it effectively restrains the effects of poison. The fragrant enchantment of ethereal beauty is serene and elegant. Within its vicinity, no toxin can exert its influence, as its aroma counteracts myriad poisons. However, it must be noted that if one has already succumbed to poison prior to entering its fragrant realm, the fragrant enchantment of ethereal beauty will be of little assistance. It can be deemed an exceptionally effective antidote herb, albeit regrettably incapable of direct detoxification. Linyu mused to himself, "Hee. Such a query poses no challenge to me, for I have memorized it well." Chapter 34, The Millennium Vermilion Fruit. Luome, smiling, Linyu. "I never anticipated your memory to be so exceptional. You committed this voluminous compendium of herbs to memory in such a brief span." Linyu, with a proud smile, "Hee. My memory has always been exceptional, hasn't he it, Sister Luome?" Luome, nostalgically recalling the time when she studied soul beast knowledge alongside Linyu, couldn't help but sigh indeed. "I remember when we delved into the study of soul beasts together. It took me 2 weeks to finish a soul beast manual, while you only required 2 days to grasp it. It seems that the 100 herb manual is also a piece of cake for you. Nevertheless, I still wish to test your knowledge further to see if you have truly mastered it completely." Lin Yu, brimming with confidence, declared, "No problem, Sister Luo Mei. Feel free to pose your questions. No matter how you challenge me, I shall answer correctly." Luo Mei, with a sly smile, replied, "Very well, then. Can you guess what plant I just consumed?" Lin Yu, momentarily taken aback and scratching his head, exclaimed, Sister Luo Mei, could you at least provide a hint? Perhaps describe the appearance of the plant or its properties, so that I might have a chance of guessing correctly." With a smile, Luo Mei replied, "Allow me to describe the plant's appearance and effects. It stands approximately 10 feet tall, its trunk upright and straight, resplendent in a vivid red hue akin to the most exquisite coral, its color bright and striking. The emerald leaves are delicately crafted, resembling finely carved jade. Their veins distinctly visible, shimmering softly under the sunlight as though emitting a gentle glow. Most captivating, however, is the singular fruit that adorns the tree. This fruit boasts an intensely rich purplish-red shade, resembling a brilliant amethyst, round and plump, its shape endearing like that of an apple. The skin of the fruit is smooth and refined, radiating a mysterious luster, as if it harbors boundless vitality. Moreover, it exudes a peculiar fragrance, subtle yet penetrating, intoxicating all who catch a whiff. Upon picking the fruit, the entire plant disintegrates into ash. After consuming the fruit, I noticed a dark, murky stain appearing on my body, and my soul power surged from level 81 to 85. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu rapidly contemplated in his mind before responding. It resembles an apple. Its hue a deep crimson. Once plucked, the plant transforms into ash. Consuming it appears to cleanse the essence and elevate one's soul power. Could it be that Sister Luo Mei has ingested the Zhu fruit? Moreover, it is not the common variety that blooms once every century and bears fruit thereafter, but rather the rare Zhu fruit that flowers once every millennium and fruits subsequently. Sister Luo Mei, am I correct in my conjecture? Lin Yu pondered, thinking that such a unique plant must indeed be the Zhu fruit. Thankfully, he had retained a clear recollection of the compendium of herbs. Luo Mei, pleasantly surprised, nodded and remarked, "It seems you have truly memorized the compendium of herbs to deduce the name of the plant I consumed from my description. Quite impressive." Lin Yu said enviously, "Sister Luo Mei, your luck is truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Luo Mei displayed a hint of confusion on her face and retorted, "In what way am I fortunate?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly exclaimed, "What unfortunate luck you have. Just look at the marvel of your journey. Not only have you significantly elevated your state of mind, but when you acquired your 8th spirit ring, you fortuitously encountered an 80,000-year-old phantom magic wolf and a nearly 90,000-year-old soul-devouring bird, both of whom were locked in a fierce battle over the Zhu fruit, leading to their mutual destruction. How serendipitous it is that you effortlessly obtained your 8th spirit ring. Moreover, you also claimed the Zhu fruit that those two spirit beasts were vying for." Lin Yu, increasingly animated, seemed to envision the fortune that awaited Luo Mei. Just contemplate this. After consuming that Zhu fruit, your soul power soared an astounding 4 levels. This is akin to the prowess of a soul Douluo. Typically, a soul Douluo can only elevate their soul power by 1 level per year. Yet you, merely by consuming a single Zhu fruit, you have ascended 4 levels. And the residual potency will assist you further in your cultivation until you attain the rank of a title Douluo. Isn't that the epitome of good fortune? Had luck been unkind, perhaps during the fierce contention for the Zhu fruit between the ghostly magic wolf and the soul-devouring bird, they would have detected your presence long before. In such a scenario, acquiring the soul ring from the soul-devouring bird and the millennium Zhu fruit would have been utterly implausible. Even worse, you might have met your demise in the Star Do Great Forest, leaving you with nothing at all. As Lin Yu spoke, he marveled at Luo Mei's extraordinary stroke of luck and genuinely felt elated for her. Meanwhile, Luo Mei listened quietly, harboring a differing sentiment. To her, this so-called luck was merely a confluence of hard work and opportunity. Had she not diligently honed her skills, how could she possess such formidable strength to confront various challenges? Moreover, those opportunities were unveiled precisely because she had persistently explored and sought advancement. Thus, true fortune is not a matter of chance, but rather something to be earned through one's own endeavors. With a smile, Luo Mei inquired, "So, Lin Yu, when do you plan to acquire your 2nd soul ring? What type of soul beast do you intend to hunt, and what age range are you considering?" Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement, thinking that he could finally share his plans with Sister Luo Mei. He immediately replied, "Sister Luo Mei, I have long decided which type of soul beast to hunt and for how many years. I was merely waiting for your arrival. This time, I have resolved to pursue the nightmarish spider, a creature that devours life and is loathed by all soul beasts. A terrifying and malevolent slayer with a lifespan exceeding 2,000 years. Deep down, Lin Yu felt a twinge of apprehension, uncertain of how Sister Luo Mei would perceive his audacious decision. Upon hearing this, Luo Mei could not help but furrow her brow, her heart filled with concern. She inquired, "Why do you wish to hunt the nightmarish spider as your second soul ring? Are you certain you can absorb a soul ring that is over 2,000 years old?" It is worth noting that, according to the records of the Wuhuan Hall, no one has ever surpassed a 1,000-year limit for their second soul ring. Are you truly certain? Luo Mei thought to herself, how bold this child Lin Yu is. This is no trivial matter. Although Lin Yu harbored a tinge of doubt within, a greater sense of resolve and confidence prevailed. He asserted firmly, "Sister Luo Mei, there is no need for further persuasion. My decision is unwavering. I believe that my physical form, having undergone rigorous training, can withstand the trials of a 2,000-year soul ring." He contemplated the immense effort he had invested for this very moment. Convinced that success was within his grasp, Luo Mei sighed, feeling both helpless and somewhat admiring of Lin Yu's courage. She replied, "Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further counsel. Rest well. Tomorrow we shall embark on the quest to assist you in acquiring your second soul ring." In her heart, Luo Mei silently prayed for a smooth journey, hoping that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Chapter 35. Departure. Lin Yu. "Very well, Sister Luo Mei. We shall depart tomorrow. It is time to rest now." Luo Mei. "Good night, Lin Yu." Lin Yu. "Good night, Sister Luo Mei." The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed as Lin Yu and Luo Mei opened their eyes to embrace a new day. They swiftly rose, attended to their personal hygiene, and after tidying up, checked out of their room and descended to enjoy breakfast. After their meal, Lin Yu and Luo Mei exited the hotel. The streets were already bustling with activity. As people began their day's endeavors, the duo made their way to a car rental agency, where they secured a modest carriage and set off towards the Douluo forest. As the carriage progressed, the road became increasingly rugged, yet their spirits soared with anticipation. At last, they beheld a dense expanse of forest ahead. This was the Douluo forest. The Douluo forest is renowned as one of the 3 most famous habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. This vast and boundless woodland spans an area nearly equivalent to that of the Balak Kingdom. It is an enormous primeval forest characterized by its intricate and varied terrain, which includes wetlands, swamps, and a myriad of ecological environments. Countless powerful and enigmatic soul beasts inhabit this realm, each claiming dominion over its territory. The deeper one ventures into the heart of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts become, with whispers of ancient soul beasts aged over 100,000 years lurking within. However, for Lin Yu, these were not mere legends. He was acutely aware that within the annals of Douluo continent's history, the core area of the Douluo forest harbored the formidable sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, 200,000-year soul beasts that remained unvanquished. Not to mention the tragic tale of Xiao Wu's mother, a transformed 100,000-year soul beast slain by Bibi Dong. It is also rumored that Tang San's mother, the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, emerged from the Douluo forest, though the truth of this remains uncertain. As they drew nearer to the Douluo forest, Lin Yu skillfully guided the carriage closer to the enigmatic woodland. Eventually, they arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Lin Yu adeptly maneuvered the carriage to the rental agency, returning it with ease. Beyond this point lay the Douluo forest, where the roads were too treacherous and complex for a carriage to traverse. Entering the town, Lin Yu was astounded by the lively scene that far exceeded his expectations. The town scale was approximately 3 times that of the village where Shrek Academy resided. Though it lacked towering walls to encase it, it thrived like a miniature city. The streets were lined with shops, each a dazzling array of offerings, showcasing a diverse assortment of wares that captivated the eye. Lin Yu observed intently for a while and discovered that most of the shops here were surprisingly related to soul masters. Some were dedicated to selling an array of weapons, displayed in abundance. Others offered armor that appeared both sturdy and stylish. There were also establishments peddling antidotes and potions capable of restoring one's stamina. Even the clothing stores specialized in garments equipped with numerous pockets, perfectly suited for soul masters embarking on adventures. As Lin Yu strolled through the town, a sense of curiosity enveloped him. Lin Yu remarked, "This must be what it means to thrive by the mountains or the sea, to subsist on the bounty of the starry forest. Surely, This magnificent forest has sustained countless souls. Wouldn't you agree, Sister Luome? At that moment, Luome gestured towards a nearby two-story hotel and said, "Let us take refuge here today. However, I must ask you to cover the expenses." Linyu glanced at the hotel that Sister Luome had pointed out and couldn't help but smile. Realizing that it was the very establishment acquired by the faction he had founded, he promptly replied to Sister Luome, "No problem, feel free to order whatever you desire." With that, he and Luome made their way to the entrance of the hotel. Upon entering, Linyu addressed the hotel staff, saying, "Could you please summon your manager?" The attendant responded courteously, "Certainly, sir," and made her way towards the manager's office. Shortly thereafter, the hotel manager approached and inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Linyu smiled gently, his gaze fixed upon the hotel manager, and in a calm tone, he inquired, "I would like to know if this hotel is affiliated with the Starry Pavilion." The hotel manager was momentarily taken aback, followed by an expression of surprise on his face. "How did you know?" "Indeed, this hotel is one of the properties of the Starry Pavilion." Lin Yu's smile broadened, and he continued, "I am a member of the Starry Pavilion, and I happened to pass through this area, seeking accommodation. Therefore, I hope to receive some special consideration." Upon hearing this, the hotel manager immediately adopted a demeanor of utmost respect, exclaiming, "It is indeed an esteemed member of the Starry Pavilion. Please rest assured. We shall do everything in our power to ensure you receive the highest quality of service." Lin Yu nodded with a satisfied expression and remarked, "That's wonderful. Furthermore, the lady beside me is my friend. She too requires a comfortable room." The hotel manager promptly agreed, and then personally escorted Lin Yu and Luo Mei to select their accommodations. Along the way, he enthusiastically described the various facilities and services the hotel offered. Upon reaching the room, Lin Yu surveyed the space and found it exceptionally spacious, filled with abundant light, elegantly decorated, and equipped with all necessary amenities. He could hardly contain his satisfaction. Beside him, Luo Mei laughed joyfully and said to Lin Yu, "It seems your influence is quite substantial. You've managed to have the hotel manager treat us with such warmth and attentiveness." Lin Yu replied with a modest smile, "This is merely because we are members of the Starry Pavilion. It is only natural for us to assist one another. Nevertheless, being afforded such treatment truly brings joy to one's heart." In the ensuing hours, Lin Yu and Luo Mei indulged in an extraordinarily sumptuous dinner at the hotel, after which they prepared to explore the quaint little town. Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of an establishment known as the Yulai Inn, poised to depart, when he was suddenly drawn by a cacophony emanating from within. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the discourse revolved around Tang San and the affairs of Shrek Academy. Lin Yu felt a sudden impulse, promptly halting his steps as he entered the hotel. He approached the two individuals engaged in conversation and eagerly inquired, "Could you elaborate on the matter concerning Tang San?" The two turned to scrutinize Lin Yu from head to toe, yet they offered no response, continuing their discussion instead. Lin Yu noticed their indifference and hurriedly called out, "Waiter, please bring a few substantial dishes to this table and a fine bottle of wine, charging it to my account." As he spoke, he placed a gold coin on the table. The waiter, upon hearing this, promptly complied. Before long, the exquisite food and drink were served. With a smile, Lin Yu addressed the two individuals, "Gentlemen, please enjoy." He then inquired once more about Tang San. Chapter 36. News of Tang San. The two conversing men, observing Lin Yu's eagerness, invited him to sit beside them, eager to share their tale. "Last night, a group of students from a place called Shrek Academy dined at our hotel. Initially, everything seemed perfectly ordinary, but what transpired afterward was simply unbelievable." "Oh, what happened?" Lin Yu asked, his curiosity piqued. During their meal, the hotel's waiter inadvertently served a jug of poisoned wine to those students. Fortunately, one of the students named Tang sensed something amiss and promptly overturned the jug. Had he not acted in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "What? Poison wine?" Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, and this was no ordinary poison. When Tang Sen spilled the wine, it hissed as it hit the ground, releasing smoke and a foul odor. Had anyone taken a sip, they would have surely perished on the spot, with no hope of survival. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but exclaim, "How terrifying this is! Who on earth are these people? Why would they resort to such nefarious actions?" The two continued. After knocking over the wine, that waiter still thought of escaping. But he failed to consider that he was merely an ordinary individual. How could he possibly outrun a soul master? Before he could take more than a few steps, The student named Tang San immediately executed a technique called the Phantom Shadow Step, swiftly capturing the waiter and summoning the hotel manager to discuss how to handle the situation. The hotel manager approached angrily, demanding, "Long Tiao Jia, what on earth is going on? How could you serve poison to a customer?" At that moment, the waiter, Long Tiao Jia, shook his head vigorously, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked Tang San, "Who are you? Why are you holding me?" It seemed he had completely forgotten what had transpired earlier, as if his memory had been erased. Tang San furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. The waiter's reaction was peculiar. Was there something amiss with the poisoned wine? Or had he fallen victim to some sort of drug or mind-controlling soul skill? The hotel manager's expression darkened further as he glared at the waiter, sternly rebuking him. "How dare you ask us who we are? Are you not aware of your own actions? You actually dared to poison a customer." Long Tiao Jia stared blankly at the hotel manager and Tang San. His eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He struggled to recall the events, but his mind was a blank slate, devoid of any memories. Suddenly, Tang San sensed that something was amiss. He released his grip, allowing Long Tiao Jia to regain his footing. The waiter wobbled as he stood, his gaze still vacant. Tang San glared at the individual before him, fury flickering in his eyes as he shouted, "Do you not realize what you have done? Just moments ago, you served me a poison drink. If it weren't for the heightened vigilance I developed after a recent attack, I might very well have succumbed to your poison today. And yet, you dare question me for apprehending you? How utterly absurd." Long Tiao Jia struggled to straighten himself, his eyes gradually regaining clarity as he softly began to speak. "I believe I remember some details. You were supposed to rest here tonight, and shortly after you entered, someone followed closely behind. That person called me aside, handed me 10 gold soul coins, and instructed me to add a certain package to your meal, compelling you to consume it. I immediately sensed something was amiss. If it were innocent, why the secrecy? So I resolutely declined the request. However, to my astonishment, he menacingly declared, 'You will drink the penalty for refusing the toast.' Suddenly, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emanated from him, and he shouted, 'Third soul skill, Hypnotic Ray.' After that, my consciousness spiraled into a void. With no recollection of what happened until you apprehended me just now." Tang San's brow furrowed deeply, a grave expression in his eyes as he muttered to himself. Could it be that mysterious individual once again? During his time at Shrek Academy, he had attempted to bring about my demise, but fortunately, Teacher Zhao arrived just in time to rescue me. In recent days, he had not made another move, and I had thought he had abandoned his pursuit. Little did I expect that he lay in ambush here, waiting. It seems that in the journey ahead, I must exercise utmost caution to avoid falling into his trap. Tang San silently cursed in his heart, that detestable mysterious figure. How dare you make repeated attempts on my life? It is truly infuriating. If I ever catch you, I shall ensure you experience the full might of the Tang sect. Nevertheless, Tang San was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his situation. The enemy lurked in the shadows, watching with predatory intent. A moment's carelessness could plunge him into an irreversible abyss. Therefore, he must maintain a heightened sense of vigilance, allowing no room for complacency or negligence. Only in this manner could he ensure his safety while aiding Oscar in obtaining the 3rd spirit ring. After contemplating, Tang San addressed the hotel manager, saying, "Since this incident occurred within your establishment, how do you propose to resolve it?" At this moment, Tang San was keenly observing how the hotel manager would handle the situation, knowing that if the resolution was unjust, he would not easily let it slide. The hotel manager, wearing a broad smile, quickly replied, of course. Esteemed spirit masters, how about this? I will compensate you with 1,000 gold spirit coins and dismiss this particular staff member. What do you think?" After speaking, the hotel manager fixed his gaze on Tang San, his eyes filled with a pleading expression. He was anxious, fearing that Tang San and the others might be dissatisfied. For offending spirit masters was no trivial matter. Tang San waved his hand and replied calmly, "Very well, we shall accept the compensation, but let us spare the staff member." He thought to himself that the server was also under duress, which was understandable. One must show mercy when possible. After all, everyone has moments when they are not in control of their circumstances. Upon hearing this, the hotel manager felt a wave of relief and quickly said, "Then you must thank these esteemed spirit masters." The server, relieved as if granted a reprieve, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed spirit masters. Thank you." His heart brimmed with appreciation. secretly glad to have encountered such magnanimous spirit masters. Otherwise, losing his job would have left his family of 6 in dire straits. In that moment, he felt a surge of respect for Tang San and the others, vowing to work harder in the future to repay their kindness. Chapter 37. Conflict. After Tang San and his companions accepted the hotel as compensation and finished their dinner, they had just stepped out of the hotel when Ma Hongjuan's old habit resurfaced. His gaze was fixated, as if entranced, upon the prominent attributes of a female student from another academy. Not only was he staring, but he also made comments aloud, which provoked the ire of a male student from that academy, who angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, you fatso. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll have your eyes gouged out." Ma Hongjun thought to himself, "Humph, how dare you speak to me like that? I am not afraid of you." Upon hearing those words, he immediately retorted loudly, "My eyes are on my face, and I may look wherever I please. Besides, aren't those things meant to be looked at? Don't you agree, Big Dai?" After speaking, he deliberately cast a glance at Dai Mubai. With a helpless shake of his head, Dai Mubai thought to himself that this guy was truly beyond redemption. Meanwhile, the other boys were incensed by Ma Hongjuan's words, their eyes wide with fury, itching to rush over and give him a good beating. Yet, Ma Hongjuan remained completely unfazed, proudly continuing to observe the girl. Dai Mubai pondered that as Ma Hongjuan was his close friend, it was only natural to defend him at this juncture. Without a second thought, he eagerly chimed in, "Exactly. What's the point of growing it if it can't be seen?" After finishing his remark with a smug smile, he remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. At that moment, however, he suddenly felt a chill sweep over him from the side. Instinctively turning his head, he found Zhu Zhiqing regarding him with a frosty glare. Internally, Zhu Zhiqing simmered with anger, thinking, this Dai Mubai remains so irreverent. She shot him a fierce look before turning away, choosing to ignore him henceforth. It was only then that Dai Mubai realized he had misspoken. He hastily attempted to explain himself, but it was already too late. Zhu Zhiqing had walked far away. Completely disregarding him, Dai Mubai silently lamented his predicament, feeling utterly defeated. Regret consumed him. How could he have been so foolish? A careless remark had driven Zhu Zhiqing away. Now, he would have to exert considerable effort to win her back. Nevertheless, he understood that he could only blame himself for his indiscretion. He resolved to be more cautious in the future and to avoid making the same mistake again. With that thought in mind, Dai Mubai hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up to Zhu Zhiqing, urgently explaining, "Zhiqing, I truly only intended to support Fatty this time. Rest assured, I've turned over a new leaf, and I promise I won't repeat the same mistake again. Please don't stay mad at me." As he spoke, he scrutinized Zhu Zhiqing's expression, hoping for any sign of forgiveness. Yet, Zhu Zhiqing did not respond immediately, continuing on her way with a stoic demeanor, her expression unmoved. Dai Mubai was consumed by regret. Wishing he could slap himself for his impulsive defense of Ma Hongjuan, he internally chastised himself, pondering how he had managed to irritate Su Qing so thoroughly. And he feared that she might truly refuse to acknowledge him. While berating himself, he racked his brain for a way to salvage the situation and regain Zhu Zhiqing's trust and affection. Zhu Zhiqing felt a swell of grievance. Her thoughts tangled like a mess of yarn. She recalled the arduous journey she had undertaken for Dai Mubai, fleeing from the Star Luo Empire. Enduring countless hardships and dangers along the way, she had faced the elements, lived in fear, and danced on the precipice of death countless times. Yet what of Dai Mubai? He had repeatedly let her down. The encounter with the twin sisters at the Rose Hotel had already left her feeling unsettled, and now he had once again chosen to side with Ma Hongjuan, flirting with others. Zhu Zhiqing pondered with a heart full of sorrow. How can this man be so oblivious to his own shortcomings? Does he not comprehend the value of all I have sacrificed for him? How can he repeatedly inflict wounds upon my heart? The more she contemplated, the heavier her heart felt, burdened by a tide of grievance that surged relentlessly against her inner defenses. Crystal tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes, resembling pearls that had broken free from their string, each drop laden with the agony and helplessness she harbored within. She felt as though her heart was gradually sinking, descending into an abyss of darkness and suffering from which there was no escape. Memories of her past flooded her mind, those moments of ridicule and humiliation, days spent in disregard and neglect. Now, having finally grasped an opportunity, she lamented its loss due to her own fragility. A profound sense of guilt and regret enveloped her. Why could she not be stronger? Why did she always feel so powerless? Her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging painfully into her palms. a fleeting sting that paled in comparison to the anguish within. She despised her own ineptitude, loathed her weakness, and harbored a deep resentment for the injustices of the world. Yet, no matter how fiercely she resented, reality remained merciless, leaving her with no choice but to silently endure it all. Once again, Zhu Zhuqing found herself ensnared in a web of turmoil, her thoughts spiraling into despair. Where could I go after leaving Daimubai? The vastness of the world seemed devoid of a sanctuary for her. A profound sense of hopelessness enveloped her, as if the entire universe conspired against her. Would she be destined to await her demise at the hands of the Dai and Zhu families once she and Daimubai reached adulthood? She muttered to herself, her voice tinged with fear. Such a tragic fate was unbearable. She refused to become a pawn in the power struggles of her family. Yet, she was at a loss as to how to alter her circumstances, left to silently bear the torment within. She recalled the hardships and dangers she faced while fleeing the Star Luo Empire, enduring countless trials and tribulations in search of a new life. Yet now, she realized that she remained shackled by the chains of fate. Was it not her intent to escape this dreadful destiny that led her from the Star Luo Empire to the kingdom of Barak, seeking the very man who had abandoned her and fled alone? Tears glimmered in her eyes as memories of the past flooded her consciousness. She had resolutely departed from her homeland, hoping to find a safe haven away from familial conflicts. However, the harshness of reality left her feeling profoundly lost and despondent. I refuse to succumb. I have invested so much, traversing thorns and braving hardships. How can I so easily relinquish my resolve over such trivial matters? I have endured more suffering than one can imagine, each trial a testament to my perseverance. Yet, he continues to shatter my heart time and again. I question whether I should still believe he will truly change, that he will no longer cause me pain or bring forth my tears. Each time, I promise myself to grant him one more chance, yet the outcome invariably leaves me utterly disheartened. Perhaps this time is no exception, yet I cannot help but harbor hope, yearning for him to recognize his missteps and genuinely strive for change. After all, we once shared beautiful memories and profound emotions. To relinquish it all so easily would render our past efforts futile. Yet, the fear of enduring further heartache looms large. Chapter 38. Choice 1. Zhu Zhuqing's heart felt as though it were being torn asunder, one half brimming with anticipation and hope for Daimubai, while the other remained shrouded in the shadows of past wounds and disappointments. These conflicting emotions clashed violently within her, plunging her into deep anguish. Should she choose to grant Daimubai another opportunity, she would once more immerse herself in this relationship, but uncertainty gnawed at her. Could he truly change? If he remained unchanged, she would only endure greater suffering and torment. This decision resembled a gamble, risking her heart and future. Conversely, should she decide to walk away, she would forfeit all her prior efforts and sacrifices, watching them dissipate into nothingness. Simultaneously, she would confront an uncertain future, unaware of what awaited her ahead. This choice demanded immense courage to sever ties with the past and face the unknown. Zhu Zhuqing found herself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of how to make the right choice. Was it to place her trust in Daimubai once more, granting him another chance, or to steel herself and turn away, severing all connections? Each option felt like an insurmountable weight, almost suffocating her. In her turmoil, Zhu Zhuqing trembled, her body reflecting the inner conflict and struggle. At that moment, Daimubai, consumed by urgency, rushed up from behind her. He grasped one of her hands tightly while striking his own face with the other. With a sharp sound, his cheek instantly swelled, yet he appeared oblivious to the pain. With a face full of guilt and regret, Daimubai gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and implored, "Zhuqing, it is all my fault. My words were cruel. Please forgive me." This was a moment of impulsiveness, without consideration of the consequences. "If you grant me another chance, I promise never to repeat the same mistakes. Please do not leave me." His voice resonated with sincerity and self-reproach, his eyes reflecting deep remorse. He understood that his words and actions had hurt Zhu Zhuqing and now sought to salvage their relationship. However, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her gaze fixed on the distance, a hint of resolve glinting in her eyes. Seeing her demeanor, Daimubai's anxiety intensified. He realized that inaction could lead to the irrevocable loss of Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he resolved to set aside his pride and apologize once more. "Zhuqing, please listen to me. I deeply regret those words, having failed to consider your feelings. Yet, my love for you is genuine, and I wish for us to start anew." Daimubai's tone softened further as he endeavored to sway Zhu Zhuqing with his heartfelt words. He understood that to earn Zhu Zhuqing's trust, he must first relinquish his pride and self-esteem. At that moment, Daimubai was overwhelmed with regret and self-reproach, incessantly chastising himself. How foolish I am. He recalled all that Xu Qing had done for him, and guilt swelled within him. Each instance of her sorrow stemmed from his own impulsiveness and stubbornness. He felt like an irredeemable fool, and if Xu Qing chose not to forgive him this time, he truly did not know how to confront such a reality. Losing Xu Qing was simply not an option. Thus, Dai Mubai resolved internally that should Xu Qing grant him another chance, he would cherish it beyond measure and devote himself to safeguarding her, ensuring she would never again endure any grievances or harm. He closed his eyes, envisioning a future devoid of Xu Qing's presence, one that would plunge him into an abyss of solitude and anguish. This sensation was akin to an unbearable nightmare, sending shivers down his spine. With this thought, he clenched his fists tightly, his palms beginning to sweat, and his heart racing with anticipation. He yearned for Xu Qing to reconsider and return to his embrace. With renewed determination, Dai Mubai declared, I shall rectify my shortcomings. Let us confront our destiny together and shatter its confines. I vow by the name of my ancestors that I will treat you well from this day forth, ensuring you never feel that your escape from the Star Luo Empire to the Balik Kingdom was in vain. Therefore, Xu Qing, could you grant me one last opportunity? After uttering these words, his gaze became resolute, locking onto Xu Qing with sincere fervor. At that moment, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. He feared Xu Qing might decisively leave, which would cause his world to crumble. Yet, he still hoped for her forgiveness, for it was the only path to a fresh start. He silently vowed that if Xu Qing could forgive him this time, he would devote all his sincerity and effort to atone for his misdeeds, promising her a future filled with happiness. Listening to Dai Mubai's words, Xu Qing felt a flicker of doubt within her heart. She could sense the sincerity and urgency in his voice, as if it carried an intangible power attempting to breach her emotional defenses. However, the wounds of the past remained sharp, deeply embedded in her heart, preventing her from finding peace. She wrestled internally. He seems genuinely remorseful this time. Should I trust him once more? Perhaps he truly has changed, yet he had made similar promises before, only to disappoint me. Can I endure such pain again? Yet, if I do not grant him this chance, can I truly let go of this relationship and face the future alone? Xu Qing felt her heart being tugged by two invisible forces, one representing her deep affection for Dai Mubai and a glimmer of hope, while the other bore the weight of past hurt and disappointment. She found herself at a crossroads, uncertain of how to choose, for each option bore immense risks and consequences. The lingering pain of past wounds pierced her heart like sharp thorns, and whenever she recalled those agonizing memories, an indescribable sorrow surged within her. Regarding the future, dread enveloped her, leaving her unsure if she could endure such hurt once more. These intricate emotions intertwined, plunging her mind into chaos. Various voices echoed in her thoughts, and her reflections scattered like leaves caught in a tempest. She incessantly questioned herself, what should I do? This query weighed heavily upon her chest, rendering her breathless. She understood that before her lay but two choices, either to muster the courage to trust him once more and grant them both an opportunity, or to decisively turn away, thereby concluding their relationship. Yet, no matter which choice she contemplated, it felt overwhelmingly arduous, as though she stood at a crossroads, utterly lost. She endeavored to calm herself, contemplating the potential repercussions of each path. Should she choose to continue trusting him, she would need to release the shadows of the past and rebuild her faith in him. However, the prospect of enduring further heartache loomed as a devastating possibility. Conversely, should she opt to leave, while she could evade additional pain, it would also signify relinquishing the chance to defy fate together, rendering all her previous suffering seemingly self-inflicted. This internal conflict tormented her, leaving her in a state of indecision. Chapter 39. Choice 2. Xu Qing's thoughts swirled as she recalled countless moments of disappointment in Dai Mubai, those heart-wrenching instances flashing through her mind like scenes from a film. She was ensnared in a painful struggle within. Should she offer him another chance? Was he truly deserving of her trust? Simultaneously, she reminisced about the hardships endured while escaping. The days spent braving the elements, fraught with fear, each moment was nearly unbearable. Had she truly endured so much for him only to abandon it all? Furthermore, she harbored a deep-seated resentment and rebellion against the fate dictated by her family. Was she truly destined to bow to fate and be manipulated by her kin? All these emotions converged, ultimately solidifying Xu Qing's resolve. Enough, she thought. Let me grant Dai Mubai one final opportunity, and in doing so, offer herself a chance to defy destiny. After all, she had already sacrificed so much. How could she relinquish it so easily? Taking a deep breath, she seemed to resolve herself. She would trust him once more. If it ended in disappointment, she would have no one but herself to blame for her misfortune. Zhu Zhiqing gazed quietly at Dai Mubai, her heart a tempest of thoughts. She knew that this moment could signify a pivotal turning point in their relationship. Drawing in a steadying breath, she declared with unwavering conviction, Dai Mubai, I shall give you one last chance, and this is indeed the final opportunity. Should you disappoint me again, we shall await the consequences of our fate. In truth, Zhu Zhiqing wrestled with profound inner conflict and anguish. On one hand, she still harbored deep feelings for Dai Mubai. On the other, she feared the prospect of being hurt anew. However, she understood that this was her final boundary. If Dai Mubai remained unrepentant, she would have no choice but to resign herself to fate. Alas, Dai Mubai, I am truly torn. I am deeply afraid of being hurt again, yet I cannot let go of the bond we share. I fervently hope that he can genuinely change this time, sparing me further sorrow. I am utterly exhausted and long for this to be the last time I fear for him, the last time my heart shatters for him. If he remains unchanged, I genuinely do not know if I possess the courage to endure any longer. This time, it all hinges on his actions, Zhu Zhiqing silently resolved. She was acutely aware that love is rarely a smooth journey, yet she remained willing to believe that Dai Mubai could transform. However, how the future would unfold remained a mystery only time could unravel. Dai Mubai held Zhu Zhiqing's hand tightly, tears shimmering in his eyes as he earnestly placed his hand upon his chest and declared, Zhiqing, thank you for granting me this opportunity. I am truly grateful. Rest assured, I will strive to change and will not let you down again. Dai Mubai's heart brimmed with gratitude and determination. He recognized the rarity of the opportunity Zhu Zhiqing had bestowed upon him and acknowledged his past mistakes. At that moment, he resolved to change fundamentally, to demonstrate his sincerity through tangible actions. I am so fortunate that Zhu Qing can give me another chance. Her feelings for me run so deep, and I had failed to cherish them before. This time, I absolutely cannot let her expectations down. I must transform completely and ensure she leads a happy life. I will pour all my efforts into safeguarding her, vowing never to let her suffer harm or injustice again. Dai Mubai silently pledged, his gaze resolute and filled with affection. After making his vow, he raised his right hand to the heavens and swore, I, Dai Mubai, solemnly vow before the heavens that from this day forth, I will wholeheartedly cherish Zhu Zhiqing and will never again bring her disappointment. Should I violate this oath, may I face the wrath of the heavens and meet an untimely demise. His voice was firm and powerful, as if he sought to engrave his promise upon the very fabric of existence. Dai Mubai secretly vowed to cherish this opportunity and to never again bring sorrow to Zhu Zhiqing. He understood that only through genuine actions could he earn her trust and love. I must prove my pledge through my deeds, convincing Zhu Zhiqing of my sincerity, he murmured. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Zhu Zhiqing, filled with profound affection. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's oath, although her expression remained as cold as frost, a flicker of warmth ignited deep within her eyes, a flame named hope. May he truly deliver on his promises this time, Zhu Zhiqing silently thought, her tone betraying a mix of anticipation and anxiety. She was acutely aware that she had granted Dai Mubai numerous chances in the past, each fraught with disappointment and pain. Nevertheless, she still chose to believe, despite her lingering trepidation. Zhu Zhiqing came to a halt, standing still as she gazed into the distance, as if lost in contemplation. Delighted beyond measure, Dai Mubai hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Zhu Zhiqing's delicate hand, his eyes brimming with excitement. Zhu Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback, her mind conjuring the words Dai Mubai had just spoken, an array of complex emotions surging within her. Initially, she contemplated freeing herself from his grip, yet ultimately abandoned the thought, allowing him to hold her hand firmly. Let me trust him this time, Zhu Zhiqing resolved silently. Should Dai Mubai disappoint her once more, she vowed to relinquish all hope for their relationship, for she could no longer bear the weight of further heartache. Dai Mubai clutched Zhu Zhiqing's hand as if fearing that a moment's release would cause her to vanish. Slowly, he led her back to Tang San and the others. At this moment, his heart overflowed with an indescribable joy, and he pondered, I must exert every effort to present my best self, to bring genuine happiness and satisfaction to Zhiqing. I must ensure she witnesses my transformation and experiences boundless joy. I can no longer indulge in reckless abandon. Instead, I must embrace responsibility and provide her with ample security. I will prove to the world that I, Dai Mubai, am a man worthy of Zhu Zhiqing's trust and lifelong devotion. With unwavering determination and a longing for a beautiful future gleaming in his eyes, Dai Mubai silently vowed. Meanwhile, As Dai Mubai was persuading Zhu Zhuqing, the argument among Ma Hongjun and his companions intensified. Ma Hongjun bellowed, his face flushed with indignation. What if I merely glanced? Is that forbidden? His eyes widened in defiance, exuding an air of righteousness as if he had committed no wrongdoing. The students from Songhui Academy were equally unyielding. Glaring back angrily, was that merely a glance? Your gaze was an affront. They clenched their fists, seemingly poised for confrontation. Humph, cease your slander. Ma Hongjun. Act with integrity, he retorted, hands on his hips, brimming with indignation. Puffing out his chest, he sought to demonstrate his uprightness and innocence. You still dare to be obstinate? Just look at that lecherous expression of yours. It's clear you're no good. The opposing voice rose several notches, infused with anger and accusation. Chapter 40. The bet. The two sides exchanged heated words, neither yielding an inch, embroiled in a fierce dispute. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu, the leading mentor from Songhui Academy, stepped forward, declaring, I shall not engage in your quarrel. In the realm of soul masters, strength dictates the rules. If you can defeat me, this matter will be settled. However, should you lose, that chubby fellow must apologize on his knees to my female student. What do you say? Will you accept this wager? If you choose not to bet, then let that chubby fellow simply apologize. But should you lose the wager, he must kneel and apologize. Yi Zhiqiu was scheming in his heart, filled with confidence in his own abilities. He mused that the young challengers before him were no match for his prowess. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to teach them a lesson, making them aware that Songhui Academy was not to be trifled with, and that they should think twice before provoking his people. A smirk of disdain graced his lips as a gleam of confidence sparkled in his eyes. He believed victory was already assured, for how could a mere group of youngsters stand against him, a seasoned and formidable five-ring soul king? Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions appeared somewhat hesitant and anxious, fully aware of the formidable strength of their adversaries, yet reluctant to yield easily. Ma Hongjun, upon hearing the taunts, was instantly consumed with rage, his anger erupting like a volcano. He thought to himself that these individuals were truly overstepping their bounds. He had merely cast a few glances, yet found himself subjected to such humiliation. Nevertheless, he recognized that this battle was not solely about personal honor, but also the reputation of Shrek Academy. And retreating was not an option. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his true capabilities, ensuring they would not underestimate him. Tang San quickly calculated his response. Understanding that accepting the challenge outright could lead to a disadvantageous position, yet, he could not allow Shrek Academy's reputation to falter. He observed his opponents closely, contemplating that Yi Zhiqiu appeared formidable and should not be underestimated. Caution was paramount, and they must devise a comprehensive strategy that preserved their dignity while successfully navigating the challenge. As Dai Mubai returned with Zhu Zhuqing, they encountered the tense standoff. Dai Mubai's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze exuding authority and dominance. He inquired loudly about the situation and soon learned of Songhui Academy's provocation. With a cold snort, Dai Mubai disdainfully remarked, What is there to fear? Let us confront them. Do not forget the rules of Shrek Academy. He thought to himself that these individuals dared to act arrogantly before Shrek Academy, clearly unaware of their own insignificance. As a student of Shrek Academy, he felt compelled to stand firm. Tang San, however, appeared somewhat perplexed and asked hesitantly, Rules? Does Shrek Academy have any specific rules? He felt uncertain, given that they were facing the opponent's lead instructor, whose strength was undoubtedly formidable. Yet he also understood Dai Mubai's character. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would be unavoidable. He pondered silently, if a fight breaks out, will we be able to hold our ground? Dai Mubai crossed his arms confidently, lifting his chin with an air of superiority, declaring, Of course. Aside from our admission rules, we have another principle. Those who do not seek trouble are mediocre. Therefore, do not hesitate to confront them. Besides, we have Teacher Zhao Wujie with us. He is a soul sage. Even if we were to lose, Teacher Zhao would back us up. So what do we have to fear? Dai Mubai silently bolstered his confidence, reassured by the presence of Master Zhao Wujie, believing that even if they encountered a setback, he would be able to resolve it, and they would not dare to treat him harshly. With this thought, Dai Mubai felt an even greater surge of courage, as if he could already perceive the dawn of victory. Tang San's eyes brightened at this realization, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, we still have Master Zhao. Even if we were to lose, what could he possibly do to us? The weight of his worries diminished significantly, and the tension within him relaxed. He silently resolved, if it comes to it, we will simply fight back. After all, with Master Zhao supporting us from behind, What is there to fear? Seeing Tang San's newfound clarity, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. He straightened his back and strode forward without hesitation. His steps were resolute and powerful, each imbued with strength and determination, as if the very earth trembled beneath his feet. He approached Yi Zhiqiu with his head held high, exuding an air of regal confidence akin to a majestic lion. His eyes sparkled with intensity, resembling two blazing flames, radiating unparalleled self-assurance and authority. With a slight upward curl of his lips, he declared in a tone that was both resolute and laced with provocation, "We accept this wager." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the arena, compelling the attention of all present. At that moment, a fierce fire ignited within Dai Mubai, fueled by indignation. No matter what. We cannot falter in our momentum. We must ensure that the opponents understand that the members of Shrek Academy are not to be trifled with. Who am I, Dai Mubai? I shall not be intimidated. I am eager to see the extent of your abilities. With this thought, he clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. As if gathering strength for the impending battle, Yi Zhiqiu observed Dai Mubai and his companions accept the wager without hesitation and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. His previously calm demeanor momentarily giving way to an almost imperceptible surprise. However, this surprise vanished as swiftly as it appeared, and he quickly regained his composure, his gaze turning cold and piercing. "Very well, let us battle outside the town to avoid damaging the surroundings," he stated with an air of indifference, then disdainfully flicked his sleeves, leading the members of Tsanghui Academy towards the outskirts with resolute strides. Inwardly, Yi Zhiqiu calculated, these audacious youngsters dare to accept the wager. They are utterly unaware of their limitations. I will certainly show them the extent of my prowess and make them realize how foolish and arrogant they truly are. With this thought, his pace quickened, as if he could hardly wait to commence the duel and impart a profound lesson to Dai Mubai and his companions. Dai Mubai and the others, witnessing this, hesitated not for a moment. Their gazes were steadfast, their steps quickened as if propelled by the wind. Striding swiftly in pursuit of Yi Zhiqiu and his group, soon arriving at the edge of the small town, their figures darted forth with the speed of arrows, each step brimming with strength and resolve. Upon their emergence, Yi Zhiqiu clasped his hands together, slightly bowing, his expression grave. He introduced himself earnestly. "I am Yi Zhiqiu, a 56th level defensive soul master, with the martial spirit of a beast, the Xian Gui." His voice resonated with a deep and penetrating timbre, as if it could pierce through the very essence of one's soul. Upon finishing his declaration, he unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing ripples to dance around him. Subsequently, a brilliant light emanated from his being, as a formidable soul power surged forth, summoning his martial spirit. A colossal black tortoise materialized behind him, its shell as impenetrable as iron, adorned with intricate runes that exuded an aura of ancient solemnity. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, radiated a dazzling brilliance, orbiting around him in a harmonious sequence, exuding a powerful pressure that commanded reverence, as if confronting an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 41. The battle. Dai Mubai and the others clasped their fists with solemn expressions, addressing Yi Zhiqiu with gravity. Dai Mubai declared, a 34th level assault type beast soul master, with the martial spirit of the evil eye white tiger. His gaze was resolute and confident, akin to a tiger poised for an attack, emanating an overwhelming aura. He clenched his fists tightly, vowing silently, "In this battle, I shall ensure they recognize my strength." Next, Oscar chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. "I am Oscar, a 30th level food system soul master, with the martial spirit of sausage." Though he appeared relaxed on the surface, a fervent determination simmered within him. As he thought, "I must not bring shame to our team. I too can play a crucial role." Finally, Tang San spoke with an impassive expression. "I am Tang San, a 29th level control type soul master, with the martial spirit of blue silver grass." His demeanor was calm and composed, his eyes reflecting wisdom and tenacity. Within, he felt as tranquil as an unfathomable lake, contemplating, "No matter how strong the opponent, I can master the situation." Ma Hongjun added, "I am a 27th level assault type soul master, with the martial spirit of the evil fire phoenix." He stood with his arms crossed, exuding pride, as if victory was already assured, brimming with confidence. "My evil fire phoenix is not to be trifled with." His gaze conveyed a powerful spirit, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Ning Rongrong, a 24th level support type soul master with the martial spirit of the 7 treasures, glazed tower, tilted her head slightly, her charming face adorned with a hint of pride, silently affirming, "With my support, everyone's strength will surely increase." Her petite figure radiated a unique charm, captivating those around her. Zhu Qing, a 26th level agility-type soul master with the martial spirit of the Nethercat, wore a stern expression, resembling a feline of the night. Always ready to strike, she resolved silently, "I shall make swift work of this," leaving no room for the opponent to breathe. She stood quietly, her eyes reflecting determination and decisiveness, as if she were already prepared for battle. Upon hearing Dai Mubai and the others declare their martial spirits and soul master levels, Yi Zhiqiu felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, his expression darkening considerably. He inwardly lamented, grappling with the formidable strength of his opponents, which was indeed a source of great distress. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing hailed from the royal family in the ducal mansion of the Star Luo Empire, their esteemed statuses and profound backgrounds rendering them formidable adversaries. Ning Rongrong, being affiliated with the prestigious Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was not someone to be trifled with lightly. As for the other four companions, despite their current soul master rankings hovering around the 20s and 30s, their youthful accomplishments hinted at boundless potential. Faced with such a formidable assembly of foes, Yi Zhiqiu felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his composure, silently bolstering his resolve. Regardless of the circumstances, I, Yi Zhiqiu, am far from an ordinary individual. The outcome remains uncertain. Just as Yi Zhiqiu was rallying his spirits, Dai Mubai and his companions charged forth with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. The first to strike, Ning Rongrong, let out a melodic cry that seemed to pierce the heavens. Her hands danced with the grace of a nimble butterfly, her youthful face radiating focus, an earnest demeanor that commanded attention. With a slight tilt of her head, she proclaimed loudly, "The seven treasures unleash the glazed tile." The first speaks of strength. The second speaks of speed. As her words resonated, two resplendent beams of light erupted from the magnificent seven treasure glazed tile pagoda, streaking through the air like meteors across the night sky, leaving behind a dazzling trail as they surged towards Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong's gaze was fixed intently on the luminous projectiles, her heart silently praying for the strength they would bestow upon her allies. Upon receiving Ning Rongrong's support, Dai Mubai felt as though he had transformed into a powder keg ignited with fervor, a torrent of wild energy surging within him. This power coursed through his veins, igniting his blood, quickening his heartbeat, and imbuing every muscle with explosive might. He could distinctly sense his speed surpassing previous limits, instantaneously elevating to a new echelon. His strength enhanced by 20%. In that moment, his eyes became piercingly sharp, akin to frigid blades, his muscles tensed with sudden intensity, veins protruding as he resembled a fierce tiger poised to pounce upon its prey. His imposing aura instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Then, with a sudden roar that reverberated like thunder, he unleashed his second soul skill, the white tiger's fierce light wave. A blinding white light coalesced rapidly, forming a spherical orb of energy. This orb, laden with unparalleled force, erupted from his mouth with astonishing velocity, akin to a cannonball. The brilliance of the light was so intense that it was nearly blinding, threatening to consume everything in its path mercilessly. Dai Mubai's gaze was steadfast, filled with determination and resolve as he silently vowed to deliver a crushing blow to his adversaries, ensuring they recognized his prowess. Simultaneously, Tang Sen executed the ghost shadow misty steps, his movements fluid and agile as the wind, his form elusive and ghostly, rendering him nearly impossible to capture. His hands were tightly clenched, the blue-silver grass in his grasp seemed to be imbued with vibrant life, moving with an enchanting grace. Tang Sen appeared as a bolt of blue lightning, racing across the arena with a speed that dazzled the eye. His movements flowed seamlessly and naturally, devoid of any hesitation, as if he were one with his surroundings, everything occurring with an effortless elegance. The blue-silver grass, like a sinuous serpent, reached out, tracing beautiful yet menacing arcs through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that bore down on Yi Zhiqiu. They shot forth like arrows, propelled by immense force and an intimidating momentum that sent chills down the spine. Tang San's gaze was resolute and piercing, his thoughts resolute. What if you are a Soul King? We, the members of Shrek Academy, shall not fear any formidable foe. In this battle today, You shall come to understand our might. His heartbeat was steady and powerful, each pulse infusing him with greater courage and determination. In that moment, Tang Xin transformed into a valiant warrior, his figure appearing exceptionally tall and imposing under the sunlight. Zhu Zhuqing moved with an otherworldly swiftness, her presence almost ghost-like, nearly imperceptible to the eye, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, vanishing and reappearing in an instant. Her speed was astonishing, resembling a shadow gliding through the air, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Her movements were light and agile, each step brimming with strength and resolve. The claws in her hands glimmered with a chilling brilliance, capable of rending the very air. Her eyes reflected unwavering determination, devoid of any hesitation or retreat. She focused intently on her adversary ahead, her gaze ablaze with the fire of battle. One thought consumed her mind: she must defeat him. This thought echoed within her like the beating of war drums, urging her to forge ahead. She understood the profound significance of this battle, not only for her personal honor but also for the triumph of her team. Deep within, she silently vowed, regardless of the cost, she would conquer her foe, never retreating, never surrendering. She aimed to prove her worth through her strength and to respond to everyone's expectations with victory. Chapter 42, Battle 2. At that moment, Ma Hongjun let out a thunderous roar that reverberated like a clap of thunder, shaking the very air around him. His legs surged with power, stomping forcefully on the ground, causing the earth beneath to tremble as he leapt into the air like a cannonball. In an instant, flames swirled around his body, the searing fire burning fiercely, as though it sought to reduce everything nearby to ash. Without hesitation, he unleashed his first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire Line. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from his mouth, resembling a ferocious roaring fire dragon, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, exuding boundless might as it lunged towards Yi Zhiqiu. Despite Yu Shiqiu being a soul king at over 50 levels, there existed a significant disparity in strength compared to them. Yet Tang San, Zhu Xing, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun remained undaunted. In their eyes, there was not the slightest hint of timidity, only unwavering resolve and fearless courage. Deep within their hearts, they firmly believed that as long as they worked together, no adversary could prove insurmountable. As Yu Shiqiu faced the fierce attacks from Tang San and his companions, his expression darkened, a wave of panic surging within him. These youngsters are indeed formidable, their relentless assault taking me by surprise. Yet, he quickly inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Clenching his jaw tightly, his muscles tensed like solid rock. His first and second spirit rings simultaneously radiated dazzling brilliance, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Then, a chilling aura surged forth from him, a coldness that seemed capable of freezing one's very blood. As the battle commenced, Yu Zhiqiu decisively unleashed his two powerful spirit abilities, the first, Xian Shui Bing Feng, and the second, Xian Gui Hu Ti. The unrelenting cold emanating from him was a manifestation of his first spirit ability, the frigid air swiftly spreading in all directions, attempting to thwart the fierce onslaught of Tang San and his comrades. A cold smirk played on his lips as he mused, "Humph, these youngsters do possess some skill. But they are ultimately still too young, barely in their teens. How much spirit power could they possibly wield? No matter how formidable their martial souls or how high their innate talent, they could never bridge the vast chasm between us. I refuse to believe that with my strength and experience, I could be bested by a handful of novices." With this thought, a hint of arrogance flickered across his face, confidence swelling within him. He felt as though victory was already within his grasp, as if it were but a breath away. After years of navigating the Soul Master realm and enduring countless battles, what scene had he not witnessed? To be challenged by mere children was nothing short of a ludicrous jest. His eyes gleamed with disdain, filled with contempt for Tang San and the others. Just as Tang San had surmised, Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Gui martial soul possessed exceptional defensive capabilities. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with a mixture of anger and frustration as he gathered his spirit power once more, preparing to unleash a more potent attack. Every muscle in his body strained to its utmost, his bones cracking with the effort, each sinew as hard as steel. He summoned all his strength, channeling his spirit power into his hands. The powerful Bai Hu Lai Guang bow surged forth with the force of a thunderous tempest, striking toward Yu Zhiqiu like a furious lightning bolt. In his heart, he roared defiantly, "I refuse to believe I cannot harm you." However, this astonishing blow struck Yi Zhiqiu but seemed to vanish into the abyss, producing no significant damage. It was as if he had not moved an inch. Yi Zhiqiu stood steadfastly in place, a sneer of derision gracing his lips, as if mocking Dai Mubai's overestimation of his own prowess. Witnessing this, Dai Mubai felt a mix of rage and astonishment, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening with the strain. He had never anticipated that his all-out attack would prove utterly ineffective against Yu Zhiqiu. He was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of frustration. Yet it simultaneously ignited a fiercer determination within him. He resolved to no longer hold back his strength, intending to demonstrate to this arrogant individual just how formidable he truly was. At that moment, Tang San's gaze resembled an unyielding rock, radiating a resolute calm that left onlookers in awe. His form danced like a gentle breeze, moving with an ethereal grace, his footwork unpredictable, akin to a sprite flitting through the wind. He executed the mystical and elusive ghost shadow perplexing steps, his feet interweaving swiftly, each movement precise and imbued with intricacies, propelling him at a dazzling speed toward Yi Zhiqiu. At that instant, a wave of chilling air emanated from Yi Zhiqiu, surging forth like a relentless icy tide, infused with an overwhelming sense of coldness and pressure that bore down upon Tang San. This frigid aura seemed to possess a life of its own, clawing and grasping, as if it sought to consume him whole. Tang San's hair was tossed wildly by the force of the chilling wind, and his cheeks instantly felt the bite of the penetrating cold. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast, devoid of any hint of retreat or fear. In that fleeting moment, Tang San was swept up by an intense chill, akin to countless sharp ice needles piercing deep into his marrow. He sensed his blood beginning to congeal in the face of this extreme cold, every pore in his body involuntarily tightening, as if striving to resist this terrifying chill. A wave of alarm surged through him. This cold was exceptionally formidable, displaying an astonishing dominance. However, in the next heartbeat, he quickly steadied his mind, contemplating, I cannot allow this cold to obstruct me. I must discover a way to break through. I, Tang San, have traversed countless perilous challenges. How could I be easily intimidated by this mere chill? I shall surely conquer it. He clenched his teeth tightly, the sound echoing like the crack of thunder, veins bulging on his forehead. With a swift motion, he brought his hands together in prayer, his movements as quick as lightning, and immediately commenced the full operation of his Xiantian skill. At that moment, the soul power within him surged forth like a roaring river, fierce and unstoppable. As this soul power coursed rapidly through his meridians, a warm energy began to spread throughout his body, gradually dispelling the harshness of winter like the gentle sun of spring. Tang San distinctly felt the warmth enveloping him, causing the icy sensations to recede bit by bit, bringing him a measure of relief. He released a long sigh, bolstered by newfound confidence. However, the once nimble and flexible blue silvergrass was now seemingly ensnared by a mysterious and potent force, unable to stretch freely. The chilling aura shadowed him, tightly enveloping each blade of blue silvergrass, its icy breath penetrating every fiber. These once supple and resilient strands had now become unyieldingly rigid, as if encased in a thick layer of frost. They had lost their former flexibility and agility, each movement appearing exceptionally arduous. Tang San was in a state of desperate anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his brows furrowed tightly into a shape. His mind raced with urgent thoughts. This frigid aura is so formidable. What should I do? How can I extricate myself from this predicament? There must be a way. There has to be. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, his gaze fixed intently on the adversary ahead. While he attuned himself to every shift in the surrounding environment, he understood that only by maintaining composure could he discover a solution to his plight. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in fury, his gaze fierce, and he unleashed a thunderous shout. Ah? The sound resonated like a clap of thunder, deafening and instilling a sense of dread. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly, the muscles in his arms tensing, veins bulging forth like iron. Subsequently, he summoned every ounce of strength and unleashed a torrent of flames. In an instant, a searing phoenix flame erupted from his mouth, a deluge of fire surging forth with a force capable of annihilating worlds, fiercely directed towards Yi Zhiqiu. Wherever the flames passed, the air appeared to warp under the extreme heat, creating visible ripples of heat waves, as if the very fabric of space were contorted by this terrifying temperature. Although Ma Hongjuan's tempestuous phoenix flames were significantly diminished upon contact with the frozen waters released by Yi Zhiqiu, which drastically lowered their temperature, the once blazing inferno, capable of incinerating all, was now akin to being doused with cold water, its momentum evidently weakened. Nevertheless, despite the reduction in the phoenix flame's ferocity, they continued to burn tenaciously, striving to break free from the confines of the ice. The clash between the phoenix flames and the frozen waters ignited a fierce conflict and resistance. Simultaneously, the chilling aura emanating from Yujichio experienced a slight increase in temperature due to the impact of the phoenix flames. The previously unbearable cold, akin to the bitter winds of the polar regions, was no longer as intolerable, at least not to the extent of feeling one's bones freeze. However, despite the diminished intensity of the cold, it lingered in the air, imparting a bone-chilling sensation. Yujichio was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flames to be so potent, capable of weakening his icy aura. He could not help but exclaim, "This fellow's flames are remarkably fierce, even capable of diminishing my coldness." Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth, resolutely thinking, "No matter how formidable your frozen waters are, I shall not be easily subdued." His gaze was steadfast and unwavering, determined not to yield to anyone. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix was a rare, mutated martial soul, its flames harboring extraordinary power. The purplish-red flames resembled a feral beast breaking free from its confines, claws bared, and a fearsome presence. The flames exhibited a sinister purplish hue, akin to the eyes of a demon, glimmering with a menacing light. It leaped through the air, roaring, as if proclaiming its strength and inviolability to the entire world. Wherever the flames reached, the air seemed ignited, crackling with a symphony of sound. They twisted and morphed as if endowed with life, relentlessly seeking new targets to consume. Despite the impenetrable hardness of Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell defense, it appeared somewhat fragile before the onslaught of the crimson flames. The fire swiftly spread, enveloping the shell in a fierce blaze. Each flicker of flame seemed to possess its own consciousness, fervently striving to devour everything in its path. The ferocity exhibited showed no signs of abating. This sudden turn of events startled Yi Zhiqiu, his heart constricting as he marveled inwardly at the formidable nature of the flames. Realizing how tenacious they were, he hastily summoned his soul power, attempting to resist the encroaching inferno. However, the flames seemed to possess boundless strength, continuously battering against his defenses. Yi Zhiqiu dared not let his guard down, furrowing his brow and fixating his gaze on the blazing fire, contemplating his countermeasures. He understood that if he did not swiftly devise a solution, he risked being overwhelmed by the flames. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seized the fleeting opportunity, her lithe form quivering like a bolt of black lightning. Her movements were as swift as a phantom, each step imbued with unparalleled speed and power, transforming into a blurred silhouette that reached the blind spot behind Yi Zhiqiu in the blink of an eye. Her figure darted like a specter, almost impossible to capture. At this juncture, her once gentle visage was replaced by an expression of cold determination. Her gaze was sharp enough to pierce through anything, locking onto Yi Zhiqiu's head with unwavering focus. Taking a deep breath, she gathered all her strength as if it were a tidal wave converging upon her hands. Her muscles tensed, and her joints paled from exertion, a testament to her unwavering resolve. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her first soul skill, the spectral piercer. In her heart, she called out, "Yi Zhiqiu, prepare yourself." She aimed to demonstrate her prowess to all, asserting that she would not be easily vanquished. The spectral piercer was Zhu Zhuqing's signature technique, capable of instantaneously augmenting her attack power and speed. As she activated it, a powerful energy erupted from her hands, forming a sharp wave of darkness that surged toward Yi Zhiqiu's back. This strike encapsulated all of Zhu Zhuqing's strength and skill, and she believed it would pose a significant threat to Yi Zhiqiu. Simultaneously, Tang San furrowed his brow in concentration, his tightly knit brow seemingly capable of squashing a fly. His eyes were fixed intently on Yi Zhiqiu, filled with focus and resolve as he meticulously manipulated the blue silver grass. The blue silver grass, animated as if alive, surged toward Yi Zhiqiu under Tang San's mental command. They traced elegant yet menacing arcs through the air, accompanied by the piercing sound of wind. In the blink of an eye, the blue silver grass surged towards Yi Zhiqiu, wrapping around him with a will of its own, binding him tightly as if determined to restrain him without granting an ounce of opportunity for escape. Tang San mused inwardly, "Yi Zhiqiu, let us see how you evade this time." Chapter 44. Battle for in a fleeting moment. As Zhu Zhuqing's attack was about to land, Yi Zhiqiu reacted with remarkable swiftness, a sudden alarm echoing in his mind. This is bad. Instinctively, his head retracted into his shell with astonishing speed, akin to a turtle retreating into its protective abode. His movements were both deft and rapid, perfectly timed to evade Zhu Zhuqing's fierce onslaught. Within the confines of his shell, Yi Zhiqiu silently rejoiced. That was close. I almost got hit, but my reflexes saved me. He could not help but admire his own fortune and adaptability, fully aware that had he not made that timely decision, the consequences could have been dire. At this moment, he felt a genuine pride in his wit and decisiveness. After successfully dodging Zhu Zhuqing's attack, Yi Zhiqiu's countenance darkened ominously, akin to a sky heavy with storm clouds before a tempest. His eyes glimmered with a fierce light, resembling a famished wolf, brimming with murderous intent and resolve. Then, the third soul ring on his body shimmered brilliantly, illuminating the surrounding area with its dazzling radiance, a clear indication that he was poised to unleash a formidable strike. Slowly, he emerged from his shell, opening his mouth wide, his cheeks puffed out. With a sudden exhalation, he unleashed a mist of water, fierce and rapid, reminiscent of a high-pressure water jet. Yi Zhiqiu thought fiercely, watch how I counterattack this time. His gaze was filled with confidence and determination, as though he held absolute certainty in the efficacy of his assault. Despite Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire possessing an intense combustibility capable of incinerating all in its path, Yi Zhiqiu's soul power vastly surpassed his, creating a significant disparity between them. Moreover, Yi Zhiqiu's profound water was exceptionally potent, brimming with immense energy. Suddenly, with a splutter, the blazing phoenix fire upon the shell was extinguished by the unexpected spray of water mist from Yi Zhiqiu. The once brilliant purplish-red flames vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke. Witnessing this, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of anxiety, as if countless ants were scuttling about in his mind. He thought to himself, this fellow is truly formidable. I cannot allow him to gain the upper hand. I must find a way to suppress him once more. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing moved with ghostly agility, her speed so swift that her actions were nearly imperceptible, transforming into a fleeting shadow. A flicker of resolve flashed through her enchanting eyes, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, steadfast and resplendent. Her feline claw was raised high, the sharp talons glimmering with a chilling light beneath the moon's silvery glow, cutting through the air with an unparalleled ferocity as it struck forcefully upon Yi Zhiqiu's shell-like back. In that fleeting moment, her form transformed into a wisp of smoke, light and swift, as she seized the opportunity to depart without hesitation. Yet, in that singular instant of impact, Zhu Zhiqing felt as if her claw had grazed an ancient block of ice, an excruciating chill surged through her arm, akin to countless icy needles piercing her skin. Alarmed, Zhu Zhiqing realized the gravity of her miscalculation regarding her opponent's prowess, but there was no time for further contemplation, for the frigid sensation was rapidly enveloping her entire being. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her soul power to counteract the encroaching cold while hastening her retreat. In that instant, her claw felt as if it had been ensnared by a freezing force, rendering it rigid and devoid of sensation. Bewildered, Zhu Zhuqing marveled at the potency of this icy aura, a shiver rising from the depths of her heart. She understood the peril it posed. Without cautious maneuvering, she risked being immobilized, unable to unleash her true capabilities. Thus, she resolved to remain ever vigilant, adeptly wielding her abilities to confront this formidable chill. Meanwhile, Tang San's gaze sharpened with newfound determination, as if he had reached a pivotal decision in an instant. His handsome brow furrowed deeply, etching two pronounced lines of seriousness upon his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to retract the blue-silver grass ensnaring Yi Zhiqiu. The blue-silver grass, sensing Tang San's resolve, instinctively contracted, behaving like a well-drilled army responding to its commander's command. They moved with agility, swiftly returning to Tang San's side, each blade of grass pulsating with vitality, as if imbued with its own will. Tang San observed the retracted blue-silver grass with intent, contemplating the imperative to shield it from harm, knowing it was crucial for the forthcoming battle. With the return of the blue-silver grass, Tang San's complexion gradually stabilized, yet his gaze remained sharp, warily surveying his surroundings. At that moment, Dai Mubai's eyes widened like brass bells, his irises seemingly on the verge of leaping from their sockets, as he unleashed a deep, powerful roar, White Tiger Barrier. This bellow resonated like a fierce beast from the depths of the mountains, reverberating within the souls of those who heard it. In an instant, his muscles bulged, each one resembling solid rock, brimming with explosive strength. A faint white radiance rippled around his body, casting him as if he were a war deity descending upon the mortal realm. In an instant, He resembled a ferocious white tiger, propelling himself off the ground with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball being launched, surging towards Yujichio with astonishing speed. His robust arms were raised high above his head, accompanied by the howling winds, descending upon Yujichio like a formidable mountain. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of thunder. Deafening in its intensity, Yujichio was propelled forward by this overwhelming force, stumbling 2 steps ahead, each footfall striking like a chord, evoking trepidation in the hearts of onlookers. The ground bore the imprint of his steps, 2 deep craters emerging as dust swirled, as if the very earth trembled in response. Yet, being seasoned in battle, Yujichio quickly regained his composure, his expression darkening to an almost palpable gloom. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Third soul skill, profound water surge." His voice brimmed with fury and defiance, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up wrath. With frenzied motions, his hands orchestrated a torrent, every gesture imbued with boundless might. A surging deluge erupted from his palms, resembling a ferocious dragon, roaring forth to assail Dai Mubai with unbridled ferocity. Dai Mubai scoffed inwardly. "Come on, I fear you not." His gaze remained steadfast, unyielding in the face of this formidable onslaught, maintaining an unwavering calm. At that moment, Ma Hongjun shouted with fervor, "Behold my prowess." His cherubic face bore an expression of determination, his eyes wide and focused. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the energy within, feeling a powerful force coursing through him, more intense than before. As he exerted himself, his skin flushed crimson, as if aflame. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a second plume of phoenix flames erupted from his mouth. This inferno was even more radiant and searing than the last, as if it could incinerate all in existence. Where the flames roamed, the air crackled with heat, threatening to ignite. Though the fire did not completely evaporate the surging profound water, it effectively diminished its assault, granting Dai Mubai precious moments to react. Elated, Dai Mubai internally exclaimed, "A splendid opportunity." With agile grace, he deftly sidestepped, evading the oncoming torrent. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation, showcasing his exceptional skill and combat prowess. Panting, Ma Hongjun mused, "Humph, do not underestimate my phoenix flames." However, a series of Yujichio's actions left Tang San enveloped in profound confusion. His brow furrowed deeply, nearly pinching a fly, his gaze reflecting a torrent of doubts and perplexities. Deep within, he pondered incessantly. Could he not be a defensive soul master? Yet, the Xian Gui martial spirit ought to follow a defensive path. Surely, I cannot be mistaken? No, that cannot be. Tang San vigorously shook his head, convinced that something was amiss. What could possibly be the source of this disarray? Why did his method of attack starkly contrast with that of the ordinary holders of the Xian Gui martial spirit? The more he pondered, the more he felt that a colossal secret lay concealed behind this matter. Yet he found himself unable to untangle the threads of thought. Indeed, it was not solely Tang San who was bewildered. Yujichio was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. A tumultuous wave roiled within him as he grappled with the realization, despite the vast disparity in soul power levels between himself and them. Tang San and his companions had managed to create such a multitude of troubles for him. This was utterly beyond his expectations. Particularly concerning was the chubby lad named Ma Hongjun. Yujichio felt a jolt of alarm. Had it not been for the boy's relatively low soul power level, he might have struggled to extinguish his flames. It was as if he were a natural counter to Yujichio. Moreover, the synchrony exhibited by the four was astonishing, their every move seemingly attuned to one another's, far surpassing the capabilities of his own students. With gritted teeth, Yujichio silently vowed not to lose face before his students. He was determined to regain control of the situation. With this resolve, his gaze sharpened, and he formed seals with his hands, releasing a formidable surge of soul power. He resolved not to underestimate these youngsters any longer, committing to confront the battle with all his might. Just as Dai Mubai prepared to unleash his third soul skill, Tang Sen had placed his hand upon the 24 Bridges bright moon night, his fingers grazing the concealed weapon, poised to draw it forth when Zhao Wuji's booming voice, like thunder, erupted in their ears. "What are you all doing out here at this late hour? Shouldn't you be resting? Tomorrow, we need to venture into the Star Doe forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his soul ring." This unexpected reprimand startled both Dai Mubai and Tang San, freezing their movements. Dai Mubai stood awkwardly in place, while Tang San quickly withdrew his hand from the 24 Bridges bright moon night, silently relieved that he had not actually drawn the weapon. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, others emerged from behind, their faces reflecting astonishment. They understood that their discovery would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. After all, gathering secretly at such a late hour could hardly bode well. A wave of unease surged within them, uncertain of the repercussions that awaited, especially for Dai Mubai and Tang San, who had initially intended to support the chubby boy. It now appeared that this plan might be thwarted. However, having been discovered, they had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, striving to compose himself before approaching Zhao Wujia. Tang San followed closely behind, his expression impassive as he contemplated how to navigate the impending circumstances. As they drew near, Zhao Wujia's imposing figure gradually came into view. His expression was grave, eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity that made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. With Zhao Wujia's arrival, Yi Zhiqiu ignited like a powder keg, his fury blazing fiercely. He erupted like a spring set free, launching forward with an astonishing speed that stirred a fierce gust of wind. His complexion flushed crimson in an instant, his face contorted with rage reminiscent of the ominous clouds that herald a tempest, dark and foreboding. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Are you the leader of the Shrek Academy? That chubby fellow from your academy just harassed a female student from our Tsanghui Academy, and the one named Dai Mubai insulted me in my institution. What do you propose we do about this?" His voice trembled with uncontainable fury, as if each word were forced through clenched teeth, charged with palpable ire. His eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets, and the flames of indignation within seemed on the verge of manifesting as physical fire. Yi Zhiqiu's chest heaved like a volcano poised to erupt, each breath drawn as if to inhale all the air in his vicinity. His visage was a tapestry of wrath and indignation, his gaze betraying an uncontrollable hatred. His fists were clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, as though he sought to expel his inner turmoil through sheer force. Today, Shrek Academy must provide a satisfactory resolution, or I shall not rest until justice is served, he thought vehemently, his voice echoing like thunder in his mind. He felt his dignity severely wounded as a Soul King. Being so belittled and insulted ignited the flames of his anger even further, compelling him to confront the assailants without delay. Zhao Wujia's aura shimmered ominously as 7 soul rings emerged in succession. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 each a dazzling spectacle against the night. He strode forward with an air of authority, each step resonating with an immense force that caused the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Upon reaching Yi Zhiqiu, Zhao Wujia looked down upon him with an icy glare, stating coldly, "What sort of explanation do you seek?" As his words fell, he unleashed a torrent of formidable soul power, an overwhelming wave crashing toward Yi Zhiqiu. In his heart, Zhao Wujia scoffed, daring to act so brazenly in my presence without considering the weight of his own worth. Yi Zhiqiu felt an invisible, colossal force bearing down upon him, constricting his breath, his legs trembling involuntarily. Chapter 46. The battle concludes. Yi Zhiqiu was engulfed by an overwhelming pressure, akin to a massive mountain pressing down upon him, halting his breath in an instant. It felt as though an unseen hand had seized his throat, rendering him nearly breathless. His complexion swiftly turned ashen, devoid of color. Yet, despite this, Yi Zhiqiu gritted his teeth, battling against his physical discomfort and inner trepidation, striving to hold his ground. He laboriously raised his hands, preparing to summon his mysterious tortoise spirit. As he moved, a radiant light surged from within him, gradually coalescing into the shape of a colossal tortoise. Immediately, 5 resplendent soul rings gradually materialized around him, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Witnessing this scene, Yi Zhiqiu felt an unsettling chill surge within him, an ominous premonition taking hold of his heart. He silently lamented, thinking, "It's over. I've encountered a significant predicament. The opponent is a soul sage, far mightier than I." Yet, he was unwilling to concede so easily. How could he retreat in such a disheartened manner? Gritting his teeth, he resolved to reason with Zhao Wujia. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. "Esteemed soul sage, do you not adhere to reason? This is the fault of your Shrek Academy." However, despite his efforts to maintain composure, a trace of tremor betrayed his underlying fear and anxiety. He continually urged himself inwardly, "Do not be afraid. You must not be intimidated. Stand firm and argue your case." Upon hearing Yi Zhiqiu's words, Zhao Wujia's lips curled into a slight smirk, a look of disdain evident on his face. He opened his mouth, revealing a row of pristine, even teeth, which gleamed brilliantly in the moonlight. Following this, he emitted a low, derisive laughter filled with scorn. In a haughty tone, he proclaimed, "Reason? Huh? Do you not realize that in the realm of soul masters, strength is paramount? Only the powerful have the right to discuss reason. Therefore, if you can withstand my 3 strikes, I shall entertain a discussion on this so-called reason." Before his words had fully settled, Zhao Wujie, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly raised his arm, as robust as a tree trunk. Veins bulged and muscles tensed, seemingly brimming with boundless strength. A glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he unleashed a powerful slap towards Yujiqiu, the force behind it akin to a battering ram, intent on reducing Yujiqiu to mere pulp. Internally, Zhao Wujie sneered, thinking, do you truly believe you can reason with me? Such arrogance. Today, you shall learn the true disparity in strength. At this moment, Yujiqiu was thoroughly incensed by Zhao Wujie's unreasonable demeanor. He felt as though a volcano within him was on the verge of eruption, the seething flames of rage threatening to consume him. He mused defiantly, So what if you're a soul sage? I shall fight back and make you aware that Yujiqiu is not to be trifled with. He clenched his teeth so tightly that the muscles in his jaw bulged, his eyes wide with fury, nearly bulging from their sockets, with fine veins beginning to surface at the corners from the strain. His gaze was filled with indignation and defiance, as if he intended to devour Zhao Wujie whole. Frozen waters. Yujiqiu bellowed, unleashing his 3rd soul skill, frozen waters, in its entirety. A frigid aura erupted from his being, instantly freezing the air around him into ice. Countless sharp blades of ice rained down upon Zhao Wujie, each glimmering with a chilling light and exuding a bone-numbing cold. At that moment, Yujiqiu's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must make Zhao Wujie, the soul sage, suffer greatly, even if only slightly, to show him that he was not a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. He aimed to demonstrate to all that he, Yujiqiu, was a person of dignity and fortitude, unyielding to anyone who dared to trample upon his honor. Alas, reality often diverges from one's aspirations. The one who truly suffered was not Zhao Wujie, but rather Yujiqiu himself. Zhao Wujie's hand descended with an unstoppable force, akin to a mountain collapsing, its strength seemingly capable of obliterating everything in its path. Yujiqiu's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. He had never fathomed that Zhao Wujie's prowess could be so terrifying. The power of that strike far exceeded his imagination, effortlessly shattering the defensive shell upon which Yujiqiu relied, reducing it to countless shards that flew in every direction. As the shell crumbled, a tremendous recoil surged into Yujiqiu's body, prompting him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, Zhao Wujie, as if swatting a fly, effortlessly sent Yujiqiu hurtling several meters away. Yujiqiu, devoid of any means of resistance, soared through the air like a kite with its string severed, losing all control. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, raising a great cloud of dust. After hitting the earth, a sweet taste welled up in his throat, and with a sudden gasp, he expelled another mouthful of blood, which arced through the air before splattering on the ground, a sight most harrowing. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, resembling a lifeless sheet of paper. In that moment, his body felt as though it were disassembled, racked with excruciating pain. Every joint, every muscle felt as if it had been mercilessly struck by a heavy hammer. Both sore and numb. Particularly in his chest, a sharp, stabbing pain arose, nearly suffocating him. His mind was a tumult of chaos, buzzing as if swarmed by 1,000 bees. His vision began to blur, the surrounding scenery enveloped in a mist that obscured his sense of direction. He struggled to rise, yet his body betrayed him. Each movement brought fresh waves of pain and discomfort. He could only lie there, gasping for breath, striving to quell the fear and unease within him. It felt as though his very organs had been displaced. The intense agony was akin to countless daggers swirling violently within him, causing his vision to darken, nearly leading him to lose consciousness. Only then did the members of Tsonghui Academy awaken from their stupor, rushing to his side in a flurry, helping him to his feet. Their faces were etched with panic and concern, incessantly calling out Yujiqiu's name. "Teacher Yi, are you all right? Have you been injured? Teacher Yi, hold on. We will get you treatment right away." However, Yujiqiu merely lay there in silence, his eyes tightly shut, his face as pale as parchment, seemingly devoid of consciousness. The hearts of the crowd sank to the depths of despair, leaving them at a loss as to how to confront the situation before them. Observing this, Zhao Wujie strode over with an air of arrogance, his head held high, casting a condescending gaze upon Yujiqiu. A smirk of derision graced his lips as he contemptuously inquired, "Do you still wish to reason with me?" With the support of those around him, Yi Zhiqiu laboriously lifted his head, his heart brimming with anger and resentment at Zhao Wujie's brazen demeanor. His lips quivered as he attempted to articulate a response. Yet no sound emerged. Despair and helplessness flickered in his eyes, as if all hope had been extinguished in that very moment. He found himself devoid of the strength to resist, gasping for breath as his body trembled uncontrollably. He sensed his life slowly ebbing away, and yet he was powerless to halt it. Acknowledging his defeat, he recognized the severity of his loss. Nevertheless, he held no regrets, for he understood that this sacrifice was essential to safeguard his students. Chapter 47. Post-battle reflection and response. Yu Zhiqiu shook his head vigorously, uttering weakly, "I dare not. I dare not." His voice was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, tinged with an unmistakable trepidation, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Yet, within his heart simmered a profound bitterness as he silently vowed, "This debt I shall remember. Yi Zhiqiu will not forget. One day, I shall make Shrek Academy pay dearly for this humiliation, which I shall return tenfold." Then, flanked by the members of Tsanghui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu turned away in disgrace, his steps unsteady and his form betraying his distress. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie remained oblivious to the seething hatred in Yi Zhiqiu's gaze directed at Shrek Academy as he departed. That look was as lethal as a dagger, seemingly declaring, "I shall not rest until this vengeance is fulfilled." Yi Zhiqiu's eyes blazed with a fierce intensity, a torrent of hatred threatening to engulf Shrek Academy entirely. He silently vowed to seize an opportunity for retribution, longing for them to experience the sting of humiliation. Zhao Wujie's countenance darkened like a storm cloud, the furrows in his brow tightly knit, resembling a deep chasm. With a furious stride, he led the group towards the hotel, his broad chest heaving as if it were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Each step resonated with power, as though the very ground trembled beneath the weight of his wrath. His strides were so expansive that the others had to quicken their pace to keep up. Simultaneously, his voice boomed like thunder, sending tremors through the air around him. His roar echoed down the street, akin to a boulder disrupting the serene surface of a lake, creating ripples of unease. "Mubai, you have truly disgraced me. Upon our return, I shall rigorously train you." His voice was laden with fury and disappointment, sending a chill through those who heard it. His gaze was fierce and piercing, reminiscent of a cornered beast, filled with an overwhelming dissatisfaction towards Dai Mubai and the others, as if he longed to devour them whole. He bellowed in rage, swinging his robust arms as if such a display were the only means to release his pent-up emotions. At that moment, Zhao Wujie silently mused, These youngsters possess considerable strength, yet remain so oblivious to their limitations. If they do not diligently hone their skills, who knows what calamities they may unleash in the future." His gaze swept across Tang San and the others, and the fury within him subsided slightly. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, each pair of eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. They shared a silent communication through their looks, as if conveying their innermost thoughts without words. Dai Mubai pursed his lips, secretly grumbling, "Can we really be blamed? After all, they are soul kings, whereas we are merely soul masters and soul emperors of the second and third tiers." Yet, despite his inner thoughts, he dared not voice his discontent, burying it deep within. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating. Teacher Zhao is indeed stringent, but it is for our own good. She gently bit her lip, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue, seizing a moment when Zhao Wujie was distracted to make a silly face at Tang San, as if to say, "Look at Teacher Zhao's fearsome demeanor." Oscar raked his fingers through his hair, his face adorned with a bittersweet smile, inwardly lamenting, "This is truly unfortunate. Returning to the academy means punishment awaits us." Ning Rongrong pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent, yet her thoughts revolved around the notion that although Teacher Zhao is strict, he genuinely desires for us to grow stronger. However, Tang San held a different perspective. He contemplated, Once I retrieve the concealed crossbow from the moonlit night of the 24 bridges and meticulously apply poison to the bolts, its power will undoubtedly catch the enemy off guard. Alternatively, employing the dragon whisker needle, which had previously injured Zhao Wujie, that fine yet exceedingly sharp needle, once unleashed, would surely deliver a fatal blow to any adversary. Not only against someone like Yu Zhiqiu, but even against more formidable foes, I am confident that with my exquisite manipulation of hidden weapons and unexpected tactics, I can defeat or even eliminate them. Tang Sen understood that the effectiveness of hidden weapons lay in their element of surprise, and thus, they should only be utilized at critical moments to maximize their impact. Therefore, he chose not to hastily showcase his prowess, but instead opted for a more understated approach. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to better employ hidden weapons to address the myriad challenges that may arise in the future. Despite his inner confidence, Tang San's expression remained as tranquil as still water, revealing none of his thoughts upon his visage. He was acutely aware that this was not the time to flaunt his abilities. One must learn to conceal their trump cards, waiting for the most opportune moment to unleash their full potential. After all, in this world, true strength often lies in subtlety. Yet, they all understood that this was merely Zhao Wujia's unique method of protection. On the surface, it appeared as though he was reprimanding them, but in truth, it was a profound expression of care and a reflection of his high expectations for them. They are acutely aware that Zhao Wujia's intention is to cultivate them through such trials, allowing them to gradually evolve into genuinely formidable soul masters. Zhao Wujia, seemingly still harboring unquenched anger, felt his chest rise and fall violently, the flames of fury burning fervently within his eyes, as if they sought to consume everything before him. He then bellowed, "You must remember, the 7 of you are a single entity." Each word seemed to be forced through clenched teeth, imbued with sternness and urgency. As his voice reverberated, the surrounding air appeared to solidify, an intangible pressure suffusing the atmosphere, rendering it difficult to breathe. His gaze was piercing, fixated intently on the 7 individuals before him, as if he sought to penetrate their very souls. With your talents, you are truly exceptional. As long as you can coordinate effectively, aligning your hearts and unifying your strength, surpassing challenges will not be an arduous task, Zhao Wujia emphasized, gesturing emphatically with his robust arms to amplify the weight of his words. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and encouragement, hoping that these 7 students would grasp the significance of teamwork. Take heed. Cease your frivolous antics and squander not your gifts. His voice echoed through the silent street, startling a few birds resting upon nearby branches. A hint of exasperation and disappointment flickered across his face, yet it was overshadowed by a profound hope for his students. He aspired for this lesson to illuminate their shortcomings, enabling them to harness their potential more effectively. At that moment, Zhao Wujia inwardly lamented, these children possess commendable talents. Yet they are still so young. He shook his head slightly, a shadow of concern crossing his features. In his view, while these youths were extraordinarily gifted, they lacked a profound understanding and practical experience in teamwork. He recognized that only through collaboration could each individual's maximum potential be realized, achieving greater accomplishments. Alas, these children seemed oblivious to this truth, continuing to rely excessively on personal abilities. Chapter 48. Interception. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's admonition, Tang San and the others dared not to be negligent, promptly responding in unison, "Understood, Teacher Zhao." Tang Sen contemplated inwardly, though Teacher Zhao is stern, his intentions are undoubtedly aimed at fostering the overall development of the team. This recent battle has profoundly impressed upon me the importance of teamwork. Henceforth, we must prioritize collaboration, fully leveraging each member's strengths to secure even greater victories in combat. With this thought, Tang Sen nodded in acknowledgement of Teacher Zhao's teachings. Dai Mubai also felt a stirring within his heart. He silently vowed to intensify his training upon returning to the academy, enhancing his abilities to prevent further inciting Zhao Wujia's ire. Additionally, he resolved to learn how to better coordinate with his teammates in facing various challenges together. Meanwhile, Xiaowu appeared somewhat indifferent, muttering, all right, I got it. I'll pay more attention in the future." Yet deep within her heart, she comprehended the earnest intentions of Teacher Zhao, though she was reluctant to admit it vocally. Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong silently reflected upon their own shortcomings. They were acutely aware that to ascend to the ranks of an exemplary soul master, one must not only enhance one's own abilities, but also learn the art of collaboration and mutual advancement. Meanwhile, the onlookers cast envious glances in their direction, their eyes filled with admiration and longing as they beheld Tang San and his companions. Whispers floated through the air, "Look at them, achieving so much at such a tender age." Another chimed in, "Indeed, to be instructed by Teacher Zhao Wujia, a soul sage, surely holds boundless promise for their future." Others marveled, "Is this what students of Shrek Academy are like? Truly remarkable." These words reached the ears of Tang San and his comrades, instilling in them an overwhelming sense of pride. Under their watchful gazes, Tang San and the others quickened their pace, returning to the hotel. Walking ahead, Tang San felt a complex swirl of emotions. Excitement for the day's experiences mingled with a hint of pressure regarding the challenges that lay ahead. The others trailed behind, each absorbed in their own thoughts. On the following day, as dawn broke with the faintest light and a few scattered stars still lingered in the sky, the world seemed to remain enveloped in slumber. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's deep voice thundered through the silence like a clap of thunder. "Get up! No dawdling!" As he furiously pounded on the door, the loud knocks reverberated, causing the door to tremble, while he bellowed at the top of his lungs, the veins on his neck visibly straining. "Hurry up! Is everyone in a deep sleep?" Zhao Wujia's incessant shouting echoed through the stillness of the morning. His knocks challenging the limits of human hearing, impossible to ignore. His voice surged like a torrent, assaulting the eardrums of every sleeper, as if demanding their awakening from slumber. Standing in the corridor, he anxiously called out while continuing to knock, fully aware of the pressing time and the need to maximize every moment. He hoped this method would swiftly rouse all the students in preparation for a new day of training. Under Zhao Wujia's relentless efforts, the occupants of the rooms began to awaken one by one. Some rubbed their sleepy eyes, while others complained in indignation. Yet they hastily donned their clothes and gathered their belongings, preparing to set out. "Get up. You have 1 minute to get dressed and assemble downstairs. Anyone who is late shall face punishment." Zhao's voice resonated through the corridor like a thunderclap, startling the birds resting on nearby branches into flight. The sudden outburst jolted everyone awake, each person still drowsy and disoriented. Daimubai rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "This teacher Zhao is far too fierce." Xiaowu stifled a yawn, stretching languorously as she reluctantly extricated herself from the comforts of her bed, silently lamenting that she had yet to satiate her need for sleep. Oscar, still in a daze, sat up and ruffled his tousled hair, muttering about the early hour that brought such unwelcome disturbance. Zhu Shiqing furrowed her brow, battling the drowsiness as she swiftly rose to tidy her attire. Ning Rongrong wore a look of resignation as she sluggishly donned her shoes. In contrast, Tang Sen quickly shook off his slumber, promptly making his bed. After partaking in breakfast, the sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, its warm rays dispelling the morning chill. The golden light bathed the earth, adorning all it touched with a shimmering halo. Following the settlement of their accounts, Tang San and his companions embarked on their journey to the Douluo forest alongside Zhao Wujing. A mixture of anticipation and trepidation swirled within Tang San's heart. As he pondered the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead, he grasped the blue-silver grass tightly, feeling the strength it imparted, silently encouraging himself. Dai Mubai strode ahead, chest out and steps firm, his gaze radiating confidence and resolve, as if declaring war on the unknown perils that awaited. Xiaowu bounced along, her face alight with an excited smile, brimming with curiosity for the impending adventure. Oscar, meanwhile, offered silent prayers for a smooth journey, chewing on sausage in an attempt to quell his rising anxiety. Zhu Zhuqing maintained a stern demeanor, her unwavering gaze fixed ahead, seemingly poised to confront any adversity that might arise. Ning Rongrong inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself, acutely aware that this mission posed a significant trial for them all. Yet, she held steadfast in her belief that united in purpose, they could surmount any obstacle. Following in Zhao Wujing's wake, they advanced step by step towards the Douluo forest, their figures growing smaller in the distance. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting dappled shadows upon them. Their footsteps echoed in the serene forest, infused with a resolute determination. In that moment, they transcended the ordinary realm of soul masters, evolving into a cohesive force, unwavering and resolute in their forward march. They were poised to confront the unknown, ready to embrace the glory and growth that awaited them. Upon hearing the news from the two, Lin Yu's countenance shifted to one of acute anxiety, resembling an ant on a hot pan, as he urgently inquired about their departure time. His voice trembled, akin to leaves fluttering in the wind, the slight quiver betraying his inner turmoil. His eyes burned with an urgency akin to a raging fire, a fervent yearning for answers swirling within him like an insatiable vortex, threatening to engulf him whole. Lin Yu felt as if a small rabbit was nestled within his chest, its heart racing furiously. He silently pondered, "I must not be away for too long, or I shall miss my chance." His hands instinctively clenched into tight fists, palms drenched in sweat, as though awaiting a life-altering answer. Chapter 49. Interception 2. Upon witnessing his anxiety, one of the individuals felt a sudden jolt of alarm and hurriedly reassured him. "Do not fret, do not fret. They left only a short while ago this morning." As he spoke, he gestured emphatically, attempting to soothe Lin Yu's agitated spirit. If you seek them, perhaps you can still catch up. His words flowed rapidly, imbued with genuine concern, as if he feared Lin Yu might suffer from the weight of this news. At that moment, the man inwardly mused, why is this young fellow in such a frantic state? Clearly, those who departed hold great significance for him. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he seems devoid of ill intentions. Otherwise, why would he exhibit such urgency? It would be better to inform him, lest he persist in his questioning. With this thought, he continued, they headed north. Beyond that, I cannot say where they are going. After speaking, he scrutinized Lin Yu's reaction, wondering if he had divulged too much. What if this young man had some enmity with those individuals? Had he inadvertently invited trouble? However, seeing the sincerity and urgency etched on Lin Yu's face, he reassured himself that perhaps he was overthinking the matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's mind whirred like a high-speed machine, racing with thoughts. He quickly recalled the details from the book regarding Tang San and his companion's quest to assist Oscar in acquiring the third spirit ring. It was on the second day of their venture into the Douluo forest that Tang San and his comrades seized the Millennium Phoenix tail coxcomb snake from the Snake Lady. Shortly after Oscar absorbed the spirit ring, Xiao was abducted by the Titan giant ape. On the third day, Tang San ventured forth alone, consuming the mushroom sausage crafted from Oscar's third spirit skill in a bid to rescue Xiao. Along the way, his soul power surged past the 30th level, culminating in the defeat of a 2,000-year-old faceless demon spider, from which he procured an external spirit bone. Lin Yu repeatedly pondered these pivotal plot points in his mind. His brow furrowed tightly, his thoughts swirling like drifting catkins as he swiftly unraveled the intricate connections. He silently mused, according to this timeline, they would certainly achieve no success today. Tomorrow would be the crucial moment. I must seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. Lin Yu furrowed his brows tightly, as if his two eyebrows were destined to twist into a single braid. In his mind, he pondered, this implies that today they have achieved nothing, and only by tomorrow will Oscar successfully acquire the third spirit ring. The day after, Tang San shall break through to the spirit ancestor level in his quest to rescue Xiao, subsequently slaying the man-faced demon spider to obtain an external spirit bone. Thus, I possess ample time to prepare. With this realization, I must act with caution, refraining from any rash risks. His thoughts were as tangled as a ball of yarn, continually attempting to untangle the threads within. Having reached this conclusion, he inhaled deeply, as if trying to draw in all the air surrounding him. Striving to calm himself, his hands instinctively clenched into fists, his eyes narrowing slightly as he contemplated his next course of action. At this moment, a slight smile graced Lin Yu's lips, radiating confidence. He gently brushed off the dust from his attire, then clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards his two elder brothers, bidding farewell politely. Thank you, brothers, for today's invaluable insights. We shall converse again another day. With that, he turned and departed, walking briskly towards the hotel where he resided. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yu found Luo Mei and smiled as he addressed her. Sister Luo Mei, we shall set off for the Douluo forest early tomorrow morning. Let us rest early tonight. Luo Mei nodded, responding gently, all right, Xiao, I understand. Subsequently, Lin Yu ascended to the second floor, entered his room, and prepared for rest. As night fell, the moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a mystical glow upon the floor, enhancing the tranquility of the evening. Lin Yu lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and allowed his body and mind to relax fully. Yet, visions of the challenges and unknowns awaiting him the next day incessantly occupied his thoughts. He envisioned himself stepping into the Douluo forest, shrouded in thick mist, with the calls of various spirit beasts echoing in his ears. He clenched his fists, silently urging himself to face all difficulties with courage. Simultaneously, he anticipated the possibility of encountering formidable spirit beasts within this enigmatic forest, yearning for an exhilarating battle. As the night deepened, Lin Yu's thoughts gradually settled, and he slipped into a dream. In his dream, he seemed to have entered that mysterious forest, engaging in fierce combat with spirit beasts. His body soared through the air, his weapon shimmering with radiant light, each strike infused with unparalleled strength. The spirit beasts clawed and lunged, attempting to impede his advance, yet he remained undaunted, pressing forward with unyielding resolve. In this dreamlike battle, Lin Yu experienced an unprecedented thrill and sense of achievement. He firmly believed that as long as he maintained his courage and determination, no matter how many obstacles lay ahead, he could triumph over them. The following day, As the eastern sky began to blush with the first light of dawn, Luo Mei gently approached Lin Yu's door. She lightly knocked, her voice soft yet resolute. "Lin Yu, it's time to rise." Her voice flowed like a clear spring, tender yet unwavering, carrying an irresistible force. It was as if this sound were the first rays of morning sunlight, softly caressing Lin Yu's ears, rousing him from his sweet slumber. Lin Yu, still half asleep, rubbed his eyes upon hearing Luo Mei's call. He mumbled in response, "Got it, Sister Luo Mei, I'll get up right away." With that, he turned over, relishing the last remnants of warmth enveloped in his blankets. Outside the door, Luo Mei stood quietly, listening to the sounds within, a faint smile gracing her lips. She understood that this young lad required a bit more time to acclimate to the early rising, yet she was confident he would eventually rise on schedule. Thus, she gently nodded and descended the stairs to instruct the staff to prepare breakfast. Lin Yu lay in bed, eyes closed, lingering for a few more minutes before reluctantly rising. He stretched languidly, stifled a yawn, and felt a deep longing for the warmth of his cozy blankets. With a sense of lethargy, he sauntered into the bathroom to freshen up, then leisurely donned his clothes, preparing to embrace the new day. When Lin Yu finally descended the stairs, the sun had just begun to rise. The golden rays filtered through the window, casting dappled shadows upon the floor, imbuing the entire room with a warm ambience. He noticed that Luo Mei had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him and walked directly to the dining table, taking a seat opposite her. The two sat across from each other, indulging in the delightful meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation. After breakfast, Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, contentedly patting his belly. The sunlight gradually brightened, golden beams spilling onto the window's sill, reflecting off the glass and creating beautiful patterns on the walls. All of this signified that a new day had officially commenced. Lin Yu sat upright at the dining table, his eyes brimming with anticipation and unease. He fixated on the breakfast before him, as if attempting to penetrate its essence. Deep within, he silently vowed that today he must successfully procure his second soul ring. Luo Mei stood beside him, her gentle yet resolute gaze resting upon Lin Yu, as if imparting a wordless encouragement. "You can do this." Lin Yu slightly nodded, seemingly acknowledging Luo Mei's expectations. He grasped his chopsticks firmly, gradually extending them toward the plate, lifting a morsel of food to his lips. Each bite was imbued with strength and courage, reminiscent of the challenges he was about to confront. Although the breakfast was simple, it radiated the warmth of home. Every dish was meticulously prepared by the servers at Luo Mei's behest, each one tailored to Lin Yu's palate, infused with her care and blessings for him. He savored each bite, absorbing the warmth and fortitude it offered. After finishing his meal, Lin Yu rose, inhaling deeply. He closed his eyes, as if he could hear the call of nature and feel the gentle caress of the breeze against his cheek. When he opened his eyes, he gazed out the window where sunlight bathed the earth in a radiant glow. In that moment, his heart surged with power and determination, ready to embrace new challenges. Having completed his breakfast, Lin Yu gathered his belongings. Together with Luo Mei, he embarked on the journey to the Douluo forest. Standing by the window, he looked out at the sunlight, his heart filled with both expectation and nervousness. The brilliant rays enveloped him, seemingly infusing him with boundless energy. He inhaled the fresh air, as if he could sense the fragrance of the forest and hear the songs of the birds. He meticulously organized his pack, each item selected with care, brimming with a longing for the unknown and a readiness for adventure. He glanced at Luo Mei, his eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve, feeling her support and encouragement. Together, they would confront the uncertainties ahead, exploring this mysterious and perilous world. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, feeling its weight, a symbol of his motivation to advance and a testament to his pursuit of dreams. His steps were firm and powerful, each stride infused with vigor and speed. He walked toward the sunlight streaming through the window, poised to meet the future's challenges. As he departed the room, he cast a final glance back, leaving behind a smile filled with confidence and courage, tinged with anticipation for what lay ahead. He understood that regardless of what awaited him, he was fully prepared. Approaching the window once more, he inhaled deeply, attuning himself to nature's call. His gaze turned toward the horizon, the direction of the Douluo forest. He envisioned himself amidst the lush greenery, encountering wondrous creatures and experiencing the allure of the natural world. He arranged his belongings, each item embodying a thirst for adventure. He was ready to face obstacles and challenges, embracing new growth and breakthroughs. He believed that this journey would become a pivotal experience in his life, one that would render him stronger and more mature. He left the room, closing the door behind him. His footsteps were light, yet resolute as he ventured onto the uncharted path ahead. His heart brimmed with hope and passion, ready to embark on the journey into that mysterious and enchanting world. Sister Luome, how much farther do we have to the starry forest? Lin Yu inquired weakly, his voice revealing a hint of exhaustion and unease. His body trembled slightly, sweat trickling down his forehead, dampening his collar. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His palm slick with perspiration, and his heartbeat quickened, as if he could hear the fear resonating deep within him. Luome gazed at him, her eyes filled with encouragement and resolve, as if she could sense his tension. She softly replied, "We are nearly there. At our current pace, we shall arrive in just a quarter of an hour." Her voice resonated with confidence and strength, instilling a sense of reassurance. She gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder, offering him a warm smile, attempting to alleviate his anxious demeanor. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing thoughts. He reminded himself to place his faith in Luo Mei's judgment and experience, for they had traversed numerous adventures together. He lifted his gaze, his eyes resolutely fixed on the horizon, silently vowing to confront the forthcoming challenges with courage. As time elapsed, they drew closer to the starry forest. The air was suffused with a rich aroma of foliage, while birds perched upon the branches sang joyously, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Yet, beneath this seemingly serene and enchanting forest lay boundless perils. Before long, Lin Yu and his companions arrived at the entrance of the starry forest. The sight before them was breathtaking. A vast ocean of green unfolded, with trees soaring to heights of over 20 meters. It was worth noting that this was merely the periphery of the starry forest, where the trees stood tall and abundant, to the extent that a proper pathway was nowhere to be found. Lin Yu and his companions were utterly astonished. The spectacle before them was truly breathtaking. They began to advance cautiously, taking care to avoid tripping over branches or sustaining scratches. A mysterious and serene aura enveloped the forest, evoking a sense of awe and curiosity within them. Shortly after entering the woods, they perceived the air becoming refreshingly pleasant, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees compared to the outside world. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the gifts of nature. He felt as though his body had grown lighter, as if he were merging with the forest itself. Luo Mei remarked, "Xiaoyu, we have now entered the starry forest, where the level of danger far surpasses that of the soul-haunting forest. Therefore, you must stay closely behind me, and under no circumstances should you fall behind." She turned to him, her gaze serious, as though she wished to impart her knowledge of the starry forest to him. Upon hearing the grave tone in Sister Luome's voice, Lin Yu felt a tightening in his chest, a chill racing up his spine. He immediately recognized the perilous nature of the starry forest. This was no trivial matter. Nodding earnestly at Luome, he replied, "Understood, Sister Luome," his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, yet imbued with a greater sense of resolve and determination. Having spoken, Lin Yu promptly heightened his vigilance, akin to a startled rabbit. His eyes darted around the surroundings, meticulously scanning every detail. His ears pricked up, functioning like radar, attuned to any potential sounds. He closely trailed behind Luome, daring not to lag even a step, fearful that a moment's inattention might render him lost within this vast and treacherous forest. Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened, and his breathing became more rapid. He could feel the sweat trickling down his forehead, falling to the ground. His hands clenched into tight fists, ready to confront any potential danger that might arise. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him: to protect himself and not to disappoint Luome. As time progressed, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the tense atmosphere. He began to observe his surroundings with heightened acuity, learning to discern genuine threats from mere ordinary sounds. His footsteps became lighter, striving to make no noise, lest he attract unnecessary trouble. However, despite his best efforts to remain vigilant, danger lurked everywhere. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached Lin Yu's ears, prompting him to halt in his tracks, his gaze alertly directed towards the source of the noise. Chapter 51. Interception. Luome, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? She slightly furrowed her crescent-shaped brows, her eyes filled with concern. Her voice was akin to a gentle breeze weaving through the forest, soft yet tinged with urgency, as if she feared Lin Yu might be in peril. She slightly turned her body, her gaze firmly fixed on Lin Yu's face, her expression replete with worry and inquiry. "Lin Yu, Sister Luome, there seems to be something over there." His voice quivered slightly, betraying his nervousness as he pointed towards the thicket ahead, his finger trembling ever so slightly. At this moment, on the outskirts of the starry forest, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a mosaic of shimmering light, reminiscent of countless golden sprites dancing in delight. The surrounding air was imbued with a damp essence, mingling the earthy aroma of soil with the fresh fragrance of grass and foliage. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound, as if nature itself were whispering a melodic tune. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves and withered branches, occasionally disturbed by the bustling movement of small insects. Following Lin Yu's gaze, Luo Mei noticed a fleeting shadow darting through the thicket ahead. A sense of urgency gripped her heart, and she immediately became vigilant. Her martial spirit. The meteor bow materialized in her hand, glimmering with a cold light. In a hushed tone, she reassured Lin Yu, "Do not fear, stay behind me." With that, she advanced cautiously, her steps as light as those of a prowling leopard. Lin Yu followed closely behind Luo Mei, his heart racing and breath quickening. He gripped the time-space sword tightly, prepared to confront any potential dangers. As they drew nearer, the shadows in the thicket became increasingly distinct, revealing a soft-boned rabbit. This was a rabbit of over 20 years, its fur as white as snow, resembling a delicate cloud freshly unfurling. The soft coat shimmered with a subtle silver sheen under the sunlight. Perched atop its petite head were long, upright ears, the tips tinged with a hint of red, akin to two petals brushed by the evening glow. The ears occasionally twitched, seemingly attuned to every sound in its vicinity. Its eyes sparkled like two radiant rubies, emanating a vigilant light. This gleam conveyed an awareness and unease towards its unfamiliar surroundings, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky, brilliant yet enigmatic. Surrounding its eyes was a faint ring of black fur, enhancing the allure of those ruby-like orbs. Its tiny mouth was slightly puckered, revealing two pristine, diminutive incisors, akin to two translucent pearls. The rabbit's limbs were light and slender, much like exquisitely carved white jade pillars. The tips of its limbs were adorned with small claws, each covered by a layer of soft pads, allowing it to move silently. When its delicate feet touched the ground, it resembled a feather gently descending, producing not a whisper of sound. Its tail was round and fluffy, resembling a small, furry pom-pom, swaying gently with its movements, exuding an irresistible charm. Every detail of the soft-boned rabbit radiated an enchanting vitality and cuteness, drawing one in while simultaneously being deterred by its watchful gaze. Just as Lin Yu was marveling at the rabbit's appearance, it suddenly seemed to be struck by a profound fright, its eyes widening, mouth slightly agape to reveal sharp teeth, as it darted towards Lin Yu with astonishing speed. Lin Yu's previously taut nerves were suddenly jolted, his heart racing as though it might leap from his throat. His breath became rapid and erratic, and his expression was a vivid tableau of astonishment and dread. A startled gasp escaped his lips, betraying an unmistakable panic. His body instinctively recoiled a step, striving to distance himself from the soft-boned rabbit, yet his legs felt as though they had lost all strength, rendering him weak. Beads of perspiration sprang forth on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. In that moment, Lin Yu's mind was a blank slate, utterly at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation, and a singular thought consumed him. He must escape this place at once. Yet his body betrayed him. Paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of fear, Luo Mei glanced back at him, her tone light as she reassured Lin Yu, "Little Yu, there is no need for such anxiety. It is merely a soft-boned rabbit. We are currently at the periphery of the starry forest, where soul beasts over 5,000 years old are typically absent. Even if a 10,000-year soul beast were to appear, I could easily handle it, so you need not be so tense." She lifted her chin slightly, her eyes brimming with confidence, the corners of her mouth curving upward as though everything lay within her command. However, at that very moment, another shadow darted suddenly from the thicket, moving with astonishing speed and appearing before them in an instant. Lin Yu focused his gaze and beheld that the dark silhouette was none other than the husband of he had encountered moments ago. At that moment, it was glaring at them with a fierce intensity, emitting a low, menacing growl, seemingly poised to launch an attack at any moment. Lin Yu felt a sudden tightness in his heart and promptly warned Luo Mei to be cautious. However, Luo Mei merely smiled gently, seemingly unfazed by the threat posed by the soft-boned rabbit. "Xiaoyu, do not worry. This soft-boned rabbit is merely a millennium soul beast. I can dispatch it with ease," she assured him. As she spoke, a bow materialized in her hand, the very manifestation of her martial soul, the flowing star bow, its body shimmering with a chilling light. Upon seeing this, the soft-boned rabbit displayed a flicker of fear in its eyes, quickly replaced by a surge of anger as it lunged toward Luo Mei, its speed astonishing Lin Yu. With a disdainful snort, Luo Mei drew back the flowing star bow, releasing an arrow that shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the soft-boned rabbit directly. The creature let out a wretched cry, its body hurtling backward before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Moments later, purple light began to emanate from it, coalescing into a violet millennium soul ring above its form. Linyu gazed at the scene before him, a surge of admiration welling up within his heart. He recognized the considerable gap between himself and Luo Mei, realizing the need for relentless effort to catch up with her pace. Thus, Linyu promptly responded, "Sister Luo Mei, I understand." His voice trembled slightly, as if the lingering shock from the encounter with the soft-boned rabbit had yet to dissipate completely. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, inhaling the fresh air as if to fill his lungs with tranquility, gradually settling his restless spirit. His hands clenched into tight fists, the pressure causing his knuckles to pale, as though he were drawing strength and courage from this act. After a moment, he slowly released his grip, and with the loosening of his fists, the tension within him began to fade. Once he spoke, the taut nerves that had been tightly strung since entering the starry forest relaxed. He felt his shoulders ease, his body gradually lightening. Gently rolling his neck, he cast his gaze once more upon the surrounding woods, now imbued with a newfound calmness and composure. Chapter 52. Intercepting Luo Mei furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes fixed intently on the branches ahead. "Xiaoyu," she remarked, "observe the broken branches here." Her voice resonated with clarity amidst the tranquil expanse of the starry forest. A mysterious aura enveloped the woods, sunlight filtering through the layered foliage, casting dappled patches of light that created an ethereal tableau. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering ancient tales. Luo Mei crouched down, meticulously examining the fracture in the branches. Her gaze was focused and keen, as if she could pierce through the veils of obscurity. She delicately brushed aside the surrounding fallen leaves, her fingers caressing the break with a tender and intricate touch, as if seeking to uncover a hidden secret. Her hair danced in the breeze, merging harmoniously with the natural surroundings. Her expression was solemn and earnest, akin to that of an archaeologist engaged in a significant excavation. Luo Mei's eyes sparkled with wisdom and curiosity as she endeavored to piece together the puzzle at hand. Her breathing steadied and deepened, resonating with the rhythm of nature. In this serene forest, time appeared to stand still, with only Luo Mei's focused silhouette moving purposefully through the unknown. From the break, it seemed evident that this damage had only recently occurred. Luo Mei's brow furrowed slightly as she squinted at the broken branch, scrutinizing it closely. Her gaze was penetrating, as if she could see all that had transpired here. "You mentioned that the people from Shrek Academy entered the starry forest yesterday, thus. This mark is likely left by them." Straightening up, she surveyed her surroundings, absorbing the forest's enigmatic and tranquil atmosphere. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting mottled light and shadow, resembling golden threads weaving across the ground. The gentle breeze stirred the leaves, as if softly sharing the secrets of the forest. With a slight lift of her chin, her eyes conveyed determination and insight as she continued her analysis. "If we follow this trail, we may very well catch up to them." Her voice resonated with a calm and resolute tone, echoing through the tranquil forest, imparting an inexplicable sense of security. "Linyu, I understand, Sister Luo Mei. Let us hasten to follow them." His intuition whispered that by trailing their path, the likelihood of discovering the soul beast he longed for was substantial. With excitement sparkling in his eyes, it seemed as though he could already envision his coveted soul beast awaiting him ahead. Eagerly, he took a step forward, the leaves beneath his feet crackling softly, as if cheering him on. Gripping his weapon tightly, he prepared himself for any imminent danger. His heart raced, blood surged through his veins, filling him with strength and courage. Luo Mei, observing Linyu's exhilaration, couldn't help but smile faintly. She sensed the profound yearning within him for the soul beast. Nodding in agreement, she joined Linyu in following the traces left behind, venturing into the unknown. As the sun reached its zenith, it hung high in the sky, casting its scorching rays upon the earth. Linyu and Luo Mei advanced along the trail marked by others, ultimately arriving beneath a colossal tree. This giant towered into the clouds, standing tall and proud, its foliage abundant like a vast green parasol, shading the ground below. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating beams of golden light that resembled a captivating dreamscape. The trunk of the great tree was immensely thick, requiring several adults to encircle it hand in hand. Its rough, thick bark bore the marks of time, testament to the passage and transformation of the ages. Surrounding the giant tree, vibrant wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors among the dense grass, exuding enchanting fragrances. Butterflies danced gracefully among the blooms, their wings shimmering with iridescent hues, while bees busily flitted about, gathering nectar. In the distance, the gentle sound of flowing water could be heard, crisp and melodious, akin to a harmonious melody. The water trickled over stones, splashing crystalline droplets that infused the tranquil forest with a refreshing vitality. Luome squinted slightly, scrutinizing the traces on the tree, her fingers gently gliding over the rough bark. She tilted her head slightly, sunlight cascading like golden threads across her face, accentuating her exquisite features. As if she were a magnificent painting. A flicker of hesitation appeared in her gaze, a moment of indecision between choices. Xiaoyu, judging by the marks on the tree. They must have only departed about half an hour ago. Luome's voice was soft, like a gentle breeze caressing the ear. Do you think we should pursue them immediately, or take a moment to rest here, have lunch, and then continue our chase? Her eyes shifted from the tree to Linyu, filled with inquiry. The sunlight sparkled in her eyes, concealing countless thoughts. She bit her lower lip gently, her slightly furrowed brow revealing her inner turmoil. This forest was serene yet enigmatic, and the unknown path ahead compelled her to ponder carefully. The surrounding leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound, as if they too were concerned for their decision. Linyu lifted his gaze towards the sky, the scorching sunlight piercing his eyes with a sharp pain. He squinted slightly, recalling the moments when Oscar absorbed the soul ring and when the Titan great ape made its appearance. He murmured, Sister Luome, perhaps we should take a moment to rest here and regain our strength. After all, we have pursued all the way from the hotel to this place. And not only have we exhausted our physical stamina, but our soul power is nearly depleted as well. Should we recklessly engage in a pursuit now? The consequences of a confrontation with the enemy could be unimaginable. As he spoke, his complexion grew increasingly pale, and his expression reflected profound fatigue. Linyu gradually sank to the ground, his hands trembling as he retrieved provisions and water from the heart of the stars to distribute to Sister Luome. When he extended the food towards her, his movements became exceedingly slow and laborious, as if each minute action drained him of immense energy. Luome accepted the rations and water without hesitation, eagerly devouring them in mere moments. Leaning against the tree trunk, she closed her eyes, focusing intently on replenishing her physical and spiritual strength. Her actions were crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, and her gaze revealed a profound sense of determination and resolve. Linyu gazed at Luome's countenance, secretly admiring her. He swiftly finished the morsels in hand, and then settled onto the ground, commencing the circulation of his soul power to grant his body ample rest. His heart brimmed with anticipation, yearning to discover a soul beast suited to him, thus enhancing his strength. A gentle breeze whispered through, rustling the leaves as if to cheer them on. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled shadows that evoked a sense of tranquility and beauty. In this serene forest, the only sounds were those of the wind and the leaves, instilling an unparalleled sense of relaxation. As time ticked away, both Luome and Linyu immersed themselves in their respective cultivation. They understood that only by restoring their physical and soul energy could they continue their pursuit, ensuring they possessed sufficient strength to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 53. A sudden interruption. Luome slightly turned her head, her exquisite visage adorned with a look of concern. Her ruby lips parted as she gently inquired, Little you, have you rested well? If so, let us press on. Her voice, akin to a spring breeze, was soft and warm. Linyu blinked his bright eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, his face radiating enthusiasm as he cheerfully responded, I'm well rested, Sister Luome. Let us press on. No sooner had he spoken than he sprang forward like a bird eager to escape its cage, swiftly trailing behind Luome. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, intently fixated on the elusive traces, as if fearing they might vanish into thin air. With rapid strides, he pursued with remarkable vigor, brimming with boundless energy and fervor. Before long, a faint sound echoed from ahead, reminiscent of the Oscar-grade phoenix tail coxcomb serpent's third soul skill, which allowed it to soar at remarkable speed for a minute. Upon hearing this, Luome immediately tensed, her ears perked up in alarm, and her expression shifted to one of concern, her beautiful brows knitting together like two crescent moons. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to Linyu, her face etched with urgency, and said, Little you. The speaker ahead must be the individuals from Shrek Academy that you mentioned, correct? Linyu's gaze conveyed a hint of caution as he instinctively narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice, saying, If I am not mistaken, they must be individuals from Shrek Academy. Sister Luome, exercise caution. We must not be discovered. Upon hearing Linyu's words, Luome's heart jolted. stirring the previously calm waters of her mind. She instinctively retorted, Xiaoyu, I believe you may have reversed your words. It is you who should be careful and avoid being noticed. As she spoke, her face was etched with concern, and her eyes brimmed with affection for Linyu. Linyu smiled gently and replied softly, I will be fine, Sister Luo-mei, do not worry. It seems we have caught up with Shrek Academy. Linyu's expression was grave, his eyes radiating a sense of resolve as he earnestly explained, Sister Luo-mei, what I say is entirely true. You must exercise caution. For my martial spirit, the time-space sword, possesses an extraordinarily powerful domain known as the time-space domain. This domain harbors astonishing capabilities, significantly diminishing my presence, rendering it exceedingly difficult for enemies to perceive my existence. Furthermore, it also has the effect of weakening the adversary's strength. For instance, their speed will markedly decrease. Their power will diminish, and their reactions will become sluggish. In contrast, my own abilities will experience a remarkable enhancement, with substantial boosts to my speed, strength, and reaction time. Even more impressive is my capacity to instantaneously teleport within this domain, allowing me to reach any desired location in the blink of an eye. Thus, I felt compelled to caution you. As Luo-mei absorbed Lin Yu's explanation, her eyes brimmed with astonishment and admiration, internally marveling at the wonders of this domain. She widened her gaze, seemingly intent on etching every detail into her memory. Just as Luo-mei was lost in her reflections on the time-space domain, a peculiar sound resonated ahead, akin to some colossal entity approaching. Her heartbeat quickened, an ominous premonition washing over her. Startled, she swiftly turned her gaze forward, only to witness a massive figure brutally parting two large trees, appearing menacingly before the crowd from Shrek Academy. The figure was towering and formidable, resembling a mobile mountain. Its body was shrouded in a thick layer of fur, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Sharp claws extended from its fingertips, emanating a chilling radiance. A pair of crimson eyes revealed a cruel and vicious nature, instilling fear in all who beheld them. With the emergence of this gigantic figure, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy, oppressive to the point of stifling. Suddenly, a colossal silhouette gradually materialized from the haze, intruding upon the sight of the onlookers. This figure bore a remarkable resemblance to a gorilla, yet its size was so immense that it left observers in awe. Rough estimates suggested its height was around 15 meters. Towering like a magnificent hill, Linyu noticed Luo-mei fixated on a certain direction, her lips sealed in silence. A wave of ominous premonition surged within him, enveloping him in an inexplicable dread. With a heart full of trepidation, he nervously followed her gaze. In an instant, a chill coursed from his feet to the crown of his head, as the sight before him elicited a sharp intake of breath. The silhouette, resembling a black gorilla, was none other than the sovereign of the Douluo forest, the Titan giant ape, a creature with 100,000 years of cultivation. This colossal being stood there, exuding an aura of immense power and majesty, as if the very world trembled in its presence. It is crucial to understand that the Titan giant ape is a transcendent entity among soul beasts, akin to a monarch. Its gargantuan form resembles a moving mountain, each step capable of shaking the earth. Its strength is astonishing, able to effortlessly tear apart peaks and obliterate any obstacles in its path. In the realm of soul beasts, the Titan giant ape reigns supreme, leaving other soul beasts in its wake. It embodies a defiance against nature itself, capable of contending with ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts despite its mere century of existence. The disparity in power is utterly astonishing, and the mere thought evokes offer its innate gifts and formidable strength. Moreover, it can wield soul techniques akin to magical skills at will, showcasing dazzling and powerful abilities that countless soul masters covet yet find unattainable. Most terrifyingly, it possesses unparalleled strength, seemingly capable of splitting mountains and shattering all barriers before it. Its speed is astonishing, akin to a gale, evading even the keenest of observers. Each attack is imbued with a cataclysmic force, while its defense is so formidable that it appears clad in impenetrable armor, rendering all assaults futile. It bears almost no obvious flaws. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a perfect hexagonal warrior. Due to its shockingly formidable capabilities, innumerable soul masters yearn to hunt it, desiring to absorb the precious soul rings it produces. After all, possessing a soul ring from the Titan giant ape is undoubtedly a symbol of supreme honor and strength within the soul master community. Alas, to this day, no one has succeeded in realizing this aspiration. However, there exists one exception. It is said that only he has successfully hunted the Titan giant ape. Who was this individual? By what strength and courage did he accomplish such a formidable task? Chapter 54. Interception. At this moment, Luo Mei was engulfed in confusion, her brow tightly furrowed, her mind entangled like a ball of yarn. While warily observing the Titan giant ape before her, she pondered inwardly, how could the Titan giant ape appear here? Logically, they should inhabit the core region of the Douluo forest, not venture into the periphery. What on earth is happening? Her eyes were filled with confusion and unease. As the mysteries within her heart multiplied, had the ecological balance of the Douluo forest been disrupted? Or was there some unforeseen event that caused these formidable soul beasts to abandon their habitats? This question echoed incessantly in her mind, leaving her in a state of agitation. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, standing nearby, was fully aware of the situation. He understood that the reason the Titan giant ape had ventured from the core region of the Douluo forest to the outskirts was that it had caught the scent of Xiao Wu, who had transformed into a human. Originally a 100,000-year-old beast known as the soft-bone rabbit, even in her human form, she still emanated a unique aura. The Titan giant ape, with its acute sense of smell, had tracked her trail all the way from the core region to the periphery. Yet, Lin Yu could not reveal this truth to Luo Mei, as he wished to shield her from the impending crisis. He was acutely aware that the matter was far too intricate, involving numerous secrets and dangers. If Luo Mei were to discover Xiao Wu's true identity, not only would Xiao Wu face immense peril, but Luo Mei herself could also be embroiled in the consequences. Thus, Lin Yu chose to keep this secret, ensuring that no one was aware of Xiao Wu's existence. But I cannot disclose this to Sister Luo Mei. The situation is too complex, and I cannot allow her to be placed in danger. Lin Yu silently pondered, his eyes reflecting a blend of determination and concern. He recognized the necessity of safeguarding himself while also ensuring Luo Mei's safety. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he had to remain calm and devise a strategy. Observing Luo Mei still stunned by the Titan giant ape's appearance, rooted in place as if under a spell, Lin Yu's brow furrowed deeply. Anxiety flooding his thoughts. This is far too perilous for Sister Luo Mei. His feet instinctively quickened, rushing towards her like the wind, enveloping her within his protective domain. At that moment, Luo Mei's mind was a whirlwind of chaos, her body entirely unresponsive. Suddenly, she felt an unusual yet gentle force, like a gossamer veil, softly enveloping her. This sensation was indescribable, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Instinctively, she turned her head sharply, only to find Lin Yu approaching with a grave expression. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, hastily drawing her into the safety of his domain. The emergence of this force instilled in Luo Mei an inexplicable sense of security. She gazed at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with gratitude and reliance. Lin Yu observed that Luo Mei finally reacted, and he quickly lowered his voice, speaking with a sense of urgency and reassurance. Sister Luo Mei, rest assured, as long as we do not create too much commotion, we shall remain undetected beneath the cover of my domain. Upon hearing this, the heart that had been suspended in her throat finally settled back into place with a thud. Yet she soon began to worry about her and Lin Yu's safety. After all, they were facing a formidable entity like the Titan great ape, where even the slightest movement could draw its attention. Although she was aware that Lin Yu's domain could mask their presence, the sheer might of such an adversary left her feeling exceedingly tense. In her heart, she silently rejoiced, thinking, thank goodness for Xiao Yu's domain. However, the thought of the Titan great ape loomed large in her mind, reigniting her concerns. After all, it is the king of the forest, a creature that has existed for 100,000 years. If it were an ordinary 100,000-year-old beast, I would be confident in my ability to ensure Lin Yu's safe escape, even if I couldn't defeat it. Yet the Titan great ape is no ordinary soul beast. It is the sovereign among them. Before it, I cannot be entirely certain of evading its fearsome claws. One misstep could plunge us into irretrievable peril. Luo Mei's heart was filled with contradictions and turmoil. On one hand, she yearned to protect Lin Yu. On the other, she was acutely aware of her limited strength, which rendered her incapable of contending with the Titan great ape. In such circumstances, her only hope lay in Lin Yu's domain functioning effectively to keep them hidden. Simultaneously, she pondered strategies for response, contemplating that if they were discovered, she would have no choice but to fight with all her might to secure an opportunity for Lin Yu's escape. Lin Yu was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Luo Mei's mind. At this moment, he was intently focused on the direction where Tang San and the others were situated. He observed Zhao Wujia, whose expression was fraught with anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot stove, frantically waving his arms as if attempting to communicate with the Titan giant ape. However, It wasn't long before his countenance darkened, resembling a sky shrouded in ominous clouds. Heavy and brooding. Suddenly, 7 resplendent soul rings emerged around him, radiating brilliance. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, his first, second, third, and fifth soul rings simultaneously shone with dazzling light. Under the immense pressure exerted by the Titan giant ape, he unleashed 4 soul skills in a single, decisive moment. Charging toward the Titan giant ape while shouting, "Tang San, you all must leave quickly. I will hold them off for you." Yet, Tang San and his companions did not heed his warning to depart. Instead, each displayed unwavering determination, preparing to face the Titan giant ape alongside Zhao Wujie. Dai Mubai clenched his jaw, his eyes reflecting resoluteness as he activated his most formidable third soul skill, the White Tiger King transformation. At that instant, time seemed to freeze. All gazes converging on Dai Mubai, who was expected to deliver an astonishing performance. In that moment, he too felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Confronting the formidable Titan giant ape, he knew he had to exert every ounce of his strength. The consequences of failure were unthinkable. Before the eyes of the onlookers, Dai Mubai's physique, already imposing due to his martial spirit, began to swell dramatically once more. His muscular definition was striking, each sinew brimming with power. With every breath, his muscles pulsed, exuding an aura that was both intimidating and awe-inspiring. Simultaneously, a golden sheen enveloped his skin, rendering him as if sculpted from pure gold. His eyes transformed into a golden hue, glinting with sharp intensity. In that moment, Dai Mubai seemed to embody the ferocity of a white tiger, poised for a life-and-death duel with his adversary. As Dai Mubai completed his transformation, his garments were instantly torn asunder, cascading into tatters. His physique stood fully exposed to the air, revealing a tapestry of robust, well-defined muscles, as solid as steel, harboring boundless strength. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a tiger's, Dai Mubai surged forward like a cannonball, targeting the forelimbs of the Titan giant ape. At that juncture, Ning Rongrong's petite frame trembled slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute. Devoid of any trace of retreat, she clenched her silver teeth and let out a delicate cry, as the 7-treasure glazed tower in her hands erupted with radiant light, expanding instantaneously. With her melodious voice ringing out, 7 treasures, first, strength, second, speed, 4 vibrant beams of light shot forth from the 7-treasure glazed tower like shooting stars, accurately landing upon Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujie. Their bodies were instantly enveloped in a radiant light, feeling an immense power continuously surging into them. Zhao Wujie, who originally possessed a soul sage strength of merely 76 levels, felt as if he had undergone a profound transformation, his entire being brimming with boundless energy. He clenched his fists tightly, savoring this sudden influx of formidable strength, his eyes sparkling with excitement and an unprecedented surge of confidence blossoming in his heart. At that moment, he believed he had acquired the attack power equivalent to that of an 80-level soul. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions showed no intention of retreating. With resolute determination in his gaze, Tang San swiftly moved his hands and called out, "Arise, blue-silver grass Wuan." In an instant, the blue-silver grass surged forth from his palms. His eyes widened as he shouted, "First soul skill, bind." He unleashed his first soul skill towards the Titan giant ape, silently praying that even the slightest restriction on its mobility would be enough. Countless strands of blue-silver grass entwined around the Titan giant ape's remarkably robust body like animated and frenzied serpents. The toxins within the grass eagerly rushed towards the Titan giant ape, and Tang San was filled with anticipation that even a modicum of damage could be inflicted. His brow furrowed and his expression tense to the utmost degree. At the same moment that Tang San initiated his assault, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu darted like lightning to either side. Zhu Zhuqing, teeth clenched, resolved within herself, "I must find the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to this behemoth. I cannot falter." Her figure moved like a specter, her speed so swift that only an afterimage remained. Xiao Wu's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, her focus entirely on seeking out weaknesses, contemplating. As long as there is the slightest chance, I can make it suffer. However, the most cunning among them was Ma Hongjun, whose face bore a sly grin as he stood with hands on his hips, exclaiming triumphantly, "Behold my prowess." With a mischievous smile, he inhaled deeply, preparing to showcase his strength. As a low growl erupted, his body began to transform. Flames erupted from his skin, coalescing into a magnificent evil fire phoenix. With wings unfurled, the blazing flames danced in the air. After merging with the phoenix, Both of his soul rings sparkled with blinding radiance. His aura intensified, as if he were one with the phoenix. Locking his gaze upon the Titan giant ape, a cold smirk graced his lips. He opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of phoenix flames, as thick as an arm, aimed directly at the Titan giant ape's vulnerable underbelly. The fiery projectile surged forth like a fire dragon, imbued with searing heat and formidable energy, racing towards its target. Inwardly, Ma Hongjun reveled, no matter the gender of this Titan giant ape. That area is undoubtedly its weak point. Just watch me subdue you completely. At that moment, the Titan giant ape let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the skies. Its sound waves resembling tangible, surging waves that swept outward in all directions. Zhao Wujia was suddenly thrust away like a fragile fallen leaf, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud that made him grimace in pain. The blue-silver grass entwined around the Titan great ape was violently severed, scattering in a flurry. However, the most unfortunate was undoubtedly Ma Hongjun, whose fiery phoenix flames were swept back by the roar of the Titan great ape, resulting in a wretched scream as he was scorched, leaving his face blackened and a few strands of hair singed. In his disarray, he could not help but mutter, "What terrible luck!" A deafening roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, as if it could shatter eardrums. The Titan great ape seemed utterly enraged, its enormous eyes turning a blood red, as if they could erupt with flames. With a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, its colossal body lunged towards the crowd, creating a whirlwind that sent everyone staggering. Each step of the Titan great ape triggered a tremor, sending dust swirling and obscuring its form. A wave of overwhelming pressure crashed upon the onlookers, raising their hearts to their throats. In this moment of dire peril, the disparity in reaction times among the group became evident. The first to respond was Tang San, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk, silently admonishing himself, "This is bad. I must think of a solution quickly." Years of practice with hidden weapons honed his keen reflexes, proving crucial at this moment. He darted forward with the speed of lightning, swiftly wrapping his arms around Xiao Wu, his muscles taut, as if brimming with inexhaustible strength. With all his might, he hurled her upwards, praying silently, "Xiao Wu, you must be safe." He ensured she was out of reach of the Titan great ape's terrifying assault. Without hesitation, he then delivered a swift kick to Ma Hongjun's rear, the force of which was like a battering ram, propelling him away like a lightweight ball. Utilizing the powerful recoil, Tang Sen gracefully evaded the deadly threat of the Titan great ape. Despite his quick reactions, he could only save 2 individuals in that fleeting moment. Soon after, Dai Mubai reacted with equal urgency, his expression grave as frost, his eyes filled with determination. His singular thought was to protect Xu Qing. In a flash, he enveloped Zhu Zhuqing in his arms with a grip as firm as iron, while his other hand struck the ground with tremendous force, exclaiming, "Open for me." The earth trembled in response to his powerful blow, creating a deep, bottomless pit. Embracing Zhu Zhuqing tightly, Dai Mubai leaped into the chasm without a moment's hesitation. As they descended, he shielded her beneath his broad back, as if to convey, "Do not fear. I am here, and I shall ensure you suffer not a scratch." Chapter 56. The ambush. A deafening crash reverberated through the air as the Titan ape descended to the ground like a towering mountain, causing the earth to tremble violently. This sudden upheaval disrupted the balance of all present, forcing their bodies to sway uncontrollably. However, as Dai Mubai had anticipated, those in the pit sustained little tangible harm. Just as he felt a surge of relief, thinking to himself, "Phew, thankfully this colossal creature has not detected us," his tension began to ease. Yet, his attention was soon drawn to Tang San, whose face was etched with despair and fury, tears shimmering in his eyes. He let out a heart-wrenching, soul-crushing roar, "No, Xiao Wu." The sound seemed potent enough to shatter the very world around them, infused with boundless sorrow and defiance. Dai Mubai's heart tightened, an ominous premonition creeping upon him. He turned to gaze in the direction the Titan ape had departed, a wave of indescribable dread washing over him. Could it be that the Titan ape had taken Xiao Wu? This thought sent chills racing down his spine, and at that moment, Tang San's anguished cry struck each person's heart like a hammer. In a flash, the Titan ape extended its massive, fearsome hand with astonishing speed, effortlessly snatching Xiao Wu from the air, as if capturing a mere chick. Its colossal form loomed like a mountain, imparting an unshakable sense of dread. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's abduction, Tang San's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot rage, his sanity slipping away as he recklessly charged towards the Titan ape. Screaming in a frenzy, "Release her, you wretched beast!" His voice, laden with fury and despair, evoked deep sympathy from all who heard it. Simultaneously, Tang San, in a desperate flurry, frantically retrieved hidden weapons from the moonlit night of the 24 bridges at his waist, launching a relentless assault towards the Titan ape's eyes. He resembled a frenzied lion, bereaved of its cub, driven by an instinctual desire to perish alongside his foe. Each of his swift and fierce attacks bore the weight of a deathly resolve. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, having landed awkwardly on the ground, felt a jolt of alarm at this sight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, "Oh no, this is bad." His brow furrowed, teeth clenched. He swiftly unleashed his seventh spirit ability, the true body of the martial soul. His eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "True body of the martial soul." The sound seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Immediately, a powerful surge of soul energy surged forth from within him, causing his figure to expand dramatically, transforming into a colossal presence in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a dense and formidable coat of brown fur, as hard as iron, rapidly sprouted from his body, bestowing upon him an awe-inspiring presence akin to a ferocious giant bear. In this moment, Zhao Wujia emanated an overwhelming aura, each movement imbued with a powerful pressure that instilled reverence in those who beheld him. Upon completing his transformation, Zhao Wujia wasted no time in propelling his robust legs forward, charging towards the Titan giant ape with the velocity of a cannonball, each stride causing the ground to tremble slightly and stir up clouds of dust. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself before the Titan giant ape. With his fists clenched tightly, he unleashed a fierce strike towards the creature. The manifestation of his martial spirit had significantly amplified Zhao Wujia's strength, making him feel invincible, as if capable of contending with the Titan giant ape. However, he was acutely aware of the immense burden that the martial spirit's true form imposed upon him. Each time he invoked this form, a soul master's strength diminished by at least 50%, and this state of weakness would linger for a full 7 days. Thus, it was rare for soul masters of rank 7 and above to employ their 7th soul skill. Yet, in the face of such a formidable foe, Zhao Wujia had no alternative. He must exert every ounce of his power to safeguard Tang San and the others. As Tang San unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, the Titan giant ape merely closed its eyes with disdain, its eyelids resembling heavy gates that effortlessly deflected the projectiles. The sound of clanging echoed as the weapons struck the ape's eyelids, falling to the ground like mere toys, utterly devoid of threat. The Titan giant ape then finally spoke, its voice dripping with derision. "Human, you are woefully weak. Do you truly believe you can harm me with such feeble skills?" After uttering these words, it opened its eyes, a cruel glint flashing within, seemingly mocking Tang San's audacity. Witnessing the scattered weapons, Tang San's heart sank, realizing he was confronted by an unprecedented adversary. Yet, instead of retreating, his fighting spirit ignited. In that instant, the Titan giant ape raised its enormous palm, accompanied by a howling wind, and with a swift motion, swatted Zhao Wujia away as if he were a mere fly. Zhao Wujia soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a large crater that sent dust swirling, leaving him feeling as though his bones might shatter. Just as the Titan giant ape prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zhao Wujia, a desperate cry pierced the air. No, it was Xiao Wu, her voice strained and laced with tears. Upon hearing her plea, the Titan giant ape froze, its action suspended mid-air, turning its gaze towards Xiao Wu. A flicker of confusion and uncertainty crossed its eyes, lowering its gaze to the tear-streaked face of Xiao Wu. The Titan giant ape observed the profound pain and despair reflected in her expression. The Titan great ape appeared to be affected by Xiao Wu's emotions. Its gaze softened, and the initial murderous intent gradually dissipated. It emitted a deep, authoritative roar towards Xiao Wu, as if to assure her that everything would be all right. Then, with a powerful leap, it vanished into the forest, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the stunned onlookers. The crowd stood in shock, gazing at the direction in which the Titan great ape had departed, their hearts filled with astonishment and dread. Zhao Wujia looked at his student, who had been taken by the Titan great ape, his heart brimming with reluctance and fury. He could not help but unleash a roar of anger. Yet, at that moment, he felt utterly powerless to pursue the formidable Titan great ape. After all, the tremendous force of the ape's previous strike had shattered his martial spirit, leaving him in a weakened state, incapable of chasing after the enemy. As Dai Mubai and the others remained immersed in the recent harrowing battle with the Titan great ape, silently grateful for their fortunate escape from the clutches of the terrifying beast, they noticed Tang Sen slowly approaching Oscar. His steps seemed heavy and mechanical, his face devoid of any expression, and his eyes appeared hollow and lifeless, as if he had lost his very soul. Oscar watched as Tang Sen drew nearer, a torrent of indescribable emotions swelling within him. He had intended to offer some comforting words in his usual light-hearted manner, but for reasons unknown, those words became lodged in his throat, as if held captive by an invisible hand, rendering him voiceless. Observing Tang San's lifeless countenance, Oscar felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He understood that no words could truly alleviate Tang San's inner turmoil at this moment. Thus, he silently extended a recovery sausage, carefully placing it into Tang San's hand, hoping it would restore his energy and provide some warmth and strength. However, in response to Oscar's kindness, Tang San seemed unaffected. He simply accepted the sausage in silence and continued to remain mute. Oscar sighed, his heart heavy with concern and helplessness for Tang San. He knew that this experience had undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to him, necessitating time to heal the wounds. Tang San's expression was as dark as a stormy sky, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, resembling a soulless puppet. He mechanically accepted the aromatic recovery sausage from Oscar's hand, without a hint of hesitation or pause. His movements appeared somewhat stiff, as if he had lost his sense of agency and was merely being driven by some invisible force. Without delay, Tang Sen unhesitatingly stuffed the recovery sausage into his mouth, chewing voraciously. His actions were crude and urgent, as if he desperately sought to hasten the sausage's journey into his body. With each swallow, the morsel slid down his throat, producing a gurgling sound. Suddenly, Tang Sen collapsed to his knees, before swiftly assuming a cross-legged position on the ground. His eyes remained tightly shut, as if he were reluctant to confront the world before him. His brows were furrowed deeply, betraying the turmoil and anguish that brewed within. His eyelashes quivered slightly, as though narrating the tumultuous waves of his heart. At this moment, Tang San was engulfed in a tempest within. His emotions surged like tumultuous ocean waves, relentlessly battering the defenses of his soul. He endeavored to suppress these feelings, striving to maintain his composure, yet his body involuntarily reacted, revealing the anxiety and struggle within. At that moment, Zhao Wujie approached, dragging his weary form, seemingly laden with lead. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes bloodshot, lips cracked, emanating an overwhelming aura of exhaustion. As he drew near, Zhao Wujie gazed at Tang San with a face full of guilt, his voice imbued with profound self-reproach and regret. Tang San, please accept my condolences. It is all my fault for being powerless, unable to prevent that accursed Titan Great Ape from snatching away Xiao Wu. Had it not been for my inadequacy, things would not have escalated to this point. I am truly sorry that I cannot rectify this situation. Upon hearing these words, Tang San's body shuddered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was cold and devoid of mercy, as if he had lost all warmth and vitality. He regarded Oscar with an expressionless countenance, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, chillingly indifferent. Xiao Ao, if you still consider me a brother, grant me some mushroom sausages. This statement resonated as if it emerged from the frigid depths of an abyss, imbued with infinite chill and resolve, causing the surrounding air to seem to freeze. His tone was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation, exuding an irresistible authority. Oscar, upon hearing this, instantly grasped Tang San's intent. His eyes widened like saucers, and he shouted at Tang San in a fervent tone, "Third brother, have you lost your mind? Do you truly intend to pursue that terrifying Titan Great Ape alone? Do you comprehend the peril inherent in such an act? It is the king of the forest. Even if you were to catch up, what would that achieve? With your strength, how could you possibly rescue Xiao Wu from the Titan Great Ape? It is a being of tidal Douluo caliber. Its power and speed far exceed anything we can fathom. Your actions would only lead to your demise." Oscar's voice trembled slightly, as if he could already envision the gruesome fate of Tang San, crushed to pulp by the Titan Great Ape. He could not fathom why Tang San would make such a reckless decision, deeming it a path to self-destruction. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands protruding, as if one could hear the blood coursing through his veins. His teeth ground together, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the stillness of the air. Though his voice bore a hint of tremor, the resolve it carried was undeniable. He widened his eyes, a resolute glimmer flashing within, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Oscar. He enunciated each word with conviction. "Xiao Ao, I comprehend everything you have said. However, You must understand that Xiao Wu is not merely my companion. She is my sister. I once vowed to the heavens that regardless of the cost, I would spare no effort to protect her. Thus, as long as there remains even a faint glimmer of hope, no matter how minuscule, I shall never surrender. Therefore, dear Ao, I implore you to assist me. Grant me a few mushroom sausages so that I may hasten to Xiao Wu's side and rescue her. His tone grew increasingly fervent, and the madness and determination in his eyes blazed like a fiery inferno. In that moment, his resolve seemed to transcend the boundaries of life and death, casting aside all fear and hesitation into the abyss. He harbored but one thought: to save Xiao Wu at any cost. Oscar stared wide-eyed, incredulous as he beheld Tang Sen before him, with his eyes fully opened and bloodshot. The crimson hue reaching its zenith, it seemed as if he might bleed at any moment. The resoluteness and madness reflected in his gaze sent tremors through Oscar's heart, as if it had been struck with great force. He could not help but inwardly lament. What am I to do now? Oscar, resigned, shook his head and sighed deeply. Then he lifted his gaze to Tang San, his expression resolute, and declared, very well, very well. Who are we if not brothers? If that is the case, I shall assist you. With that, Oscar recited his amusingly peculiar incantation. I possess a mushroom sausage. Though his voice was not loud, the reluctance was palpable. As the spell was uttered, a singular mushroom sausage, emanating an extraordinary aroma, gradually materialized in Oscar's hand, which he extended towards Tang San. Without hesitation, Tang San grasped the mushroom sausage and swallowed it whole, becoming the first to consume it. Although no immediate change occurred in his body, 6 ethereal wings suddenly manifested behind him. These wings were not physical, but formed from condensed energy, appearing like phantoms. Tang Sen vigorously flapped these 6 wings, and a surge of powerful buoyancy surged through him, lifting him skyward. He spiraled in the air for a moment before descending towards the crowd below. As he hovered several dozen meters above the ground, he spotted Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong approaching him. Their faces etched with urgency and concern, evidently intent on dissuading him from his impulsive course of action. Tang San regarded them, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes as he called out, Teacher Zhao, Mubai, Zhuqing, Fatty, Rongrong, do not attempt to dissuade me any longer. My mind is made up. I must seek out Xiao Wu. Even if she has met with misfortune, even if she is but a lifeless shell, I shall bring her back. His voice resonated with unwavering resolve, as if he had committed himself to a task, regardless of the multitude of obstacles that lay ahead. The onlookers gazed into Tang San's bloodshot eyes, a chill creeping into their hearts. The fervor and determination blazing within seemed capable of reducing all to ashes, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. They initially intended to persuade him further, but at that moment, their words felt as though they were lodged in their throats like a heavy stone, unable to escape, and they could only silently swallow back their thoughts. Just then, Ning Rongrong was the first to react. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes as she spoke with a clear and resolute voice. Third brother, since you have made your decision, I shall lend you my support. With that, she swiftly summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower and unhesitatingly activated her second spirit ability. In an instant, a dazzling beam of light shot forth from the 7 treasures glazed tower, streaking across the sky like a meteor, heading straight for Tang San. This radiant light pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, illuminating the entire battlefield. Tang San felt the immense power surging from behind, causing a slight startle within him. He turned to see Ning Rongrong exerting her spirit ability to bolster his strength. Grateful, he cast a thankful glance at her before accelerating forward once more. With Ning Rongrong's assistance, Tang San's speed escalated to a new level. At that moment, Zhao Wujin was seething with rage, his already dark complexion reddening to a hue reminiscent of liver, with veins prominently throbbing upon his forehead, exuding an aura of fury. He glared furiously at Ning Rongrong and Oscar, bellowing with a voice that thundered like a tempest, Oscar, Rongrong, what are you doing? Do you wish for third brother to throw away his life in vain? His voice reverberated like a clap of thunder, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble and fall. Seemingly intimidated by his wrath, the entire scene fell into a profound silence, with everyone wide-eyed in fear, dreading any reckless actions he might undertake. Oscar wore a look of bitterness, his heart racing anxiously, uncertain how to respond. His voice trembled, tinged with a sob, as he said, Teacher Zhao, it is not my desire to lead third brother to his demise. But you have witnessed his frighteningly red eyes and the icy detachment in his voice when he spoke to me. Even if I do not assist him, I fear he would recklessly pursue his path like a madman. Teacher Zhao, I truly cannot refuse him. As he spoke, tears welled in Oscar's eyes as he gazed helplessly at Zhao Wujin, his hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothes, as if hoping to alleviate the tension within. Upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, Ning Rongrong quickly echoed, "Indeed, Teacher Zhao, I share the same sentiment, which is why I am aiding third brother." When I saw him in that state, my heart nearly shattered. I simply could not bear to deny him. Her voice brimmed with urgency and helplessness, her pallor strikingly alarming, evoking sympathy in those who beheld her. Her eyes reflected profound worry and guilt, as if reproaching herself for not being able to offer more assistance. Zhao Wujin observed the scene before him, his brows knitting tighter, resembling two intertwined caterpillars, inciting a sense of irritation. He sighed deeply, filled with resignation as he inquired, "Very well, Oscar, how much spirit power do you have left? Is it possible to create a few more mushroom sausages?" His gaze revealed a flicker of anticipation and urgency, akin to a drowning man clutching a final lifeline in despair. Oscar, his face etched with remorse, lowered his head deeply, his voice sinking to a whisper, reminiscent of a mosquito's hum. "I apologize, Teacher Zhao. I have exerted all my soul power in crafting the mushroom sausage for Sango. At this moment, I am unable to produce any more. I must first recuperate my soul power." His tone was laden with regret and helplessness. Zhao Wujin shook his head in resignation, releasing a long, drawn-out sigh, imbued with profound despair and a sense of powerlessness. Alas, perhaps this is the design of fate. Since Tang San has chosen to seek Xiaowu alone, and we cannot match his pace, we are left with no option but to return to the hotel and await his return. I hope he can successfully rescue Xiaowu from her plight. Yet, deep down, he understood that once Xiaowu fell into the clutches of the Titan Great Ape, her chances of survival were exceedingly slim. The most likely outcome was that Tang San would return with nothing but her lifeless body. The thought weighed heavily on his heart, as if a colossal stone pressed down upon him, nearly suffocating him. With that, Zhao Wujin, his face clouded with sorrow, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, led the remaining companions away, their steps burdened as if laden with lead, as they began the journey out of the Star Doe forest. Watching Zhao Wujin and the others gradually recede until they vanished from sight, Luo Mei turned her serious gaze toward Lin Yu and spoke in a low tone. "The Titan Great Ape, aged 10,000 years, is indeed terrifyingly powerful. With just a light slap, it not only shattered Zhao Wujin's martial soul but also left him gravely injured. If I had faced that strike, I doubt I would have fared any better. Thankfully, your domain, Xiaoyu, is formidable. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to fight the Titan Great Ape to the death for a chance to escape." She paused, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation, her voice slightly trembling. Clearly, the recent scene had left her profoundly shaken. She had believed herself strong enough, yet in the presence of a true 10,000-year soul beast, she realized her power had ample room for growth. The emergence of the Titan Great Ape had shown her what true strength entailed. At that moment, her heart brimmed with a desire for greater power, along with a sense of gratitude for Lin Yu's protective domain. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 59. Interception 12. Lin Yu's gaze was as resolute as a mountain, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Sister Luo Mei, we must pursue Tang San. My instincts tell me that by following him, I shall discover the soul beast I seek." His tone was unequivocal, imbued with a determination that suggested he had long since made up his mind. The brilliance in his eyes sparkled with confidence and resolve, akin to the most radiant stars in the night sky. It seemed as though he could already envision his goal within reach, exuding an indomitable spirit that stirred the hearts of those around him. Luo Mei's eyes briefly narrowed, but she soon revealed a gentle smile. She nodded softly and replied, "Xiaoyu, since you have made your decision, let us set forth." Her voice was tender yet firm, reminiscent of the warmth of a spring breeze. Her gaze was filled with trust and support for Lin Yu, devoid of any doubt. She believed in his intuition and was willing to accompany him in pursuit of their dreams. At that very moment, as the effects of the mushroom exhaust faded, Tang San had already soared forward over 3,000 meters. His steps were as light as a specter, each movement executed with the finesse of a phantom, steadfastly advancing in the direction dictated by his instincts. He was wholly absorbed in the search for Xiaowu, oblivious to the presence of Lin Yu and another soul master trailing behind him. Sweat streamed down his forehead, yet he paid it no mind. Consumed by a singular thought, He must find Xiao Wu. As he pressed onward through the arduous journey, Tang Xin gradually sensed that both his soul power and physical strength were nearing depletion. If he continued in this manner, he would be unable to summon the strength necessary to protect himself when danger arose. With that realization, Tang Xin's expression tightened as he quickly scanned the surroundings for a place to rest. Soon, he spotted a towering tree, and without hesitation, he dashed towards it. Leaning against its trunk while catching his breath, his chest heaved violently, betraying his extreme fatigue. Yet, he did not allow this to impede his progress. Instead, he deftly retrieved food and water from his belongings and began to consume them voraciously. Simultaneously, he silently urged himself to restore his strength without lingering too long. As Tang Xin recuperated, a faint rustling sound emerged from ahead, as if something was crawling, accompanied by a subtle hissing noise. Furrowing his brow, Tang Xin cautiously glanced towards the source of the sound, speculating that it could be a soul beast, though he remained uncertain of its potential aggression. In no time, the grass ahead began to sway, and a dark silhouette emerged, revealing a massive and grotesque creature before Tang Xin. Before him stood a human-faced demon spider. Its enormous body measuring approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, with 8 elongated legs exceeding 3 meters each resembling sharp spears glimmering ominously. Its black exoskeleton was as hard as iron, adorned with eerie patterns that resembled a demon's totem. At its head, a distorted human face flickered into view, its expression one of torment and malevolence, sending chills down the spine. 2 enormous eyes glimmered with a cruel red light, as if they could perceive every weakness of their prey. Tang Xin's eyes widened in an instant, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart. This was not good. He quickly recognized the creature before him. It was the nightmarish face spider, a small soul beast notorious for devouring life, a being loathed by all soul beasts. A terrifying and malevolent slayer. Judging by its size, this was likely a face spider over 2,000 years old. At that moment, Lin Yu and the others trailing behind Tang Xin also caught sight of the formidable creature. Luo Mei raised her delicate brows, her voice brimming with eagerness as she proposed. Xiao Yu, shall I lend you my strength to claim this face spider? Her tone conveyed a mix of excitement and urgency, as if she were utterly captivated by the prospect of the impending battle. Lin Yu's gaze flickered as he contemplated the current situation. He understood that Tang Xin's strength was formidable, yet he also recognized his own and Luo Mei's capabilities. After a moment's reflection, he spoke in a grave tone. Sister Luo Mei, do you have confidence in intercepting Tang Xin at the moment he slays the human-faced demon spider? If so, we should wait until both he and the spider are mutually exhausted, allowing us to reap the benefits. If not, we must act now to prevent any prolonged complications. His expression was serious, his voice low and his brow slightly furrowed, as he continually calculated various possibilities in his mind. Luo Mei's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding a hint of pride as she responded to Xiao Yu with a carefree tone. Oh, Xiao Yu, you underestimate me too much. You must understand. I am at the Soul Douluo level, while that fellow is merely an insignificant great soul master. No, perhaps I should no longer refer to him as such, for he has indeed broken through to level 30, becoming a quasi-soul king. Nevertheless, even so, he remains incapable of stirring any waves before me. Her words radiated a strong sense of confidence and disdain, perceiving Tang Xin as nothing more than a minuscule insect, utterly powerless to affect her in the slightest. This air of contempt rendered her strikingly arrogant. As their conversation unfolded, Tang Xin had already engaged in a fierce battle with the human-faced demon spider. His eyes widened as he bellowed, "Blue silver grass, arise." His voice thundered like a clap of lightning. In an instant, countless tendrils of blue-silver grass shot forth from his palms, resembling agile giant pythons as they swiftly ensnared the human-faced demon spider. The grass tightened around the spider, seemingly intent on crushing its bones, striving to firmly restrict its capacity to attack and maneuver. Simultaneously, Tang Xin's expression grew grave as he swiftly retrieved a black box from his waist. This box, entirely black and about half a foot long, was adorned with intricate engravings, and its front featured a series of closely arranged small holes, exuding a mysterious and lethal aura. Indeed, it was the Zhuge crossbow, ranked fourth among the Tang sect's mechanical hidden weapons. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xin gripped the Zhuge crossbow firmly, aiming it at the spider's eyes. He mentally calculated the distance and angle, preparing to unleash a fatal strike. He knew that only by hitting the spider's vital point could he inflict the greatest damage. The human-faced demon spider seemed to sense the impending danger, struggling desperately to free itself from the grip of the blue-silver grass. Yet, Tang San's tendrils were incredibly resilient, holding it tightly and rendering it immobile. At that moment, Tang San roared, "Die!" and pulled the trigger. A flurry of swift whistling erupted as the arrows from the Zhuge crossbow rained down upon the spider's eyes like a tempest. The human-faced demon spider let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony as it was struck, flailing its 8 long legs in a frantic attempt to escape its bindings. Chapter 60. The Interception 13. Immediately afterwards, a small black hammer, adorned with mysterious patterns, appeared in Tang San's hand. The hammer appeared weighty, seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Upon seeing this formidable tool, Lin Yu's eyes flickered with surprise, and he pondered silently whether Sister Luo Mei would recognize it. He turned his head, a smile gracing his face, and with a hint of playful challenge in his tone, he addressed Luo Mei, "Sister Luo Mei, does this hammer seem familiar to you?" Luo Mei squinted slightly, scrutinizing the hammer with keen attention, her mind racing with thoughts. With growing confidence, she replied, "Xiaoyu, are you testing me? Judging by its patterns and hue, this hammer must be the renowned Haotian hammer, the foremost weapon spirit of the continent." Her voice resonated with assurance and conviction, and her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of intelligence. Lin Yu gently nodded, a hint of an appreciative smile gracing his lips. Sister Luo Mei truly possesses a wealth of knowledge and experience. Lin Yu's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes upon Luo Mei, his voice tinged with urgency, seemingly brimming with anticipation. He inwardly pondered, could it be that Sister Luo Mei might uncover the crux of the issue by following this lead? Luo Mei furrowed her brow, her eyes shimmering with contemplation as her mind incessantly recalled every detail Lin Yu had mentioned. She spoke softly, "Xiaoyu, you once mentioned that his surname is Tang, and his martial spirit is the Haotian hammer, which aligns with his age. Could it be that he is the son of the youngest titled Douluo, the Haotian Douluo, renowned across the continent?" Her voice trembled slightly, as if caressed by a chilling breeze, fragile and flickering like a candle flame swaying in the wind. "Lin Yu, Sister Luo Mei, you are indeed correct. He is Tang San, the son of the Haotian Douluo." Lin Yu's countenance remained largely impassive, his tone as tranquil as a windless lake. Yet the flickering glimmer in his eyes betrayed the subtle tumult within. "Luo Mei, little Yu, since you are aware that he is the son of the Haotian Douluo, who took the life of our former pope, why do you not report this to the pope? It is well known that the bounty issued by the Spirit Hall is quite substantial." Luo Mei's voice brimmed with confusion and urgency as her eyes widened, fixated on Lin Yu. As if seeking answers from his expression, her hands instinctively clenched into fists, revealing her deep-seated anxiety regarding this matter. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu slowly spoke, "Of course, I am aware of the substantial rewards offered in the wanted notice from the Spirit Hall, yet I have my own considerations." His voice, imbued with a hint of helplessness and resolve, stirred a deep emotional response in those who heard it. Luo Mei furrowed her brow, her tone urgent as she inquired, "What considerations? Are you not aware of the rarity of this opportunity? If you capture Tang San, not only will you receive a generous reward, but you may even be elevated to a higher position." Her voice carried a note of reproach and disappointment, clearly unable to comprehend Lin Yu's decision. "Lin Yu, Sister Luo Mei, even if I report this, who would believe a child like me? After all, I possess no evidence to substantiate my claims. Even if the Pope were to learn of it, what difference would it make? One must remember that Tang San is the disciple of the Pope, Bibi Dong, who was once infatuated with Yu Xiaojiang. Therefore, even if the truth were to come to light, it would likely be suppressed by the Pope. Moreover, it is rumored that the former Pope, Qin Xuanqi, met his demise due to severe injuries inflicted by the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. However, Lin Yu is aware that the former Pope did not perish as the tales suggest, due to Tang Hao, but rather was slain and devoured by the current Pope, Bibi Dong, while in a vulnerable state. In light of this, Bibi Dong still owes Tang Hao a debt of gratitude. Thus, considering these two aspects, even if Lin Yu were to inform the Pope that Tang San is Tang Hao's son, it would likely be silenced by Bibi Dong. As Lin Yu spoke slowly, he became enveloped in profound reminiscence, his gaze transforming into a complex and profound expression akin to an unfathomable abyss. Memories long buried in the depths of his heart began to surface with increasing clarity. He recalled the intricate entanglements of enmity and affection between Bibi Dong and Tang Hao from his past life, as well as Bibi Dong's resolute measures against Qiang Sunji. These recollections illuminated the intricate web of connections binding Bibi Dong and Tang Hao, their fates intertwined in a manner that was not easily unraveled. Lin Yu took a deep breath, pulling his thoughts back to reality. He gazed at Luo Mei, determination sparkling in his eyes, and spoke. Thus, we cannot rely on the Pope to resolve our issues. We must devise our own strategies to confront the threat posed by Tang San. If you harbor doubts, Sister Luo Mei, you may report to the Pope and test the waters. Just as Lin Yu was lost in contemplation, Tang San's eyes widened with fury, his jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "Die!" He swung the Haotian hammer with all his might towards the face spider, the hammer carrying the force of a thunderbolt, as if it sought to obliterate all evils in the world. Should it strike true, the face spider would likely be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Luo Mei was the first to react, exclaiming sharply, "Watch me." Her gaze instantly turned razor-sharp, akin to two blades of ice. In an instant, she summoned her meteor bow, its frame shimmering with brilliant light, as if stars had descended to the mortal realm. Her movements were fluid and seamless, with practiced grace. She swiftly drew an arrow from her quiver, knocking it on the string, her muscles taut as she pulled the bowstring to its full moon arc. Aimed at the Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp, she released the arrow with a whoosh, as it soared like a shooting star, accompanied by a sharp whistle. The arrow, resembling a bolt of lightning, successfully struck the Haotian hammer, sending it flying. Before Tang San could comprehend the turn of events, Luo Mei's actions showed no sign of hesitation. With hands as swift as phantoms, she drew another 8 arrows from her quiver. Her gaze was focused and piercing, seemingly capable of discerning the enemy's vulnerabilities through the air. The bowstring sang 8 times, each note a crystalline sound akin to celestial music, yet for the face spider, it was a death knell. The 8 arrows, imbued with Luo Mei's formidable power and exquisite skill, shot forth like 8 furious dragons, accurately targeting the 8 legs of the face spider, leaving it no chance of evasion. With a series of sharp cracks, the face spider's 8 legs were brutally shattered. It let out a wretched wail, its body losing balance and collapsing to the ground. Its eyes were filled with terror and despair, unable to comprehend the magnitude of its defeat. The face spider, now completely incapacitated, could only writhe in agony upon the earth, its vitality waning as its once brilliant glow began to dim. Upon hearing the sounds, Lin Yu returned to his senses, witnessing the face spider's 8 legs broken, rendering it immobile. At that moment, a single strike could easily finish it off and procure its soul ring. Observing the face spider's dismal state, Tang San's heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over him. He silently cursed, realizing that someone had stealthily played the role of the hidden predator in this game of mantis and cicada. His pupils constricted instantly, muscles tensing as he heightened his vigilance, his hands moving like the wind as he swiftly reloaded the Zhuge crossbow with practiced speed. Meanwhile, his gaze frantically darted, searching from the moonlit night of the 24 bridges at his waist, his fingers trembling as he retrieved the dragon whisker needle, a weapon specifically designed to break through defenses. In his heart, a tempest of thoughts raged. After all, this very needle had once caused Zhao Wujia's significant downfall despite his status as a soul saint. As long as the strength of the lurking figure did not surpass that of a soul saint, he believed that with these concealed weapons at his disposal, he could fight desperately for survival. Tang San clenched the dragon whisker needle tightly, bracing himself for any imminent danger. At that moment, Luo Mei emerged slowly from her hiding place, accompanied by Lin Yu. Her gaze was cold and merciless, as if she were regarding a mere insignificant insect. Initially, Tang San harbored a flicker of defiance, contemplating that even if he could not defeat his adversary, he would at least strive for a desperate struggle, hoping for a slim chance of survival. However, when his eyes fell upon the configuration of soul rings beneath Luo Mei's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, his complexion instantly turned as pale as parchment. Particularly alarming was the 8th soul ring, which bore a hue of red tinged with black. Exuding an aura of terror, Tang San's heart felt as if it had been struck by a colossal hammer, leaving him utterly dazed. He understood the immense power represented by such a soul ring configuration. The disparity in strength between them was akin to that between heaven and earth. He realized that this battle held no prospect of victory, the chasm of power between them an insurmountable abyss threatening to engulf him entirely. Despair and helplessness flooded his being, as if he were ensnared in an endless darkness, bereft of any glimmer of hope. Tang San was acutely aware that someone of Zhao Wujia's caliber could effortlessly crush him like an eagle snatching a chick. What then of the formidable figure before him? A soul Douluo? Surely, with but a mere finger, he could extinguish Tang San's life. Thus, unless this individual possessed a martial soul devoid of any offensive capabilities, He harbored no hope for a counterattack. Yet, upon seeing the icy bow gripped firmly in the stranger's hand, he comprehended that this person was undoubtedly not a support-type soul master, but rather a powerful offensive soul master. With that realization, Tang San's face blanched, and his body began to tremble slightly. He hastily concealed his Juga crossbow, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown, his voice quavering as he stammered. "My lord, do you require anything?" Although a tempest of fury surged within him, he silently seethed. "You have walked the path to your demise. Should I ever grow stronger, I shall ensure you pay the price." Yet, in light of the overwhelming disparity in strength, Tang San was compelled to feign a humble and submissive demeanor. His heart brimmed with anger and resentment, but reason dictated that now was not the time for confrontation. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his emotions, burying that flame of rage deep within. Luo Mei, with an air of arrogance, lifted her chin slightly, her eyes betraying a sense of superiority. She regarded the youth before her from her elevated stance, her voice icy and disdainful as she declared, "Kid, this human-faced demon spider is ours. Do you have any objections?" Her voice emanated an air of dominance and imperiousness, as if she were proclaiming her authority and strength to the youth before her. Each word was imbued with an undeniable assertiveness, rendering her presence impossible to overlook. Tang Sin gazed at the man-faced demon spider he had painstakingly injured, his heart brimming with resentment and fury, akin to the sensation of having his most treasured possession forcibly taken away. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, his gaze fixed intensely upon the man-faced demon spider, his eyes alight with indignation and wrath. However, when he turned to look at the formidable figure beside him, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. The opponent's strength was simply too formidable, rendering his own efforts as insignificant as dust in the wind. Tang San understood that if he persisted, not only would he fail to secure the man-faced demon spider, but he might also provoke this powerful individual, leading to further troubles for himself. Reluctantly, he suppressed the anger swelling within him, forcing a stiff smile to his lips, his teeth grinding in tension as he uttered, "My lord, I have no objections. This man-faced demon spider shall be left to you." Upon finishing his words, Tang San turned to depart, intent on seeking out the Titan giant ape and reuniting with Xiaowu. His steps were hurried, as if he longed to escape this place that filled him with humiliation. Each stride bore the weight of an immense burden, as though he were shouldering a 1,000-pound load. Just as Tang San was about to turn away, Lin Yu, standing behind Luo Mei, suddenly revealed a grotesque and twisted expression, gritting his teeth and bellowing, "Sister Luo Mei, kill him. We cannot allow him to escape." Upon hearing Lin Yu's command, Luo Mei hesitated not for a moment. A glint of icy murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She swiftly tightened her grip on the bow, her right hand straining with force as the bowstring emitted a taut sound. With a resounding whoosh, a sharp arrow sliced through the air like lightning, hurtling towards Tang San with lethal intent. This arrow, infused with a fierce momentum and a piercing whistle, seemed destined to extinguish Tang San's life entirely. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Tang San felt an unsettling familiarity, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. He strained to recall, but his thoughts were a chaotic tangle, utterly disordered. Nevertheless, his body, driven by the instincts honed through years of training, reacted swiftly. He executed the ghost shadow perplexing step, his figure flickering like a phantom, eluding the incoming arrow with astonishing speed and agility. Luo Mei, witnessing Tang San evade her first arrow, experienced a flicker of surprise. She had expected the arrow to strike its target effortlessly, confident in her prowess. Yet the unfolding situation astonished her, prompting an internal exclamation of disbelief. This lad possesses some skill. Although that arrow was merely a casual shot, lacking the use of any soul techniques, its speed and power were not to be underestimated. The average soul master would struggle to evade it. To her astonishment, this seemingly unremarkable youth had managed to dodge with such agility. Chapter 62. Interception. However, while you may have evaded my first arrow, how will you contend with the second? In her heart, Luo Mei was calculating silently, her gaze imbued with a hint of ruthlessness and determination. She scoffed inwardly. "Humph, this lad. Let us see how he evades this time." Her delicate visage, once radiant, was now shrouded in an icy demeanor. With a swift and decisive motion, she drew her bow and released the second arrow. Like a shooting star, the arrow soared forth, exuding an unparalleled ferocity, the air around it crackling in response, as if a fierce dragon sought to pierce Tang San mercilessly. Upon witnessing the second arrow hurtling toward him, Tang San's pupils constricted sharply, a sudden tightness gripping his heart. Beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Instinctively, he attempted to evade using his ghostly shadow steps, moving with the swiftness of the wind, twisting and darting in an effort to escape the arrow's lock. Yet, no matter how desperately he shifted his form, the arrow seemed to possess a sentience of its own. Unwaveringly tracking Tang San's figure, his heartbeat quickened, breath became rapid, and despair and reluctance filled his gaze as he beheld the arrow racing toward him. The thought of being unable to evade it birthed a profound hopelessness within him. Was this truly the end of his life? His eyes brimmed with regret and despair, his heart akin to 1,000 ants gnawing furiously. No, I cannot perish like this. I have yet to expand the Tang sect's influence on the Douluo continent, to find Xiao Wu, to fulfill my master's wishes. I am truly unwilling to accept this fate. In that moment, countless images flashed through Tang San's mind. The smile of Xiao Wu, his master's expectations, his vow to the Tang sect, all fueling an insatiable thirst for life. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a resounding voice echoed from afar, powerful and resonant as if it were a mighty bell. Spare him. A radiant blade of light surged forth like lightning, colliding with the arrow in a thunderous crash, sending ripples through the surrounding air and successfully deflecting it, thus rescuing Tang San. Witnessing this, a spark of hope ignited within Tang San's heart. But who had saved me? Was it Teacher Zhao? No, it could not be him. I am aware of Teacher Zhao's soul abilities, and he does not possess this particular skill to deflect the arrow before me. One must at least possess the strength of a soul sage, yet aside from Teacher Zhao and Principal Flanders, I am unfamiliar with anyone of such caliber. Confusion enveloped Tang San, his brow furrowing tightly as if entangled in an unsolvable knot. His eyes filled with curiosity and a yearning to know the identity of his unknown savior. While he pondered over who had come to his aid, 3 figures gradually approached from the distance. The foremost elder was tall and vigorous, exuding an air of authority, accompanied by a man and a woman. The woman, strikingly beautiful, exhibited an urgent demeanor. Luo Mei snorted disdainfully, her tone dripping with provocation and scorn as she remarked, "Ah, it is the illustrious couple, the dragon and serpent of legend. What is it? Do you wish to rescue this lad from my grasp?" Her voice pierced the tranquil air like a sharp blade. The elder, known as Lord Dragon, smiled faintly, clasping his hands in greeting, his tone neither submissive nor arrogant, laced with a hint of politeness as he inquired, "May I ask how this esteemed friend is addressed?" His gaze was imbued with confusion as he scrutinized Luo Mei from head to toe, secretly assessing her strength. Luo Mei, lifting her chin with pride, declared, in the realm of soul masters, "I am known as the Meteor Bao Luo Mei." Her tone brimmed with arrogance, as if this name could command reverence from all. Long Gong, suddenly enlightened, remarked, "Ah, so you are the illustrious Meteor Bao Luo Mei. Pray tell, why do you wish to trouble this young man? Do you harbor some grievances against him?" His eyes conveyed a sense of inquiry, yet internally he was calculating the situation, pondering how to defuse this impending crisis. Luo Mei's expression darkened abruptly, akin to a storm cloud gathering, and a chilling voice escaped her lips. "Grievances? Humph. His surname is Tang, and his martial soul is the renowned Hao Yin Hammer. Do you truly believe there exists any animosity between us?" Her gaze, sharp as a blade, cut through the air like a frigid winter wind, instilling a sense of unease, as if a mere glance could freeze one's very soul. Meanwhile, she gripped her meteor bow tightly, seemingly poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Long Gong felt a jolt of realization, pondering, a Tang with the formidable Hao Yin Hammer, and his age appears to align perfectly. Could this individual be the progeny of the legendary Hao Yin Douluo Tang Hao? With this thought, his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Luo Mei's lips curled into a cold smile, laced with a hint of derision as she remarked, "Heh, it seems you possess some insight. Indeed, as you surmised. So, do you intend to intervene in the long-standing enmity between my spirit hall and the Hao Yin Douluo?" As she spoke, a fierce glint flickered in her eyes, and an immense, boundless soul power surged into her meteor bow, causing the already glimmering weapon to emanate a chilling aura, as if the very air around them was solidifying into ice. Long Gong had resolved to let the matter rest, wishing only for tranquility to return. However, at that moment, Meng Yiran suddenly cried out anxiously, "Grandfather, grandfather, please save Tang San." Her voice was laden with desperation and imploration, her once fair face now flushed like a ripe apple, her small hands gripping Long Gong's sleeve tightly, as if fearing that a moment's release would extinguish her last glimmer of hope. Long Gong, initially set on maintaining peace, felt his heart stirred deeply at the heartfelt pleas of his granddaughter. He gazed at her anxious countenance, reflecting, this child, who is usually so well-behaved and considerate, is now in such disarray. It must be that the boy named Tang San holds profound significance for her. With this realization, a subtle smile graced Long Gong's lips. Barely perceptible. In that moment, observing his granddaughter's frantic demeanor, a mischievous thought suddenly welled up within him. With a deliberately stern expression, he feigned seriousness and inquired, Iran, why are you so eager to rescue this young lad? Do you perhaps have a fondness for him? As he spoke, Long Gong's gaze brimmed with affection and playful teasing, and even the lines etched by time upon his face seemed to deepen with the warmth of his smile. Chapter 63. Interception 16. Meng Iran glared at the snake granny with indignation, stamping her petite foot and huffing, Grandma, look at how Grandpa is teasing me. You must give him a good scolding when we return home. Her rosy cheeks puffed out in anger, resembling an adorable pufferfish, her hands instinctively crossed over her chest. Radiating a charmingly petulant demeanor, her eyes filled with mock ire and innocence. The snake granny, with a radiant smile adorning her face, resembled a blooming flower in the spring sun, vibrant and captivating. She leaned forward, gently touching Meng Iran's smooth and delicate forehead, as if caressing an exceptionally precious treasure. In a soft voice, she replied, All right, my dear granddaughter, whatever you say shall be, Grandma will comply. Once we return home, I shall certainly teach your grandfather a lesson, ensuring he does not enjoy the comfort of his bed again. Let him sleep on the cold, hard floor instead. Ha. With that, the snake granny erupted into hearty laughter. However, after her laughter subsided, she suddenly shifted her tone, her gaze fixed upon Meng Iran, a flicker of curiosity and concern illuminating her eyes. But, Iran, I must ask, why is it that you are so determined to save this little fellow? You must understand. He assisted that fellow named Oscar in snatching the rare Millennium Phoenix tail coxcomb snake from your grasp. Logically, you should harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. Could it be, as your grandfather suggested, that you have genuinely fallen for that young man named Tang San? As she spoke, the snake granny's tone softened further, flowing like a gentle brook, soothing and melodious. Simultaneously, she tenderly ran her fingers through Meng Iran's lustrous hair, each motion imbued with boundless affection. Meng Iran shyly lowered her head, a faint blush tinting her fair neck. Her hands clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure, and bashfully she replied to her grandmother, Grandma, why do you tease me like Grandpa does? Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, laced with a hint of reproach and tenderness. With a playful stomp of her foot, dust rose around her, and then, like a startled fawn, she turned away, her back radiating shyness and unease. She resembled a bashful flower, exquisite and enchanting. Her heart raced like a little rabbit, pounding as if it might leap out of her throat at any moment. Her cheeks were as crimson as the sunset, so vivid they seemed to bleed, and even the tips of her ears were aflame, the heat causing her to wish to vanish into a crevice of the earth. Long Gong Mingshu regarded Meng Iran with a serious expression, his voice low and powerful as he said, Iran, if you truly do not like him, I have no reason to antagonize the spirit hall for him. One must realize that saving Tang San would impose a considerable cost on our family. However, if you hold affection for him, I could arrange for you to marry him, using that as a pretext to shield him from this perilous trial. What do you think, Yi? Long Gong's expression was grave, his brows furrowed, and his eyes brimmed with concern for his granddaughter, weighing the implications of the situation. His gaze was profound and solemn, as if contemplating the myriad consequences that this decision might entail. Meng Iran recalled the fierce duel with Tang San, during which her soul power had surpassed his by several levels, yet she had still faced defeat. Since that moment, Tang San's resolute eyes, handsome visage, and remarkable combat skills had been indelibly etched in her heart. Reflecting on Tang San's striking appearance and formidable talent, she felt that their backgrounds were somewhat compatible, and she bore no aversion towards him. Slowly, she turned, her cheeks flushed like the dawn, her voice as delicate as a whisper. She shyly addressed her grandfather, Grandfather, I like him. Please save Tang San. Her eyes flickered with a blend of anticipation and trepidation, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, betraying her inner turmoil. Upon hearing this, Long Gong affectionately ruffled his granddaughter Meng Iran's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness, and said, I shall inquire whether that Tang San is willing to marry you. After speaking to Meng Iran, he turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Tang San, his tone grave and earnest. Tang San, you have heard our conversation. I ask you now, Will you marry my granddaughter Mangaran? If you agree to take her as your wife, I shall assist you in overcoming this imminent peril. Should you decline, I shall not intervene. And you must find your own way to navigate this crisis. Long Gong's voice resonated like thunder, echoing in the air with an undeniable authority. He stood tall, arms crossed over his chest, emanating a powerful aura. Upon hearing Long Gong's words, Tang San's mind was instantly engulfed in chaos, akin to a tempestuous storm. Two figures materialized in his thoughts. The figure on the left, donned in white, appeared anxious, waving its arms fervently, imploring, "You cannot marry Mangaran. Your heart belongs to your sister Xiaowu. You must not betray her. As for the attacks from Luo Mei, you can devise your own strategy to handle those." Conversely, the figure on the right, clad in black, bore a menacing countenance, bellowing vehemently. "Before you fulfill your ambition of establishing the Tang sect and ensuring its prominence in the Douluo continent, and before achieving your teacher's tenets, above all, you must not perish before finding Xiaowu." As the two figures clashed fiercely, exchanging blows, the black figure overpowered the white one, pummeling it mercilessly until it disintegrated into nothingness. With the black figure victorious, Tang San made his choice, silently uttering in his heart, "I'm sorry, Xiaowu. I abandon the vows made to you. Yet, I truly do not wish to perish, for there remain countless aspirations yet unfulfilled and myriad thoughts yet to be realized. Thus, I must apologize, dear Xiaowu, for from this moment forth, we can only maintain the bond of brother and sister." Tang San's eyes were filled with anguish and helplessness, but more so with an ardent desire to survive. He clenched his jaw tightly, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently, and his hands involuntarily formed fists, the knuckles turning pale from the exertion. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to draw in the very air around him, attempting to calm the tumult within his heart. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute yet tinged with an undeniable guilt. His lips quivered slightly as he uttered, "Senior Long Gong, I am willing to take Miss Mangaran as my wife." His voice trembled, akin to a flickering candle flame in the wind, betraying the instability of his emotions. At that moment, his heart was a maelstrom of complex feelings, intertwined like a tangled mass. Guilt surged like a tide, crashing against his soul, while his deep affection and vows to Xiaowu repeatedly surfaced in his mind, engendering a profound sense of remorse. Yet, the yearning for survival and unfulfilled desires weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to make this arduous decision. His heart throbbed violently, each beat accompanied by agonizing struggle. Yet his countenance feigned determination. Still, the slight tremor in his voice revealed the turmoil and unease within. Chapter 64. A second failure upon witnessing Tang San's resolution. Long Gong's brow furrowed deeply, akin to a chasm, his expression grave as though shadowed by leaden clouds. In a weighty tone, he declared, "Then come forth. I shall ensure your life remains intact today." His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing across the desolate expanse. Each word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens, akin to invisible shackles, exuding an irresistible authority that rendered all present breathless. Hearing Long Gong's pronouncement, Tang San first shuddered slightly, then inhaled deeply, as if to suppress all his anxiety and tension. He slowly raised his foot, taking heavy steps, each movement as laborious as if burdened by leaden weights. As his foot met the ground, it seemed one could hear the earth's lament, his entire being quivering slightly. Gradually, he approached Long Gong, each step fraught with hesitation and struggle. His eyes were a kaleidoscope of emotions, the helplessness was akin to the chilling frost of late autumn. Cold and profound, the guilt felt like a heavy chain, nearly preventing him from raising his head, while the anxiety of the unknown resembled countless insects scurrying within his heart, leaving him in disarray. He inwardly mused, "I wonder if Long Gong can truly safeguard my life. I hope I do not bring him misfortune." With each step, such thoughts intensified within him. Before long, Tang San found himself beside Long Gong. At that moment, Luo Mei silently observed Tang San as he approached Long Gong Mengshu, her gaze flickering uncertainly, reminiscent of stars dimming and brightening in the night sky. Within those beautiful eyes lies a profound contemplation, yet she refrains from acting immediately, seemingly awaiting the perfect moment. In her heart, she calculates silently. This illustrious couple, known as the Dragon and Serpent, are indeed notable figures in the realm of soul masters. Today's circumstances will reveal how they choose to respond. Should they falter even slightly, it shall present me with an opportunity. A subtle smile graces her lips, sketching an almost imperceptible curve, as if she has already foreseen the forthcoming splendid confrontation. Before her, The Dragon Lord's eyes blazed like burning torches, sharp and fervent. As he appraised Tang San from head to toe, he voiced his admiration repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. A handsome visage and a robust physique. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the air. Gradually, he extended his right hand, large and rough, akin to the weathered bark of an ancient tree. With firm fingers, he grasped Tang San's wrist with unwavering decisiveness, channeling his soul power, which flowed like a lively stream through Tang San's body. Sturdy meridians and resilient bones, he remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to call out to Meng Iran. Iran, aren't you going to take your fiancé away? The call rang out like a thunderous bell, imbued with undeniable authority and urgency. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran's face instantly flushed a brilliant crimson, reminiscent of a splendid sunset, her shyness rippling across her features like gentle waves, almost tangible. Her eyes sparkled like radiant stars, reflecting a blend of eagerness and modesty. With light and hurried steps, she glided toward Tang San, resembling a butterfly in flight or a delicate breeze. She extended her fair hand, smooth and delicate as jade, gently grasping Tang San's sleeve. This seemingly gentle tug bore an undercurrent of determination. With a soft yet irresistible pull, she drew him behind the Dragon Lord Meng Shu. At that moment, Meng Iran's heart raced like a drum, her breath quickening, as if she harbored a lively little rabbit within her chest. Observing that the Dragon Lord had made his decision, Luo Mei's previously serene countenance darkened abruptly, akin to a clear sky suddenly shrouded by ominous clouds. Her exquisite features now appeared veiled in frost, her brows furrowed sharply like two keen blades aimed at the Dragon Lord. With her eyes wide and ablaze with fury, she exclaimed, "Dragon Lord, do you truly intend to stand against me, against our spirit hall?" Her voice pierced through the tense atmosphere, sharp and incisive, each word laden with deep inquiry and indignation, as if forced from between clenched teeth, sending chills down one's spine. The Dragon Lord's expression turned grave. Steadfast as an unmovable mountain, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve, as solid as granite. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, each word seemingly a heartfelt truth. "Miss Luo, your words carry an excessive weight." His voice resonated like the very essence of the earth, deep and resolute, evoking an irresistible aura of authority. He gently shook his head, a hint of helplessness gracing his weathered visage. "Truth be told, I have never harbored any intention of opposing you or the illustrious Spirit Hall. Yet, fate is invariably laden with drama and uncertainty." Subsequently, a profound tenderness flowed quietly from Long Gong's gaze, his tone softening. "You must have perceived that my beloved granddaughter, Meng Iran, harbors a deep affection for the youth named Tang San, even willing to make the monumental decision to marry him in a bid to save his life." When speaking of his granddaughter, Long Gong's eyes sparkled with boundless affection and care. "Therefore, to spare my cherished granddaughter from sorrow and disappointment, I had no choice but to intervene and save Tang San." At this juncture, a resolute determination suddenly flashed in his eyes, as if he had resolved to safeguard this bond of kinship and love, regardless of the arduous path that lay ahead. Finally, Long Gong straightened his posture and faced Luo Mei unwaveringly, his gaze clear as water, revealing a sincere and heartfelt emotion, as if he hoped to convey his earnest intentions. After all, why should the grievances of the previous generation burden the innocent next? "Do you not find merit in my words, Miss Luo?" At this moment, the entire space was enveloped by Long Gong's formidable presence, inspiring a sense of reverence. Luo Mei's lips curled into a slight smirk, followed by a disdainful snort, her eyes momentarily flashing with a chilling ferocity akin to a fierce wolf, poised and intent on its prey. She clenched her teeth, her facial muscles contorting in fury, forcing out words through gritted teeth. "What an admirable Long Gong! Who would have thought that to this day you remain so steadfast in your desire to protect this boy?" Humph. Her tone was exceedingly cold and resolute, the anger and resentment within her surging like a flood, threatening to engulf everything around. Without further ado, Luo Mei cut to the chase, stating her position clearly. "Given the circumstances, further discussion is futile. In our realm of soul masters, we have always upheld the principle of might makes right. Today, I shall put your renowned peerless dragon and serpent to the test and see what prowess you truly possess. If you can indeed overcome me, then this boy shall be yours to deal with. Conversely, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Having spoken, she abruptly raised her voice, transforming her originally melodious tone into a sharp and piercing sound, akin to a sword thrusting towards the heavens. or a thunderclap cleaving the sky, laden with unmistakable provocation. In Chapter 65, once more met with failure, as she finished her words, the meteor bow tightly clasped in Luo Mei's hands suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Radiating like the brightest star in the night sky, or a blazing sun in full glory, its splendor utterly breathtaking and nearly blinding. Concurrently, the sixth soul ring adorning her form flickered slightly, releasing an eerily enchanting light. This luminescence was cold and profound, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Invoking an instinctual fear. At this moment, Luo Mei's feet stood firm as if they were colossal pillars, deeply rooted in the earth beneath her, unwavering and resolute. Her slender fingers clutched the bowstring tightly, exerting every ounce of strength to draw it back with fierce determination. With her movements, the muscles in her arms swelled rapidly, the veins rising like coiling dragons, showcasing an unparalleled power that suggested that with just a fraction more force, she could easily snap the resilient bowstring. Her once ethereal visage was now shrouded in a layer of frost, her icy gaze fixated unwaveringly on the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent. There was no hint of hesitation or compassion in her expression. Subsequently, her eyes narrowed, gathering all her strength into her arm, and then she abruptly released the bowstring. In an instant, an arrow surged forth like a wild stallion breaking free, its speed astonishing, akin to a brilliant streak of light slicing through the sky. At the moment the arrow was loosed, it seemed to be enchanted, rapidly splitting apart, transforming in the blink of an eye into thousands of slender, sharp arrowheads. These projectiles were closely aligned, forming a dense rain of arrows. They surged forth like a ravenous swarm of locusts, rushing towards the dragon and serpent couple with overwhelming force. Accompanied by piercing, shrill whistles, the barrage approached its target with the might of thunder. The sound was deafening, as if countless fearsome phantoms were howling in unison. Emanating an aura of unending malice and terror, each arrow gleamed with a cold light, as if imbued with boundless power, intent on obliterating all in its path. The entire sky appeared to be engulfed by this oppressive downpour of arrows, the once bright sunlight completely obscured, shrouding the world in darkness. This immense pressure weighed heavily, akin to Mount Tai pressing down on an egg, rendering one breathless, as if the apocalypse were at hand. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the dragon and serpent couple shifted suddenly to one of grave concern, as though enveloped in a thick layer of frost. The two individuals exchanged a swift glance, their eyes meeting in the air, filled with determination and resoluteness akin to a blazing inferno, fervent and unwavering. Dragon Lord's hands, as sturdy as iron pincers, firmly grasped the dragon-headed staff, his fingers turning pale from excessive pressure, while the muscles in his arms bulged, veins intertwining like coiling dragons. Simultaneously, Serpent Matron clutched her serpent staff tightly, which seemed to possess a soul of its own, quivering in her grasp and emanating a chilling aura of danger. The atmosphere was palpably tense, as if a breathtaking battle were on the cusp of igniting. In unison, they unleashed a furious roar that shattered the silence like thunder, threatening to tear the very heavens apart, resonating in their ears with a deafening intensity. Concurrently, a magnificent and unparalleled surge of soul power erupted from their beings, resembling tumultuous waves crashing with unstoppable force. The moment they invoked their sixth soul skill, two immense torrents of soul energy intertwined, akin to colossal dragons entwining in the sky, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent barrier of vibrant hues. This barrier radiated a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of the aurora illuminating a darkened night sky. A kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled the senses. In an instant, a rain of arrows descended like a swarm of locusts, striking with unparalleled ferocity upon this indomitable shield of soul energy. The air was filled with a cacophony of ringing sounds, relentless and piercing, akin to a tempest battering against solid metal. Countless sparks erupted, resembling the splendid fireworks illuminating the night, casting a bright glow that vividly outlined the tense and focused expressions on the faces of those present. Witnessing this scene, Luo Mei's countenance grew increasingly grave, resembling an unyielding iceberg. Her once vibrant and exquisitely sculpted visage appeared to be cloaked in a thick layer of ice, chilling to the bone, devoid of warmth. Her crimson lips parted, uttering words with an icy detachment. Truly, the renowned dragon and serpent have effortlessly withstood my sixth soul skill. Now, it is my turn to unleash my full might. Her voice resonated with an eerie chill, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld, instilling fear and causing tremors within. With that, the eighth soul ring, a deep crimson tinged with black, on Luo Mei's body suddenly blazed to life. Its radiant glow as striking as blood, almost blinding to the eye. Simultaneously, a long arrow, as dark as ink, began to manifest slowly upon the meteor bow she clutched tightly in her hand. The long arrow, entirely enveloped in a glossy black sheen, emanated an aura that instilled sheer terror, akin to the wailing of countless vengeful spirits or the lamentations of tormented souls, leaving one shuddering in fear. The veins in Luomila's hands bulged prominently, resembling twisted earthworms, while her arms trembled slightly, as if she had exerted every ounce of strength for this one shot. The intensity of her quaking grew, revealing the immense pressure she bore. The bowstring of the shooting star bow was gradually drawn into a full arc, taut to the brink of snapping. With a sharp whoosh, crisp and piercing, she released her grip, and the arrow shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. In a flash, the arrow vanished, seemingly breaking the shackles of space and entering an unknown dimension. The very air around it vibrated with the force of the shot, buzzing like a swarm of bees in a frenzy. A tempest arose, howling as it swept in, stirring dust and stones, plunging the world into chaos, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Chapter 66. The combined assault of dragon and serpent. The formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, felt the might of the arrow, their hearts gripped by an unseen giant's hand, constricting violently and sending a chill racing from their feet to their heads. Beads of sweat, glistening in the sunlight, emerged on their foreheads, exuding an aura of anxiety. They exchanged frantic glances, their eyes brimming with tension and gravity, as if the apocalypse were at hand. The Dragon Lord's expression grew exceedingly grave. Every wrinkle on his face appeared frozen, rigid. His voice trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. As he said, "My dear wife, it seems we have no choice but to resort to that technique. Truly, Luomila's shooting star bow is formidable. Its 8th soul skill is astonishingly powerful." His tone was laden with deep apprehension and resignation, the quavering end of his words revealing an inner turmoil of fear and unease. Upon hearing this, the serpent lady's complexion turned as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, her lips quivering uncontrollably like leaves in an autumn breeze. She responded with difficulty. "It appears we must indeed proceed in this manner." Her voice was weak yet resolute, carrying a sense of desperation. Following her words, the Dragon Lord clenched his teeth tightly, as though they might shatter, with veins protruding from his forehead like sinuous earthworms. He grasped his dragon-headed staff firmly, raising it high, the staff glinting with a chilling radiance in the sunlight. Then, with a fierce and forceful motion, he struck it down upon the ground, fueled by boundless fury and determination. The instant the staff collided with the earth, it emitted a thunderous roar, deafening, as if the heavens were tearing apart. The ground fissured abruptly, splitting open like a monstrous maw, threatening to consume everything. Countless stones and soil erupted into the air, cascading like a torrential downpour, creating a scene that was utterly breathtaking. Meanwhile, the serpent lady shut her eyes tightly, her expression taut as she appeared to endure immense suffering. She raised her serpent staff high, as if it bore an unimaginable weight. Muttering incantations under her breath at a breathtaking pace, she wove an atmosphere thick with mystery and tension, leaving those around her unable to discern her words. As she chanted fervently, torrents of powerful soul energy surged into the weapon, flowing like a mighty river. Her arm trembled slightly under the fierce impact of this energy, the muscles taut, each quiver seeming to engage in a strenuous struggle against the overwhelming force. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, cascaded from her forehead, evaporating the moment they touched the ground. In perfect synchrony, the two individuals crossed their staffs, their gazes resolute and unwavering. And together they shouted hoarsely, fusion of martial souls, supreme dragon and serpent. Their voices pierced the heavens, infused with boundless determination and strength. In an instant, a brilliant flash illuminated the space, dazzling and radiant like fireworks exploding, nearly blinding the onlookers. Within this luminous spectacle, the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron vanished, replaced by an elderly figure resembling a man in his 60s or 70s, his white hair meticulously arranged. He stood there with a commanding presence that was impossible to ignore, his snow-white locks shimmering with a mystical sheen under the light. Though his face was etched with deep furrows, like ravines carved by time, it bore a healthy, rosy glow reminiscent of a newborn, radiating an extraordinary vitality. With eyes wide open, seemingly ablaze with an inner fire, he bellowed with a voice that resonated like a thunderous bell, "Dragon and serpent assault." His words seemed capable of piercing the clouds and shattering the very heavens. In that fleeting moment, two phantoms of dragons and serpents emerged, intertwining with one another, exuding an overwhelming force as they surged towards the arrows aimed at them. The spectral beasts clawed and twisted, striving to break free from all earthly bindings, their immense power swirling around them, distorting the air with a hissing sound that threatened to rend the very fabric of reality itself. Like wild stallions unleashed, the dragon and serpent phantoms collided with the black arrows with a force that was nothing short of cataclysmic. The impact produced a deafening roar, akin to the earth splitting apart, a sound that seemed capable of dislodging souls from their corporeal forms. The immense shockwave, reminiscent of an atomic explosion, sent forth towering waves of devastation that radiated outward with unstoppable momentum. Trees, rendered feeble by this force, were uprooted and sent spiraling through the air. Rocks and debris erupted like cannon fire, scattering chaos in their wake. In the midst of this unparalleled clash, time appeared to suspend itself. After a brief stalemate, the dragon and serpent phantoms successfully intercepted the arrows, dissolving into motes of light that vanished into the atmosphere. Observing this, Luo Mei's delicate features darkened instantly, her narrowed eyes glinting with a perilous light. A disdainful smirk curled at the corners of her lips, a smile laced with frost that sent shivers down the spine of any who beheld it. She coldly remarked, "No wonder you are the legendary dragon and snake. An ordinary title Douluo like myself cannot withstand your strike. I did not anticipate your ability to endure it. However, having withstood my previous arrow, can you endure this one as well?" Her voice was icy and piercing, each word seemingly forced out through clenched teeth, suffused with provocation and skepticism. With that, she unleashed her eighth spirit skill once more, gripping the bow tightly, drawing the string back with force, the bowstring creaking as if it were lamenting in agony. The muscles in her arms were taut and defined, resembling steel forged in fire. A glint of ferocity flashed in her eyes, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey, filled with unwavering resolve and a chilling intent to kill. Witnessing this, the dragon and snake couple clenched their jaws tightly, the sound echoing as if they might shatter their teeth. Their expressions were grim, dark enough to drip water, mirroring the oppressive clouds that herald a storm, heavy and foreboding. They initiated the dragon and snake combined strike once more. The elder gripped his crossed staff like an iron vice, the muscles in his arms bulging with exertion. With a mighty swing, he resembled a torch ablaze, shouting, "Stop it!" His voice carried the determination of one who had burned his boats and the momentum of relentless advance. A tremendous force surged from the staff, successfully intercepting Luo Mei's eighth spirit skill. However, after using the dragon and snake combined strike, their forms became increasingly transparent, resembling ethereal shadows, swaying precariously in the wind, as if they might shatter into nothingness at any moment. Chapter 67. Dragon and Snake Combined Strike 2. Noticing this, Luo Mei's brows knitted into a deep furrow. Her once graceful brows now appeared particularly sharp. A hint of impatience flickered in her gaze, as though she were observing two oblivious ants. She reiterated, "Dragon and snake couple, are you truly willing to stand against the spirit hall?" Her voice rose slightly, imbued with a thick undercurrent of threat. "Hand over Tang Sen now, and I shall let the past remain in the past." She paused, her eyes slicing through the couple like blades. "Otherwise, you shall all perish here." Each word emerged like shards of ice, cold and piercing. Upon finishing, she raised her hand again, her slender fingers gripping the bowstring tightly, pulling it back with force. A cruel smile twisted at her lips, reminiscent of a devil's grin, sending shivers down one's spine. Then, with a flick of her finger, a sharp arrow whistled forth, imbued with the essence of death, hurtling directly toward the dragon and snake couple. As the couple once more intercepted the deadly arrow, their forms grew ever more transparent, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, its feeble light wavering on the brink of extinguishment, the disintegration of their existence seemingly inevitable. Their breaths became ragged, resembling an old bellows, gasping for air as their chests heaved violently, each breath a monumental struggle. Beads of sweat rolled down their cheeks, splattering onto the ground, instantly evaporating upon contact with the searing earth. Their bodies trembled slightly, their legs feeling as heavy as if laden with lead, evidently burdened by immense pressure, reaching the limits of their endurance. In that moment, Long Gong found himself engulfed in profound inner turmoil, akin to being ensnared in a dark, bottomless abyss from which escape seemed impossible. He silently lamented, "It appears I shall disappoint my granddaughter this time." Each thought pierced his soul like a sharp dagger, inflicting painful wounds. It was all due to his insufficient strength. Otherwise, how could he find himself in such a dire predicament? Regret consumed him, and feelings of guilt overwhelmed him like a relentless tide. Was it truly necessary to sacrifice the lives of his family for Tang San? This question incessantly circled in his mind, like a haunting nightmare that refused to dissipate. His complexion darkened further, as if shrouded by a thick veil of gloom, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. His eyes were filled with anguish and conflict. The pain felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, and the turmoil within him appeared as a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. Every expression conveyed the torment and helplessness he felt within. Just as Long Gong was about to utter the words of surrender regarding Tang San to preserve his family's lives, a clear and urgent voice called out from behind. "Teacher Zhao, we have found Tang San. He is just ahead." It seemed that someone had attempted to strike him, but the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, had intervened, and a battle was currently underway. This voice pierced through the darkness of Long Gong's heart like a ray of hope. Upon hearing it, the image of his granddaughter's earlier words surfaced in his mind about their leader, Zhao Wujin, possessing the strength of a soul sage. A wave of joy surged within him. Akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, he silently thought, perhaps there is still a chance. If we can hold on just a little longer, we might save Tang San and protect our family. This thought ignited a spark within him, rekindling the nearly extinguished flame of hope in his heart. Thus, the words of surrender he had almost voiced were swallowed back down, and the notion of handing over Tang San in exchange for his family's safety dissipated. His gaze regained its resolve, as if he had made a profound decision, preparing to face the challenges ahead. Luo Mei also heard the voice from ahead, and her elegant brows knitted together, resembling two intertwined ropes, as she inwardly cursed. Damn, Zhao Wujin and the others have arrived. It seems killing Tang San before they reach us is utterly impossible. A sinister glint flickered in her once enchanting eyes, like a ravenous wolf prowling in the dark night. Her gaze icy and fierce as it swept over Tang San, as if capable of piercing through him in an instant. She bit down on her lip with such force that it drained of color, turning nearly translucent, and her trembling lips revealed her profound anger and unwillingness. She had only the time to release a single arrow. To kill Tang San, she would need to simultaneously overcome the dragon and serpent while striking him down. Otherwise, there was no other way. However, it appeared that Long Gong and the serpent lady still had strength for one final blow, making it unlikely that she could fulfill Xiao Yu's command. As Lomiai contemplated these thoughts, her expression grew increasingly somber. The more she pondered, the more her anger escalated, causing her delicate features to flush a vivid crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Her breath transformed into a labored and heavy rhythm, echoing with a fervent intensity. Her elevated bosom rose and fell violently, embodying a tempest of unbridled fury, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt, threatening to unleash scalding lava that could incinerate everything in its vicinity. Regrettably, if she were alone, she could effortlessly hunt down Tang San and his companions, including the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent. However, with Xiao Yu present, should the dragon and serpent ensnare her, the immovable Ming Wang, Zhao Wujia, could swiftly dispatch Xiao Yu. What a pity, indeed, a true lamentation. At this juncture, Lomiai's heart felt as though it were being gnawed by a multitude of ants, her anguish and indignation intertwining into a dense web that ensnared her tightly. Clenching her fists, the pale knuckles of her fair hands turned white from the exertion, her nails digging deeply into her palms as blood began to seep forth. Yet, she remained oblivious to the pain, as if the torment of her body paled in comparison to the agony within her soul. Reluctantly relinquishing her meteor bow, Lomiai emitted a fierce grunt directed at the dragon and serpent couple, her voice slicing through the air like a sharp icicle gliding over ice, chilling to the bone. With venomous intensity, she declared, "Consider yourselves fortunate. Had Zhao Wujie arrived 2 minutes later, I would have undoubtedly slain you with this arrow. Your luck is truly remarkable." Her tone was saturated with ire, resentment, and profound discontent, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, imbued with an icy malice and lethal intent. Her exquisite visage contorted in rage, her eyes ablaze with a raging fire, as if she intended to reduce everything before her to ashes. At that moment, Long Gong straightened his back with the pride of a towering pine, his countenance exuding arrogance, chin slightly raised, revealing an unmistakable air of triumph. "Miss Lomiai, it appears I have emerged victorious in this contest. I shall be taking Tang San with me." His voice resonated with the clarity of a bell, powerful and resolute, each word striking like a hammer upon an anvil, solemnly declaring his victory, radiating confidence and authority. Chapter 68. Zhao Wujie to the rescue. While the two engaged in their exchange, Zhao Wujie and his companions rushed forward, breathless and frantic, joining Mingyran's side. Oscar appeared as tense as a drawn bowstring, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. He swiftly recited the soul incantation, his hands dancing like phantoms, the speed mesmerizing. As he chanted fervently, "I possess a grand sausage." As he moved with urgency, he swiftly crafted several sausages that emitted a delicate fragrance of restoration. Oscar, without a moment's hesitation, promptly handed the sausages to Tang San, his eyes brimming with concern and urgency, as if fearing to delay even a second. Tang San quickly accepted the sausages. A flash of eagerness darted across his eyes before he unhesitatingly opened his mouth and consumed them in a few swift bites. His actions decisive and fluid, devoid of any hesitation. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the ground, resembling a Buddha in deep meditation, with his eyes tightly shut. He instantly isolated himself from the clamor of the outside world, his hands forming intricate seals, fingers interlaced in a skilled and precise manner. His expression was as calm as still water, yet radiated an undeniable focus. As if the entire universe had been reduced to just himself and the soul power circulating within him. In this moment, Tang San began to restore his strength with all his might, the surrounding air seemingly pulsating with his breath, as an invisible force gradually coalesced around him. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia appeared anxious, his feet barely touching the ground as he hurriedly approached the figure transformed from the Dragon King and Snake Lady. Moving with the swiftness of a gale, his face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile of gratitude, akin to a flower in full bloom, as he earnestly expressed, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for protecting Tang San." He slightly bowed, his eyes filled with sincerity and respect. His voice quivering with urgency. "This act of noble assistance will be etched in my heart, and I shall repay it in the future." The Dragon King tilted his head slightly, his weathered face etched with an extreme seriousness, resembling an ancient glacier. A trace of pride flickered in his gaze, as if surveying the world with disdain. With a cold snort, he emitted a deep grunt from his nostrils and spoke, "There is no need for thanks, Wuming Wang. My protection of Tang San is solely because he has promised to marry my granddaughter. Otherwise, even if he were to perish before my eyes, I would remain indifferent." As he spoke, his chin lifted slightly, his tone firm and resolute, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, imbued with an undeniable finality. "I have always acted with self-interest. Were it not for this marriage agreement, Tang San's life or death would be of no concern to me." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wujie could not help but ponder. Such sentiments are indeed human nature, and were he in the Dragon King's position, he might make the same choice. After all, as a sole master in this ruthless world, no one would willingly undertake a task devoid of benefit. His thoughts raced, brows slightly furrowed, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of understanding and agreement. Yet, despite these musings, he maintained a respectful smile, a mask firmly affixed to his face, betraying not a hint of discontent. With a countenance still beaming, his eyes nearly squinting into slits, he humbly expressed his gratitude to the Dragon King, "Esteemed elder, your assistance in this matter is profoundly appreciated. Regardless of the circumstances, you have safeguarded Tang San, and I shall remember this kindness." Due to the fact that the formidable couple, the great dragon and the serpent, found themselves embroiled in this intense and harrowing confrontation because of Tang San, Zhao Wujia, after expressing his gratitude to them, turned abruptly like an enraged lion. His eyes instantly transformed, blazing with a fiery intensity as they fixated upon Luo Mei. His expression darkened as if a storm cloud had gathered, and with a tone as resolute as steel, laced with suppressed fury, he declared, "Miss Luo, I implore you to spare my student." Following this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of menace flashing within their narrow slit, akin to a viper poised to strike. He intensified his tone, adding, "Otherwise, the young man behind you may not leave the Stardew forest alive." His voice was deep and gravelly, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, imbued with a palpable sense of lethal intent that sent chills down the spine. His body was taut, muscles coiled as if ready to unleash violence at any moment. Upon hearing this, Luo Mei's originally fair visage reddened instantly, resembling a ripe apple. Her brows furrowed sharply, akin to two gleaming swords, and her eyes seemed to blaze with an inferno of wrath as she shouted vehemently, "Zhao Wujia, are you seeking death? How dare you threaten me?" Her voice pierced the air like a thunderclap, sharp and jarring. Simultaneously, she clenched her fists tightly, her delicate knuckles paling from the pressure, the faint outline of veins visible beneath her skin. Her body trembled slightly, clearly incensed by Zhao Wujia's words, her fury churning within her like a tempest. Yet, Zhao Wujie remained unfazed, exuding an air of calmness akin to an indomitable mountain, impervious to the howling winds around him. A slight, mocking smile graced his lips, harboring a mix of disdain and fearlessness. He spoke slowly. Miss Luo, I believe you understand that this is not a threat. You are aware of Tang San's identity, and thus you should comprehend what would befall me if you were to perish in the Stardow forest. He paused momentarily, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Luo Mei, then continued, it wouldn't be long before the Haotian Douluo would eliminate me. Therefore, it is not solely because Tang San is my student, but also due to the threats posed by his father, that I beseech you to spare his life. His voice was steady and firm, each word articulated with clarity and conviction, emanating an undeniable authority. Hearing Zhao Wujie's subtly forceful words ignited a seething fury within Luo Mei. Akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, the molten lava of her emotions threatening to consume her reason entirely. She inwardly cursed, damn Zhao Wujie. How dare you threaten me? Just wait until I find the opportunity. I shall make you pay. She bit down hard on her lip, her pearly teeth pressing into her flesh, leaving deep imprints as blood began to seep. Analyzing the current situation, she thought to herself, it appears that Zhao Wujie is determined to protect Tang San. How infuriating. It seems that there is no way to eliminate Tang San this time. I must acknowledge that I lack the confidence to protect Lin Yu while simultaneously slaying Tang San in the presence of a soul sage and the formidable duo of the Dragon King and the Snake Lady. Unless I ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo, I would not possess such strength. Contemplating this, her expression darkened further, as if shrouded by a dense veil of despair, rendering her once beautiful visage somewhat grotesque. Yet, she understood that the current situation was unfavorable to her. She could only suppress the rage simmering within, taking several deep breaths in a futile attempt to calm her tumultuous emotions. Nevertheless, her slightly trembling form betrayed her inner dissatisfaction and fury. Chapter 69. The second soul ring attained. Although the anger within Luo Mei surged like an overwhelming tidal wave, threatening to engulf her last shred of reason, a profound and astonishing willpower emerged from the depths of her resilient spirit at this critical moment, forcefully repressing the near unstable impulse to lash out recklessly. She clenched her teeth tightly, her pearly whites seemingly on the verge of piercing her lips, as the muscles in her face twitched violently due to her extreme fury. Each tremor felt like a testament to the rage colliding within her. Her eyes widened, and the flames of wrath radiating from her gaze appeared capable of incinerating everything before her. Through gritted teeth, she spat out each word with a deep, hoarse voice that seemed to echo a chilling curse from the depths of the abyss. Leave, take Tang San and vanish from my sight immediately, or I cannot predict what I might do. Her voice bore the weight of ancient ice, each syllable imbued with a bone-chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine, tightening an invisible grip of fear around the heart. Upon hearing Luo Mei's words, Zhao Wujie's countenance remained as tranquil as still water, like an unfathomable abyss devoid of ripples, his heart undisturbed by waves of humiliation. In stark contrast, Ning Rongrong, standing beside him, was a different story. As the cherished daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she had been regarded as a treasured gem by the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo since childhood, nurtured amidst boundless adoration and care, thus developing a fearless and defiant disposition. Witnessing Luo Mei's audacity in humiliating Zhao Wujie, her delicate, fair face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, so red that it seemed it might bleed. Her lively eyes now blazed with a furious fire, as if intent on reducing everything before her to ashes. Her cherry lips moved rapidly, panting as she prepared to vehemently rebut Luo Mei, resembling an enraged young lion poised to pounce upon its adversary in a fierce struggle. At this critical juncture, it was Zhu Zhiqing who decisively intervened. She appeared as a phantom, her movements so swift that they eluded perception, and in the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting behind Ning Rongrong. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to speak, Zhu Zhiqing unleashed a swift strike with her hand. The sound of the wind slicing through the air, as rapid as a flash of lightning, striking Ning Rongrong's neck with incredible force. Ning Rongrong was suddenly engulfed in darkness. An overwhelming wave of dizziness surged through her, causing her body to weaken, as if every ounce of strength had been drained in an instant, and she collapsed, losing consciousness in a limp heap. Oscar, witnessing this, displayed no hint of panic. Rather, he remained astonishingly composed. His gaze was resolute and steady as he darted forward like an arrow released from its bow, his movements agile and gentle, expertly cradling Ning Rongrong from Zhu Zhiqing's grasp. His arms bent slightly, he held her with utmost care, as if she were the most precious and fragile treasure in the world, fearing that even the slightest lapse would cause her harm. Zhao Wujie observed with a slight furrow of his brow, a knot forming at the center of his forehead, yet he uttered no further words. His steps were swift and resonant, advancing directly towards Tang San with determined strides. Upon reaching Tang San, he bent slightly, his tall frame now appearing somewhat stooped. He gently patted Tang San, who was in the midst of recovery, his expression heavy like a sky laden with dark clouds, his voice low and raspy, filled with an air of helplessness and urgency as he said, "Tang San, we must leave the Stardow Forest for now. As for Xiaowu, I regret that I am powerless to assist." Each word seemed to carry a profound sigh and a weighty burden, tightening the listener's heart. Upon hearing this, Tang San pressed his lips into a straight line, as if forged from steel, his brow furrowed tightly, his brows resembling twisted braids. A flicker of unwillingness and rage flashed in his eyes, the flames of anger burning fiercely within him. He parted his lips, his throat constricting, eager to retort to Zhao Wujie. However, upon catching sight of Luo Meisher ahead, her face dark and menacing, her expression fierce as if she were poised to strike. A sudden jolt coursed through Tang San's heart, akin to a heavy hammer striking his chest, snapping him back to clarity. He silently contemplated, Zhao Laoshe is right. The current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for me. I must first preserve my own life and seek justice only once I have grown stronger in the future. Otherwise, this time next year may very well be my last. Moreover, I cannot be so selfish as to drag Zhao Laoshe and the others into peril for my own obsessions. With this thought, Tang San took a deep breath, his chest heaving as if he were trying to inhale all his resentment and fury. He forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions surging within him, akin to a raging tide, yet he erected a dam of unwavering willpower to hold it at bay. He could merely nod in response to Zhao Wujie, a gesture imbued with an unmistakable weight, as if it bore the burden of infinite helplessness and compromise. Each nod resonating with the gravity of 1,000 burdens. It signified his acquiescence to Zhao Wujie's proposal, just as the group prepared to depart. A shadow emerged from the nearby woods, moving languidly and unsteadily, reminiscent of a specter gliding toward them. Instantly, the tension in the air tightened like a bowstring drawn to its utmost, and their bodies involuntarily entered a state of readiness for battle. Every gaze was laced with vigilance and wariness, their eyes sharp as blades, slicing through the encroaching shadow. Their pupils constricted sharply, unwaveringly fixated on the dark figure drawing near. Muscles taut as steel, poised to unleash their utmost strength against any imminent peril. The group dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of relaxation. Their faces were etched with seriousness, their expressions grave as they summoned their martial spirits. In an instant, radiant light burst forth, dazzling and resplendent. As various martial spirits materialized around them like a dream, they steadfastly stared at the shadow in the woods, their gazes ablaze, as if they sought to penetrate the very essence of the figure. Breaths quickened and grew heavy, hearts pounding like the relentless beat of war drums. Should there be a hint of danger, their formidable soul power would surge forth like a crashing tide, unhesitatingly launching toward the shadow to deliver a decisive blow. As the shadow drew ever closer, their hearts leapt to their throats, as if about to escape their very mouths. Breathing became rapid and erratic, reminiscent of a worn-out bellows struggling for air, the sounds echoing in chaotic succession. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, cascaded down their foreheads, each droplet akin to pearls escaping a broken string, swiftly coursing down their cheeks, leaving glistening trails that sparkled in the sunlight. Each face was marked by tension and anxiety. Yet their eyes remained locked onto the advancing shadow, refusing to be distracted. Before long, the shadow gradually unveiled itself, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Xiao Wu, who had previously been seized by the Titan giant ape. A wave of astonishment surged through the group, akin to a massive stone disrupting the calm surface of a lake, sending ripples in every direction. None could fathom how she had escaped the clutches of such a formidable and fearsome adversary. It was a mystery beyond belief. However, the moment they beheld her safe and sound before them, radiant smiles erupted on Tang San and his companions, their joy blooming like the vibrant flowers of spring. Even Tang San, whose complexion was initially as pale as paper and devoid of color, suddenly appeared much more vibrant, as if infused with a surge of vitality and vigor, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Just as Tang San and his companions opened their mouths, their tongues lightly grazing the roof of their mouths, ready to inquire how Xiao Wu had escaped from the Titan great ape, Zhao Wujie, like a tempestuous gale, swiftly interjected, Now is not the time for questions. Once we leave the Douluo forest, you may ask whatever you wish. Our foremost task is to exit the Douluo forest. For we cannot predict whether the meteor Bao, Luo Mei, will act recklessly against us. Zhao Wujia's voice was urgent, akin to the beating of war drums. Grave as the cold wind of a wintry night, imbued with an undeniable authority. His tone resembled a life-and-death command, each word heavy as 1,000 pounds, resonating with a chilling intensity that forbade any defiance, as if any disobedience would lead to catastrophic consequences. Despite the tumultuous curiosity and profound confusion that gnawed at them like a swarm of frenzied ants, Tang San and his companions understood the dire urgency of their situation. Leaving no room for even a moment's delay, they pressed their lips tightly together, their mouths forming a fine line, refraining from immediately questioning Xiao Wu about her escape. Instead, they quickened their pace, every step generating a subtle ripple in the air. Together with Xiao Wu, they moved like the wind, hastening to keep pace with Zhao Wujia's tall and resolute figure. Their forms resembled arrows loosed from a bow. Racing towards the unknown and perilous exit of the Douluo forest, their urgent demeanor suggesting that a pack of ferocious beasts was in hot pursuit. As Luo Mei watched Zhao Wujia and the others recede into the distance, ultimately becoming indistinct specks, she exhaled a deep sigh of relief. The tension in her body relaxed instantaneously, leaving her feeling as though her very bones had been drained of strength. With her legs giving way, she collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, trembling slightly, gasping for breath, each inhalation seemingly exhausting all her remaining energy. It turned out that Luo Mei had been forcing herself to converse with Zhao Wujia. In reality, her soul power had been severely depleted during the previous battle and was nearly exhausted. Had a confrontation ensued at that moment, the outcome would have been utterly unpredictable. After sitting cross-legged to recuperate for a while, Luo Mei gradually opened her eyes and gazed at Lin Yu. Her once radiant face was now etched with remorse. Her lips parted slightly, her voice trembling as she spoke. "I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. I could not fulfill your wish to eliminate Tang San." Her tone was laden with fatigue, as though she had just endured a long and arduous journey, each word appearing to carry an immense weight. Simultaneously, there exists an undercurrent of resignation, a profound sense of helplessness akin to being ensnared in an inextricable quagmire. The tone is imbued with a deep-seated self-reproach, as if all the failures were solely her own doing. Lin Yu harbored deep resentment, pondering bitterly. Tang San, the fated child of Douluo continent, is indeed a challenging adversary to eliminate. In the village where Shrek Academy is situated, I meticulously devised a trap, believing my plan to be flawless. Yet I failed to kill him. Instead, I was thwarted by an intervention from a teacher of Shrek Academy. In this Douluo forest, with Sister Luo Mei's formidable strength, theoretically, no one should be able to prevent me from slaying Tang San, except for those terrifying 10,000-year soul beasts in the top-tier title Douluo. Yet, at the pivotal moment when Sister Luo Mei aimed to take Tang San's life, the illustrious couple, the dragon and serpent, arrived, wielding their martial soul fusion technique to possess title Douluo strength, coming to his rescue. Their excuse for intervening was absurdly tied to Meng Yiran's affection for Tang San, as he agreed to the Dragon King's condition to marry her. It is ludicrous to think that Meng Yiran, having only met Tang San once, would recklessly incite her grandfather against the spirit hall for him. This is utterly preposterous. If not for being ensnared by Tang San's enigmatic fortune, how could she possibly risk antagonizing the most powerful and feared soul master organization in the Douluo continent for someone she has barely met? This is a farce of monumental proportions. However, as long as I gradually seize Tang San's opportunities, step by step dismantling his good fortune, it will not be long before I can shatter the vexing aura of luck surrounding him and eliminate him once and for all. This instance serves as a potent validation, for it was initially expected that during this expedition to the Douluo forest, Tang San would not only break through to the 30th level in soul power, but also absorb the soul ring from the 2,000-year-old faceless magic spider, acquiring the coveted external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Yet now, Tang San's soul power level stands at a mere 28, and he has lost the 8 spider lances. This is sufficient proof that fate is not immutable, nor is it unchangeable. As long as I am diligent enough, ruthless enough, and clever enough, I shall undoubtedly break the shackles of Tang San's destiny, casting him into an abyss from which there is no return. Chapter 71. The acquisition of the second soul ring. Though a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind like wild horses, one after another, relentlessly crashing against his consciousness, He feigned nonchalance as he spoke. "It's all right, Sister Luome. We can find another opportunity to kill Tang San next time." Lin Yu's voice sounded remarkably relaxed, as if this failure was trivial to him, merely an inconsequential interlude. However, his tightly clenched fists, the whitened knuckles, and the bulging veins, along with his slightly trembling body, betrayed the fury and dissatisfaction he suppressed within. His gaze flickered with a resolute and sinister light, akin to two exceptionally sharp, icy blades, seemingly poised to strike at any moment and reduce Tang San to mere fragments, subjected to 1,000 torturous cuts. Luome, visibly anxious, urged, "All right, Xiaoyu. Let us eliminate the faceless magic spider first. Otherwise, if it dies later, we will miss out on this soul ring." Her tone was hurried, tinged with an unmistakable urgency. The voice trembled slightly, interwoven with profound concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression instantly transformed into one of profound gravity, as if cloaked in a thick layer of frost. He slowly raised both hands, murmuring incantations under his breath, and in an instant, a radiant light erupted, manifesting the sword of time and space out of thin air. The blade shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance, reminiscent of the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky. With heavy yet resolute steps, each footfall seemed imbued with tremendous weight. He gradually approached the humanoid spider. The sword of time and space emanated a chilling aura, a frost-like mist that sent shivers down the spine. His gaze was piercing, fixated intently on the creature as he unhesitatingly wielded the sword's inherent sharpness. With a swift and powerful motion of his arm, he struck like thunder. A sharp sound sliced through the air, akin to the tearing of silk, as the head of the humanoid spider was severed in an instant, rolling upon the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Shortly thereafter, one could observe the sudden emergence of twinkling purple lights from the spider's body, resembling ethereal fireflies. Delicately flickering, they danced whimsically, akin to mischievous sprites, gradually coalescing upon its form. In due course, a resplendent purple millennium soul ring manifested, its dazzling radiance seemingly imbued with boundless mysterious power, captivating the imagination and stirring one's spirit. Lin Yu took a deep breath, as if to draw in all the surrounding air into his chest. He then closed his eyes tightly and began to circulate the soul power within him, preparing to absorb the soul ring. As soon as the soul ring made contact with his body, the purple-black radiance surged forth like a torrential flood that had found its outlet, rushing into Lin Yu's body with reckless abandon. The light resembled a wild stallion breaking free, or a flood breaching its banks, fierce and unrestrained. Seeing the purple-black glow envelop Lin Yu entirely, Luo Mei's anxiety deepened, akin to dark clouds gathering ominously. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, her eyes wide open, reflecting the mysterious and perilous light. Unconsciously, her hands clenched, the knuckles turning white from the strain, as beads of perspiration formed in her palms. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat, for the formidable presence of the humanoid spider was indeed terrifying, sending chills down her spine. As the person experiencing this ordeal, Lin Yu felt the impact even more profoundly. Under the overwhelming soul power of the humanoid spider, every cell in his body felt as though it were under immense heat and pressure, on the verge of exploding. The agony was like countless razor-sharp blades, recklessly stirring within him, as if seeking to shred his very organs into pieces. With a sudden gasp, Lin Yu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, which erupted from him like a crimson fountain. The blood traced a shocking arc through the air before cascading to the ground like raindrops, staining the earth a deep scarlet. In a matter of moments, Lin Yu found himself enveloped in a dense, pale red mist, so thick that it was akin to a heavy curtain, obscuring his figure from view. It was crucial to note that this mist was not formed from soul power, but rather condensed from the blood seeping from Lin Yu's body. This vividly illustrated the unbearable torment he was enduring, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart and the gnawing of countless insects at his bones. Witnessing this, Luo Mei's heart raced with anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot pan, her worry igniting within her. She yearned to rush forth and alleviate Lin Yu's suffering, yet could only silently pray. At that moment, even her considerable strength could not interrupt Lin Yu's absorption of the soul ring. She could only stand by helplessly, pacing back and forth in desperation, frustrated and powerless. At this moment, Lin Yu felt as though he were ensnared in an infernal abyss. Every inch of his skin and every nerve enduring the torment of 1,000 blades, the agony transcending mere flesh to penetrate deep into his very bones, clinging to him like a shadow. Even his internal organs seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, wrenching and tearing as if striving to extract them from his body. This heart-wrenching pain rendering him nearly unconscious, just as Lin Yu believed he had overstepped his bounds. Despair flooding his thoughts as he contemplated his imminent demise while absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, memories of his parents' unwavering love surged in his mind. Their warm, sunlit smiles and gentle, flowing words unfolded in his consciousness like a vivid tapestry. He also recalled the promises exchanged with Luo Mei, the beautiful dreams they had painted together, and the solemn vows made, each memory unfurling like a vibrant scroll within his heart. Reflecting on these moments ignited a renewed desire for life within his once dim eyes, a yearning akin to a blazing inferno, fiercely ablaze and intense in his heart. Fueled by this indomitable conviction, Lin Yu clenched his teeth, the sound of his grinding jaws echoing in the silence, his eyes wide and bloodshot, veins pulsating with fervor. He steadfastly resisted wave after wave of pain that crashed upon him like the relentless tide. Though drenched in blood, as if he had just emerged from a pool of crimson, he valiantly contended against the overwhelming energy of the human-faced demon spider's soul ring, vowing not to bow down or submit. As time slipped away silently like grains of sand in an hourglass, Lin Yu's bones emitted a series of chilling cracks. The sound piercing the eerie stillness, sharp and jarring, reminiscent of a demon's whisper from the depths of darkness, sinister and terrifying. Beside him, Luo Mei felt her heart gripped by an invisible, mighty hand, squeezing with such force that it nearly robbed her of breath. Her face turned ashen, devoid of color. Her lips trembling uncontrollably as she murmured, "What should I do? Lin Yu, you must not come to harm." Her voice, barely above a whisper, echoed her internal dread. Her eyes wide as saucers, filled with profound concern and boundless fear, as if she were on the brink of being consumed by terror. "What should I do? Lin Yu must not be in danger," Luo Mei repeated anxiously, her voice quivering and sharp, laced with palpable fright and unease. Her brows furrowed deeply, and fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead from sheer tension. Her eyes were wide open, as if the very orbs might leap from their sockets. Filled with profound anxiety that resembled thick, inky darkness, impervious to dissolution. Alongside this distress lay an endless fear, akin to a monstrous beast with claws bared, ravenously gnawing at her innermost being. She clasped her hands tightly together, her knuckles turning pale from the strain, her body trembling uncontrollably, reminiscent of a leaf on the brink of surrender in a tempest. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's skin appeared as though it had been mercilessly pierced by countless sharp needles, from which beads of blood incessantly emerged. These droplets, upon their emergence, eagerly coalesced into slender streams, winding down his body like serpents in motion. An unsettling sight that was difficult to behold, accompanied by the overwhelming and unstoppable force of the soul ring of the faceless demon spider. Lin Yu was currently subjected to the chaotic manipulation of this terrifying energy, which seemed intent on reshaping every sinew and reordering every vein within him. Lin Yu clenched his teeth, his facial muscles contorting in agony, his body trembling incessantly as he valiantly endeavored to withstand the overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush him. "I must endure. I cannot succumb like this," Lin Yu screamed within, each word echoing from the depths of his soul. His jaw was clenched with astonishing force, so much so that his gums could hardly bear the strain, blood seeping forth in thin rivulets that mingled with the beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. His hands were tightly balled into fists, nails digging deeply into his palms, oblivious to the pain. His eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with a resolute defiance, as if declaring to the cruel hand of fate, "Do not think you can easily defeat me." At last, before Lin Yu's indomitable spirit, akin to unyielding steel, the frenzied energy of the soul ring of the faceless demon spider began to subside, tamed like a wild beast. Gradually, it was transformed and subdued, relinquishing its rampant ferocity. At this moment, the skin on Lin Yu's body ceased to ooze blood, his once bloodied form slowly regaining a semblance of calm. Witnessing this, Luo Mei felt her heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, gently descend like a stone finally finding its resting place. "Wonderful. Lin Yu should be able to pull through," Luo Mei whispered softly, releasing a sigh of relief as her tense body gradually relaxed. She silently expressed her gratitude, hoping fervently for a smooth continuation, that Lin Yu would safely complete the soul ring absorption. A flicker of joy, akin to the elation of surviving a great ordeal, sparkled in her eyes. Yet it was intertwined with lingering concern, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Linyu. However, just as Luo Mei was filled with joy, believing the worst had passed and confident that Linyu would successfully absorb the soul ring, a piercing scream erupted from him, akin to a dying beast's anguished cry. That sound seemed to pierce through layers of darkness, sharp enough to send shivers through one's very soul. It echoed as if from the deepest abyss of hell, laden with boundless agony and despair, chilling listeners to the bone, leaving their hair standing on end. Lin Yu's upper body jerked upright, contorted in a grotesque manner, as if ensnared by an invisible demon's icy and unyielding chains, mercilessly pulling him. His body trembled uncontrollably, every muscle spasming in excruciating pain, resembling one subjected to the cruelest of tortures. Upon witnessing this, Luo Mei felt her heart, which had only just begun to ease, suddenly constrict as if gripped by a powerful hand, rising to her throat as if it might burst forth at any moment. Her breathing quickened, becoming erratic, each inhale heavy with fear and concern. Linyu, you must endure. She fervently prayed within her heart, her voice tinged with a weeping tone, laden with endless supplications. With her hands pressed tightly against her chest, she seemed to believe that this gesture could contain the heart that threatened to leap from her throat. Her eyes were filled with panic, her body instinctively leaning forward, as if yearning to rush forth and share Lin Yu's boundless suffering. Just as Luo Mei was consumed by worry, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot stove, she witnessed a powerful and terrifying force suddenly tear apart Lin Yu's clothing from behind, the sound sharp and jarring, like fabric being violently disrupted. The material disintegrated and scattered into the air, akin to clouds being abruptly swept away by a fierce wind, swirling chaotically, as if recounting the heart-stopping drama of the moment. It felt as though some ferocious and grotesque entity was impatiently striving to break free from its last restraints, an overwhelming pressure causing the very air around them to thicken. Luo Mei's eyes widened, her pupils constricting rapidly, her heart seemingly gripped by a giant hand, her breath momentarily suspended. Chapter 73. External soul bone. Luo Mei's eyes bulged, her heart pounding furiously, the intense rhythm echoing in her ears like a frantic drumbeat. She was tense to the utmost, her muscles taut as if drawn back like a bowstring. It quickly became apparent that this was no mere figment of her imagination. She beheld 4 fist-sized protrusions emerging violently from either side of Lin Yu's spine, quaking as if they were volcanoes on the verge of eruption or enraged beasts. They thrashed and swelled, seemingly accumulating a terrifying power that threatened to erupt, ready to shatter everything in its path. Luo Mei covered her mouth, attempting to stifle the scream that threatened to escape her lips due to sheer terror. Her legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath her. Yet she summoned all her strength to remain upright, her gaze fixated on the eerie and terrifying bulges at Lin Yu's back. Meanwhile, Lin Yu appeared to endure the most brutal and merciless of punishments, the agony akin to countless searing blades mercilessly stirring and slicing through every inch of his flesh. Every bone, every cell. The immense suffering contorted his features into a grotesque mask, his once handsome visage now twisted in horror. The skin that had just ceased bleeding began to ooze once more, the blood flowing like a torrent unleashed from a dam, cascading freely. He trembled like a leaf caught in a tempest, as if he might be torn to shreds at any moment. His teeth ground together with a chilling sound that resonated in the silence, eerily clear, as if he sought to crush his own teeth in a desperate attempt to withstand the pain that threatened to rend his very soul. A low, guttural roar emanated from his throat, a sound reminiscent of a lament from the depths of hell, filled with despair and unwillingness. His hands were firmly gripping the ground, fingertips already worn and bloodied, staining the earth beneath him. Suddenly, the protrusion behind Lin Yu burst open with a muffled yet sharp sound, and a thick mist of blood erupted forth, pungent and overwhelming, enveloping the air in a chilling haze. This sanguine mist was as viscous as unyielding ink, shrouding everything around in a macabre and terrifying atmosphere. 8 dark purple objects shot forth like lightning from the ruptured mass, growing with an unstoppable momentum. Their speed was blinding, rendering their precise forms nearly indistinguishable. After the emergence of these purple-black entities, Lin Yu's expression softened slightly, though this was merely a relative reprieve from his previous agony. His upper body continued to tremble, akin to a withered branch assailed by a relentless cold wind, each shiver appearing feeble and heart-wrenching. His body swayed slightly with the tremors, resembling a solitary tree swaying in the gusts, on the brink of toppling under the tempest. Luo Mei watched in terror, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands. Her eyes wide with fear, tears brimming yet unshed, too afraid to make a sound lest she disrupt Lin Yu's absorption of the soul ring. Under her horrified and almost dazed gaze, the purple-black objects grew at a breathtaking pace, reaching a length of 1.5 meters in the blink of an eye. At this length, they paused momentarily, as if gathering strength or undergoing some enigmatic transformation. Then, a joint-like feature emerged, twisted and grotesque, exuding an unsettling aura. With astonishing speed, it resumed its frenetic growth, akin to a rampant vine with no sign of ceasing. Lomei found herself holding her breath, her eyes fixed, heart racing in her throat. When the entire entity finally stretched over 3 meters, it ceased its wild expansion, leaving Lomei drenched in cold sweat, her legs heavy as lead, immovable. Upon witnessing the full form of the creature, she gasped in shock, as if struck by a thunderbolt, her body trembling violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. This isn't the leg of a human-faced demon spider, is it? She stammered, her voice steeped in profound astonishment and dread. Her eyes were wide, as if they might burst from their sockets, disbelief etched into her features, every wrinkle a testament to her shock. Her mouth gaped wide, capable of accommodating an egg, yet it remained unclosed for an eternity, as if she had witnessed the most unbelievable and absurd spectacle in existence. Luomei stood there in a daze, her mind a blank canvas, thoughts seemingly frozen in that moment, leaving only a heart full of shock and bewilderment. Just as she remained in this state of profound astonishment, as if petrified, 8 spider legs unhesitatingly plunged into the hard earth, the sharp, muffled sound sending chills down her spine. The ground was instantly breached, the spider legs piercing deep with unstoppable force, stirring up a cloud of dust. With alarming swiftness and decisiveness, they effortlessly lifted Lin Yu's entire body into the air, transforming him into a grotesque figure, as if he had sprouted 8 strong, menacing arms, evoking a sense of dread. His contorted form swayed in midair, the spider legs oscillating slightly with his movements, as if possessing a will of their own. The horrifying scene was reminiscent of a diabolical fiend from the depths of hell, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Luomei trembled at this sudden turn of events, cold sweat erupting from her skin, soaking her back. Her lips quivered as she attempted to utter something, only to find her throat constricted by an invisible hand, rendering her voiceless. An hour passed, then another, and time seemed to freeze, each second stretching on painfully. The sky, once bright, gradually descended into an inky darkness, as if mercilessly smeared with black ink, enveloping the entire world in shadow. Luomei stood transfixed, never anticipating that Lin Yu's absorption of the soul ring would take such an extended duration. Her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on him, never wavering. Her anxiety deepened, accumulating like heavy storm clouds, pressing down on her chest and making it hard to breathe. Her heart raced within her chest, as though it sought to break free from its confines. Why was it not over yet? Lin Yu, you must hold on, she silently pleaded, her thoughts trembling with urgency and supplication. The weight of her worry shadowed her, furrowing her brows tighter, the lines on her forehead deepening as if time had etched profound marks upon her. Chapter 74. External Soul Bone 2. As the energy from the human-faced demon spider soul ring surged forth like an unstoppable tide, Lin Yu, whose mind had been shrouded in chaos and obscured by thick mists, began to gradually extricate himself from the unfathomable, dark abyss. He slowly awakened, the process akin to a long-slumbering giant beast gradually opening its majestic eyes. Various acute sensations flowed back into him like streams thawing from winter's grasp, eager and jubilant. Every sensation felt as if it were a lively sprite, jubilantly cheering and leaping, eagerly yearning to embrace his body once more. Each cell within him seemed to revel in ecstatic celebration, as if partaking in an unprecedented, exuberant carnival. They danced and laughed with abandon, immersing Lin Yu in an extraordinary euphoria. Yet, an inexplicable weight akin to a mountain bore down upon his back, constricting his breath and rendering him uneasy. At that moment, 2 ethereal, resplendent purple soul rings spiraled around Lin Yu tirelessly, akin to enigmatic spirits. The radiance emanating from the rings was dazzling, almost capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Strangely, protruding from his back were 8 long, spear-like spider legs, sharp and chilling. These legs were elongated and robust, their sleek contours exuding an aura of danger. The glistening tips shone with a menacing light, as if declaring their inviolability to the world. Merely gazing upon them sent a shiver straight from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. As his mind began to clear, Lin Yu was filled with suspicion, his brows furrowing as he scrutinized his surroundings. His eyes brimmed with confusion and bewilderment, his thoughts entangled like a mass of knots. However, the moment his gaze shifted, he was astounded to discover a tremendous alteration in his perspective. The disparity was so pronounced that it felt as if the entire world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation, causing his heart to plummet. It seemed his line of sight had elevated significantly, a shocking revelation that became undeniably clear when he glanced at Luo Mei. Indeed, Lin Yu was acutely aware that his perspective had risen considerably. In the past, when he gazed up at Sister Luo Mei, he always approached with utmost reverence and admiration, tilting his head back to fully behold her visage. Yet now, as he looked upon her, it felt as if he were viewing her from a slightly superior position. What could possibly explain this? Lin Yu pondered, his brows knitting into a deep furrow, silently musing within. His expression was one of perplexity, as if ensnared in an unsolvable enigma. Subsequently, he inhaled deeply and unleashed the domain of time and space. He then held his breath, closing his eyes. His demeanor focused to the utmost, meticulously attuning himself to every subtle change within his body. He endeavored to sense every inch of skin, every muscle, and every bone, leaving no minute anomaly unexamined. At last, a moment of clarity struck him, as if a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated his mind. To his astonishment, he realized that spider legs had inexplicably sprouted from his back. These legs, as hard as iron, brimmed with an overwhelming sense of strength. It is precisely these powerful spider legs that elevate themselves so high, resulting in such a dramatic shift in perspective. Could it be that he has successfully intercepted the external spirit bone that rightfully belonged to Tang San? Lin Yu's mind was awash with countless thoughts. Filled with a tumultuous blend of exhilaration and surprise, a fervor akin to a flood breaching its dam, instantly inundating his heart. Lin Yu felt a surge of determination within. Silently encouraging himself, I must seize control of this formidable power. With unwavering focus, he endeavored to harness this unfamiliar, yet potent force. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the spider legs on his back seemed to comprehend his command, obediently retracting with deliberate grace. However, in that fleeting moment of retraction, Lin Yu suddenly felt his body plummet, losing balance in an instant. At that moment, it was as if an invisible hand had fiercely gripped his heart. He resembled a fragile leaf in a tempest, utterly defenseless and unable to react, plummeting through the air. His mind turned blank. The only sound piercing his ears was the howling wind, mocking his helplessness with its relentless fury. He flailed his arms futilely, attempting to grasp something to halt his descent, but it was all in vain, surrendering his body to descend like a shooting star. Luo Mei's expression instantly paled, her exquisite features etched with panic and fear. Her eyes widened in alarm as she cried out, Xiao Yu, be careful. Her voice pierced the air with a sharpness that seemed to rend the very heavens, urgent enough to shatter the clouds, overflowing with boundless concern, as if it could penetrate one's very soul. Before her words had fully dissipated, Luo Mei surged forward like a bolt of lightning, racing toward Lin Yu. Her form was so swift that it was almost indistinguishable, arms outstretched without a moment's hesitation, her movements decisive and resolute, devoid of any doubt or retreat. Her gaze radiated unwavering determination, as if she intended to forge an impenetrable barrier around Lin Yu with her delicate frame. Just as Lin Yu was about to meet the ground, she expertly caught him in her embrace. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Everything around them faded into insignificance, leaving only her steadfast hold on Lin Yu. Looking down at him, she noticed that he remained in a daze, his eyes vacant and expression blank. At the sight, a melodious, tinkling laughter escaped her lips, reminiscent of a bubbling brook thawing in spring, enchanting and delightful. Within her laughter lay an abundance of affection for Lin Yu, akin to that of a gentle guardian observing an innocent child, filled with warmth and tenderness, yet it also bore a hint of playful teasing, as if she were deliberately provoking him. Xiao Yu, have you not noticed anything amiss about yourself? Her tone rose slightly, the final syllable drawn out playfully, infused with a touch of mischief and charm. At this moment, Lin Yu's mind was shrouded in a haze, his thoughts tangled like a disarrayed ball of yarn. Lost in a fog of confusion, his gaze was vacant, and he remained immersed in the tumultuous events that had transpired earlier. Yet, he instinctively murmured, Sister Luo Mei, I haven't noticed anything amiss. The words were indistinct, as if emanating from a distant realm. Just as Lin Yu was absent-mindedly responding, suddenly, a biting gust of wind sliced through the air, resembling a ferocious beast that mercilessly lunged at him. The wind whipped against his skin, as if it bore icy daggers, causing sharp pangs of discomfort. Goosebumps erupted across his body in a flurry, making him shudder involuntarily. It was at this moment that Lin Yu seemed to awaken from a dream, as though struck by a thunderbolt, his entire being jolted into awareness. He abruptly realized that he was utterly unclothed, laid bare to the elements. In that instant, his face flushed crimson, embarrassment and shame surging over him like a tidal wave. Chapter 75, Changes in Appearance. Oh dear! Lin Yu exclaimed, his face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. The hue so vivid it seemed as if it might bleed. In a flurry, akin to a startled rabbit, he hastily leapt from Sister Luome's warm embrace. His hands moved with the swiftness of the wind, desperately attempting to cover his modesty, his actions frantic and clumsy. At that moment, he was a portrait of embarrassment. His neck adorned with a deep blush, stammering to Luome, "Luome, please turn around. If you look at me, how can I change clothes?" His voice trembled, laden with acute awkwardness and urgency, his eyes beseeching her to turn away, yearning to extricate himself from this mortifying predicament. "Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu has grown up and knows shyness now," Luome chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand, laughter ringing like a cascade of silver bells. Her bright eyes sparkled with playful teasing, yet beneath it just lay a genuine warmth of pride. She narrowed her eyes slightly, the corners curving into a charming crescent, and continued in a light-hearted tone, "I remember when you were just a little tyke. Now you understand the concept of embarrassment." Lin Yu's face suddenly flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe tomato, as if it could bleed. In a flurry of embarrassment, he stomped his feet anxiously, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. With a mix of shame and irritation, he exclaimed, "Luome Jie, stop mocking me. Turn around quickly, I need to change my clothes." As he shouted, he pressed his hands tightly against his crucial areas, his eyes brimming with urgency and mortification. His heart raced like a frantic little rabbit, pounding so loudly that it seemed deafening to his own ears. Why hasn't Luome Jie turned around yet? This is unbearable, he fretted inwardly, consumed by both embarrassment and anxiety, fervently wishing for her to turn away so he could escape this utterly awkward predicament. Luome's lips curled into a playful smile, her expression imbued with an undeniable mirth as she replied, all right, I won't look. Besides, which part of you haven't I seen before? I practically raised you. I was the one who bathed you when you were little. I know your body better than you do." Her tone was casual and light, radiating affection. Despite her teasing words, she dutifully turned her back to Lin Yu, her movements gentle and swift. Yet, in her mind, she mused, this boy has truly grown up. He knows how to be shy now. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, he is transformed from a little child into a young man. Her heart swelled with nostalgia and warmth, drifting back to the moments they had shared in the past. Once Luome had turned away, Lin Yu became flustered, akin to an ant on a hot stove, spinning around in a frenzy. He hastily reached into his heart of stars, his movements frantic and fervent, quickly retrieving a set of clothes. His fingers trembled slightly, like leaves caught in a chilling breeze, as he hurried to put on the garments while nervously muttering, "Luome Jie, you mustn't turn around suddenly to peek." His voice held a trace of tension and unease, as if fearing she might break her promise. After a rustling sound, Lin Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, a hint of relaxation in his voice as he announced, "Luome Jie, you can turn back now. I've changed my clothes." Luome, filled with curiosity akin to a child about to unwrap a long-awaited gift, slowly turned around. Upon her gaze landing on Lin Yu in his new attire, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing the most extraordinary sight in the world. A spark of surprise flickered in her gaze, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, brilliant and dazzling. Unable to contain her excitement, she quickly approached Lin Yu, her steps light and hurried, as if fearful of missing this beautiful moment. She reached out to gently ruffle his hair, her touch as tender as a spring breeze caressing willow branches. Her face beamed with joy, the curve of her smile radiating warmth, as she exclaimed in a voice as melodious as a nightingale's song, "Xiaoyu, you look so handsome. I wonder how many hearts you will capture in the future." Lin Yu bashfully scratched his head, his hand appearing somewhat awkward, and a faint blush crept to his ears. His heart swelled with joy, akin to cradling a jar of honey, sweet and delightful, yet he felt a tinge of embarrassment, as if his heart oscillated between elation and shyness. He lowered his gaze slightly, avoiding the intensity of Luome's stare, and said, "I'm not that handsome, Sister Luome. You are exaggerating." His tone carried a hint of bashfulness, yet could not conceal the subtle joy lurking behind his words. Luo Mei crossed her arms, her demeanor taking on a serious air. Her expression was earnest, as though she were articulating a matter of utmost importance, her gaze unwavering and focused on Lin Yu. With a voice as steadfast as granite, she declared, "I'm not exaggerating at all. You're genuinely handsome now. Otherwise, you may as well take a look for yourself." She arched an eyebrow slightly. Her eyes filled with an undeniable conviction, as if her resolute attitude aimed to instill belief in every word she uttered. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu furrowed his brows in skepticism, slowly retrieving a mirror from the heart of the stars to gaze upon himself. The moment he beheld his reflection, he could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a man towering at nearly 6'3", his stature upright like a proud pine tree. Every contour of his form exuding strength and resilience. His visage was strikingly handsome, with chiseled features reminiscent of a sculpted masterpiece. A straight nose and thinly pressed lips added to his allure. The entirety of his being radiated an air of authority, as if he were naturally endowed with an imposing presence that commanded respect. His deep-set eyes sparkled with clarity, akin to an unfathomable abyss, capable of reflecting the cosmos itself, vast, encompassing, yet shrouded in mystery. He emanated an aura of gallantry, every gesture imbued with a sense of grandeur, further enhanced by an ethereal quality, as though he were a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. No wonder Sister Luo Mei remarked on my handsomeness. It seems the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider has rejuvenated me. Lin Yu mused inwardly, his thoughts drifting like fluttering willow catkins. Recognizing that his former appearance could only be described as mildly attractive, utterly incomparable to his current visage, those unfamiliar with him might scarcely recognize his transformed self. With this thought, a surge of joy welled within him, akin to a warm spring flowing through his heart. His lips involuntarily curled into a radiant smile, reminiscent of the sun piercing through morning clouds, bright and dazzling, infused with confidence and delight. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if harboring countless stars, and he exuded an innate charm and luminosity from within. Chapter 76. The effect of the second soul skill. Luo Mei playfully seized Lin Yu's hand, shaking it with enthusiasm. Her voice soft and teasing as she implored, "Oh, come on, little Yu, what is your second soul skill? Please tell me." Her bright, wide eyes were filled with eagerness and curiosity, her fervent gaze seemingly attempting to peer into the depths of Lin Yu's soul. She resembled an impatient little girl desperate to uncover a secret, her rosy lips pursed and brows slightly knitted, her face awash with anticipation. Lin Yu, with a sense of helplessness, tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a bittersweet smile. He then cautiously and gently withdrew his arm from the soft yet tightly grasping hands of Sister Luo Mei. His face was a canvas of resignation, his brows slightly furrowed as he said with a hint of exasperation, "All right, Sister Luo Mei, please refrain from such childish antics. I shall now explain the effects of the soul technique." Meanwhile, he muttered inwardly, "Why does Sister Luo Mei behave like a child?" This thought scurried through his mind like a mischievous little mouse, evoking both amusement and frustration within him. Lin Yu took a deep breath, gently closing his eyes to organize his thoughts. Then, he opened his eyes, his gaze resolute and earnest as he declared, "The name of my second soul skill is quite simple. It is called Pierce. However, its effect is remarkably powerful, enhancing the piercing capability of the Sword of Time and Space by 50%. Not only can it be utilized now, but it will also remain effective even as my strength grows. After all, this is an enhancement based on percentage rather than fixed damage." He paused, his expression serious, and continued, "Just like soul masters above the rank of soul sage, they seldom employ their first or second soul skills unless they possess particularly unique abilities. Indeed, a casual strike from a soul master of such caliber would likely surpass the strength of their first or second soul skills. For instance, Sister Luo Mei, when you face a soul master of equal rank, would you resort to using a century-old soul skill?" As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, his hands dancing in the air as if illustrating intricate patterns, endeavoring to convey his thoughts more clearly to Luo Mei. His expression was focused and urgent, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he intently observed her reaction, hoping that his explanation would be fully comprehended. Upon hearing this, Luo Mei slightly furrowed her elegant brows, creating a delicate crease. Her gaze drifted into the distance, lost in contemplation, as time seemed to stand still for a moment. After a brief pause, she gently nodded and remarked, "You are right, Xiao Yu. When facing soul masters above the rank of soul sage, I would at least have to utilize a millennium-old soul skill. Aside from easy victories, I rarely employ century-old skills." It seems, then, that you have acquired an exceptional soul skill. This skill will continue to enhance your strength even when you attain the title of Ultimate Douluo. As she spoke, she patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, her tone a blend of affirmation and a hint of fatigue. All right, Xiao Yu, I shall not keep you much longer. It is getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow, we will return to the Spirit Hall. I still need to report to the Pope regarding the clues about Tang Hao. Her voice carried a slight hoarseness, and a trace of weariness flickered in her eyes, as if the day's endeavors had taken a toll on her. Upon hearing Sister Luo Mei's words, Lin Yu was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of speechlessness. Alas, it seems that Sister Luo Mei still does not believe what I have said. He sighed inwardly, resigning himself to the notion that she would not give up until she faced insurmountable obstacles. Let her be. I am curious to see how the Pope will handle this matter. Enough of these thoughts. I shall rest early, for tomorrow I must return to the Spirit Hall. As Lin Yu silently contemplated these thoughts within himself, he helplessly shook his head, his movements resembling a tambourine, his face etched with resignation and acquiescence. Subsequently, he trudged towards his bed with a slightly heavy gait, each step seemingly laden with profound fatigue. Xiao Wu, how did you escape from the Titan Great Ape? Were you injured? As soon as Tang San and the others returned to the hotel where they had resided before entering the Stardow Forest, Tang San darted towards Xiao Wu like an arrow released from a bowstring. His face was flushed with urgency. His brows tightly knitted together as if tied in an intricate knot, his eyes wide with worry, nearly bulging from their sockets, fixated on Xiao Wu. His voice trembled like leaves caught in the wind as he urgently called out to her. His hands, trembling with anxiety, gripped Xiao Wu's shoulders with a force that turned his knuckles white. Those hands resembled iron clamps, seemingly attempting to grasp her physical condition with a somewhat rough, yet deeply caring gesture in order to ascertain her safety. Upon witnessing the anxious and fearful expression on her elder brother's face, Xiao Wu felt a surge of warmth and gratitude in her heart, as if a gentle stream were flowing within her. She thought to herself, although she knew the Titan Great Ape would not harm her, her brother was unaware of that fact, and she could not let him worry excessively. With this in mind, her gaze softened and strengthened, and she replied in a voice as gentle as a spring breeze, recounting how, after being seized by the Titan Great Ape, a sudden bellow echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, the once ferocious countenance of the Titan Great Ape transformed into one of sheer panic, much like a heavy cloud descending ominously. It discarded her as if she were a burning hot potato, its movements frantic and urgent, dashing away in the opposite direction of the bellow. Appearing as though it had seen a ghost, limbs flailing in terror of the sound-emitting spirit beast. As she spoke, she animatedly gestured, using her hands to mimic the Titan Great Ape's fearsome expression and then illustrating its hurried escape, striving to convey the vividness of the moment. Her lively movements and rich expressions transported everyone back to that tense instant. Upon hearing this, Tang San's brow furrowed deeply, as if capable of crushing a fly. His mind raced like a high-speed machine, meticulously sifting through a vast sea of memories. He recalled the teachings of the master, his lips pressed into a straight line, as if glued together, exuding a sense of solemnity and gravity. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, a bellow that could frighten the king of the forest. The Titan Great Ape must have come from the sky blue bull python. His tone carried an unmistakable weight of uncertainty and seriousness, his voice low and deliberate, as if each word had been pondered with great care. His gaze revealed a profound contemplation, as if it transcended time and space, conjuring vivid images of a breathtaking scene within his mind. He was entirely enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and focus. Chapter 77. Communication. Third brother, you are truly remarkable. To discern the type of soul beast merely from a sound, and the Titan giant ape's reaction is astounding, Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing joyfully in front of Tang San, her face radiating admiration. Her bright, star-like eyes sparkled with delight and reverence, reminiscent of the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Unconsciously, her hands clasped tightly around Tang San's arm, the grip infused with an uncontrollable excitement as she cheerfully declared, Third brother, you are simply incredible. I was so startled my heart raced, yet you managed to arrive at the answer so swiftly. Her voice, clear and melodious, flowed like a cheerful stream in the mountains, each word imbued with deep respect for Tang San. It's not that impressive. It's all thanks to our teacher's excellent guidance, Tang San replied. Reaching to touch the back of his head, a faint blush blooming on his cheeks like a delicate twilight hue, he averted his gaze, unable to meet Xiao Wu's adoring eyes, feeling a twinge of bashfulness as he thought to himself. Xiao Wu's praise makes me somewhat embarrassed. Her sincere and fervent gaze leaves me at a loss for words. His fingers curled slightly, and his feet shifted unconsciously, revealing a hint of unease. By the way, Xiao Wu, third brother, I have some good, or perhaps bad, news to share with you. Just as Xiao Wu opened her mouth, Tang San's voice chimed in simultaneously, their words overlapping like harmonious musical notes. As soon as they spoke, they exchanged a glance, and then in unison, they said, "You go first, Xiao Wu, third brother." Xiao Wu blinked her lively eyes and tilted her head slightly, saying, "Third brother, I'll go first." A playful smile danced on her lips. At that moment, Daimubai could no longer contain himself and interjected, "You two truly have a remarkable synergy. Even when speaking, you manage to echo each other perfectly." Daimubai grinned, his face adorned with his signature teasing smile, which bore a hint of jest and mockery. His deep-set eyes darted between Xiao Wu and Tang San, glinting with a mischievous light, as if he had uncovered an amusing secret. He continued, "The connection between you two is truly enviable." Upon hearing Daimubai's words, Xiao Wu and Tang San felt as though their innermost thoughts had been exposed. They bashfully lowered their heads. Their faces flushed a deep crimson, akin to ripe apples, the blush creeping down to their ears. Both were momentarily at a loss, and the atmosphere became subtly charged. It was Tang San who broke the brief silence first. He slowly raised his head, his gaze soft and gentle as he looked at Xiao Wu, speaking in a tender and soothing tone. "Xiao Wu, you should go first." Tang San's voice carried a hint of encouragement, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a tranquil lake, instilling a profound sense of comfort and reassurance. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's face immediately blossomed with a triumphant expression, bounding joyfully towards him like a spirited young deer. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she proudly declared, "Brother San, not only did I escape from the Titan giant ape, but I also discovered a millennium-old soft bone rabbit in the forest and acquired a 1,000-year spirit ring." As she spoke, her enthusiasm was palpable. She animatedly illustrated her frantic escape and the astonishment of finding the soft bone rabbit, vividly recreating the thrilling and tense moments, radiating vitality and pride. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression shifted to one of intense concern, his brows knitting into a tight furrow, his facial muscles tensing. He suddenly grasped Xiao Wu's hand with a grip so firm it seemed he feared she might vanish at any moment, urgently inquiring, "Xiao Wu, did you sustain any injuries?" His hands moved with the swiftness of the wind, meticulously inspecting her for any signs of harm, his gaze sharp and focused, akin to twin beams of light, leaving no potential injury overlooked. His fingers gently brushed against her arms, shoulders, and back, even checking the hem of her clothing, continuously murmuring, "Is there anything here? Is everything all right?" Only after confirming that Xiao Wu bore no wounds did the heavy weight on his heart finally lift as he exhaled in relief, his body trembling slightly as if drained of energy. Seeing her brother's anxiety for her well-being filled Xiao Wu with a sweetness akin to honey, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her lips curving upwards in an uncontainable smile. She then reassured him, "Brother San, there is no need to worry so. I was unharmed while hunting the soft bone rabbit. It was rendered unconscious by the Titan giant ape's aura, allowing me to easily claim my third spirit ring." As she spoke, her hands animatedly gestured, as if reliving the ease of the moment. "Oh, and let me whisper this to you." She leaned closer to Tang San, her voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. "My third spirit ability is teleportation. It will enhance my agility in both offense and defense." Her voice brimmed with excitement and pride, her tone light and melodic, radiating confidence. "Teleportation?" Tang San exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, as if he had gazed upon two brilliant orbs. In disbelief, he remarked, "That is a rare spatial-type spirit ability." He then quickly inquired, his tone eager and filled with curiosity, "Xiao Wu, what is the range of your spirit ability?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixated on her, as if he sought to draw the answer from the depths of her heart. Xiao Wu replied with a bright laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells, "Brother San, I can use it freely within a 100-meter radius." Xiao Wu playfully blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans, exuding an undeniable charm. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been standing idly by, his gaze wandering aimlessly, found his curiosity piqued upon observing Xiao Wu animatedly conversing with Tang San. With a sudden burst of energy, he swiftly approached, his somewhat rotund figure surprisingly agile. As he drew near, Ma Hongjun overheard Xiao was sharing the origins of her third spirit ring and the effects of her spirit abilities. A look of profound interest blossomed on his round face, his eyes widening in anticipation as he fixated on Xiao Wu, eager to learn more. When he heard her recount the tale of how she acquired the third spirit ring and its abilities, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Fifth sister, your luck is truly remarkable." His booming voice resonated through the air, causing the ears of those nearby to ring. His face was a canvas of envy and astonishment, his eyes bulging, and his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, as Zhu Zhuqing and the others were engaged in their lively conversation. The previously light-hearted atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by Ma Hongjun's loud proclamation. They halted their discourse as if struck by a spell, curiosity flooding their expressions like a tidal wave, igniting a fervent desire to inquire further. Zhu Zhuqing, with her lips pressed together, moved with graceful urgency towards Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, lifting her skirt slightly, displayed an eagerness etched upon her delicate features, her steps quickening with anticipation. The others followed suit, their expressions hurried, as if fearing the loss of some monumental secret. In no time, they arrived before Xiao Wu in a flurry. Zhu Zhuqing, her face a portrait of astonishment, bore an incredulous expression that contrasted sharply with her typically composed demeanor. Her brows knitted together like intertwined crescent moons, her autumn-like eyes wide with disbelief. She spoke with a voice tinged with excitement. "Xiao Wu, your fortune is beyond comprehension. Not only did you escape the clutches of that terrifying Titan great ape, but you also stumbled upon a 1,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit along the way. And the spirit ability you gained from the spirit ring is the rare spatial ability of instant teleportation. This is nothing short of miraculous. I can hardly believe it." Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, gently raised her hand to touch her ear, an expression of fortunate disbelief gracing her features. Her lips moved slightly as she murmured, "I was indeed lucky this time. Otherwise, not only would I have failed to acquire the third spirit ring, but another person might not have survived at all." She contemplated internally, recalling the harrowing experience. The Titan great ape's immense form and terrifying aura sent chills down her spine, even in retrospect. Had fortune not favored her, she would have likely become one of its lost souls. Recalling that moment, she involuntarily shivered, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. Ning Rongrong and the others quickly echoed her sentiments, remarking that it was fortunate she returned safely. Otherwise, they could only imagine how frantic Sengu would become. Perhaps akin to a lion driven mad, rampaging, and committing acts of utter bewilderment. As Ning Rongrong spoke, her hands instinctively clasped together before her chest, her face a portrait of relief intermingled with concern. The others nodded in agreement, chattering among themselves, expressing their understanding of Sanji's deep feelings for her, suggesting that if anything had befallen her, he would surely have lost his mind. Little Wu, with a look of confusion, furrowed her delicate brow, resembling two crescent moons knitted together, her eyes brimming with perplexity as she urgently inquired, "By the way, Rongrong, how did you all end up there? Didn't we seize the Millennium Phoenix, tail, chicken-crowned snake from that snake woman? Why did she and the man beside her aid San go? This is truly perplexing, and I cannot make sense of it." As she spoke, she unconsciously tapped her finger against her head, striving to untangle the mystery. Ning Rongrong paused at her words, a flicker of hesitation crossing her exquisite features. She then pressed her rosy lips together, her gaze evasive and uncertain as she replied, "Little Wu, I'm not entirely clear on this matter either. I too am quite muddled. You should ask San Go, as the principal party involved. He has experienced all the details and should understand the reasons behind it best." With a gentle sigh, she absent-mindedly tugged at the hem of her clothing. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San's expression grew extraordinarily grave, as if an invisible weight had settled upon his heart. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with anguish and turmoil, and spoke with a heavy heart. "Little Wu, the unfortunate news I must share with you is related to this incident. In my desperate search for you, I relentlessly pursued the Titan great ape using Xiao Ao's mushroom sausage. However, on that ominous stretch of road, I was unexpectedly confronted by the ferocious face-devouring spider. My mind was solely focused on locating you. I fought it fiercely without hesitation, employing every ounce of strength to inflict severe injuries upon the creature. Yet, at that moment, Luo Mei appeared, blocking my path with her meteor bow. Behind her stood a youth, his face twisted in a grotesque expression, as though he had crawled from the depths of hell, menacingly demanding that she kill me. Just as I felt my life hanging by a thread, as shadows of death loomed to engulf me, the formidable couple, the dragon and snake of legends, descended like divine saviors and rescued me. To gain the power to save you and to continue my search for you, I reluctantly acquiesced to the couple's demands, agreeing to take Mangyuran as my wife. You are likely aware of what transpired afterward. As he spoke, a look of helplessness and guilt marred his face. Deep self-reproach causing his brow to furrow tightly, his lips quivering slightly. Upon hearing Tang San's confession, little Wu's once rosy cheeks transformed to a pallid hue. Devoid of any color, her delicate figure trembled slightly, akin to a flower quaking in the chilling wind, her eyes swiftly reddening, tears swirling within them. It felt as though a tangled ball of yarn was ensnared in her heart, impossible to sever or unravel, and in a mix of anger and urgency, she exclaimed, "Brother, have you forgotten our promise?" Her voice quivered, laden with disappointment and fury. As soon as her words fell, she abruptly turned and strode hastily toward her room. Her footsteps were frantic and hurried, the hem of her dress billowing in the air as if seeking to escape the heart-wrenching reality. Her hands clenched into tight fists. Her body slightly hunched with agitation, and that slender silhouette appeared so solitary and helpless. Tang San, upon hearing the mention of their promise, was momentarily taken aback. His mind blank as if struck by a thunderbolt. By the time he regained his composure, Xiaowu had already flitted back to her room like a gust of wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San, consumed by anxiety, felt as if his heart were about to leap from his throat. He pursued her with the swiftness of the wind, raising a cloud of dust in his wake. In no time, he arrived at the threshold of Xiaowu's room. He first knocked lightly and urgently, the sound echoing the turmoil within him. Then, with an eager voice tinged with a hint of pleading, he called out, "Xiaowu, let me in. I wish to explain." His voice trembled, imbued with profound anxiety and unease, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his gaze filled with an intense yearning. Desperate to rush in and clarify everything to Xiaowu. Chapter 79. Explanation. Xiaowu pressed her entire body against the door, her heart a tumultuous ocean. Waves crashing within her. It felt as if countless invisible hands were tugging at her heartstrings, her thoughts a chaotic mess. She could hear her brother's frantic knocks on the door, each thud heavy and urgent, resonating like a hammer striking her fragile heart. His anxious and sincere voice pierced through the fog like sunlight, continually imploring, "Xiaowu, open the door. Let me explain. I beg you." The urgency in his tone resembled a drowning person desperately grasping for the last lifeline, or a lost lamb fervently seeking the way home. Each word carried a burning warmth, yearning to penetrate the closed door and reach the depths of Xiaowu's heart. Xiaowu bit her lip, leaving faint marks on her soft petals. Her hands instinctively clutching the hem of her garment, her knuckles paling from the pressure. Her eyes were tightly shut, long lashes quivering, seemingly attempting to resist the enticing and pleading voice outside. This made her once resolute heart waver, as if a heavy stone had been cast into her serene lake, sending ripples across its surface. Her mind was a cacophony of confusion, akin to a swarm of bees buzzing chaotically. Should she listen to his explanation? What if he was merely making excuses? How could she trust so easily? Yet another voice echoed within her heart. "But Brother San has always treated me so kindly." Upon hearing Tang San's voice, filled with urgency and almost pleading, it seemed to tug at her heartstrings like a hook, drawing her thoughts away. She couldn't help but reminisce about the meticulous care and affection he had shown her in the past. Vivid scenes of warmth flickered in her mind like frames from a film. She recalled the time she fell ill, when he had kept vigil by her bedside. Sleepless through the night, constantly changing her damp cloths and administering her medicine, his eyes brimming with worry and tenderness, she remembered how, in moments of danger, he had unhesitatingly shielded her with his own body, willing to endure injury for her sake. She thought of his daily attentiveness, preparing her favorite meals, engaging her in conversation to alleviate her boredom. Each of those tender moments shone like beams of light, illuminating her currently bewildered heart. Finally, Xiaowu bit her lip, the delicate teeth gently sinking into her soft flesh as if she were at odds with herself. She then silently resolved to give him another chance. In that instant, a glimmer of determination and hope sparkled in her eyes. No longer stubbornly bracing against the door, the tension that had gripped her seemed to dissipate in an instant. Her trembling hand reached out, fingers quivering slightly as if hesitating in the air. Yet ultimately, she slowly brushed against the doorknob. As she turned it gently, the faint click resonated distinctly in the stillness. The door creaked open, and her heart raced to her throat, uncertain of what explanations and outcomes awaited her. But she had resolved to grant Brother San another opportunity for clarification. Upon seeing the door open and Xiaowu standing there, Tang San's eyes sparkled with surprise. like fireworks suddenly blooming in the night sky, brilliant and resplendent. The weight that had long hung in his heart was momentarily lifted, akin to a heavy stone shifting slightly. He thought with a shudder of relief, how wonderful, Xiao Wu is willing to listen to my explanation. Had she remained unyielding, I truly would not have known what to do. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning, too swift to grasp. Almost instinctively, he hurriedly stepped into the room, his movements swift as the wind, fearing that this hard-won opportunity might slip away. Once inside, he promptly shut the door with a firm thud, the sound echoing like a declaration of his nervous yet eager heart. He could hardly contain himself as he grasped Xiao Wu's delicate hands, soft and warm, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. With urgency and determination, he strode to the bedside with swift steps. His breathing was rapid and chaotic until he finally came to a halt. Tang San's gaze was focused and affectionate as he began to explain to Xiao Wu earnestly. His voice was deep and resonant, as if each word carried immense weight. Xiao Wu, rest assured, my heart has always belonged solely to you. In this lifetime, I shall only take you as my wife, without a second thought. As he uttered those words, his gaze was firmly locked onto Xiao Wu, his fervent eyes brimming with an undeniable resolve, as if he were pledging an eternal vow. Upon hearing Tang San's profound and steadfast declaration, Xiao Wu felt a sweetness blossom within her heart, akin to honey flooding her senses, enveloping her entire being in a cocoon of bliss. Yet, before that sweetness could fully unfurl, a sliver of worry descended upon her like a looming storm cloud. With her eyes cast slightly downward, her pearly teeth gently biting her lower lip, she hesitated for a moment before finally voicing her concern. Brother, what will happen to your engagement with Mengaran? Are you truly going to break the vow? Her voice quivered with trepidation, her clear eyes filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Fixated on Tang San as if awaiting an answer that would grant her complete peace of mind. Upon hearing her words, Tang San's brows furrowed deeply, resembling two profound ravines. A flash of determination ignited in his gaze, as if he had resolved upon a momentous decision. The Gaishi Longshi couple threatens my life, compelling me to marry Mengaran, a pact I shall never acknowledge. Their arrogance is utterly intolerable. However, I shall find a way to repay their life-saving grace. I have recently received news from my father through that meteor Bao, Luo. You may not know, Xiao Wu, but my father is the youngest titled Douluo in the Douluo continent, the Haotian Douluo. I believe that if I invite him to negotiate and offer the Gaishi Longshi couple some benefits, they will surely agree to dissolve my engagement with Mengaran, if they refuse to recognize what is good for them. At this juncture, he snorted coldly, a hint of malevolence twisting his features, transforming his once handsome and gentle visage into one of stark cruelty, as if shrouded in a thick layer of frost. His fists clenched tightly, the knuckles paling from exertion, veins bulging on his arms like serpentine worms. His body trembled slightly, as if struggling to contain the surging fury within, as though on the verge of charging out to confront his foes. I shall implore my father to eradicate them. Death extinguishes dead. Once they are gone, this absurd engagement will cease to exist. He gritted through clenched teeth, his fierce demeanor standing in stark contrast to his usual gentleness. Chapter 80. Contemplation. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu felt as though a bomb of contrasting emotions had detonated within her, instantly igniting a tumult of feelings. One half was sweet, the delightful essence flowing like a spilled jar of honey, saturating her heart and sending tremors of joy through her every heartbeat, each throb resonating with a melody of happiness. The other half, however, was steeped in profound worry, weighing heavily upon her heart like an immense leaden weight, suffocating her breath. Her brows instinctively knitted together, the elegance of her features seemingly burdened by an unbearable load. Deep within, two diametrically opposed emotions clashed violently, plunging her thoughts into chaos. The sweetness lay in Tang San's unwavering, resonant words. My heart holds only you. I shall take no other as my wife. Those heartfelt confessions. Each word seemed to be imbued with the essence of life, dancing and laughing like a warm spring breeze that gently caresses her heart. Wherever this spring breeze traveled, blossoms flourished, and verdant grass carpeted the earth, filling her spirit with boundless joy and contentment. Yet, a shadow of concern loomed, as she feared that her brother San's pristine and noble qualities might be tarnished, even slightly, by this situation. This anxiety enveloped her heart like a mist. Her brow furrowed tightly, as if she could crush a fly, her eyes shut tight, her mind conjuring a series of dreadful possibilities. She dreaded that this unexpected engagement might become a blemish upon San, rendering him unable to hold his head high before others. Her heart trembled, as though an invisible hand gripped it tightly, squeezing tighter and tighter, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Xiaowu clasped her hands over her chest, her body curling slightly, as if to shield San from potential harm and slander. She tilted her head back gently, her swan-like neck creating an elegant arc biting her lip. The soft pink petals were tenderly pressed by her pearly teeth, revealing a tempting pallor. After a moment's hesitation, as if her heart were engaged in a fierce struggle, she finally composed herself and spoke. "San, I believe in you." Her voice, soft as a breeze skimming across a lake, stirred ripples of undeniable resolve. The brilliance in her eyes sparkled like stars, burning with fervor, seemingly imparting endless strength to Tang San. That radiance was laden with deep affection and trust, as if it could pierce through all darkness, illuminating Tang San's path ahead. Her gaze was unwavering and focused, piercing through to Tang San, as though imprinting this trust deeply within his soul. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt as if countless vibrant fireworks had erupted in his heart, their dazzling light illuminating his inner world as bright as day. Joy surged within him like a roaring tide, crashing wave after wave against his heart, immersing him in an ocean of bliss from which he could not escape. His hands trembled involuntarily, the subtle quiver reflecting the tumult of his emotions. A radiant smile blossomed upon his face, as brilliant as the sun, capable of dispelling all shadows from the world, each crease of his smile brimming with unending delight. He spoke. "Xiaowu, as soon as I see father next time, I will definitely bring him to meet you, and I will ensure he recognizes you." His tone was urgent and fervent, akin to a blazing fire, too intense to overlook. Each word seemed to leap from his heart, infused with a profound yearning and determination. The light in his eyes shimmered with steadfastness, as if he could already envision that beautiful scene, eager to transform this splendid vision into reality, granting Xiaowu peace of mind and promising a clearer, more beautiful future for them both. Upon hearing his words, Xiaowu's heart skipped a beat, as if a massive stone had plummeted into the lake of her heart, stirring up 1,000 waves. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had plunged into an unfathomable ice cavern, the bone-chilling cold surging from her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her utterly astonished. Her pupils dilated sharply, her once bright eyes now filled with terror. Her breath quickened, her chest heaving violently, trembling like leaves caught in a tempest. She thought to herself, being 100,000-year soul beast in transformation, still not having reached maturity, if her third brother's father were to see her, he would undoubtedly uncover her true identity, perhaps even confine her until her brother could absorb the 100,000-year soul ring, ultimately leading to her demise in a quest for power. With each possibility that crossed her mind, her heart sank deeper, as if she were ensnared in a dark abyss, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Fear clung to her like a shadow, wrapping tightly around her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Despite the tempest raging within, Xiaowu maintained her composure, striving to project an air of calm. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength to control her expression, slowly uttering, "It's all right." Third brother. Since uncle is often absent, it signifies he has pressing matters to attend to. It would be best not to disturb him. Her voice was as steady as a windless lake, yet her subtly trembling fingers swayed like delicate willows in the breeze, betraying her inner turmoil. Though she spoke thus, her heart screamed in desperation, "No, absolutely not." She could only present herself before her uncle once she reached maturity, ensuring her soul beast identity remained undiscovered. Within her, a wild beast seemed trapped, thrashing violently against the confines of her fear. Each collision brought excruciating pain, yet she could only suppress it, not allowing a hint of terror to escape. Xiaowu's heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat, cold sweat cascading down her back, soaking her garments. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Tang San was deeply moved, as if engulfed by a warm torrent. His eyes immediately moistened, tears swirling like crystalline pearls, ready to fall at any moment. His throat tightened with emotion, as though gripped by an invisible hand, and with a voice slightly choked, he said, "Xiaowu, how can you be so wonderful, always considering my needs?" Each word brimmed with profound affection and sincerity, his quivering tone narrating the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He yearned to express his gratitude and love, akin to a rushing river, yet before he could utter another word, Xiaowu gently ushered him out of the room. His steps faltered, his gaze filled with reluctance and longing, yet helpless to resist as he allowed Xiaowu's gentle yet resolute force to guide him through the door. At the moment the door was about to close, his gaze remained firmly fixed on Xiaowu, as if he wished to etch her image deeply into his memory. Chapter 81. How Douluo. While Zhao Wu conversed with Tang San, on the other side, Zhao Wujia wore a grave expression as he deliberated with the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent. Zhao Wujia's brows were tightly knitted, resembling an intricate knot that could not be unraveled. His face clouded with worry akin to dark clouds pressing heavily upon him, rendering his countenance exceedingly somber. With a hint of anxiety that he could scarcely conceal, he spoke. Senior Long, what shall we do about your granddaughter Meng Yiran's engagement to Tang San? As he spoke, he nervously rubbed his hands together, which resembled two frantic creatures in a state of turmoil, incessantly fidgeting. His gaze was intensely focused on Senior Long, his eyes brimming with concern and urgency, as though he awaited a reassuring answer. Leaning slightly forward, he seemed to believe that this posture would lend more weight to his words and convey his inner turmoil more poignantly. Upon hearing this, Senior Long's eyes widened dramatically, as if they might leap from their sockets. Raising his voice, he assertively replied, "What shall we do? We shall proceed as planned. Let Tang San marry my granddaughter. He himself has agreed to it." His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, causing the very air around them to tremble. With arms crossed resolutely over his chest, he stood like an immovable mountain, his facial muscles taut, exuding an air of determination. His chin was held high, and his gaze exuded an undeniable dominance, as if this matter was already irrevocably settled, leaving no room for negotiation. The slight upturn of his lips bore a contemptuous smirk, seemingly mocking Zhao Wujia's unnecessary inquiry. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, deep lines forming upon his forehead, as if he could trap several flies within their creases. Taking a deep breath, his chest swelled, as if gathering courage and strength, suppressing the dissatisfaction that threatened to erupt within him. He retorted, "Senior Long, although Tang San himself agreed to this engagement, it was under duress. You cannot take advantage of the situation in this manner." His voice quivered slightly, clearly struggling to maintain his composure. "Even if you saved Tang San's life, you ought not to coerce him so. The reason he agreed was due to your pressure. If Hao Douluo were to learn of your coercion regarding this engagement, it would surely not bode well." Zhao Wuji's voice grew increasingly thunderous, initially tinged with restraint, but ultimately erupting into a near roar that resonated like a thunderclap, causing dust to cascade from the beams above. His eyes brimmed with wrath, a fiery intensity threatening to incinerate all before him, intertwined with a profound sense of injustice. His pupils bulged, veins in his forehead stood out, and the blood vessels in his neck throbbed, rendering him akin to an enraged lion, poised to pounce and fight fiercely. The atmosphere between the formidable couple, Long Gong and Shi Fu, and Zhao Wuji became palpably tense, akin to a powder keg ready to ignite, suffused with an oppressive and perilous aura. Suddenly, Long Gong swept his sleeve with a forceful flourish, unleashing a gale that sent ripples of potent soul energy surging through the space like a tumultuous tide. He bellowed, "Zhao Wuji, do not mistake my hospitality for weakness." His voice boomed like thunder, causing the walls to tremble ever so slightly. Veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes widened with fury, as if his wrath might erupt from his very gaze, exuding an intimidating pressure that sent chills down the spine. Zhao Wuji, undeterred, glared back fiercely, his eyes ablaze with fury. Soul energy surged within him, radiating like brilliant light that enveloped him, forming a translucent shield. He shifted his stance, fists clenched, embodying a warrior's readiness, his muscles taut like a coiled leopard poised to spring. Through gritted teeth, he roared, "You think you can intimidate me? It won't be so easy." A fierce confrontation loomed, the air thickening with tension, quickening the heartbeat of all present. Just as a battle appeared imminent and unavoidable, a gaunt man emerged unexpectedly from the second floor. His steps were heavy, each footfall resonating like a hammer striking the earth, imbued with immense weight that caused the floorboards to tremble slightly. He descended the staircase slowly, his posture slightly hunched, yet emanating an intangible authority. His gaze was frostily cold, the chill seeming capable of freezing the very air around him. His lips were pressed tightly together, the corners turned down, revealing his deep dissatisfaction and anger. With words forced through clenched teeth, he uttered, "A mudfish and a small snake? Do you truly believe you can coerce my son?" His voice was low and hoarse, akin to thunder rumbling ominously in the distance, each word resounding with the weight of 1,000 mountains, causing the eardrums of those present to vibrate. There was a chilling intensity to his tone, reminiscent of a demon's whisper from the depths of the abyss, imbued with an irresistible and formidable power that sent shivers down the spines of all in attendance, invoking an involuntary surge of fear. As he spoke, a radiant glow began to flicker around him, initially faint but gradually becoming blinding. Soul rings emerged in a mysterious and majestic manner, one by one, revealing their splendor in the charged atmosphere. The emergence of the soul rings appeared to be slow, yet each fleeting moment struck with profound psychological impact, enveloping one in an oppressive weight that rendered breathing nearly impossible. Particularly striking was the final crimson soul ring, resembling a blazing inferno, dancing and wreaking havoc, its brightness seemingly capable of consuming all in its path. This was the chilling 10,000-year soul ring. Merely casting a glance upon it instilled a sense of boundless power and majesty. As the soul ring fully manifested, the cloaked figure approached the Dragon King and Snake Lady. His gaze was as piercing as a sword, sharp enough to penetrate the very soul, unimpeded in its insight. He regarded them with an icy stare, the chill emanating from his eyes capable of freezing the surrounding air, plunging those within its grasp into a frigid abyss. Under such scrutiny, the Dragon King and Snake Lady felt their bodies involuntarily tremble, ensnared by an invisible force that rendered them powerless to escape. Upon the appearance of the cloaked figure, Zhao Wujia momentarily froze, as if ensnared by a binding spell, standing rooted in place. Subsequently, a dramatic transformation crossed his features, awe and trepidation flooding his visage like a tidal wave. His pupils dilated, as if witnessing the most horrific sight imaginable, and his heart constricted violently. Gripped by an unseen hand, in a flurry of disarray, he hastily retracted his martial spirit, his movements frantic and devoid of the calm demeanor he typically exuded. Bowing his head like a child who had erred gravely, his voice trembled with guilt. "Your Majesty Haoyan, I have failed in caring for your son. Please punish me." Each word quivered with profound fear. At this moment, his inner turmoil resembled a tempest, a chaotic blend of self-reproach and anxiety forming a dreadful storm. It was over. The Haotian Douluo had arrived, and he would undoubtedly be displeased with him. How could he have failed to protect Tang San? What if he were to unleash his wrath upon him, delivering severe punishment? Such fearful thoughts incessantly flashed through his mind, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead like pearls strung from a broken necklace. Chapter 82. Haotian Douluo II. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao slightly turned his head, casting a cold glance at Zhao Wujia from the corner of his eyes, and coldly snorted, "We shall discuss your matter later. I must first address the engagement forced upon my son by the Dragon King and Snake Lady." His voice was icily chilling, as if it could freeze the very air around him. With that, his brows furrowed deeply, forming pronounced creases, and a flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes, akin to a sharp ray cutting through the night. Suddenly, without warning, he unleashed an overwhelming pressure, as formidable as a tsunami, surging forth with an intensity that seemed poised to engulf the entire world. An invisible force surged forth with a momentum akin to a landslide, ruthlessly bearing down upon the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron. As it passed, the air emitted a mournful crackle, seemingly unable to withstand the terror of this oppressive power. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, a jolt of dread coursed through their hearts, as though a colossal bell had been struck deep within, leaving them aghast. Their mouths parted slightly, ready to plead their case. Yet before a word could escape, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Haotian Douluo descended upon them with the force of a mountain. This pressure was unfathomably immense, resembling an endless abyss of darkness poised to consume them entirely. In that instant, they felt as if an imposing mountain had come crashing down, rendering their chests as if trapped beneath a colossal stone, each breath becoming a laborious struggle, as though every gasp required the entirety of their strength. Their faces turned as pale as parchment, devoid of color, as if all vitality had been drained from their beings. Beads of sweat, as large as pearls, cascaded down their foreheads, each glistening droplet swiftly shattered into countless particles by the sheer terror of the pressure. The Dragon Lord trembled involuntarily, his teeth clattering, while the Serpent Matron clutched her chest with both hands, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Panic surged within the Dragon Lord, darkening his expression to a murky gloom. His jaw clenched tightly, audibly grinding as if to shatter his teeth. With swift, fluid motions of his hands, resembling two ethereal phantoms, he bellowed, "Resist with all your might." His voice resonated with a sense of desperation and defiance, akin to the final roar of a cornered beast. The Serpent Matron, too, felt the weight of urgency, her eyes wide with terror and tension. Her soul power surged ferociously, her internal meridians flowing like raging rivers, her soul energy surging within. She exerted every ounce of her strength to manifest her soul rings, which blazed forth with a dazzling brilliance, striving to withstand the nearly pulverizing pressure. After momentarily alleviating this wave of pressure, the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron exhaled a sigh of relief, their bodies trembling slightly, as the tautness of their nerves began to uncoil ever so slightly. Yet, at that moment, Tang Hao let out a derisive hum. Laced with scorn, you possess some strength to withstand 50 of my soul pressure. However, I am curious to see if you can endure my full soul pressure. His voice was icy, as though emanating from a profound abyss, each word carrying a chilling aura that instilled dread. Akin to the relentless winter wind howling mercilessly through the hearts of the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron, the Dragon Lord felt his heart plummet from the heights. The muscles he had just begun to relax tensing once more, as fresh beads of sweat trickled down his face. The Serpent Matron trembled, her pupils constricting sharply. The fleeting sense of relief that had just emerged vanished without a trace, replaced by profound dread and despair. She murmured, "What shall we do?" causing the hearts that had only just begun to ease to plummet once more, as if gripped by an invisible hand, suspended in the air, swaying uneasily. Unable to find solace. As she spoke, an even more formidable and savage wave of soul power surged forth, akin to a roaring torrent, crashing relentlessly upon the illustrious couple. The dragon and serpent. This soul power seemed to carry the capacity to obliterate all, akin to the wrath of hell blazing fiercely, revealing an unassailable majesty. Imbued with a resolute ferocity, vowing to utterly crush them beneath its terrifying weight, reducing them to mere ashes. Tang Hao stood with arms crossed, his posture as upright as a pine, his gaze as frigid as ice untouched by time, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, merely observing the unfolding scene before him, as if relishing a fate already sealed in defeat. The corners of his mouth turned down slightly, betraying a disdainful smirk, seemingly mocking the couple as hubris, convinced they would be utterly powerless against this overwhelming soul force, destined to await their crushing fate with resignation. The illustrious couple, already barely managing to withstand 50% of the soul pressure, now appeared as pale as parchment, drained of all vitality. Beads of sweat rolled down, glistening like pearls, only to be instantly shattered into countless droplets by the oppressive terror. They exchanged glances, and in that moment, the depths of helplessness and resolve were reflected in each other's eyes. The Dragon Lord silently lamented, "This Douluo is indeed terrifying. How can we withstand such soul pressure? Is today the day we perish?" His heart was filled with fear and despair, akin to plummeting into an endless abyss of darkness. The Serpent Matron clenched her jaw, her once rosy lips now devoid of color, contemplating, "Very well, let us gamble everything. After all, death is inevitable. It is better to fight with all we have." Then, they exchanged knowing glances and spoke in unison, "My dear, it seems we can only resort to that move." Their words bore a note of resolution and tragic nobility, their voices trembling like a candle flickering in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. With that, they summoned their martial soul fusion technique once more. In an instant, a brilliance erupted like a supernova, dazzling to the point of being nearly blinding, casting the surroundings in a brightness akin to daylight. The figures of the couple vanished, seemingly consumed by the radiant light. In their place stood a towering figure grasping a dragon snake staff, exuding an aura of mystery and immense power. However, as this figure materialized, the tremendous pressure released by Tang Hao surged forth like an avalanche, crashing down upon him with the force of a thunderbolt. The pressure felt like an invisible hand, wielding a force capable of shattering the very foundations of existence, leaving no opportunity for respite. Under the weight of soul energy, his once formidable physique crumbled as if struck by a mighty blow, his previously solid outline beginning to blur and flicker like a phantom obscured by thick fog. Chapter 83. The annulment of the betrothal. His face contorted with spasms, his features twisted in horror as fear engulfed him. The strength of Tang Hao was truly terrifying. This pressure threatened to crush his very soul. Terror surged like a tidal wave within him, nearly drowning his reason. Yet he gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Struggling against the suffocating force, he managed to utter, "Truly worthy of the Douluo. You nearly shattered my martial soul fusion skill with mere soul pressure. It is no wonder that you were able to escape the siege of 3 titled Douluos when you first ascended to that rank, leaving the former pope, Qian Xuanji, gravely wounded and ultimately deceased." Each word seemed forced through clenched teeth, laden with profound anguish and difficulty. With a resigned sigh, filled with submission and despair, as if fate had cruelly toyed with him, he lamented, "Alas, it appears you and Tang San are fated to be apart." under the Haotian crown. Let the betrothal between my granddaughter Mang Yiran and your son Tang San be dismissed. I beseech you, in light of our having saved Tang San's life. Show us mercy. His voice was imbued with a desperate plea, and his bowed head and trembling form betrayed his humility and fear. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression tinged with unabashed disdain, as if regarding two insignificant ants. Coldly, he replied, I commend your discernment. His voice was frigid and piercing, akin to the bitter winds of the polar regions, laden with an overwhelming authority and oppression. With a decisive wave of his hand, the terrifying pressure that had moments ago seemed capable of annihilating all receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace, almost as if it had never existed. The surrounding air returned to tranquility, yet the hearts of those present remained in disarray, struggling to regain composure. As Tang Hao withdrew his pressure, the couple, the dragon and serpent, felt as if a great weight had been lifted, exhaling deeply in relief as they hastily dispelled their martial soul fusion skill. The moment it was undone, the weaker serpent matriarch turned as pale as a sheet, her complexion colder than the first snow of winter, devoid of any color. As if all her blood had been instantaneously drained, resembling a mere husk stripped of all vitality. Her body trembled violently, like a solitary vessel adrift amidst tumultuous waves, bereft of any support. The intensity of her shivering suggested that she might collapse at any moment. The frail figure swayed precariously, reminiscent of withered branches and leaves on the verge of succumbing to a tempest, utterly vulnerable to the slightest blow. The serpent matriarch's eyes were tightly shut, her brow furrowed in anguish, and her lips trembled incessantly, as if she were enduring excruciating physical torment. Her hands hung limply at her sides, yearning to rise yet powerless to do so, surrendering to the relentless tremors of her body, as if engaging in a final struggle against fate. Fortunately, the Dragon Lord reacted swiftly. His pupils abruptly contracted, and he lunged forward like an arrow released from its bow, moving with astonishing speed that stirred a fierce wind. His arms gripped the serpent matriarch's waist with the tenacity of iron pincers, the strength potent enough to crush steel. His every motion radiated boundless urgency and profound concern. Veins bulging on his forehead, the tension distorting the muscles of his face. His eyes widened in alarm, fixated on the serpent matriarch as he gasped for breath, seemingly cognizant that in this moment, she alone occupied his entire world. Had he not acted so decisively, the serpent matriarch would have surely fallen to the ground like a kite severed from its string, potentially sustaining grave injuries. At this moment, the Dragon Lord's heart raced, his spirit fervently praying for her safety. Tang Hao, witnessing the disarray of the Dragon Lord and the serpent matriarch, furrowed his brow slightly, the creases resembling two adjacent hills. Somber and weighty, a flicker of complex emotions crossed his gaze: contempt, pity, and a barely perceptible ire. Subsequently, he pressed his lips together and spoke with a tone that was both cold and irrefutable. Even though you have saved my son's life, you cannot coerce him into marrying your granddaughter under the guise of gratitude. His voice, reminiscent of echoes from a frigid abyss, carried an icy sharpness that sent chills down the spine. Moreover, even had you not intervened, my son would have been unharmed. After all, I have always been by his side. How could I allow him to perish before my eyes? As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, piercing like a blade directed at the Dragon Lord and the serpent matriarch, the authority in his eyes making it difficult to meet his stare, as though one glance could be devoured by his formidable presence. As he continued, Tang Hao tilted his head slightly before releasing a heavy, drawn-out sigh, the sound resonating with a sense of resignation and acceptance. He said slowly, very well. Though your assistance was not required, you did indeed save my son. I, Tang Hao, am not devoid of reason. Thus, let this 5,000-year-old mandrake left arm bone serve as your reward for your intervention." With that, Tang Hao's demeanor grew as cold as ancient ice, his expression devoid of emotion as he extended a bone radiating a mysterious emerald glow toward the Dragon Lord. The ethereal glow of the soul bone pulsated with an imperceptible yet palpable pressure, akin to an immense mountain descending upon one, instilling a sense of trepidation that rendered even the act of breathing a cautious endeavor. Tang Hao extended his arm unwaveringly, devoid of any tremor. Yet his gaze remained fixed not upon the soul bone, but rather coldly directed towards Long Gong, as if this precious relic were merely an ordinary object in his eyes. Witnessing this, Long Gong's heart surged with an overwhelming tide of humiliation and fury, akin to a volcano erupting within him. His chest heaved violently, reminiscent of a ferocious beast thrashing within. This was an affront to our illustrious dragon serpent lineage. He silently seethed. However, under the formidable pressure emanating from Tang Hao. He could only clench his teeth, the sound of grinding incisors echoing as the muscles in his jaw tightened from the strain. He struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions roiling within him, akin to a small boat striving to remain upright amidst a tempest. His hands trembled slightly, a subtle yet unmistakable manifestation of his inner turmoil. Slowly, he extended his hands, each movement deliberate and burdensome, as if each inch required tremendous effort. He cautiously accepted the soul bone, which Tang Hao had offered almost as an act of charity, his eyes brimming with unyielding resentment. That resentment burned like an unquenchable flame deep within his gaze, yet he dared not allow Tang Hao to perceive the flicker of anger within his eyes. Lowering his eyelids, he averted his gaze, fearful that a moment's lapse would invoke Tang Hao's wrath even further. Chapter 84. Annulment of engagement after receiving the soul bone. Long Gong inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling dramatically, as if attempting to swallow down the entirety of his humiliation and helplessness with that breath. He endeavored to keep his voice steady, yet his throat betrayed him with a slight tremor as he spoke. In that case, Your Excellency Hao Yin, we shall take our leave. The engagement between your son and my granddaughter is hereby dissolved. Upon finishing, he cast a complex glance at Tang Hao, his eyes reflecting a mixture of resentment, fear, and an ineffable sense of resignation. He then carefully assisted Snake Granny as they made their way to the second-floor room. Each step he took was heavy and deliberate, as though he bore an immense burden, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly beneath him. His frame hunched, as if an invisible mountain had been his spine. As he walked, he lamented inwardly, "How shall I explain this to my granddaughter? This is truly a vexing dilemma. Alas, what a disastrous turn of events. I had intended to take advantage of the absence of Hao Yin Douluo to solidify our ties with him, only to find myself in such a predicament." His brow furrowed deeply, the lines on his face becoming more pronounced as a cloud of worry enveloped him. Tang Hao's expression was as cold as ice, his countenance reminiscent of a glacier untouched by time. As he spoke icily, Zhao Wujie stepped forward, each word pierced like a cold arrow, aiming directly at Zhao Wujie's heart. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wujie's heart contracted sharply, as if struck by a heavy hammer, echoing with a resounding thud that threatened to shatter his very essence. Not daring to entertain even the slightest hesitation, he moved with the swiftness of a tempest, dashing forward in a flurry. His complexion was as pale as death, devoid of any color, resembling a specter that had just escaped the underworld. His voice trembled like a withered leaf in the wind, quavering as he implored, "Your Excellency, please quell your wrath. I failed to protect Tang San and allowed him to be coerced into a marriage contract by the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent." Zhao Wujie's heart raced like a lively rabbit, bounding wildly within him, instilling a profound unease. What if the formidable Douluo, Tang Hao, in his fury, decided to take his life? He fervently wished to avoid an untimely and unjust demise, invoking the heavens for mercy. Tang Hao's gaze was piercing, fixated upon Zhao Wujie's distraught and fearful countenance. His brows furrowed deeply, as if capable of crushing a fly. His thoughts surged like tumultuous waves, churning relentlessly. Humph, Zhao Wujie's inefficacy in handling matters warrants severe reprimand. He mused inwardly, yet recognizing the necessity of Zhao Wujie's continued protection of Tang San within the academy, he resolved to spare him this time. As these thoughts unfolded, the once raging inferno of anger within him was gradually extinguished as if doused by a torrential downpour. He assumed a demeanor as solemn as a statue within a temple, speaking with grave and dignified authority. "Enough. This incident cannot be solely blamed on you. Had I acted sooner, it might have been averted. Although you have faltered, your previous protection of Tang San merits some acknowledgement. Therefore, I shall grant you this scroll, which contains the cultivation experiences from Spirit Saint to Spirit Douluo." With a wave of his arm, the scroll floated gracefully toward Zhao Wujie, as though lifted by an invisible hand, trembling like a leaf in a gale. Zhao Wujie accepted the scroll with utmost reverence, his eyes widening with excitement, akin to two blazing fireballs, radiant and fervent. He hurriedly assured Tang Hao, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall henceforth be more vigilant and dedicated in safeguarding Tang San." Every word tumbled from his quaking lips, imbued with unwavering resolve and deep respect. Eagerly, he unrolled the scroll before Tang Hao, his fingers clumsy with excitement, nearly losing hold of it. After a mere glance, he was profoundly astonished. Within, he marveled at the profound insights of the esteemed Douluo's cultivation experiences, realizing that even this brief glimpse had unveiled previously unnoticed flaws in his own practice. How could I have overlooked these insights before? It appears I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. His heart raced with a fervor that felt as if it might leap from his throat. Zhao Wuji endeavored to calm the tempestuous emotions surging within him. Akin to a wild stallion poised to break free, his chest heaved violently, as if concealing an impending volcanic eruption. Drawing a deep breath, he inhaled the icy air, attempting to extinguish the fervent blaze within. Furrowing his brow, he queried with palpable confusion, "Your Excellency Hao Yin, why did you not intervene before Long Gong and she took action? Had you acted then, Tang San would not have been compelled to forge an engagement with Mang Yiran." His voice trembled slightly, imbued with urgency and perplexity. As his gaze remained fixed on Tang Hao, earnestly seeking an answer, Tang Hao tilted his head slightly, his visage momentarily shrouded in an enigmatic glow. His gaze was profound, reminiscent of an infinite night sky, drawing one in yet eluding comprehension. Slowly, he began to speak. "Zhao Wuji, you do not comprehend." His voice was deep and resonant, echoing as though it emerged from the depths of antiquity. "At that moment, I intended to eliminate the meteor Bao's Luo Mei and the child she sheltered. However, just as I was about to strike, I keenly sensed a subtle, yet lethal aura locking onto me. It was akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Any misstep could result in a fatal blow." He paused, his expression grave. Then continued, "Had I acted against them, those lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly have unleashed their assault upon both me and Xiao San. I am confident in my ability to withstand their onslaught, but Xiao San would stand no chance." Tang Hao's tone was heavy with resignation and concern, revealing his profound worry for Tang San's safety. "Just as I resolved to absorb the strike from the unseen adversary to save Xiao San and make my swift exit, Long Gong and Sheepa made their entrance. Had they not appeared, my overwhelming strength notwithstanding, I would still have suffered some injury to save Xiao San. After all, the strength of the unseen adversary is unfathomable, their presence shrouded in darkness like a colossal beast, making them difficult to discern. Exiting unscathed is no simple task, for I might face their fierce and cunning attacks, which would be challenging to withstand. Yet, for the sake of Xiao San, I would not hesitate to endure injury or confront the daunting unknown. Throughout my life, I, Tang Hao, have never faltered when it comes to safeguarding those who matter most." Chapter 85. Recognition. It was precisely because of their appearance that I avoided the injuries I might have sustained by acting impulsively. Thus, I bestowed upon the illustrious couple the dragon and serpent, the 5,000-year-old mandala serpent's left arm bone. Otherwise, their coercion of my son into an engagement with their granddaughter would have ignited my fury, compelling me to strike them down without hesitation. Tang Hao's expression was as dark and foreboding as the sky before a tempest, an ominous shade that sent shivers down the spine. He clenched his teeth, forcing the words from between them, his tone imbued with a seething fury and unwavering resolve. His eyes widened like bronze bells, flames of wrath flickering wildly within, seemingly ready to incinerate everything before him. Each word appeared to be wrested from his very being. Laden with relentless ferocity and determination, the mere recollection of the incident ignited a desire to rend the dragon and serpent couple into countless pieces. Zhao Wuji's mind raced with understanding. So it was true. Given the unyielding and merciless nature of the heavenly Douluo, it was incomprehensible that he had not annihilated the dragon and serpent couple who had coerced Tang San and Mang Yiran into an engagement, but instead granted them a soul bone. He recalled how, during Tang San's entrance examination, he had merely inflicted a minor injury upon him, only to be wounded himself by Tang San's dragon whisker needle. That night, he had found himself utterly defeated by the heavenly Douluo, bruised and battered beyond recognition. The dragon and serpent couple had indeed experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck. Had they dared to pressure Tang San at another time, they would have faced Tang Hao's wrath immediately, and it was inconceivable that they would have received any favors. Yet, Zhao Wujie considered himself fortunate. He had anticipated severe retribution from Tang Hao, a tempestuous punishment akin to a violent storm. To his astonishment, not only had he escaped unscathed, but he had also been rewarded by Tang Hao. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, his heart pounding like a war drum, as if it might leap from his throat. However, he dared not betray his feelings, maintaining an expression of utmost respect and trepidation, leaning slightly forward, his gaze unwavering, scarcely daring to breathe. Then, Tang Hao inhaled deeply, as if to suppress the tumult of emotions within. His gaze grew resolute and profound, brow furrowing as he struggled to master his feelings. Slowly, he spoke. "Zhao Wujie, there is one more message for you to convey to Tang San. I acknowledge Xiaowu. He will understand my meaning. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a sense of unwavering conviction. Yet, his gaze appeared somewhat distant, as if lost in the depths of memory. Unbidden, he recalled the tender exchange he had overheard between Xiaowu and his son before descending the stairs. Each word was etched into his heart, deepening his understanding of the girl. He mused silently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps this was the hand of fate. He thought with a quiet sigh. He had faith in his son's judgment and was willing to grant them both greater freedom and space. He hoped they would cherish their genuine feelings and navigate the future together. Tang Hao's heart weighed heavily as he pondered. Ayin, is this not the cycle of destiny? Our son, Tang San, has fallen for someone he should not, just as we once did. He has also fallen in love with a woman transformed from a soul beast of 100,000 years. A sentiment that is destined to be rejected by the mundane world, unless he can ascend to the status of a formidable rulemaker. Initially, I intended to imprison her, awaiting the moment when the third party required a 100,000-year soul ring to slay the beast for its essence. However, recalling my promise to you, I relinquished that notion. Little did I expect that she would become romantically involved with the third party, who was utterly devoted to her. The girl named Xiaowu, too, despite her immaturity, dares to venture into the world alongside the third party. If there were any soul masters of higher rank within the Baloch Kingdom, they would surely have been exposed by now. Nevertheless, rest assured, Ayin, that I shall tirelessly pave a smooth path for our child from the shadows, even at the cost of my own life, to ensure he ascends step by step to become a revered powerhouse. As Tang Hao spoke, his gaze gradually softened and solidified, as if it transcended time itself, envisioning his son standing at the pinnacle, radiating unparalleled brilliance. His fists instinctively clenched, silently vowing to exert every effort for his son's future. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wujia's expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and cascading down his cheeks like pearls fallen from a broken string. His body trembled involuntarily as he hurriedly stepped forward, his face adorned with an exaggeratedly obsequious smile, nearly contorted with insincere flattery. He inquired in a tone bordering on supplication, "Your Highness Haoyan, will you not go and meet Tang San to speak with him in person?" Zhao Wujia's heart raced like a frightened deer, filled with trepidation, and he anxiously mused. If only Tang Hao would speak directly, my burden would be significantly lighter, sparing me the anxiety of possibly displeasing this esteemed figure. A glimmer of pleading shone in his eyes as he gazed expectantly at Tang Hao, longing for a response that would alleviate his concerns. Upon hearing his words, Tang Hao, who had been momentarily lost in his reverie, suddenly bore an intensity as sharp as a cold star, piercing through the fog of uncertainty. He swiftly extricated himself from the whirlpool of memories, regaining his customary clarity and coldness, akin to an unfathomable ancient abyss. His countenance seemed to don a mask of ice, impervious to emotion, resembling a frigid statue. His tone was so frigid it could freeze the very air around him into shards of ice. As he spoke slowly and deliberately, "Now is not the time to meet the third party. Zhao Wujia, remember this, you must relay my words to him verbatim." Though his words flowed as gently as a breeze, they resonated with the weight of a thunderous drum, each syllable imbued with an irresistible, undeniable authority. His gaze pierced Zhao Wujia like a sword, rendering him as if pierced by 1,000 arrows, his blood seemingly congealing within him. Tang Hao's voice reverberated through the air, akin to invisible shackles tightly binding Zhao Wujia, rendering even the act of breathing a challenge. Chapter 86. The Injury. Zhao Wujia, realizing his attempts to persuade Tang Hao were futile, let out a long sigh, his face etched with helplessness and sorrow. Bowing his head, with a grimace, he tremulously spoke. "Understood, Your Excellency Haoyan. Rest assured, I shall, even at the cost of my life, faithfully relay your words to Tang San." Tang Hao, observing this, slightly narrowed his eyes, his expression one of indifference. Nonchalantly, he raised his hands, seemingly casual, yet his movements were remarkably swift, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky. His fingers delicately brushed against the slightly wrinkled fabric pressed by the Dragon King and the Snake Lady. Each subtle motion was executed with extraordinary fluidity, as if honed through countless trials. The act of adjusting his attire was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, exuding an innate dominance that seemed to make the very air around him tremble. Without a backward glance, he resolutely strode forward. Each step was firm and powerful, akin to a heavy hammer striking the earth, stirring up the dust around him. His figure was as swift as the wind, swiftly departing from the tavern. Not long after leaving the small town where the inn was situated, Tang Hao suddenly felt a violent jolt, as if struck by an unseen force. His face drained of color, turning as pale as a blank canvas, devoid of life. With a sudden rush, he felt a metallic sweetness in his throat, and blood erupted from his mouth like a flood breaching a dam. The crimson liquid arced through the air, resembling a sorrowful red silk, laden with despair and anguish. Before it fell gently to the ground, furrowing his brow, his features contorted in agony. Each line of his face seemed to narrate the torment he endured. He murmured, "Damn it, the injury has worsened. Little San, I do not know how much longer I can protect you. You must grow swiftly." His voice was weak and tremulous, imbued with helplessness and deep concern. With great effort, he managed to open his eyes, which no longer held the former authority and dominance. Instead, they were filled with unwavering determination and resilience, akin to two flames burning defiantly in the darkness, refusing to be extinguished. Struggling to maintain his precarious balance, he scanned his surroundings with an urgent and frantic gaze, resembling a drowning man desperately searching for a lifeline. At last, he spotted a relatively clean patch not far away. His steps were unsteady, swaying as he approached, each movement seemingly draining the last vestiges of his strength, teetering on the brink of collapse. After gradually settling down, he swiftly formed hand seals, and an immense surge of soul power surged within him like a frenzied tempest. His body trembled slightly, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely persevering. The soul power enveloping him surged relentlessly, akin to tumultuous waves ravaging the earth, flickering with erratic brilliance, fluctuating in strength, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment, tightening the heart of anyone who beheld it. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls unstrung, cascaded down his forehead, splattering upon the ground and instantaneously transforming into a pool of moisture that swiftly spread outward. He clenched his jaw tightly, his teeth rattling as if two formidable pieces of metal clashed violently, sending shivers down one's spine. Occasionally, low, muffled groans escaped through his gritted teeth, reminiscent of a wounded beast roaring in anguish, infused with boundless fury and resentment. Each breath felt excruciatingly heavy, as if a tremendous weight pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Each attempt to suppress his injuries felt like a harrowing struggle against death itself, a deadly duel of life and death. His body was taut, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, every muscle trembling, every vein standing out, seemingly on the verge of breaking through his thin skin. Finally, as a glimmer of light appeared in the sky, with dawn's first light emerging, Tang Hao resembled a cornered beast that had fought through the darkness, finally catching a glimpse of hope, releasing a long, relieving sigh. That breath seemed to emerge with great difficulty from the depths of his tormented soul. Laden with profound weariness and sorrow, he slowly raised his hand, the movement sluggish and burdened, as if every inch he lifted demanded immense effort. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, which trembled slightly upon contact with the blood, as if quaking in empathy for his suffering. His fingers gripped the sleeve tightly, the joints paling from the strain, his entire being resembling a flickering candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse. Tang Hao's eyes brimmed with poignant pain, a profound anguish that penetrated to the marrow, as if an endless abyss of darkness threatened to engulf him entirely. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that unbearable past, becoming ensnared in a vortex of memories from which he could not extricate himself. In his heart, he silently reflected, "The world knows me, Tang Hao, as the youngest titled Douluo of the Douluo continent, possessing a ninth spirit ring that is 100,000 years old. Upon first breaking through to titled Douluo, I managed to escape the onslaught of the former Pope Qiang Sunji and the titled Douluos, Zhu and Gui, wounding Qiang Sunji fatally in the process, while Zhu and Gui were also gravely injured. They only see my glorious achievements, only perceive my outward prowess, yet remain oblivious to the endless pain and sorrow that lie behind it all." His heart roared with fury, his fists unconsciously clenching, nails digging deeply into his palms. Yet he remained oblivious. What a fierce battle it was! That Qiang Sunji, beneath his resplendent attire, concealed a venomous heart, when his martial spirit, the six-winged angel, unfolded. It radiated blinding light, yet bore a lethal threat. The radiant and beautiful chrysanthemum of the chrysanthemum Douluo appears enchanting, yet each petal is akin to a sharp blade, ruthlessly assailing me. The ghost Douluo, resembling a phantom, is elusive, striking with lethal precision at the most unexpected moments. Though I, Tang Hao, once possessed unparalleled bravery. I exerted every ounce of strength, nearly depleting the last vestige of my soul power, to barely escape the encirclement. Vivid scenes of those heart-stopping battles incessantly surfaced in my mind, causing my body to tremble involuntarily. A profound pain etched itself upon my face, distorting my features, with every wrinkle narrating a tale of boundless sorrow. I continued to reminisce. Unbeknownst to me, my 100,000-year soul ring was a sacrifice made by my beloved wife, Ain. At that moment, her heart-wrenching gaze shone like shattered stars against the night sky, dazzling yet rife with despair. That soul-crushing cry echoed in my ears, reminiscent of the cuckoo's lament, its mournful tones still reverberating, piercing my heart like relentless daggers. Chapter 87. The origin of my wounds. Upon reaching this thought, my body quivered uncontrollably, resembling a leaf adrift in the wind, solitary and helpless. My fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on my arms, as my knuckles whitened under the strain. As if I were to crush my very bones, my teeth ground together, releasing a low, anguished growl through clenched jaws. Ain. In my mind, scenes replayed like a nightmare. Ayin's exquisite face bore traces of tears, her gaze filled with reluctance and deep affection. Gradually, her form dissipated, transforming into radiant light that merged with my soul ring. With each flicker of that light, it felt as though my heart was struck anew by a relentless hammer. Why? Why must fate treat us thus? I roared to the heavens, my voice brimming with grief and resentment. My eyes, bloodshot and ablaze, seemed capable of igniting the world in flames. Though I inflicted severe injuries upon the three-titled Douluo, resulting in 1 death and 2 grievously wounded, I too bore deep injuries, penetrating my very marrow, difficult to heal. I spoke slowly, my voice low and hoarse, as if each word was painfully extracted from between clenched teeth. The agony tormented me incessantly, rendering my existence a living hell. My gaze was hollow, devoid of spirit, as if I had plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. Every moment, that piercing pain shadowed me, akin to a multitude of venomous creatures gnawing at my bones. And like a fierce fire consuming my soul, my body quivered slightly, the muscles in my face twitching from the torment. Indeed, I found myself needing to numb the pain with alcohol. My voice grew heavier, laden with profound despair. The sharp liquor coursed down my throat, and only in that haze of inebriation could I momentarily forget it all, finding a fleeting solace. My hands clenched into fists, my knuckles turning a ghostly white. Yet, once the intoxication faded, the pain surged back like a relentless tide, submerging me once again, leaving me with no refuge. He gazed heavenward, his voice imbued with boundless sorrow and helplessness, the lament echoing across the vast expanse, lingering long after, as if a poignant indictment against the injustices of fate. After years of recuperation, his injuries had seen some improvement. Tang Hao furrowed his brow and spoke gravely, yet in recent days, first I encountered that shadowy adversary. A cunning and treacherous foe, whose every strike aimed mercilessly at my vital points. His eyes blazed with fury, as if the malevolent scene replayed vividly before him. That wretch, akin to a serpent lurking in the darkness, had seized the moment of my vulnerability to launch a sudden assault. Each of his attacks bore the weight of lethal intent, insidious to the core, leaving me defenseless. Tang Hao's voice trembled slightly, betraying his deep-seated loathing for that hidden figure. Then there was the clash with the formidable duo of the dragon and serpent. Their synergy posed considerable trouble for me. Gritting his teeth, the muscles in his jaw taut, he reflected on the dragon's fierce might and the serpent's cunning guile. They flanked me, their coordinated assault overwhelming. Such harrowing encounters had exacerbated injuries that I had thought under control. A flicker of anger and resentment flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he swung his fist in a sudden burst of wind, lamenting, "I have never felt so constrained. Yet for the sake of the third party, I must endure." His chest heaved, breaths coming in quick succession. "Ain, may you bless our child to thrive and become an unparalleled warrior." Tang Hao stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as if striving to pierce the infinite void, reaching for distant, uncharted realms. His lips quivered gently, like leaves adrift in the wind, fragile and helpless, murmuring softly. The sound was as gentle as a breeze caressing a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface, yet it brimmed with unending hope and profound affection, as if a confession flowing from the depths of his soul. Slowly, he closed his eyes, every line of his face etched with longing and nostalgia, as though he were whispering his innermost desires to a beloved far beyond the horizon. "Ain, how I yearn for you. If only you were here. How wonderful it would be." The third party now faced the tempests of this world alone, each step fraught with difficulty. My heart aches for him incessantly. I only wish for him to grow stronger swiftly, to no longer suffer indignities, nor endure hardships. Ain, if you can hear my heart's plea, please safeguard him from the shadows. Tang Hao's voice dwindled, nearing a choked whisper. His body swayed slightly, as if on the brink of collapse. Yet his unwavering resolve held him firm. It seems the time has come to reach out to the 4 great clans. I wonder if young Woody possesses the means to heal my wounds, if even he cannot mend my injuries. I may have no choice but to seek the wielder of the 9-leaf begonia martial spirit to see if she holds a solution. Having uttered these words, Tang Hao's gaze flickered with a hint of determination, as if he had resolved upon a momentous decision. He gradually lifted his body, each movement slow and burdensome, as though shackled by invisible chains, with every slight action tugging at the deep-seated pain within him, a torment akin to that of a demon's wrath. His brow furrowed, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly, clearly enduring immense suffering. Tang Hao took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, as if attempting to draw in the very air around him. He clenched his teeth, the grinding sound echoing his unwavering resolve and endurance. Subsequently, he resolutely made his way towards the stronghold of the 4 great families. His strides were firm and hurried, each step landing heavily upon the ground. The moment his foot met the earth, producing a dull thud that sent the surrounding dust swirling up like startled birds taking flight. That solitary figure, cast long by the fading light of the setting sun, appeared increasingly isolated and resolute. He resembled a valiant warrior, fearlessly charging into the unknown, undeterred by any obstacles in his path. The twilight enveloped him, yet it could not warm his cold and steadfast heart. His silhouette exuded a sense of tragic heroism and unyielding spirit, evoking both fear and admiration in those who beheld it. At this moment, within the starry forest, dense foliage fragmented the sunlight, casting mottled patterns upon the ground. Luo Mei and Lin Yu hurriedly made their way toward the Soul Master sacred city. Luo Mei moved with the swiftness of the wind, her hurried steps rustling fallen leaves. As she walked briskly, she quickly turned her head towards Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with eager curiosity and anticipation, akin to a restless little rabbit. Her breath came in quickened bursts, her voice tinged with a slight tremor from the urgency of her inquiry. Xiaoyu, after you absorbed the spirit ring, what level is your soul power now? Chapter 88. Returning home, Lin Yu slightly raised his chin, a radiant confidence illuminating his face as he proclaimed, Sister Luo Mei, I have absorbed soul rings for over 2,000 years beyond my age, and my soul power is now approximately at level 25. His tone was tinged with pride, the sound crisp and resonant, as if he were declaring his achievements to the entire world. Yet, amidst this pride lay a profound yearning for the future. His gaze was bright and fervent, as if envisioning a glorious scene of himself emerging as a formidable powerhouse. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Luo Mei abruptly halted her steps, a dazzling smile blossoming on her face, reminiscent of flowers flourishing in the spring sun. She excitedly grasped Lin Yu's shoulders, her eyes brimming with admiration as her voice slightly rose with exhilaration. Xiaoyu, you are truly remarkable. At your age, I certainly did not possess the strength you have now. Her gaze danced over Lin Yu, as though she were admiring a rare and precious treasure. A faint blush appeared on Lin Yu's face as he shyly smiled and softly said, Sister Luo Mei, you flatter me. My abilities are still far from sufficient. However, within his heart, he secretly pondered, alas, when I think of my predecessors among the travelers, who effortlessly begin their journeys as tidal Douluo or divine beings, endowed with golden fingers and systems, their ascension in strength is remarkably swift. Here I am, merely a great soul master, utterly embarrassed to bear the title of a traveler. No, I cannot allow myself to continue in this manner. I must exert myself doubly, lest I fall behind. A flicker of disappointment and despondency flashed in his eyes, yet was soon ignited by a resolute flame, a fire that seemed destined to consume all his hesitation and retreat, leaving only the unwavering determination to forge ahead. Days later, Lin Yu and Luo Mei, their bodies weary and worn, finally arrived at the Soul Master City after enduring numerous trials and tribulations. Lin Yu's eyes widened to an astonishing degree, as if the very orbs were on the verge of escaping their sockets.